No way, I have to save him immediately. Huang Yueli turned around and was just about to leave. Lu Bian blocked her way when he saw what she wanted to do. Junior sister, don't be so anxious first. We haven't verified Marquis Bai's location yet. He has been in the freezing zone for so many years, so he should have more than one place to stay in, and might not necessarily be in Snow Phoenix Palace. Song Pejun also joined in the persuasion. That's right. Grandmaster Huang, it's still best for us to find Marquis Bai first, if it's possible, then enter the palace with him. Everyone were trying to persuade Huang Yueli, deeply worried that she would take the risks. However, Huang Yueli's attitude was rather firm. I understand my father. His character is just like mine, and once we have set out mind on something, we will do it regardless of the consequences. Moreover, he's someone who values ties very much. If my mother is really in danger, he would definitely not want to wait any longer. He's already in the northern ice fields, so how could it be possible that he doesn't enter Snow Phoenix Palace? But even if Marquis Bai has already gone in, we can't just follow him in straight. Before Marquis Bai left, he stole away the array and mechanism distribution map that we came out with together, and there's only that one copy. That distribution map is extremely complicated, and without the original copy, I can only remember a portion of it. If we just enter like this, it will be extremely dangerous. Song Piyu also had non-approving look on his face. Huang Yueli turned and looked at him. Guardian Yu, there's no need to worry about this. I've also taken a look at that final array and mechanism distribution map, so I've got it totally memorized. Later all of you just need to follow me and that will do. Song Piyu couldn't help but be stunned. WH. What? You've memorized it all? How is that possible? That's a few hundred mechanisms on that map, and thousands of arrays. Many of it have never appeared in Soaring Heaven's continent before. You've memorized it all? Moreover, a majority of your time is spent with Sovereign, so you've only seen that distribution map once. Huang Yueli shrugged when she heard that and replied indifferently, my memory is indeed not too bad. Guardian Yu, just relax. I will definitely tell you all if I am not confident. It's alright if I, myself die, but I can't be so irresponsible to bring all of you to die with me, right? Song Piyu naturally understood this reasoning. Moreover, Huang Yueli wasn't an ordinary person and she had always been a meticulous and prudent person. There was a 99% chance that the things she said were all the truth. But, this really made one surprised. A distribution map that was as thick as a brick. Was there really someone who could memorize it after reading it once? Li Moying, on the contrary, was rather peaceful. No one knew better than him about how genius she was. He immediately said, since Lear has already said that, then we'll do according to what you say. Let's stop wasting time and set off immediately. When Huang Yueli heard what he said, she turned around and gave him a grateful glance. This man was always like this. He had never her, nor did he had any hesitation and would always stood on her side firmly. No matter what she wanted to do, there was never an exception. Li Moying grabbed her little hand and quickly walked up, while instructing her softly, your cultivation is the weakest among us all. After we go in, if there's any danger, you must hide behind me. Do you understand? Huang Yueli's lips curled upwards as she gave a soft N in reply. Naturally, she wasn't so frail, but her own husband's kind intentions was so gentle and considerate, so she couldn't bear to disappoint him. The few of them didn't waste it any more time and set off immediately towards the Snow Phoenix Palace. As Snow Phoenix Palace had already risen to the top, so the main door could also be seen. But for safety's sake, Huang Yueli didn't brought them in through the main door. Instead, they went one round to the back of Snow Phoenix Palace, and carefully activated a mechanism, infiltrating in secretly. Where should we start searching? Lu Bian, followed behind Huang Yueli, asked softly. Huang Yueli said, according to what my father said, the place where my mother had been locked up is the most concealed place in the entire Snow Phoenix Palace. So in this way, she should be in the lowest level of the palace. Lu Bian muttered, the lowest level? The last time we entered this place, the blood moon spell was on the second level. The lowest level, could it be that there's still another place below the blood moon spell? Huang Yueli shot Song Piyu a glance, and he immediately replied, that should be correct. Although Marquis Bai had never made it clear, but there were many array maps that he passed to me, and it all leads to the third story of the palace. Lu Bian couldn't help but frown. This. Should we discuss on the best way to go down? The blood moon spell is already so evil, and if we proceed to go downwards, God knows what kind of situation will happen. Perhaps there's something more fatal than the blood moon spell. Huang Yueli shook her head. It's exactly because it's dangerous, so that's why we must grab hold of time and go downstairs quickly. I'm worried that something will happen to my father. Lu Bian wanted to say something more, but Li Moying had already swept him a cold glance. If you're afraid, then you can stay here and wait for us. Me afraid? Lu Bian almost jumped up in anger. I'm telling you, don't you malign me. How could I possibly be afraid? I'm just. Enough, stop nagging endlessly. Do you know what is called trying to hide it makes it more conspicuous? If you don't want to stay here and keep watch, then hurry on and catch up. Li Moying's voice was heard from the front. Lu Bian lifted his head to discover that the others were following behind Huang Yueli, and had already walked a distance away. He could only chase up to them quickly. Huang Yueli walked along a corridor, and a large door appeared right in front of him. The shape of this door looks very familiar. When they entered Snow Phoenix Palace previously, they had already seen this. She stretched her hand and worked on it for a moment, then pressing down on the handle, she was just about to push the door open when her actions took a halt. What's the matter? Lu Bian asked, curiously. Huang Yueli made a hush sign and talked voicelessly, there's someone. Everyone were stunned and they looked at one another in dismay. They suddenly realized that there should be people entering and leaving Snow Phoenix Palace usually. The last time they entered this place, they had not met with any single person. That was because Meng Wanner, who brought them in previously, had already colluded with Lord Zhan, and he had intentionally cleared the entire underground palace. All that was just to lure them to fall into his trap. But now, the situation wasn't the same. Huang Yueli gestured a sign, indicating the crowd to turn back from their original route. However, before they had even taken a few steps, they heard the entire Snow Phoenix Palace shaking violently. A ear-piercing alarm immediately rang after that. Huang Yueli and everyone else's expressions all changed. Song Pijun couldn't help but said, what's going on? We've been discovered the minute we came in. What should we do? Huang Yueli stretched out her finger and pointed to the right rear corner as she whispered, there's a secret room there. Let's go and hide first, quick. The few of them instantly turned around and ran towards the position which Huang Yueli said. Their speeds were very fast and within a few seconds, they had already reached their destination. Huang Yueli's fingers were flying swiftly, as she operated it quickly to open the secret room's door. The few of them squeezed into the secret room and just as the door closed, they heard a shuffle of hurried footsteps coming from the corridor outside the door. Following that was a clamor of discussing voices. What's going on? Why did the alarm suddenly go off? I don't know, what on earth happened? From the location of the drums, it seems to come from the underground level? Could it be that the fellow Bai came again? He was seriously injured by Lord Zhan previously, and had not appeared for many months, isn't it? Who knows? Stop yapping and let's hurry and go catch the enemy in the underground level. There were at least a dozen of practitioners' footsteps which moved along continuously. After quite a moment later, silence resumed. The group in the secret room had astonished expressions on their faces, as they looked at one another. Li Moying lowered his voice, and said, I thought that it was our whereabouts that had been discovered. Looks like it has nothing to do with us. Instead, father-in-law has been discovered? Huang Yueli's expression turned solemn as she instantly stood up. From what those practitioners said, it's now very chaotic, so if we follow them into the underground level, it should save our time from trying to find the way around on our own. Everyone had the same thinking in mind, and they immediately left the secret room. They followed along the disappearing footsteps direction and pursued after them. Along the way, they were extremely cautious and extremely careful. They had always maintained a distance from the other practitioners. But they were still able to see that there was an endless stream of practitioners who hurried over, towards the same direction. These practitioners all wore the same uniform, with a sacred phoenix totem on the back. It was exactly the same as what she saw in the inheritance tower previously. Song Piu said, looks like, these people are all practitioners from Sacred Phoenix race? Song Pijun nodded his head to his question, but he was more concerned about another problem. The Sacred Phoenix race is indeed an ancient god clan. The practitioners in the clan have high cultivations. Those people who we saw earlier, their cultivations are no lesser than 9th stage realm, and moreover, that shouldn't be all their strong exponents in Sacred Phoenix race. Huang Yueli subconsciously took a look at the man next to her. She was clearest on just how powerful the bloodline of ancient god clan people were. But only she and Li Moying knew about this, in this lifetime. In reality, Lord Zhan was able to be so powerful, probably because he had the cheap advantage of the innate bloodline. But this also meant that if they wanted to save them later, the opponents who they faced were all very powerful. If it was just Lord Zhan, they were still able to deal with him. But if there are so many 9th stage realm practitioners... Huang Yueli thought over this for a moment and said softly, Guardian Yu, there are so many people in Sacred Phoenix Palace, and Snow Phoenix Palace is their turf. It will be difficult for us to gain an upper hand. Later, after we found my father and saved him, it's best that we find a way to retreat and leave Snow Phoenix Palace. You should remember the major arrays inside the underground level, right? Song Piu immediately nodded his head. Grandmaster Huang, I know that this section of arrays is very important, so I especially took a detailed look at it. I can still remember most of it. Huang Yueli said, that's good. By then we'll play by ear. All of you must listen to my commands, and when we need to retreat, don't continue to engage in the battle, and be prepared to protect Guardian Yu and me when we're activating the mechanism. The crowd had no objections, and instantly nodded their heads in agreement. Just at this moment, they were getting close to the underground level. The alarm's drumming noise also slowly stopped. They followed behind that group of Snow Phoenix Palace's practitioners, and came to a huge bronze door. When they saw this door, Huang Yueli was momentarily stunned. This door looked exactly the same as that door in the inheritance tower. Not only did it depict a huge phoenix's totem, moreover, the grooves on the door also showed traces of blood. The smell of blood stench whiffed over. Apparently, the bloodstains had yet to dry. This door also uses Sacred Phoenix race clansman's blood as a medium to open it up. Huang Yueli frowned as she said. Li Moying looked to the front. In this way, I should feel fortunate that we had followed someone over. Otherwise, if they were to infiltrate in on their own, Huang Yueli would need to waste a large amount of blood essence, just to open this door. The bronze door's internal section looked dark and gloomy. It was as though all the lights had been blocked by an invisible screen, making it unable to be seen. Bursts of tremor, profound energy clashes, and explosions, as well as the exchange of profound armaments, were continuously being emitted from the inside. Song Pijun instantly volunteered, I'll go in first. Sovereign, Grandmaster Huang, wait for me to check out the situation first. Saying that, he inched close to the side of the huge door and walked inside. Huang Yueli didn't hesitate as she waved her hand, let's follow him in. It should be a state of chaos inside now, so no one will take notice of us. Li Moying didn't say a word but instead gripped her wrist. He waited until he heard Song Pajun's shouting before he loosened his grip and became the first person to slip into the huge bronze door. Damn it. Sovereign, Marquis Bai's situation is rather serious. We must quicken our pace and save him. Song Pajun shouted loudly and dashed into the group of people. Huang Yueli and the others lifted their heads to take a look, and they were all horrified. Bai Lufeng usually had a calm and unhurried look, dressed in a flowing white robe with unique elegance. No matter what situation he was in, he would always be primly combed. But now, he had obviously suffered a serious injury as his entire body was filled with wounds. Blood kept seeping out on his white shirt, almost staining it totally red. However, his expression remained awe-inspiring as his actions didn't halt. Even though he was besieged by so many top experts and was evidently in a desperate situation, but he didn't show any sign of frenzy. Opposite him was a man dressed in a purple golden-colored robe. His moves were like lightning and every move was so vicious that it seemed as though it would claim his life. Lord Zhan gave off a sinisterly harsh laugh. Bai Lufeng, stop being stubborn and give yourself up. Based on your ability and innate talent, if you are eaten up into this seat's blood moon spell, it will increase the might of the array by more than 1 grade. By then, the resurrection day of our sacred phoenix race will be even closer. I think the one who should die is you. You set up the blood moon spell to suck the practitioner's spiritual root. Such outrageous acts will earn you retribution sooner or later. Bai Liufeng's expression was icy cold and strict. But Lord Zhan made nothing of it. His smile became stranger and ferocious. Retribution? I don't know what is retribution. How can lowly people like you even be compared against us, who have ancient god clan's noble bloodline? Those with lowly bloodlines like you who actually dare to taint sacred phoenix race's holy maiden should have been chopped up into 1,000 pieces long ago. If it wasn't for the fact that you had a fast escape, you would have become a fertilizer for the blood moon spell 10 years ago. The attacks from the surrounding practitioners were getting more compelling. Bai Lufeng alone was unable to cope with so many enemies, so he gradually fell into a disadvantage. There's no point in saying so much. Since I was careless and fell into your trap, even if I am unable to save Siluo and were to die here today, that is my fate. But if you want to use me to supple my blood essence and spiritual root for the blood moon spell, then I can only say that you're dreaming. Bai Lufeng gritted his teeth as he said that. Lord Zhan laughed in a weird manner. Bai Lufeng, haven't you always said that you were devoted to my younger sister? Now, we're just asking you to do something for her clansmen, but you keep rejecting this. This seat thinks that you don't really love my sister at all. You, Bai Lufeng was speechless. Anyway, you can forget about me taking your side. Lord Zhan smiled coldly. That is not up to you. Take this. He worked up all the profound energy in him and struck out ferociously at him. Surging profound energy swept into an air current as it swirled around mid-air, and the power kept increasing. Many sacred phoenix races practitioners behind him also took action at the same time. Their profound energies were of the same attribute and the cultivation method they practiced were the same. So there was a mutual response in their profound energies, which created an optical screen kind of boundary. Bai Liufeng's expression took an abrupt change. Based on his ability, if it was just Lord Zhan alone, even if he resorted to some underhanded means, he would at most be able to kill him. But it would not be possible for him to capture him alive before he self-exploded, nor would Lord Zhan be able to throw him into the blood moon spell. But when there were so many sacred phoenix races practitioners who worked in unison, they actually had enough ability to make him unable to fight back. Bai Lufeng was unable to move in an instant, as he kept looking at the optical screen shrinking, and his heart started to grow forlorn. Just at this moment, someone gave off a dull groan. Following that, the optical screen's glow instantly weakened. Another few dull groans were heard and the optical screen kept flickering. Until the very end, it completely collapsed. "Father, don't worry, we're here to save you." A young lady's shrill was heard from a distance away. Bai Lufeng had already regained part of his movement. Turning his head around in shock, he saw Huang Yueli carrying a zither in her arms. Her dress was flowy and as her fingers gently waved, a strange zither note rang in everyone's ears. Quite a number of practitioners shivered, and seemed as though they lost their consciousness. Of course, the duration of those practitioners going into a trance could only last for a few seconds. But this bit of time was already enough for Li Moying and the others to brandish their swords. Just a slash and many of those strong exponents were heavily injured. Lastly, you. Bai Lufeng was tongue-tied, as he couldn't say a single word at all. Never had he expected for Huang Yueli to find him so quickly. Calculating the speed of their journey, it was obvious that Huang Yueli and the others did not hesitate to infiltrate Snow Phoenix Palace, from the very moment that they arrived at Lone Sky Summit. For a moment, he didn't know how he should react. On one hand, he felt extremely touched that Huang Yueli headed over so anxiously to save him. But on the other hand, he couldn't wait to lecture his daughter, asking her to stop acting so recklessly. But Huang Yueli and the others had come in time. They arrived just at the moment when Bai Lufeng was feeling desperate, and it instantly eased his pressure. When Lord Zhan saw the few of them appearing, he was extremely astounded. But it only took moments for him to regain his senses. "You. All of you, very good. I was still thinking about where should I go and find you. I did not expect you to come knocking on my door on your own. Simply looking for death." Lord Zhan laughed nastily as he gritted his teeth to say that. Huang Yueli turned around and in that very instant, when she saw his face, she went into a short blank. Because Lord Zhan didn't have his mask on, and this was the first time that she saw his true countenance. There were indeed some similarities between the two of them, at one glance. He was a handsome man with refined features. The only thing was the phoenix feather totem which was tattooed on his cheek, which looked both mysterious and strange. That tattoo added an evil feel to his good-looking face. Huang Yueli quickly regained her senses. She knew that since they were now in Lord Zhan's turf, the longer they dragged, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Moreover, they didn't know how many top exponents from Sacred Phoenix race would continue to head over. She immediately made a decision and shouted, "Father, quickly come over to our side, and all of us should prepare to retreat." "Want to escape? It's already too late." Lord Zhan sneered, "Men, quickly shut off the mechanism in the underground level. Today, we shall capture them all." Following Lord Zhan's command, a few practitioners immediately turned around to activate the mechanism. Huang Yueli hurriedly cried out, "Moying. Senior brother." At the same time, the strumming of her fingers on the zither chords became swifter, as note after note kept streaming out. Quite a number of practitioners couldn't stand this mental attack and their faces paled in a second. Li Moying and Lu Bian moved swiftly at the same time, chasing after those practitioners. Their abilities had surpassed same-level practitioners by a great deal. So they merely struck a few moves, and all of those people collapsed onto the ground. Song Pijun escorted Song Piyu to the door, to fight for the controlling right of the surrounding arrays. When Lord Zhan saw that, his expression turned severe. "Trash, a bunch of trash. What are you still waiting for? Stop them right now." The remaining practitioners seemed as though they had just woken from their dreams, as they turned around and surrounded Huang Yueli and the others. At this moment, Huang Yueli had always swiftly packed up her zither after inflicting a fatal blow on them. She turned around to activate the mechanism. Lord Zhan himself also followed closely after them, and moreover, his target was very clear-cut. He dashed towards Huang Yueli immediately because he could tell that Huang Yueli was the core member of their group. As long as he managed to capture Huang Yueli, the others would be at his mercy. He had to take the opportunity to take down Huang Yueli before the others realized what he was planning. However, Lord Zhan had miscalculated once again. Even though the surrounding situation was extremely chaotic, Li Moying's focus had always remained on Huang Yueli. Hence when Lord Zhan struck out a palm strike towards Huang Yueli, thinking that he would be able to knock her unconscious, he was caught off guard by Li Moying, who scurried out from nowhere. Li Moying's soul detachment illness had already been cured, and moreover, he even spent some time cultivating when he was in Blue Profound Sect. So his ability was already at 9th stage realm 8th level. As compared to his last time at Snow Phoenix Palace, there was a huge improvement. The both of them unleashed their profound energies in midair and it clashed, giving off a deafening explosion. Immediately following that, Lord Zhan was pushed back several steps. Although Li Moying's face turned slightly pale, he remained on his original spot. Lord Zhan was worried that he would directly kill Huang Yueli, so he didn't use his full strength, only about 50% of his power. Facing the pressurizing power, Li Moying hadn't fallen into a disadvantageous position. His embarrassment turned into fury as he cursed at him for courting death. He then leaped into the sky once again, hoping to kill this fellow who caused embarrassment to him, with his full power. Li Moying's expression turned grave, but he stood up straight, standing right in front of Huang Yueli in a determined and unwavering manner. However, Lord Zhan had not even managed to strike them when he heard Bai Lufeng coughing behind him. Cough cough, Huang Xianxia, trying to hurt my daughter and son-in-law in front of me, do you think that I'm already dead? Lord Zhan then recalled that Bai Lufeng was right behind him, but it was already too late. A gust of powerful surging profound energy was unleashed towards his back, and the speed was extremely fast. He only managed to move in time, evading a fatal injury to his chest. But he was still within Bai Lufeng's attack boundary. He groaned dully and flew outwards. Lord Zhan, how are you feeling? Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners all started to fluster when they saw Lord Zhan injured. The intensity of their attacks instantly decreased for Li Moying and the others by a huge bit, so they were able to manage it easily. Bai Lufeng struck his target in one shot, but he didn't continue to engage in battle. Instead, he worked up his footwork, leaped upwards, and raced towards Huang Yueli's side. Father! Huang Yueli revealed a joyful expression when she saw Bai Lufeng heading over. However, Bai Lufeng seemed extremely anxious as his tone urged them anxiously, Quickly leave this place, otherwise, it will be too late. Father-in-law. Li Moying swiftly finished up the few enemies in front of them and walked over, as he held on to Bai Lufeng. Huang Yueli then realized that Bai Lufeng's face was frighteningly pale. Looked like before they arrived, Bai Lufeng had already sustained a serious internal injury. Earlier that strike he made towards Lord Zhan had already used up the remaining profound energy which he had left. Huang Yueli knew the severity of this matter and didn't dare to slight it, hence she instantly led them out of the bronze door. Damn it, stop them right now. Lord Zhan's exasperated voice came from behind them. However, Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners had all been injured badly by Li Moying and the rest, so for a moment, no one managed to climb up to chase after them. Huang Yueli and all of them seized this opportunity, making use of their footwork profound skills to the limit, as they swiftly ran outside. This side. Turn left when you reach the front. There's an invisibility array on the right wall, Guardian, you please take a look, quickly. Directly knocked hard into that wall. No matter, there's nothing there. It's just an illusionary array. Huang Yueli worked up her agility dance steps as she ran while observing the surrounding situation as she gave out various instructions continuously. Under her leadership, the few of them managed to counter one after another checkpoint. The sound of those Sacred Phoenix Race practitioners' pursuit was originally very near. But later on, it grew fuzzier and fuzzier, as they threw a huge distance between the two groups. As Bai Liufeng's energy had depleted completely, he was practically carried by Li Moying and Song Pijun. If Lu Bian had not passed him an 8th grade medicinal pill, he might have gone into a coma long ago. But even so, he still wasn't able to use any strength and had to rely on them to carry him. Otherwise, they would not be able to run away that quickly at all. Bai Lufeng originally was intending to lead the way for them. But whoever knew that Huang Yueli didn't give him any chance to show off his prowess. She didn't even need to look at the map and could tell her way around accurately. Her response time and speed were so fast that even he, who held the map and had entered the Snow Phoenix Palace so many times, couldn't be compared to her. Moreover, from the start to the end, she had not committed any mistakes and her rate of accuracy was shockingly high. Bai Lufeng was extremely shocked because he knew clearly that Huang Yueli had only taken a look at the mechanism distribution map only once. But every single mechanism or array which were distributed within Snow Phoenix Palace was deeply etched into her mind. Bai Lufeng looked at her and finally revealed a gratified smile. She was indeed Siluo's and his. She was so intelligent and so powerful. She had perfectly inherited the ancient god clan's bloodline and innate talent. The few of them broke through one after another checkpoint, and they finally escaped from Snow Phoenix Palace's boundary. Song Pijun started to carry Bai Lufeng as he tried to head towards Sage Yusu's cave dwelling. Huang Yueli hurriedly stopped him. "Guardian Jun, don't be so anxious. Let's find a place to hide first. If Lord Zhan sends his men after us and Father's cave dwelling gets exposed, then we will be in deep trouble." Song Pijun hurriedly nodded his head, as he listened to Huang Yueli's instructions and found a slightly concealed place behind a snow mountain and hid there. Their body movements were all outstanding. They also intentionally smoothed out their footprints on the snowy ground. Song Pijun put Bai Lufeng down onto the ground. Huang Yueli and Lu Bian immediately walked up and checked on his injuries. When Song Piyu saw that, he said quietly, "This subordinate will go check things out, to see if Lord Zhan and the rest have chased up to us." He turned around and left carefully. After a while, he appeared once again, apparently slightly surprised. Strange, this subordinate had been observing the situation at a nearby location for some time, but no one chased out from the Snow Phoenix Palace. Moreover, even the outer array had resumed back to its original state. It seems that they are not preparing to come out. How could that be possible? Lu Bian's brows furrowed. "We created such a huge commotion in Snow Phoenix Palace today, and even saved Marquis Bai. Would Lord Zhan let this pass? It doesn't seem that he is a kind-hearted person, isn't it?" "This? I also don't know, but that's how it is," Song Piyu replied. "Perhaps that Lord Zhan had suffered a serious injury after he was sent flying by Marquis Bai, so he couldn't be bothered to chase after us? But his injury doesn't seem that serious at all?" Everyone was slightly astonished as they looked at each other. After some time, Li Moying opened his mouth. "Forget it, this place is far enough from Snow Phoenix Palace. Since they are not pursuing after us, then they probably really don't intend to do so. Father-in-law's injury is very serious, and it's not good for him to stay in this snowy land. Let's return to the cave dwelling first." The group didn't have any other alternatives, so they could only perk themselves up. They carried Bai Lufeng on their backs and headed towards the direction of the cave. On their way there, they were extremely cautious. They kept watching the surroundings carefully in case of any abrupt change, deeply worried that Lord Zhan might suddenly pop out from some corner. But even after they entered the cave dwelling's internal section and activated all the defensive arrays, they still hadn't seen a single person from the sacred phoenix race. Although everyone was slightly puzzled, they were able to relax for a second. Snow Phoenix Palace. Lord Zhan, this subordinate deserves to die. I wasn't able to chase up to those petty thieves. That wretched lass activated the mechanism too quickly, and this subordinate isn't able to catch up to you. The few sacred Phoenix race practitioners all knelt in front of Lord Jean, as there was a terrified expression on their faces. Lord Jean was an extremely strict person, and although the clan's practitioners had committed mistakes, they wouldn't be thrown into the blood moon spell, like those ordinary practitioners like Qi Xiaojiu. But they would still be punished severely. Bai Lufeng was a person who Lord Jean hated the most. Now that he escaped right under his eyelid, it was imaginable just how angry Lord Jean would be. She is just an outsider who secretly infiltrated our place. But all of you have been living in Snow Phoenix Palace for so many years. Shouldn't you be more familiar with the arrays and mechanisms than her? Lord Jean said in a lukewarm tone. But it was enough to make every single practitioner terrified. This subordinate has really tried my best, but she seems to be even more familiar about Snow Phoenix Palace than us. Really? Lord Jean said indifferently. The practitioners all knelt on the ground and trembled, thinking that they would definitely be punished severely this time. However, out of their expectations, Lord Jean wasn't angry at all. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it, let's not pursue after her since we aren't able to chase up. That young lass is extremely abnormal, even I almost fell into her hands." The practitioners had just heaved a sigh of relief when they suddenly heard Lord Jean speaking again, but the three words, "that wretched lass," is not something that you can call. His voice suddenly turned cold. "Go slap yourselves 20 times each." The practitioners were stunned as they didn't seem to understand Lord Jean's words. Neither did they understood what they had done wrong. However, none of them dared to defy his orders, so after a short moment, they all started to slap themselves. After a round of slapping, their cheeks were all swollen as they hung their heads low, still kneeling in front of Lord Jean. Lord Jean's lips curled into an evil smile. "This seat asks all of you to slap yourselves, and all of you feel very aggrieved?" "Yes?" The group of practitioners looked at each other, and finally, one of the bolder ones lifted his head and asked, "This subordinate doesn't feel aggrieved, but we just don't understand. That wretched, no, young Miss Bai, why is your treatment towards her so? She is our holy maiden's daughter, this seat's niece. Is she someone whom you can give a nickname to?" Lord Jean spoke with a cold face. They were all stunned, and after a moment of silence, they finally couldn't help but gasp in shock. "WH. What? That young Miss Bai is Holy Maiden's daughter? How is that possible? Hasn't Holy Maiden been brought back 16 years ago? But thinking of this now, that young Miss Bai and our Holy Maiden really look a little alike. Right, earlier I even heard her calling Bai Lufeng father. Bai Lufeng is the lowly human race who abducted our Holy Maiden that year. But we had not heard that he remarried, so in this case." The group discussed this fervently, and finally concluded that what Lord Jean said was true. All the various points all lead to the truth that the little lass was the Holy Maiden's daughter. Lord Jean waited until the discussions have started to die down and raised his hand, indicating for them to keep silent. This seed also realized that when she greeted Bai Lufeng as her father. Although I know that Bai Lufeng and our Holy Maiden were on close terms, this seat had never realized that they have a vile spawn. Now. He suddenly stopped and a glint of coldness flashed past his eyes. The first practitioner who asked the question went into a short daze. But after that, he suddenly asked, "Lord Jean, if that young Miss Bai is really Holy Maiden's daughter, doesn't that mean that her innate talent and bloodline might actually be the same as Holy Maiden?" Lord Jean revealed a smile. "That's right, it's exactly so. Moreover, based on the display of her innate talent, she might possibly have inherited Holy Maiden's bloodline. This is perhaps the best news that this seat has received recently. But didn't you mention last time that the Sky Phoenix ring was on her?" Lord Jean couldn't help but burst out laughing. Heaven is really on our sacred phoenix race's side. As long as we capture Betrayal, not only can we obtain the Sky Phoenix ring, moreover, even her blood will aid sacred phoenix race in obtaining our past glory. Furthermore, we don't even need to spend any effort to search for them. Bai Lufeng is bent on saving Holy Maiden, so he will definitely be back here again. By then, all we need to do is to wait for them. Hearing that, those practitioners who knelt on the floor were all enlightened. Congratulations, Lord Jean. May heaven protect sacred phoenix race. Lord Jean is wise. Lord Jean waved his hand. All right, now everyone, go back and prepare yourself thoroughly. Listen to this seat's instructions. Next time they dare to enter Snow Phoenix Palace, this seat shall make sure that they have no way of return. No matter who it is, whoever makes a slip-up and caused this seat's plan to fail, then don't blame this seat for not taking account of the relationship within our sect. His tone was strict and his voice was chilly, which made all the practitioners tremble with fear. Yes, sect master, this subordinate will do our utmost best. Huang Yueli didn't know about Lord Jean's plan, so naturally, she hadn't found out that she had already replaced Bai Lufeng to become Lord Jean's top target. She led Li Moying and the others to settle down in Sage Yusu's cave once again. Lu Bian personally checked Bai Liufeng's pulse and used the golden needle acupuncture on him. He also fed him with several medicinal pills. 4 hours later, there was finally some color on Bai Liufeng's face, but he was still in a lethargic sleep and had not regained consciousness. Alright, he should be fine now. Marquis Bai's internal injury has basically healed, but due to overconsumption of his profound energy, that's why he remains in lethargic sleep. Let him have a good rest tonight, and he should wake up tomorrow. Lu Bian kept away his golden needles, as he said that softly. Huang Yueli breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. I've not expected father to be so rash, to charge into Snow Phoenix Palace on his own. Luckily we arrived in time, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. The both of them walked out of Bai Liufeng's courtyard. Outside, Li Moying, Song Pijun, and Song Piyu stood at the entrance of the door. Hearing Lu Bian saying that Bai Lufeng was alright, they were all able to set their minds at ease. Li Moying said, since there's nothing much, then everyone should return to your rooms to rest. As for the other matters, we'll have to wait for father-in-law to regain consciousness before we can find out more from him. Saying that, he held Huang Yueli's hand and led her back to their courtyard. Huang Yueli was abstracted and she kept flipping around in bed. She just couldn't sleep. Li Moying initially didn't bother her too much as he wanted to let her calm down on her own. But Huang Yueli kept tossing and turning around until midnight. He heaved a sigh and held her slender waist, bringing her into his arms, tightly against his robust chest. Lear, you've been busy for the whole day and must be tired out. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Huang Yueli gave a surprised cry. I'm sorry, have I woken you up? Li Moying lowered his head to kiss her cheek. You're not even asleep yet, how could I possibly sleep? She hurriedly said, I'm fine. I won't disturb you anymore, quickly rest. Saying that, she nudged Li Moying's chest, trying to struggle free from his arms. However, not only did Li Moying not move back, instead, his arms tightened his encirclement, trapping her securely in his embrace. Lear, what on earth are you worried about? Your father has already been saved by us. The next step will be for us to discuss a plan before we take any further action, so you need not be overly worried. Moreover, we had experienced even more dangerous situations than this, and I've never seen you so anxious before. What's the matter with you? Huang Yueli pursed her lips as a puzzled look surfaced. I also don't understand what's going on. There's actually nothing that I am especially worried about, but I just can't sleep. Somehow I get this feeling that when I wake up, you will disappear. Li Moying went into a blank. What? I will disappear? how is that possible? I said that I will accompany you forever. What weird things are you even thinking of? Huang Yueli pouted her lips and glared at him. I'm not thinking of anything weird. I just can't sleep. To be honest, she didn't know what was wrong with her as well. Speaking of this, Snow Phoenix Palace's matters actually didn't have much to do with Li Moying. And if it was in terms of danger, the person in the most danger was Bai Lu Feng, and next would be herself. She wasn't worried about Bai Lu Feng, but instead, she was worried about Li Moying, so it really didn't make any sense. Could it be that after she got married to Li Moying, she became the kind of ordinary woman who would worry about her husband falling into danger every single day? Her brows furrowed troubledly, and this expression was simply too adorable, so Li Moying couldn't help but laugh. He pinched the young lady's fair and puffed-up cheeks as he chuckled. All right, I said the wrong things all right? You can't sleep right, shall I accompany you to see the stars? Huang Yueli rolled her eyes at him. See the stars? Where can we go to see the stars? It's a snow mountain above this cave, so where do the stars come from? Li Moying said, we can leave the cave and see them from the ice fields. Northern ice fields, heaven and earth, profound qi, are abundant and the air is extremely fresh. So the stars above us should be especially bright and clear. Before he could even finish his words, Huang Yueli had already jumped up from the bed. Let's go, we're going to see the stars. She acted so decisively, and that made Li Moying went into a slight blank. You're really going to see the stars? Don't tell me that whatever you said earlier were casual words that you use to coax me? Huang Yueli looked at him with an askew glance. Li Moying burst out laughing. Of course not. Since my wife has this aesthetic mood, then this husband shall accompany you all the way. He instantly got up and put on his outer robe and saw Huang Yueli running off in excitement. Wait. He pulled onto her in a hurry. Huang Yueli turned her head and took a look at him, as she innocently blinked. What's the matter? Li Moying pulled the snow fox fur cape from the side and draped it over Huang Yueli's shoulders. Then his slender long fingers gently tied a ribbon on the ends. He looked at her from left and right, then nodded his head satisfactorily. All right, this will warm you up. Let's head out secretly, and don't disturb father-in-law. Huang Yueli smiled sweetly at him. Thank you, my husband. Li Moying saw her sweet smile, and heard her soft, sticky voice addressing her as my husband, and his bones went soft. He raised Huang Yueli's hand and the both of them walked into the teleportation array to arrive on the northern ice fields. The freezing zone's view was wonderful, and the skies were twinkling with sparkling stars, resembling pearls on black velvet with a luxurious ring of light. Huang Yueli laid in Li Moying's arm, as they watched the skies quietly, not saying a single word. Li Moying's strong arm wrapped around her waist as he accompanied her quietly, without any intention of interrupting her thoughts. After a moment, Huang Yueli suddenly opened her mouth to ask, Moying, are you hiding something from me? Li Moying hadn't imagined that she would ask this kind of question, and his heart thumped wildly. Could it be that Lu Bian had revealed his secret? Although he was filled with suspicions, he still tried his best to remain composed and said, Why do you ask this? What matters could I be hiding from you? Huang Yueli turned her head around and she looked fixedly at him with her shining eyes and said, All right, since you say there's nothing, then there's nothing. Do you think that I will be able to rescue my mother out successfully? This question was much easier to answer, so Li Moying immediately said, That's of course, so don't let your thoughts run wild. Mother-in-law will definitely be all right. MMN. Huang Yueli nodded her head and turned around to hug his waist. With you by my side, I don't have to worry about anything. Li Moying smiled as he hugged her tightly. Huang Yueli didn't know when she fell asleep, neither did she know when did she return to the cave dwelling. When she woke up in the morning, she was already lying on the ice bed in the cave. Li Moying had just got up and was sitting by the side of the bed putting on his clothes when he heard her waking up. He turned around and walked over. Lear, why are you up so early? Yesterday you slept quite late, do you want to sleep a little longer? She shook her head, no need, I want to check on father. I wonder how he is now. Li Moying replied, today Pu had already come to report that your father has already awoken, but he is still very frail. Really? I want to go see father. Huang Yueli jumped up and swiftly put on her clothes. Then she washed up simply and ran quickly over to Bai Liufeng's courtyard. Father, how are you? Hearing Huang Yueli's cries, everyone in the room turned around. Huang Yueli pulled Li Moying's hand and walked in, only to realize that Lu Baiyan was already there. He was sitting in front of the bed as he was checking on Bai Liufeng's pulse. Senior brother, you're here so early? How is father's condition? Huang Yueli asked concernedly. Bai Lufeng gave a slight cough and spoke before Lu Baiyan did. Lastly, father is fine. My energy has just depleted totally, so I'm feeling lethargic. You don't need to worry so much. Hearing that, Huang Yueli nodded, since father is fine, then I can rest my heart. Then, should father tell us why you left without bidding us farewell? This, Bai Lufeng sighed softly when he saw her determined look. Forget it. I originally didn't want to involve you in this matter, and that's why I left secretly. Whoever knows that you, young lass, is the same as your mother. Once you have decided on something, you must find out the things clearly, then father shall tell you all about it. Huang Yueli's eyes lit up as she nodded her head satisfactorily. That's the way, father. Quickly tell us now. Bai Lufeng took a glance at her, but, can you promise father that after you found out about the truth, go straight back to Sky Emperor City with that brat surnamed Li? Absolutely impossible. Huang Yueli cut him off. Bai Lufeng was speechless, then. I won't say anything. Huang Yueli gave an indifferent reply, all right, since father doesn't wish to say, then I won't force you to. But my mother is trapped in Snow Phoenix Palace, so as her daughter, I cannot just sit by and do nothing. Anyway, I've already got the whole mechanism and array distribution map in my mind. So by then, I'll just head over and save my mother on my own. What? No way. Bai Lufeng was overwhelmed with horror. Going to Snow Phoenix Palace on your own, that's simply looking for death. Huang Yueli grunted coldly, that might not be necessarily so. I'm an armament master and I have so many sky chart top exponents beside me, so my total ability isn't any weaker than yours. Since you can go into Snow Phoenix Palace to save my mother, then, of course, I can as well. Bai Lufeng was flustered and exasperated as he said, what nonsense are you saying? Of course, I'm not like you. You don't understand what kind of horrifying clan is the Sacred Phoenix Palace. Anyway, you're not allowed to go. Bai Lufeng wanted badly to reflect his might as a father, but Huang Yueli wasn't threatened by what he said as she replied chillingly, of course I don't know how horrifying Sacred Phoenix race is. Anyway, my father hasn't told me anything about them, so that represented that they are just that. Saying that she stood up, all right, Moying, senior brother. Let's hurry up and make preparations. Today we shall head over to Snow Phoenix Palace to save my mother. As for me father, since he's unable to battle recently, just leave him in the cave dwelling to rest. Seeing Huang Yueli walking towards the door in a few steps, Bai Lufeng became anxious. Wait, lastly, stop right there. Huang Yueli didn't stop walking at all. Bai Lufeng could only shout out loudly, stop there, you're not allowed to risk your life. Father will tell you, all right? Huang Yueli then stopped, but she still leaned by the door, not walking in. She stared at Bai Lufeng with a look as though she might leave any moment. Bai Lufeng knew that his daughter was obstinate and she would definitely do what she said. Comparing the pros and cons, he could only compromise. All right, all of you sit down. I'll tell you all about the Sacred Phoenix race, all right? Huang Yueli finally smiled and sat beside the table with an obedient look on her face. Father, quickly tell us. Bai Lufeng saw the sudden change in expression, and he felt helpless as he shook his head. You're always up to something bizarre, the same as your mother, sigh. He paused for a moment, as though he was pondering over something. The rest of them didn't interrupt him. It took quite a while later when Bai Lufeng opened his mouth. Actually, the last time I told you about how I met your mother and gave birth to you, to how your mother was brought away by Lord Zhan and how I pursued them to northern ice fields. All these matters are all true. But... Bai Lufeng looked out of the window as he stared into the sky, apparently recollecting his memories. After I was injured by Lord Zhan, I accidentally discovered Sage Yusu's cave dwelling. After I regained consciousness, I attempted to enter Snow Phoenix Palace once again. Moreover, this time, I successfully infiltrated the underground level and met with your mother. Huang Yueli was astounded as she asked, What? Father, you actually met mother? Then why didn't you save her then? Could it be that you were discovered by Lord Zhan? Bai Lufeng nodded and continued, Back then, although I found out the place where your mother was confined, there were too many people guarding that place, so I didn't dare to intrude it abruptly. I found a place to hide and waited for a chance. When nightfall was approaching, Lord Zhan appeared inside your mother's room. He squinted his eyes and said, Back then, I didn't know that Lord Zhan is your uncle and thought that he had ulterior motives towards your mother. I just wanted to charge in to save her, but whoever knows that your mother greeted him as brother. This was simply out of my expectations, so I was stunned. Whoever knew that their conversation following that left me in disbelief. Huang Yueli and Li Moying secretly exchanged a glance as she knew clearly that Bai Lufeng was finally going to broach the topic which they were most concerned about. As expected, Bai Lufeng stopped for a moment, as though he had set his mind, then continuing with the story. The truth regarding Sacred Phoenix Race's seclusion slowly surfaced. 5 years ago, Snow Phoenix Palace. Third sister, how have you been for the past few days? Do you feel bored? Last month, you kept complaining that you feel bored staying here alone and you want to find a few children to accompany you. I've already passed down my instructions to select a few girls under 5 years old with the best innate talents. They will be sent here in the next few days and acknowledge you as master. In the future, if you're bored, you can teach them how to cultivate, to pass your time. In the spacious and luxurious room, Lord Zhan stood in the middle with a smile on his dashing face. He looked at the frosty-looking young lady seated on a chaise longue. Huang Siluo was wearing a cloud silk skirt with exquisite phoenix embroidery. Although there wasn't any expression on her lucid face, her gorgeous looks and unsurpassed demeanor were unconcealable. Seeing Huang Siluo keeping silent, Lord Zhan's brows twitched. However, he forced himself to be patient as he said, Third sister, do you feel dissatisfied with anything? Feel free to raise your suggestions. You are our clan's holy maiden and you have a venerable status, so this seat will absolutely not let you feel aggrieved. Hearing that, Huang Siluo shot a fleeting glance at him and let out a cold laugh. Venerable status? No matter how high my status is, I'm just a puppet and tool in your hand. Huang Xianxia, we are biological siblings, so would I not know what you're thinking of? Why bother to put up a pretense? It's been so many years. Even if you're not tired of it, I've already gotten disgusted by all these. Hearing that, Lord Zhan was unable to put on a taut expression any longer and it grew sinister. Ha ha, third sister, meet disgusting? As our clan's holy maiden, it's your responsibility to remain celibate. However, you secretly escaped from Snow Phoenix Palace, and even got married to a lowly human race, stepping on the entire Sacred Phoenix race's pride under your feet. This seat didn't mete out your punishment according to the clan's rules and even retained your holy maiden's identity for so many years, on account of our relationship. What cheek do you have to accuse me of? Lord Zhan was so exasperated that he went into a rage. But Huang Siluo's expression remained peaceful. She only opened her mouth to speak after Lord Zhan finished with what he had to say. On account of our relationship? Huang Zhanxiao, you're such a hypocrite. Who doesn't know that the reason for keeping me alive is merely to materialize your ambition? When the day comes, you probably can't wait to kill me with your own hands, right? Moreover, that day is not very far away, isn't it? Lord Zhan was stunned, apparently not expecting her to say such things. He remained silent for a moment before bursting out loudly, looks like after Huang Boyi came to see you the day before, he had already told you many things about the clan, eh? To think that this seat permitted him to come and see you, just because I believed that he was still devoted to you and that he had fulfilled merits for the clan. I did not expect him to betray this seat. A cold murderous glint flashed past Lord Zhan's eyes. Huang Siluo noticed this and her heart was alarmed as she hurriedly explained, this matter has nothing to do with Boyu. I am Sacred Phoenix Race's holy maiden. Do you think that the matters in Snow Phoenix Palace could be hidden from me? In truth, the blood essence which the Blood Moon Great Array had absorbed, is almost there, isn't it? It won't take many more years before Snow Phoenix Palace would rise to the surface again, right? Lord Zhan stared at her for a moment and nodded his head, that's right, you indeed know quite a lot of things. Huang Siluo sneered and said, such a huge matter and you're still hoping that I don't know about it. After all, the day when Snow Phoenix Palace had risen to ground level completely, it will be the day when I die. For this day, you've secretly plotted this for so many decades, playing with the top exponents in the entire Soaring Heavens continent for so many years. Even I also can't help but admire you for this. Lord Zhan shot her an indifferent glance. When he opened his mouth again, his tone turned frigid, third sister, why do you say that? I Huang Zhanxiao had never done anything for myself, but for the entire clan. In future, you will be sacrificing yourself for Sacred Phoenix Race, and not for me. Huang Siluo looked at his righteous look and her heart slighted him with even more disdain. Does eldest brother think that I'm an idiot? Ordinary clansmen might be deceived by you, but how would I not know your true face? She paused and said, that year, after God Realm's mixed battle among the different races, it caused heaven and earth to undergo a tremendous change. Many continents in God Realm were separated and formed a space barrier, and Soaring Heavens continent was one of them. Because of the existence of this space barrier, not only did Soaring Heavens continent's profound chi became scarce, even when practitioners have cultivated to 9th stage realm peak, they were unable to improve further to ascend to God Realm. Isn't it all because that you aren't able to ascend? Hence you were trying to find ways to make use of the Blood Moon Great Array to absorb practitioners' blood essence. Then gathering all those energies, to pierce through the layer of space barrier at one go? After saying so much, isn't that all for yourself? So why bother to put on a sanctimonious look? Huang Siluo was not convinced by his words. Instead, she started to mock him. Huang Zhanxiao, you're so ridiculous. As our clan's holy maiden, I can lay down my life for Sacred Phoenix Race's clansmen. However, what wrong have the ordinary practitioners in Soaring Heavens continent done? You set up the evil Blood Moon Great Array to draw so many innocent practitioners' blood essence. Just how many talented young people have been destroyed in your hands? What wrong have they done? Why should they sacrifice for you? These lowly humans are just serving us, God clans. They are no different from beasts, so their deaths are insignificant. Lord Zhan sneered, moreover speaking, if it wasn't for their elders who coordinated with me, I wouldn't be able to bring them over so easily. So in this sense, it's their fault for not being united enough. What's more, once the space barrier is broken through, those human race practitioners will be able to break through 10th stage realm and ascend to God Realm. If we put it in this way, they're the ones who had gained a huge advantage. This seed is selflessly contributing for them. You're simply incorrigible. Huang Siluo was stumped by her own elder brother's shameless speech. She was so infuriated that her face turned green and for a moment, she totally couldn't even rebut him at all. Lord Jean looked at her and sighed, "Third sister, why can't you understand me? Forget it. Those who wish to achieve great ambitions would naturally be mistaken by many. I should have known this long ago." Saying that, Lord Jean turned around. "Enough. Since you don't understand this seat, then this seat can't be bothered to explain any further to you. Just stay here honestly and don't come out with any tricks. On the day when Snow Phoenix Palace resurfaces to the ground, just fulfill your duty as Holy Maiden properly, and that will do. You can forget about me complying with your wishes." Lord Jean shrugged. "That's not up to you to decide." Huang Siluo replied coldly, "Even if the Blood Moon Great Array has stored enough energy, you still can't possibly break through the space barrier. You will also need to hold the sacrificial ceremony, using the purest blood and sacred phoenix race as a sacrifice, before you can activate Snow Phoenix Palace's concealed ancient spiritual power. I have the highest innate talent and the purest blood in the clan, and that's why you want to use me as a sacrifice. But have you ever thought that I don't have the purest blood after all? Based on my blood, you might not be able to draw out the full strength of Snow Phoenix Palace. You will also need Sacred Phoenix Race's God Relic, Sky Phoenix Ring, as the medium. 10 years ago, you sent your men to attack the little palace lord from Mythical Flame Palace near Lone Sky Summit just so that you can get the Sky Phoenix Ring from her. But in the end, although she died, the Sky Phoenix Ring also disappeared along with her. Without the Sky Phoenix Ring, even if you kill me, or every single person in the clan, you will not be able to attain your motive, so stop daydreaming." Lord John's expression remained unchanged when he heard that. He started to clap instead. "Not bad, not bad. Third sister, you're indeed our sect's holy maiden with the purest bloodline. Even the matter regarding Sky Phoenix Ring is unable to escape your soul trace. But you should have read our secret manual, Drifting Cloud Scroll, right? Back then, when the Sky Phoenix Ring was shattered into pieces by the clan master from Cloudy Qilin clan, other than the main piece, there are 3 other shattered pieces that landed on Soaring Heaven's continent. These 3 shattered pieces might not be as powerful as the main piece, not to mention that it isn't even worth mentioning against the complete piece of Sky Phoenix Ring that year. But it still contains boundless power. And I have already obtained one of the pieces." "What?" Huang Siluo's face was filled with astonishment, but a moment later, she calmed down and said, "So what if you have obtained a piece of the shattered Sky Phoenix Ring? Its power is, after all, not strong enough, and even if you were to use the shattered piece as the medium, it cannot be guaranteed that it would break open the space barrier, isn't it?" Lord Jean said disapprovingly, "It indeed cannot be guaranteed, but there's at least a 30% chance of success. So it's still worth a try." Huang Siluo stared at him in disbelief. "What did you say? Only 30% chance? Just for that mere 30% chance, you had to sacrifice so many people's lives? Just for a 30% chance of ascension?" Lord Jean looked at her with a faint smile and replied slowly, "Third sister, this seat had already reminded you multiple times. This 30% chance does not belong to this seat alone, but a chance for everyone. There are so many God clan's descendants, like our sacred Phoenix race, and so many human race practitioners. Just this little bit of sacrifice, of course, it's worth it. You're simply deranged." Huang Siluo's face turned pale from anger. "You've already said this multiple times, third sister." Lord Jean just ignored her fury as he continued, "Anyway, you'd best be prepared. If you willingly take the initiative to sacrifice for Sacred Phoenix Race, eldest brother, I will make sure that the clansmen all remember your kindness, but if you insist on going against me, why don't you think about that gigolo who you had privately married, about what kind of ending will it be for him?" Hearing that, Huang Siluo was stunned for a moment. But following that, her expression changed abruptly. What did you say? What did you do to Lu Feng? Where is he right now?" No, you're just lying to me. He had already escaped from Snow Phoenix Palace, the last time. Lord John sneered, so what if he escaped? His innate talent is only SOSO, and until now, he's probably an elementary 9th stage realm practitioner? Since you've been obedient for the past few years, so this seat cannot be bothered to find trouble for him. If you are not willing to coordinate with this seat, then this seat will find and capture him, which doesn't take much effort to do so. You also don't wish for this seat to torture him severely in front of you, to coerce you to obey, right? You. Huang Zhanxiao, you shameless villain. Lu Feng is your brother-in-law. How can you do such a thing? Huang Siluo was unable to remain composed upon hearing Bai Liufeng's life being threatened, hence her expression changed, and lost her cool. Lord John retorted, brother-in-law? A lowly human race, what right does he have to be this seat's brother-in-law? I'd advise you to stop thinking about all this nonsense, and cherish your remaining time left. Saying that he utterly lost his patience, and flicked his sleeves. Men, watch over Holy Maiden and take good care of her. If she were to lose even one hair, this seat will punish you for this. Yes. Lord John. The serving maids trembled with fear as they gave their response. Lord John then turned to leave Huang Siluo's room. Although the main door was not closed when they talked, no one in the entire Snow Phoenix Palace dared to eavesdrop on Lord John and Holy Maiden's conversation. Hence, their conversation was clearly heard by Lu Feng, who hid along the corner of the corridor. Hearing that, he was thoroughly shocked as he stood rooted on the spot. Even after Lord John had left for a while, he was still unable to regain his senses. Bai Lu Feng had not expected the truth to be so. He originally thought that Lord John had captured Huang Siluo, and even confined her for so many years, all because she had broken Sacred Phoenix race's rule of getting married to an outsider race. Whoever knew that the truth behind this was much harsher than what he had imagined. So, he had secretly plotted all these for so many years, and even dragged the entire Soaring Heavens continent's practitioners into this. He even set up an evil array to suck talented practitioners' blood essence without restraint. Whereas for the so-called Holy Maiden, Huang Siluo, she was only a sacrificial item that Lord John was preparing for the sacrificial ceremony. Bai Lu Feng went through the entire conversation once again, and he was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. From Huang Siluo's meaning, Lord John's plan seemed to have been executed to the last stage, and it might not take much longer to officially step into the sacrificial ceremony. If he hadn't infiltrated into Snow Phoenix Palace today and hadn't found out about this truth, perhaps, he might have missed the best chance of saving Huang Siluo. Thinking of this, Bai Lu Feng hesitated no longer. He aimed for a chance while the serving maids, who guarded the door, went into a trance and locked their meridians and hitting them unconscious. Huang Siluo was leaning against the soft mat while holding on to a book. On one look, she seemed to be reading. But in fact, she couldn't concentrate at all, as her thoughts had already flown away. Earlier when Lord Jean mentioned Bai Liufeng's name, it made her heart, which had remained silent, undulated once again. The two of them had been separated for so many years. Several years ago, Bai Lu Feng even infiltrated Snow Phoenix Palace once and was severely injured. Later on, there was no more news of him. Lu Feng, I wonder how you are, and if your injuries have already recovered? And, our Lear. Her long lashes drooped as she muttered to herself. Just as she was indulged in her sadness, a familiar yet strange voice entered her ears, Siluo, I'm fine and my injuries have already recovered long ago. Huang Siluo was shocked and almost jumped up from the mat. She lifted her head and saw a man half knelt in front of her. Bai Liufeng's looks were the same as 10 years ago. There were some traces of time on his face, and he looked even more mature. But he was still dashing and suave, with a hint of refined aristocratic bearing. You. Huang Siluo was tongue-tied as her eyes opened wide, unable to speak a complete sentence. Bai Lufeng looked at Huang Siluo up and down, as though to quench his thirst, and his eyes were already brimming with wetness. Siluo, it's me. I'm your husband Bai Lufeng. Look at me. All these years, I've made you suffer, to be confined in this place, and tormented. It's all my fault. Now, I've come to rescue you. He held Huang Siluo's hand tightly, and sensed her icy cold temperature. He lowered his head and kissed her palm, hoping to warm her up. However, Huang Siluo remained stunned. Bai Lufeng was helpless as he sighed and pulled her into his arms. Siluo, what's the matter with you? Have you forgotten about me? Huang Siluo leaned on his chest, and after a while, she regained her senses. Lufeng, you're really Lufeng. She pushed him aside and retreated backward while glaring at him in fright. Why are you here? Did my eldest brother capture you? Bai Lufeng knew that she was mistaken and hurriedly pacified her. Siluo, don't be anxious. It's not Lord Jean who captured me, but I, who came in on my own. What? How could you possibly enter this place? This is the underground level of Snow Phoenix Palace. Even a 9th-ranked array master could enter successfully without the mechanism distribution map. Huang Siluo's face was filled with disbelief. No, it's not possible? What on earth is going on? Bai Lufeng hurriedly said, it's a long story and there's no time to explain in detail now. Anyway, after I escaped from Snow Phoenix Palace last time, I met with a small opportunity. Not only have I become an array master, but my cultivation had also drastically increased as well. So, I especially hurried over today to save you. When Huang Siluo heard that, she carefully sensed Bai Lufeng's aura and was so astonished that her mouth opened wide. Bai Lufeng was at a genuine 9th stage realm peak cultivation. Moreover, she could tell from his self-effacing and powerful aura that his true ability should be much higher than the normal sky chart top exponents. This? Lufeng, you really have become so powerful. How did you do it? Huang Siluo asked astonishedly. When she separated from Bai Lufeng a few years ago, he was merely at 7th stage realm. Moreover, Bai Lufeng's innate talent was not as good as hers. Furthermore, he had been delayed as he was born in a small place like Southview Kingdom. Therefore, his ability would not be raised so quickly. It would already be an achievement if he could ascend into 9th stage realm before he turned 50 years old. But the current Bai Lufeng was only 30 years old, and he had already reached the potential of a peak rate top exponent. This was simply out of Huang Siluo's expectations. Bai Lufeng replied, I'll explain this slowly after we leave Snow Phoenix Palace. Now, we don't have time to waste. We must take this opportunity when Lord Jean isn't around, to leave this place quickly. Hearing that, Huang Siluo instantly regained her senses. She shook her head and shoved Bai Lufeng. No way, I can't leave with you. Lufeng, hurry on and leave this place quickly. I'm really grateful that you have infiltrated this place to see me, but this is simply too dangerous. Hurry and leave now, and don't come back in future. Bai Lufeng was shoved, but not only did he not back off, but he also pulled Huang Siluo into an embrace, holding on to her tightly. Siluo, what nonsense are you saying? I came here just to save you, and I will not leave you alone. Relax, my ability now isn't beneath Lord Jean, and I can get you out of this place. Saying that he wanted to carry her and leave. No, you can't, it's impossible. Huang Siluo wasn't willing to move. I am Sacred Phoenix Race's holy maiden and my presence is linked to the entire Snow Phoenix Palace. My eldest brother had set a restraint on me, and he will find out immediately when I leave this room. So he will hurry back to stop you. There are many outstanding top experts in Sacred Phoenix Race, so no matter how strong your ability is, you can't charge out on your own. Bai Lufeng was stunned, but he didn't forcefully barge again. There's such a thing? This Lord Jean is simply too vicious and sinister. Let me see if I can remove your restraint first. He held Huang Siluo's wrist, thinking of injecting his profound energy to probe. Huang Siluo didn't resist, but she didn't stop trying to persuade him. Lu Feng, listen to me. Snow Phoenix Palace is laid with mechanisms everywhere, so it's hard for you to leave, with me by your side. Look at me now. Although I am being confined, I am well fed and dressed, so I am leading a comfortable life. I don't want to leave. Bai Lufeng shook his head. Stop trying to deceive me. I heard your entire conversation with Lord Jean earlier. The reason why Lord Jean captured you is so that he can kill you at some sacrificial ceremony, to use your blood essence to activate an array. Don't think that I don't know about this. Huang Siluo's expression instantly paled. You heard all about this? Bai Lufeng lifted his head and gazed straight into her eyes with a peaceful and determined look. That's right, I heard every single word. This sacrificial ceremony would probably be done very soon, isn't it? Yet you're still unwilling to leave with me? When Huang Siluo heard that, her expression changed completely as she withdrew her hand with force. Enough. Lu Feng, it's not that I'm not willing to leave with you, but I can't. My eldest brother will never allow me to leave this place, and even if we do manage to escape, he will seek us out. But if you leave alone, he might not pursue you relentlessly. Bai Lufeng held her hand tightly, not allowing her to escape as he quickly said, Siluo, I know you're doing this for me. That's why you're willing to stay here, and you want me to leave quickly. But have you ever thought about what I think? We've been separated for such a long time and I've finally managed to find you, but you're unwilling to leave with me? How can I possibly leave you here alone, facing the situation where you might be killed any time, whereas I go wandering about in a carefree manner? Impossible. You must leave with me today. Even if I have to die here today, at least I can accompany you in death. Huang Siluo's eyes widened, as she was both shocked and touched. She blinked and the tears started dripping from the corner of her eyes. Lu Feng, why must you do this? What have I ever done to deserve someone like you? The truth is, I am just a liar. That year, I concealed my identity and got close to you. Otherwise, you'd have found another lady with a simple background and lead a fulfilling life. Why would you have suffered so much, even near death, just because of me? Bai Lufeng hugged her tightly as his arms encircled her. His embrace was so tight that their ribs were in pain, but he still wasn't willing to let her go at all. Stop these absurdities. I was the one who liked you first, and I don't want to find some lady with a simple background. I only like you. Even if I were to die here today, that's something that I do willingly. Alright, let's stop talking. Hurry and leave with me. Saying that he pulled Huang Siluo's hand and was about to leave. However, Huang Siluo stopped after a few steps. Siluo, what's the matter? Bai Lufeng asked with a frown. Huang Siluo wiped her tears and said softly, Lu Feng, go on first. Haven't I said that I don't mind? Bai Lufeng hadn't finished his sentence when he was interrupted by Huang Siluo. Lu Feng, I'm saying this, not because I intend to follow my brother's instructions, to really become a sacrificial offering. But I just don't want us to die obscurely. If we endure this for a bit longer, we will have enough certainty of our chances to escape. Are you willing to do as what I say? Bai Lufeng frowned as his subconsciousness chose to doubt her words. Siluo, don't think of lying to me. Whatever you say, I will not make a move first, and let you continue staying at this god-damn place. Huang Siluo shook her head slightly. Listen to what I have got to say first, then make your decision later, alright? Bai Lufeng looked at her eyes, which were brimming with tears. He just couldn't speak out words of refusal and could only sigh. Alright, go ahead. Huang Siluo composed herself and said, You broke in abruptly today, wanting to bring me out of this place, so this is definitely not possible. Snow Phoenix Palace is filled with mechanisms, so don't ever think that today's infiltration is considered smooth sailing. If my eldest brother were to activate the mechanisms everywhere, then we won't be able to escape even if we have wings. But, I have a few mechanism drawings here, which were left behind from ancient times. You can take these and research on it. So the next time you come into Snow Phoenix Palace again, you would have made adequate preparations, and we will be able to escape successfully. Next time? Bai Lufeng immediately shook his head. I still have to wait until next time. Are you mad? Lord Zhan might possibly send you to your death at any moment. Huang Siluo stretched out her hand and placed it on his tightly wound brows as she shook her head slightly. You don't need to be overly worried over this. Earlier you should have heard that my eldest brother wants to kill me, just because he wanted to borrow the Blood Moon Great Array's energy to break through the space barrier. But this isn't something that could be done casually, and it requires a certain chance. After Blood Moon Great Array has accumulated enough blood essence, Snow Phoenix Palace will slowly surface from the underground. This process will take around half a year. Moreover, Snow Phoenix Palace is still buried underground now. So, I will definitely not die yet. Bai Lufeng heard that and had slightly eased his tension. Really? Is that really so? Then, about the array that you were talking about earlier, when will it absorb enough blood essence? Huang Siluo said, this is hard to say. My eldest brother started capturing younger practitioners since 3 or 4 years ago, absorbing their blood essence, but until now, there's still not enough energy. So it proves that this is a long journey. But since he's so full of assurance that he will definitely succeed, I'm afraid that it would probably take another 3 to 5 years before it could finally accumulate enough energy. 3 to 5 years? It can drag for so long? Don't you even think of weaving such lies, just to get me to leave? Bai Lufeng locked her eyes into a tight gaze as he tried to judge the authenticity of her words. I'm telling you, if you die, I will accompany you at first timing. It is meaningless for you to make me live for a few more days. Huang Siluo looked at this man with deep eyes and couldn't help but sighed. I know what you mean. I promise you, we will live and die together. Hearing this from her, Bai Lufeng heaved a sigh of relief. With your promise, I can finally rest assured. Huang Siluo knew that he had already decided to relent, and her lips curled into an upward arc. She turned around and took a few books from the bookshelf, then passed it to Bai Lufeng. These are the mechanisms drawings that I have collected, but it's not complete. Only my eldest brother has the complete distribution map. So you will still be required to explore some places on your own. Bai Lufeng nodded. I understand. Huang Siluo hesitated for a moment and said, there's one more thing. The Blood Moon Great Array that my eldest brother uses to absorb the energy is on the 2nd level in Snow Phoenix Palace. This is an array which had been left behind since ancient times, so you cannot damage it based on your ability. But according to the instructions on the mechanism drawing, you can teleport there. If you see anyone who can still be saved, then just release them. In this way, it will also decrease the speed of blood essence, which are gathered by the Blood Moon Great Array. Towards Huang Siluo's instructions, Bai Lufeng naturally accepted it without any questions. He nodded his head continuously and said, don't worry, I will do according to what you say. Huang Siluo lowered her head and spoke out softly, you must remember, a living person who enters the Blood Moon Great Array will only be able to stay there for a maximum of 4 hours. Otherwise, there would be irreversible damage to their body. So you must pay attention to your safety. I only wish for you to be well. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. Although they finished what they had to say, Bai Lufeng was still reluctant to leave. He grabbed Huang Siluo's hand, and his gaze remained fixed on her face as all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. There were too many things that he wanted to say, but he didn't know what to say first. Huang Siluo was feeling the same. She knew clearly that she wanted Bai Lufeng to leave quickly because the longer he stayed, the more dangerous it would be. But she was unable to speak of any words to chase him away. Although she had already given Bai Lufeng hope, to make him believe that he would be able to save her out in one piece. But in her heart, she actually believed that there was no way for her to escape from Lord Zhang's clutches. But she didn't lie to Bai Lufeng. The promise to live and die together was real, but they could only choose to die together. After some time, Huang Siluo opened her mouth. Lufeng, lastly. Is she still in South Yu Kingdom? She should be 11 years old now, right? Bai Lufeng had not expected her to ask about this, so his heart sank. He didn't know how to tell Huang Siluo that he had left their precious gem in South Yu Kingdom, for him to come over to Northern Ice Fields to save her. Moreover, he had not returned to see her for the past 11 years. After he woke up in Seiju Su's cave, he proceeded to Snow Phoenix Palace immediately to save her. So he hadn't thought of returning to South Yu Kingdom at all. Seeing Huang Siluo's anxious looks, he could only reply to her guiltily, this Lear is being brought up by her uncle. Bai Lufeng hemmed and hawed as he spoke, but just at this moment, a cry of shock was heard coming from the door. What's going on? Why are you lying on the floor? Quickly get up. Where's Holy Maiden? What's wrong with Holy Maiden? A man's voice was heard. When Huang Siluo heard this voice, her expression changed abruptly. However, before the both of them could even respond, the man had already dashed into the room. Holy Maiden! You, who are you? What are you trying to do to Holy Maiden? Bai Lufeng hurriedly turned around and blocked Huang Siluo behind him. At the same time, he squinted his eyes alertly. The person who charged in was a handsome-looking man who wore a golden-red phoenix embroidered long robe. In Sacred Phoenix race, it was a symbol of status for those who were allowed to wear phoenix totem embroidery. This man was apparently an aristocrat and his status in the clan was rather esteemed. Moreover, the aura on him was extremely powerful, and he looked like a top-rated exponent from just one look. The most important thing was the gaze that he cast upon Huang Siluo, which made Bai Lufeng felt extremely uncomfortable. Bai Lufeng hadn't even said a word and Huang Siluo already stood out as she raised her voice. Huang Boyu, why have you suddenly intruded in? Holy Maiden, are you all right? Where did this brazen fellow come from, holding Holy Maiden as a hostage? Simply looking for death. Quickly, let Holy Maiden go. Huang Boyu glowered at Bai Lufeng, as he struck out without any warning. Bai Lufeng naturally wouldn't back down, and he instantly counterattacked. Wait! Huang Siluo cried out anxiously. Alas, she couldn't stop the two men's instinctive fight. The both of them realized, at first instance, that they both liked the same woman. So they weren't willing to back down at all. Their profound energies clashed in midair. Huang Boyu gave a muffled groan and took several steps back. He barely stopped only when he crashed against the side of the door. At the same time, blood trickled down from the corner of his lips and his face turned extremely pale as he looked at Bai Lufeng in disbelief. Huang Siluo was originally so anxious that her heart almost jumped out of her mouth, but she had not expected the outcome to turn out like this. Lufeng, she turned around and looked at Bai Lufeng in shock. It was right until this moment when she realized that the big chance which Bai Lufeng said that he had encountered, with a tremendous increase in his ability, wasn't just mere talk. Huang Boyu was considered as one of the top experts in Sacred Phoenix race, but in front of Bai Lufeng, it only took the latter one move and he was already injured. Bai Lufeng turned his head and smiled as he comforted him, "Don't worry. I already said that I can deal with these." Huang Boyu swept a fierce look towards Bai Lufeng and turned as he ran out. When Huang Siluo saw his action, she hurriedly pushed Bai Lufeng and urged, "It's bad. Huang Boyu has escaped, so he definitely has gone to look for my eldest brother. You have to get out of this place now, and leave immediately. Otherwise, you will not be able to leave by then. Bai Lufeng took 2 steps back from her push, but he still maintained a reluctant gaze at her, so he wasn't willing to nudge. Huang Silua was so anxious that she stomped her feet. Why are you still in a daze? Don't tell me that you really want to die here? If you died here, who will come and save me? Hearing that, Bai Lufeng awoke from his dream. He clenched his teeth tightly that he could taste the blood in his mouth. Siluo, wait for me. I will definitely come back and rescue you. Bai Lufeng turned around and scurried out. By this time, Lord Zhan had already obtained news and personally led his clansmen over, hoping to capture Bai Lufeng. Luckily, Bai Lufeng was agile enough and finally managed to escape. But he suffered a serious injury again and almost died in Snow Phoenix Palace. Bai Lufeng sighed as he finished his story about the past. So, the situation back then was roughly like this. It was only until that day did I find out that there were still a group of ancient god clan descendants left in Soaring Heaven's continent. Whereas they kept themselves secluded because they had been searching for a way to break through the space barrier so that they can get a chance to return to God Realm. Later on, I spent a long time on recuperation and finally fully recovered. Then, I started to research the mechanism distribution maps, trying to find a way to infiltrate into Snow Phoenix Palace, to complete the missing portions of the mechanism. I also attempted to enter the underground level to meet with your mother again, but Lord Zhan changed the room where your mother is confined. He also sent a lot of practitioners to keep guard on rotation duty. But I still can't find a chance to get close to her. As your mother had once asked about your situation, I didn't want to be unable to answer her the next time I meet her again. So later on, I made a few trips back to Southview Kingdom, but unfortunately, you had already left with that fellow surnamed Li. So father didn't manage to find you. Bai Lufeng started to stop until here. Huang Yueli and the others were already so absorbed from hearing this, so they weren't able to recollect their senses. Bai Lufeng's description and the information conveyed were simply too much. Even if they had guessed this earlier, the secret behind Sacred Phoenix Race was simply too shocking. But Bai Lufeng's words still surpassed their imagination. Bai Lufeng didn't say a word but raised the cup. He sipped the tea as he waited for them to regain their senses. After a while later, they finally digested this news. But the shock on their faces still hadn't waned. So, my mother is under Lord Zhan's control. Her life is in critical danger and not like what father said previously? Father, you are indeed lying to us before. Huang Yueli stared at Bai Lufeng as she questioned him in an unfriendly tone. Bai Lufeng was very awkward. I really didn't want you to risk your life with me. If things go awry, your mother and I might die in Snow Phoenix Palace. You are our only daughter, so we hope that you can live on properly, leading a happy and fortunately life. He attempted to explain, but Huang Yueli pouted her lips, as she paid no attention to him and continued speaking. Moreover, the last time we were in Northern Ice Fields, we already saw Snow Phoenix Palace rising from underground. This proves that my mother only has less than half a year. Not only did father not tell us, but you also insisted on making me and Moing return to Sky Emperor City. You even urge us to get married. This. Father can tell that you and young sect Master Li are in love with each other, so I just want you to have a place to call home. Bai Lufeng's voice became much softer. Huang Yueli still didn't bother about him and said, after that, when our wedding had ended, father didn't even bid farewell and snuck away. Because my mother only has around 1 month left? Father feels that after he pushed a burden like me away to Moing, then you will have no more misgivings and can concentrate on what you want to do, right? No, how would father ever treat you like a burden? Father only feels that this is my generation's matter, so it shouldn't involve youngsters like you. Bai Lufeng's sweat kept sprouting, because this was the first time he realized that his intelligent and adorable daughter was actually so terrifying when she flared up. simply showing off her prowess, without displaying her anger. Although there wasn't any anger on her face, and there was even a slight smile, but he was full of guilt, almost not being able to lift his head at all. Huang Yueli gave a cold snort and turned around. Father obviously knows that this is the most crucial moment. But you didn't even tell me the truth, and came forward on your own. I believe that you have already made a decision that you will not be returning, right? This. Hearing that, Bai Lufeng couldn't make out any explanation at all. Because what Huang Yueli said was correct. From the second he secretly left Blue Profound Sect, he had already made preparations for death. For so many years, his ability had been increasing gradually, and the number of times that he infiltrated Snow Phoenix Palace was getting more and more. This made him realize how deep the concrete details of an ancient god clan like Sacred Phoenix race were. Previously, he had really ran into great luck to meet with Huang Siluo. The minute Lord Zhan started to guard against him, he was unable to find her at all, not to mention anything about saving her. This time, he intended to stake everything he had to infiltrate Snow Phoenix Palace. Regardless of the price he had to pay, he would risk it all to save her. However, Lord Zhan was now in his last stage of planning, so his control over Huang Siluo was much tighter than before. He no longer could trust anyone to keep guard on Huang Siluo, but instead brought her along by his side every single day. So although Bai Lufeng relied on the mechanism distribution map to successfully infiltrate the underground level and found the place where Huang Siluo was confined, but he and Huang Siluo had not even managed to say a word, and he was discovered by Lord Zhan. After that, a fierce battle ensued. If it wasn't for Huang Yueli and Li Moying's timely arrival, he might already have turned into one of the dried corpses in the Blood Moon Great Array. Seeing Bai Liufeng's hemming and hawing, Huang Yueli's anger arose out of nowhere. Father, how can you do this? I know that you didn't tell me because you're afraid of me getting worried. But have you ever considered how strong Sacred Phoenix race is? Just based on you alone, even if you have exceedingly high ability, so what about it? With us helping you, the chances of saving Mother would increase drastically. Bai Lufeng was berated by his dainty little girl and his face turned black as he lost his face. Lastly, how can you blame Father? Father is doing this for your good. From young, Father had never really taken care of you, hence causing you to be bullied for so many years. Father had already done you wrong for that. Now, you've finally managed to cultivate to your current level, and even found a husband whom you love dearly. How can Father ask you to risk your life for your mother? Moreover speaking, your mother wouldn't be willing to let you risk your life for her. She would definitely prefer you to lead a happy life. Initially, Bai Lufeng was still feeling a little guilty. But when he spoke to the end, he started to feel that he was in the right and became self-confident. He and Huang Siluo only had that one precious daughter. He wasn't able to see her grow up when she was young, and it was already something that he regretted deeply. Now, he was able to witness her in a traditional Chinese wedding dress, getting married to the man of her dreams. It gave Bai Lufeng some comfort. He really didn't wish for Huang Yueli's lifestyle to be affected by an irresponsible father like him. Thinking of this, Bai Lufeng decided to bring out a father's pride. He gave a loud cough. Anyway, you cannot get involved in this matter. You've already found out about the truth, and Father has already given you an explanation. So hurry on and head back to Sky Emperor City. He rarely showed a face to Huang Yueli, and he felt that he was fierce enough. But Huang Yueli was someone who had been through great storms. So how could she possibly be frightened by his pretense of harshness? She ignored what Bai Lufeng said and turned around to talk to Lu Baiyan. Senior brother, it looks like we need to come out with a proper plan to save my mother. May I trouble you to go get Guardian Jun and Guardian Yu over, so that we can discuss this together? Lu Baiyan nodded his head and turned around to leave. Bai Lufeng was exasperated when he heard what she said and shouted, Divine Dr. Lu, come back here. This is my matter, I don't need you guys to be busybodies. However, Lu Baiyan's footsteps took a short pause as he said, apologies Marquis Bai, I only take instructions from my junior sister. Bai Lufeng immediately turned his gaze back onto Huang Yueli. Lastly, you don't listen to your father's words any longer? Father said that you don't need to get involved in this matter. Can't you be obedient and listen to me? Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes and nudged a little towards Li Moying and hugged his arm. I'm sorry, father, but I'm already married. I will listen to my father when I'm still single, but after marriage, I will listen to my husband. Bai Lufeng almost fainted from anger as he shot an angry look at Li Moying. Stinky brat, what do you say? Li Moying felt rather helpless when he faced his truculent father-in-law. Actually, I also feel that this is too dangerous. It's no problem for me to bring them along with father-in-law to Snow Phoenix Palace, but it's best for Lear to not go. Before he could finish his words, a sharp pain was lodged on his arm. Li Moying turned his head around and saw Huang Yueli staring at him with her widened eyes, filled with the meaning of threat. Moreover, she immediately pinched Li Moying's arm hard, once again. He gave a bitter smile and said, Father-in-law, you've also seen this for yourself. How would I dare to go against Lear? I want to support you badly, but since Lear wants to go with you, I can only listen to her. Hearing that, Huang Yueli's expression transformed from overcast to cloudy weather. She gave a harumph and let go of his pitiful arm. Bai Liufeng's brows were tightly knitted as he spoke out in an unfriendly tone, Li Moying, look at you. You're really outrageous. A grown man like you can't even handle your wife? A henpecked man like you has simply thrown a man's pride away. He was feeling melancholic. He spoke with reason, but why didn't anyone stand on his side? Huang Yueli refused to listen to him, but he also couldn't bear to scold her. But towards Li Moying, he wasn't that modest at all. These words seemed to be casting the blame onto Li Moying entirely. Li Moying's expression remained unchanged as he spoke in a composed tone, Father-in-law, you've overpraised me. You're willing to let Lear marry me, isn't that because you knew that I was a shameless henpecked man? Bai Lufeng choked on his words. That was right. Back then, the point that he valued Li Moying most was that this fellow was especially obedient towards what Huang Yueli said, and he would listen to all her instructions. But now, at this moment, Bai Lufeng felt that Li Moying was spineless in front of Huang Yueli, and the latter was intentionally putting himself against him, his father-in-law. Anyway, no matter what you guys say, I will definitely not agree for Lastly to go along. Bai Lufeng couldn't out-talk them, so he just stopped talking reason, and started to play rogue. Li Moying shook his head in amusement, as he discovered that this father-in-law of his really loved his daughter very much. Actually, he was even more unwilling for Huang Yueli to head over to Snow Phoenix Palace. Because only he and Huang Yueli knew that the main body of the Sky Phoenix ring had not been combusted because of her self-explosion. Instead, it was right inside Huang Yueli's body. Lord Zhan also knew about this, and he had been searching for the Sky Phoenix ring. For Huang Yueli, to enter Snow Phoenix Palace was actually an extremely dangerous thing. But Li Moying understood Huang Yueli's thinking very well. He knew that for a girl like her to see her father risking his life on his own, while she stayed hidden in a safe place, was something that she was not able to do. Helpless, he could only choose to stand on Huang Yueli's side. She looked at Bai Lufeng and shrugged, Father, don't be mistaken. I don't need your consent to enter Snow Phoenix Palace. Saying that, she pointed to her head, anyway, I've already remembered the entire mechanism distribution map, and I can go in any time I want to. If you don't want to work with us, then we'll just split up into 2 separate routes. Why are you so disobedient? Bai Lufeng totally couldn't do anything to her. It was until now that he realized that having an intelligent and incredible daughter was actually a flaw. When there was deviation between them, Huang Yueli would not give way easily. Just as the both of them were in a stalemate, a shuffle of footsteps was heard from the corridor. Lu Bian brought Song Pijun and Song Piyu into the room. "Junior sister, I brought them here." Lu Bian indicated for the both of them to sit down and turned around to tell Huang Yueli, "On our way here, I've roughly briefed them on the situation. We can discuss the plan next." "Junior sister, what plans do you have in mind?" Huang Yueli's eyes lit up and she walked over immediately. The few of them sat around a small side table. "Since everyone's here, let's discuss this properly. Everyone has already seen the situation in Snow Phoenix Palace's situation yesterday. There are many mechanisms and plenty of strong practitioners. If we're not careful, we might possibly end up being trapped inside. Moreover, we don't have a lot of manpower." Her expression was stern as she spoke frankly with assurance. Li Moying, who was seated next to her, was listening to her attentively while pouring tea and passing the teacup to her. Huang Yueli took it from him, sipped on the tea, and continued, "Although the path which we entered the underground level yesterday is the shortest, but there are several checkpoints which are guarded. If we try to infiltrate in again, taking back the same route would increase the chances of us being discovered. Grandmaster Huang is right. Since this is the case, why don't we try to take this route?" Song Piyu thought over this for a while and laid out the mechanism distribution map on the table as he pointed to a part. "Everyone come and take a look." The 5 people present sat down and got into the mood quickly as they started to discuss this attentively. Blue profound sex practitioners would often assist each other to complete difficult missions, or to explore dangerous mystic regions. So to them, this kind of situation was very common. Although this was the first time that they were fighting against an ancient god clan, which was powerful and mysterious, this had not affected their determination to gain victory. After all, this mission was personally led by their most revered sovereign and the resourceful and black-bellied Grandmaster Huang. Bai Lu Feng, who was standing by the side, was feeling stifled by the minute when he saw them. These people practically ignored his views, and started to discuss this directly. What was wrong with them? He was the most important person in this entire matter, wasn't he? He had already objected violently to Huang Yueli's joining of this mission. But these people just totally ignored all his objections. Bai Lu Feng held his anger in, hence he sat on a bench by the side, drinking his tea. He refused to join in the intense discussion between those 5 people. At the same time, he kept mulling over ideas that could stop his Lastly from having thoughts of entering Snow Phoenix Palace with him. Ask his son-in-law to work harder, to impregnate Lastly? No way, she was only 16 years old. How could she give birth at such a young age? But what other ideas were there, to stop Lastly? This young lady had inherited all the stubbornness from her mother. Father, what are you thinking of? Father. Bai Lu Feng was in a trance when he suddenly heard someone calling him loudly. Moreover, that person had called out to him consecutively. He turned around and gave a slight frown. "What's the matter? Do you still know that I'm your father?" Huang Yueli put on an expression of arrogance, as she felt amused but didn't dare to reflect it out. Her lips curled into a sweet smile, with a pliable voice. "Father, what are you saying? I like father the most, how can I not know who you are? HNG, stop trying to bewitch me. You practically disregarded the things that I said. If you really like your father, why won't you listen to my views?" Bai Lu Feng replied petulantly. Huang Yueli chuckled and said, "Father, don't be angry. It's my fault. It's impossible for us to not listen to you. See, haven't I come over to ask you?" Bai Lu Feng swept her a glance as he didn't really believe in her. "Oh, really?" Huang Yueli put on an innocent look and furiously shook her head. "That's right. Father, what do you think of the plan that we suggested earlier? Is there anything that you want to add on?" Hearing that, Bai Lu Feng went into a blank. What plan? He was immersed in his own emotions earlier, so he wasn't listening to what they were saying. Seeing that, Huang Yueli wasn't surprised at all. She opened her mouth once, telling him about the contents that they had discussed earlier. Father, we've analyzed this earlier. You have entered Snow Phoenix Palace many times, but still aren't able to find the location of where my mother is being detained. Now, Lord Jean even brings my mother around everywhere. Under this circumstance, even if we manage to infiltrate Snow Phoenix Palace's underground level, I don't know how much time will be wasted to find my mother. We must also kill Lord Jean before we can rescue her. As she said that, she sized up everyone present. The few of us are soaring heaven's continent's first-rated top exponents, but Sacred Phoenix race's background is very deep, so we don't know how many top exponents are there in the clan. Moreover, they have that evil pill which they used the young practitioner's blood essence and spiritual roots to refine. That pill can increase their battle power drastically, and in addition to Lord Jean's astounding ability. If we were to forcefully barge in to save her, the success rate isn't very high. She did a great job in analysis, and Bai Lufeng agreed with her point of view. But his expression didn't reveal his emotions. He only said in disbelief, the success rate isn't high, but we still have to save her. Anyway, we can't just give up on him, right? Huang Yueli said, our motive is just to save my mother, and giving up is not an option. But we must choose the most suitable chance to infiltrate Snow Phoenix Palace. A moment when Lord Jean and the other Sacred Phoenix Palace's clansmen would ease off their alertness. Bai Lufeng frowned, as he didn't quite understand what she meant. But he quickly revealed an enlightened look, as he stared at Huang Yueli in astonishment. Your meaning is, surely not, you're choosing to infiltrate during the sacrificial ceremony? Huang Yueli's lips curled as she nodded, indeed my father, we share the same thinking. According to what father said earlier, Lord Jean had killed so many people and made so many years of preparation. His ultimate aim is all for the sacrificial ceremony. Then, when it's time for the sacrificial ceremony, all his attention will be placed on the ceremony. As for the other matters, his alertness will more or less be loosened up. Moreover, by then, he will have to preside the ceremony, and he would not have any time to guard my mother. At the same time, the entire Snow Phoenix Palace's guards will also be reduced. So, although this day seems to be the most dangerous, but in reality, it is instead the safest day. We can choose to infiltrate on this day, and our success rate will be the highest. Saying that, Huang Yueli turned around and looked at Bai Lufeng. Father, what do you think? Bai Lufeng had to admit that what she said was correct. He muttered irresolutely for a moment and said, I've considered the same things that you said before. But I'm worried that on the day of the sacrificial ceremony, time would be overly constrained and we might be obstructed by Lord Jean during the process of infiltration. It might cause a delay in timing. If your mother had unfortunately been harmed by Lord Jean due to this timing, it will be too late for regrets by then. Huang Yueli also delved into deep thoughts when she heard that. Father, what you say makes sense. If we really wait until the day of the sacrificial ceremony, we will only have 6 to 8 hours to take action. It indeed is a little pressed for us to locate where my mother is detained, and also to disrupt the ceremony to save her. Li Moying listened to the father and daughter's conversation by the side. He waited till this moment to caress Huang Yueli's smooth and long black hair on her back, as he spoke out unhurriedly, Father-in-law, you don't have to worry. In the past, you were alone and it indeed is difficult to complete so many things in one day. But now there are 6 of us, and we can split into 2 or 3 teams, to complete the missions separately. In this way, it can save a large amount of time. Hearing that, Bai Lufeng's brows suddenly eased. If you put it in this way, it makes sense too. But I'm still worried. After all, this is my last chance with Siluo. Li Moying played with Huang Yueli's hair as he said in a deep voice, Father-in-law, everything we do involves risks, and since matters have already come to such a step if we don't stake everything in this, the ending would be even unacceptable. Moreover, our infiltration into Snow Phoenix Palace this time would only allow Lord Jean to clearly understand our plan and ability. So he will be even more guarded against us. Why not we let him loosen up a little, to let him assume that you are already dead? In this way, on the day of the sacrificial ceremony, our sudden attack would attain the peak effect. Li Moying shut his mouth after he was done with his analysis. He held on to Huang Yule's little hand and sat there. He didn't do any unnecessarily urging and waited patiently for Bai Lufeng to make a decision. Bai Lufeng was a peerless top exponent who had experienced lots of big waves as well. So his scope wasn't low. Earlier his indecisiveness was all because his concern messed up his thinking. He was very concerned about Huang Siluo's safety, hence he was stuck in between a rock and a hard place, not knowing what he should do. But since Li Moying had already put it in this manner, Bai Lufeng was an intelligent person. Neither did he wanted to lose face in front of his son-in-law, so he naturally made the best option. Indeed, Bai Lufeng frowned for a moment and finally nodded his head. All right, we'll listen to your plans. We'll first preserve and nurture our spirits and come out with a plan, then take action on the day of the sacrificial ceremony. Huang Yuli was overjoyed and she couldn't stop smiling. However, she hadn't smiled for too long when she heard Bai Lufeng saying, "But, I still don't agree with lastly taking action together with us." Huang Yuli's expression stiffened slightly. "Father, can you don't act in this manner? I also want to save Mother personally. Moreover, many of Snow Phoenix Palace's mechanisms require the clansman blood to be activated. Without me, there are many paths which you won't be able to take. And by then, you will be discovered easily. The possibility of saving Mother would greatly decrease as well." Huang Yu tried hard to emphasize her own use. What she said was right on the dot. Bai Liufeng's brows creased as he was unwilling, but yet, he had no choice but to admit that what Huang Yuli said was correct. Although he managed to enter the underground level in his last infiltration into Snow Phoenix Palace, that was due to the lack of security. After his infiltration yesterday, the security in the palace would definitely increase greatly. Under this circumstance, if he wanted to enter the underground level, they could only take those few secluded paths. Whereas these paths, all without exception, required the use of sacred Phoenix race's clansman blood to activate some of the mechanisms. Some even required the blood to be of certain purity. Ordinary clansman's blood might not necessarily activate it successfully. If they were to leave Huang Yueli, who had the purest Holy Maiden's bloodline, then they would find it difficult to move about in Snow Phoenix Palace. Bai Lufeng thought over this for a long time, but was still unable to find a way to rebut her suggestion. When Huang Yueli saw that, she smiled and said, "All right, we'll fix this as it is. With me joining the team, there will be 3 of us who are responsible for activating the mechanisms. I, Father, and Guardian, you can all lead the team to act separately, and that will greatly increase our chances of success." Saying that, she was just about to get up when Li Moying suddenly pulled her, causing her to fall into his arms. "Moying, what's the matter?" She lifted her head and looked at her husband in astonishment. Li Moying gazed into her eyes for a moment and spoke out softly, "Leer, actually I'm also worried about letting you go into Snow Phoenix Palace. But for matters related to your mother, I also know that I cannot stop you. But, I have a condition." Huang Yueli blinked. "What condition?" Li Moying said, "You're only now at 7th stage realm peak, so you're at a huge disadvantage when you face Sacred Phoenix race's 9th stage realm practitioners. I cannot allow you to take the risk in this state. So in this period, you must work hard to cultivate, at least to advance into 8th stage realm, before I can be assured." Huang Yueli gazed into the man's deep eyes, which were laced with worry, and she started to feel a little guilty. Her innate talent was actually very powerful, but as she needed to learn pill and armament refining skills, she would normally be disrupted often. So although her cultivation speed was faster than ordinary practitioners, as compared to Li Moying, this abnormal pervert her speed was lacking by quite a bit. In the past few months, she had been worried about way too many things. So her cultivation time had greatly decreased, and that led to her delay to progress into 8th stage realm. Hearing Li Moying's words, she instantly comprehended and said, "I understand. Don't worry, I will not leave my room in this period, and work hard to cultivate. Actually, I've recently sensed that my profound energy is slowly becoming abundant, and I'm on the verge of breaking through. Northern ice fields as heaven and earth, profound qi is extremely thick, so cultivating here for some time will allow me to advance." Bai Lufeng also said, "What Li Moying said is correct. Lastly, you have the lowest cultivation among the few of us, and during this period, I will personally supervise you to cultivate. You must do your utmost best to raise your ability." Huang Yueli naturally had no objections as she agreed to it straightforwardly. The next day, she devoted herself totally to cultivation. Once Huang Yueli became serious, her cultivation speed was extremely astonishing. She would cultivate early in the morning in Bai Liufeng's courtyard. She did not only train with 9 phoenix transformations, but also many other profound skills that Bai Lufeng had imparted. In this way, she spent the entire day in his courtyard, and sometimes even spent the night cultivating there, not returning to her courtyard at all. Seeing her working so hard, Bai Lufeng was comforted and also a little delighted. This time, his lastly's attention had finally shifted away from that stinky brat, so he wanted to see how smug would that stinky brat be. Li Moying could more or less guess what was on Bai Liufeng's mind, but he still coordinated with them well. Although he wanted to stick with Huang Yueli badly, he knew what was more important when it came to matters related to her cultivation and ability. Moreover, he had to grab this last chance as well, to cultivate hard. Hopefully, he could raise his ability within this limited time. Li Moying cultivated for the same amount of time as Huang Yueli, who went into closed-door cultivation. But as time went by, he realized one problem. The matter which Lu Baiyan had warned him before was totally accurate. Although he kept on absorbing profound qi into his meridians and his ability did increase, but he was still unable to advance to 9th stage realm peak. It seemed as though there was an invisible hand, which was suppressing his cultivation. Li Moying's character was aggressive and overbearing, so he naturally wasn't willing to give in to fate so easily. He came up with different ideas and attempted to learn different cultivation methods, but this invisible barrier just started to extend horizontally. It couldn't be seen, nor could it be felt, and it made one felt powerless. Does this mean that my ability is now at its limit? Li Moying asked in a low voice after Lu Baiyan took his pulse. Lu Baiyan retracted his hand and sighed, "That's right. Your primordial spirit's intensity is limited, so the amount of profound energy you can absorb is also limited by that. In terms of cultivation, no matter how hard you try, it would practically not budge. But cultivation does not necessarily equate to battle power. You can consider cultivating some higher-level profound skills to raise your battle power so that you can surpass the rank to defeat the opponent during actual combat. Didn't your father-in-law give you several god-grade ancient records?" Li Moying felt rather disappointed from what he heard. Although he already knew about this a few months ago, before he met with the unbreakable bottleneck, there was still a slight hope in his mind. But now, whatever little hope he had, was completely shattered. However, he didn't reflect any expression on his face as he nodded, "I understand. I have one more request, and that is to help me keep this secret." Lu Baiyan nodded his head, "No problem. I don't wish for junior sister to worry as well." He stood up and kept away his golden needles and medicinal pills and was just about to leave when he stopped and took at Li Moying again. Lu Baiyan hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm starting to admire you now. I did not expect that you to endure for such a long time. You had not consummated with junior sister, allowing her to misunderstand that you are impotent, and you willingly accepted it all. You're even willing to maintain the current state, to never be able to return to the position of #1 top expert. Other than you, very few people would be so harsh on themselves. To a practitioner, a drop in ability was much more unbearable than death. Especially for Li Moying, who was once the continent's unsurpassed #1 top expert. Having no way to mount that arrogant and unyielding peak, the gap in his heart was something that ordinary people would not be able to imagine. However, Li Moying seemed as though he didn't feel anything. Not only did he express composure in front of Huang Yueli, but he didn't reveal any fluctuations in his emotions in front of other people as well. Taking a step back to think in his shoes, Liu Bian felt that if he was the one in this situation, he would definitely not be so unruffled. Even if he didn't regret his decision, but he would probably feel disappointed. Li Moying took a look at him. Even if I am no longer the #1 top expert, but I can always be the #1 top husband. Liu Bian went into a short daze, but instantly understood what he meant. After Huang Yueli's rebirth, her outstanding innate talent in this lifetime was much stronger by several times, as compared to her past. She had even obtained Sacred Phoenix Race's ancient inheritance. Based on this ability, surpassing everyone to ascend to the position of the #1 top expert, was something that was bound to happen sooner or later. Huang Yueli was not even 17 yet, but she was about to break through to 8th stage realm. Even if it was Li Moying, he did not have this kind of ability at that age. Liu Bian looked at him and burst out laughing while shaking his head. This is the first time I saw anyone speak so righteously about being a kept man. Li Moying didn't even bat an eyelid from hearing his mockery. Being a kept man isn't something that everyone could do. But I'm the only one who managed to do it. You can't help but look up to me. Liu Bian's lips twitched as he felt rather speechless to that. That was right. He indeed wanted to woo Huang Yueli, and he didn't manage to do so. But did Li Moying needed to act so smugly in front of him? Acting so gloriously for being a kept man. Liu Bian took a frustrated look at him. All right, as long as you're happy. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly heard a loud boom outside the room. Immediately following that, the entire ice mountain's frame started to shake. Then all the surrounding heaven and earth, profound chi, all gushed madly towards one direction. Liu Bian was stunned as he turned around to see the equally shocked Li Moying. This, could it be? Junior sister. Liu Bian hadn't finished his sentence when he saw Li Moying sprinting away like a bolt of lightning, scurrying out of the room in an instant. He hurriedly followed after him. On the vacant ground in front of the courtyard, Bai Lu Feng, Song Pejun, and Song Piyu had already run out. All of them looked towards Huang Yueli's courtyard and their eyes were filled with astonishment. This cave dwelling, which was inside an ice mountain, had several powerful spirit gathering arrays supporting it. Hence, the density of the heaven and earth chi was much higher inside the cave. At this particular moment, all the profound chi were gathered above Huang Yueli's room, as it formed a huge profound chi vortex. As the speed of her absorbing the profound chi was too fast, all the spirit gathering arrays by the side of the cave were revolving at their greatest intensity. A huge amount of profound chi in the surrounding ice fields was forcibly gathered. The vortex above her head was also growing bigger and deeper by the minute. WH. What powerful profound chi vortex! When practitioners advance into 8th stage realm, they would draw out large quantities of profound chi as energy, but this is my first time seeing with such strong absorption speed. Song Pejun couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Song Piyu said with a frown, the profound energy in my meridians is losing control. If my cultivation isn't stable enough, even the profound energy within my body would be taken away by Grandmaster Huang as well. We ought to feel lucky that everyone here is 9th stage realm peak practitioners. However, Bai Liufeng's reaction was different from theirs. He looked at the abnormality in midair with shining eyes, and he kept muttering to himself. Lastly, indeed has Sacred Phoenix Race's bloodline. She has totally inherited her mother's astounding innate talent. I heard Siluo mention this before. Even if it was thousands of years ago, among the ancient god clan practitioners, rarely was there anyone who would gather this 10 feet profound energy vortex when they advanced into 8th stage realm. Siluo, our daughter is very much like you, very outstanding. Li Moying, who was standing beside Bai Lu Feng, heard what he said. There was a proud smile on his face. His leer was indeed an irreplaceable peerless genius. To be able to see her become so incredible, the pressure of losing his cultivation and strength seemed insignificant. While they were exclaiming in surprise, the profound chi in midair continued to grow, as it expanded towards the outside. Shortly after, a huge vortex had already occupied all the space in the cave. Even Bai Lu Feng and the others were all squeezed into one corner. What's the situation now? Junior sister has absorbed so much heaven and earth, profound chi. Will this cave be unable to take the pressure, then explode on the spot? Marquis Bai, do you think that we should teleport out to take shelter? Lu Bian felt a little frightened amid his shock. Huang Yueli was simply too incredible, wasn't she? All of them were all soaring heaven's continent's first-rated top exponents, but they were now cornered by his junior sister's profound chi vortex until there was no more space to stand. They felt like a small boat in a rampaging storm, which would capsize any moment in time. Bai Lu Feng frowned as he felt a little indecisive. Logically speaking, the cave dwelling which Sage Yusu left behind is enough to resist against 10th stage realm practitioners' attack. Lastly is just breaking through to 8th stage realm, so it shouldn't be a problem. But, from the current looks of this, it indeed is a little terrifying. Perhaps we should move out first. Bai Lu Feng made a decision and turned around to lead them outside. At this moment, Song Piyu suddenly let out an expression of surprise as he pointed with a trembling finger above everyone's heads. Everyone, quickly take a look. What is that? Hearing that, everyone lifted their heads and looked into the sky. The vortex that Huang Yueli had gathered finally stopped expanding when it touched the roof of the cave and started to gather. Following the shrinkage of the vortex, the intensity of the profound energy within kept increasing as it gathered into a mist. The color of it grew darker. After another hour, the 30 feet tall vortex slowly condensed into a profound chi ball that was about 3 meters in radius. As Huang Yueli majored in fire attribute cultivation skills, her profound energy reflected a crimson-red color, as though a scorching and blazing inferno which spread out over her head. Everyone present didn't even have the time to gasp when the ball of profound energy took an abrupt change. The fiery red thick mist slowly dissipated in midair and slowly changed its shape. Finally, it took on the shape of a phoenix. This reflection started as a hazy shape. But as time went by, the image turned clearer and was getting more realistic. The phoenix spread its wings, and as it flapped, a wave of heat assaulted their faces. Even for a top exponent like Bai Lu Feng, he had the disillusion that he was about to melt. Lu Bian was so shocked that he couldn't even utter a word. Heavens, what on earth is going on? I've never heard of anyone causing a vortex during advancement, or even manifesting into any forms. Junior sister is. In comparison, Li Moying was much more composed. The first few times when Huang Yueli advanced, it caused a huge impact, so he had more or less gotten used to it. He also understood that for such a scene to happen, it should be related to her bloodline with the ancient god clan. Is it necessary to kick up such a big a fuss? He swept a glance at Lu Bian. My Lear bears the bloodline of the sacred phoenix race, so it's only natural that a manifestation would occur during her advancement. By this moment, Bai Lu Feng had also regained his senses from shock. But from his expression, he was still a little dazed. That's right. Lastly, sacred phoenix race's bloodline is extremely pure. Ancient god clans' geniuses, who are above heaven grade, will see the spiritual beast's reflection during their advancement. That year when Lee's mother was in her advancement, I was by her side and I saw the phoenix's reflection then. I see. Song Pijun and the others nodded their heads with an enlightened look. Bai Lufeng paused for a moment and continued, but... His sentence made Li Moying turned anxious as he quickly asked, but what? Bai Lufeng sighed, but when Siluo advanced, there was just a hazy reflection above her head. It is totally different from Lee's reflection, which is so clear. Moreover, that phoenix is only 1 meter tall and the size is much smaller. Siluo also said that this phoenix's size is related to the purity of their bloodline. Everyone had just calmed down, but when they heard this, they were shocked once again. As sacred phoenix race's holy maiden, Huang Siluo's innate talent and bloodline was definitely one of the highest. Otherwise, Lord Zhan also wouldn't firmly believe that using her blood essence for the sacrificial ceremony may give them a chance to break through soaring heaven's continent space barrier. Huang Yueli's innate talent was much stronger than Huang Siluo's. Wouldn't that mean that she was considered as a genuine unparalleled genius among the ancient god clan? Even though everyone present knew that Huang Yueli's innate talent was very strong, but this news gave them such a huge shock that they were dazed for a very long time. Lu Bian suddenly recalled the things that Li Moying told him some time ago, and he couldn't help but turned around to take a look at him. It seemed that Li Moying would be living the life as a kept man. He wondered if he should envy him or sympathize with him. But seeing Li Moying's complacent look, it didn't look as though he had any psychological burden at all. He acted like it was an honor. Just as everyone was stunned, the phoenix reflection in mid-sky started to dim a little. At the same time, everyone could feel the profound qi that was gathering in the air, suddenly gushing towards that room. This meant that Huang Yueli's advancement was already entering the last stage. She was about to absorb those profound qi into her meridians, to break through the last stage of bottleneck. Everyone didn't dare to make a sound and just waited silently. Finally, an hour later, the cave started shaking again. Li Moying heaved a long sigh of relief. Looks like Lear has already successfully advanced. The profound qi in the air slowly resumed back to its normal intensity. The reflection of the phoenix in midair was fading and shrinking. In the end, when the phoenix's reflection was slightly over a meter tall, it suddenly flapped its wings and gave a whine towards the fly. Following that, it soared and dashed into the clouds. Seeing that, everyone's expressions changed. That's bad. This phoenix is entirely congealed out of fire-attributed profound qi, and its temperature is shockingly high, but yet it charged into the ice mountain like this. Will there be a problem? Lu Bian spoke in horror. As though responding to his words, a clattering sound was heard coming from the cave's roof, and following those sounds, some shattered ice pieces dropped from the sky. Oh no! The profound qi of that phoenix is actually so aggressive. Bai Lufeng frowned and hurriedly said, Guardian Yu, come with me to activate all the defensive arrays. Song Piu hurriedly responded, all right, I'll go right now. Both of them split up to activate all the arrays. A minute crack appeared on the top of the ice mountain. After the reflection of the phoenix touched the internal roof of the ice mountain, the energy slowly slipped out from that crack and became lighter and lighter. In the end, it disappeared totally. Bai Lufeng then heaved a sigh of relief as he deactivated all the arrays. It should be fine now. I did not expect Lear to have such a powerful innate bloodline. She is just advancing to 8th stage realm and already created such a huge commotion. He sighed and turned his head back, to discover that Li Moying had gone missing. Where's that stinky brat? He asked with a frown. Song Pijun gave an amused reply, Marquis Bai, Sovereign is worried about Grandmaster Huang, and on seeing the completion of her advancement, he rushed in immediately to check on her. Bai Liufeng's lips twitched, this stinky brat. He actually took the opportunity, while I wasn't paying attention, to abduct my daughter. One should know that he used the excuse that Huang Yueli was going into advancement as a reason and finally managed to abduct her to his own courtyard. He hadn't allowed that stinky brat to enter his doors for the past 3 days. But now, because of his slight negligence, Li Moying managed to find a chance to slip in. Bai Lufeng was not reconciled, so he quickly rushed into the room as well. Everyone in the cave assumed that the commotion caused by Huang Yueli's advancement should have ended. However, they had not thought that when Huang Yueli had just gone into advancement, the heaven and earth profound qi that she drew had totally exceeded their imagination. All the heaven and earth profound qi within a 10-mile radius had been completely swept clean by her. Even though Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners in Snow Phoenix Palace had sensed this kind of unusual change. Did you see that earlier? A Sacred Phoenix reflection suddenly manifested in mid-sky. That is the Sacred Phoenix reflection. I've only read about this in the ancient records. When a heaven-grade genius advanced, they would generate the Sacred Phoenix reflection. That's right, I saw it too. Moreover, the entire freezing zone's profound qi had such a violent change. It's obvious that someone was advancing. It must be a practitioner from our Sacred Phoenix race? Do you know if anyone is preparing for advancement recently? Everyone got together and started to talk about this. What's the matter? Why is it so noisy outside? Lord Jean, who had been cultivating in the secret room, suddenly heard the clamor coming from outside. He got up impatiently and walked out. Lord Jean had always been prestigious within the clan, and when the original excited Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners saw him, all of them didn't dare to say a word. What's going on? Lord Jean asked with a frown as he revealed hints of impatience. A bolder person finally stood up and reported, Lord Jean, someone sensed a vigorous chance in the profound qi within the northern ice fields earlier. Immediately following that, a Sacred Phoenix reflection appeared in mid-air. Although this Sacred Phoenix reflection disappeared shortly after, our clan had not seen this miraculous sight for many years, so everyone was a little excited and... He tried his best to explain, deeply worried that Lord Jean would fly into a rage, because his cultivation was disrupted. However, Lord Jean didn't show any displeasure. Instead, he frowned and a thoughtful expression was seen on his face. Sacred Phoenix reflection? You're saying, the real Sacred Phoenix reflection? How is that possible? Where did this rumor come from? That man hurriedly replied, I don't dare to hide the facts from Lord Jean. All the guards on duty today saw it. Lord Jean had not expected there to be so many witnesses, and his brows lifted uncontrollably. Get them, Captain, to come over. Shortly after, a guard captain dressed in a maroon-colored long robe ran over and bowed respectfully to Lord Jean. Lord Jean waved his hand impatiently. Enough, stop wasting time. Tell me, what exactly did you see when you were on duty earlier? Don't miss out on any details at all. Yes. The guard captain hurriedly replied and swiftly told his story. Reporting to Milord, this subordinate led my men to patrol various mechanisms and exit points today when suddenly, we felt the surrounding heaven and earth profound qi turning scarce within an instant. Moreover, there was a strong suction which made this subordinate uncomfortable. This was evident that some powerful practitioner with strong innate talent was advancing nearby. This subordinate thought that the blood moon spell was short of a little more blood essence. If there really was a practitioner who dared to come into the freezing zone to advance, wouldn't that benefit our Sacred Phoenix race? So, this subordinate. The guard captain described the scenario in full detail. Lord Jean started with an astounded expression, but nearing the end, he began to turn composed. Lastly, he asked the guard captain a few more questions, and a cold smile surfaced on his lips after that. This is interesting. Any of our clansmen who wants to advance within Snow Phoenix Palace would first report to me. Moreover, there isn't anyone outside executing their missions who might be advancing recently. Who is this person who is undergoing advancement? He actually generated the long-lost sacred phoenix reflection in soaring heaven's continent. He must be a peerless genius that our clan has in the past 1,000 years. The other clansmen were naturally puzzled as they started to shake their heads, expressing their ignorance. Lord Jean stared coldly at them. This person is our clan's first-rated peerless genius, and this seat must find him, then spend all our resources into nurturing him. Any one of you saw which direction did the sacred phoenix ascend from? Hearing that question, the guard captain had a dazed look on his face. This subordinate didn't notice that. Back then when we saw the sacred phoenix reflection, this subordinate was simply too shocked and hadn't been able to regain our senses. So, before he could finish his sentence, Lord Jean had blasted out a burst of profound energy, sweeping him onto the ground. Fool. Simply a bunch of fools. What use do I have for you? Men, tell everyone that from today onwards, all our clansmen have to go on rotation. Other than those disciples on duty, all other people will have to search thoroughly. Search the entire freezing zone. We must find the hidden genius. Lord Jean said gloomily. No one dared to voice out any objections as they gave a monotonous answer and set off to execute their mission. However, Lord Jean's expression did not change for the better even when his subordinates were so cooperative. Instead, his face appeared colder by the second. I've not expected Sacred Phoenix race to actually have such a peerless genius. I barely meet the standard of an Earth-grade genius, but this person has actually reached heaven grade. I've tried so hard and undergone so many difficulties before I finally found a way to break through the space barrier. I was hoping to achieve a one-time credit so that when I arrive at God Realm in the future, I will be able to obtain more cultivational resources among the clan's descendants. But now, if such a heaven-grade genius really appeared in Soaring Heaven's Continents branch, then no matter how much credits I achieve, there's no way for me to win the other party. I will always become another person's companion and only get to pick from those resources after he has selected his. No. I cannot allow this person to become my stumbling block. I must get rid of him. Lord Jean cursed bitterly, as the glint beneath his eyes grew frigidly cold. Ever since that day, Sacred Phoenix Race's clansmen started to head out in batches, to search for that mysterious genius of their clan. Their actions were abnormal and that left by Lu Feng and the others confounded. Originally, Song Pajun and the others would hide in the surroundings to check on Snow Phoenix Palace's ascension situation every day, as well as to check on Sacred Phoenix Race's movements. This mission wasn't considered tough because they had roughly gotten a hang of the surroundings mechanisms and arrays. As long as they pay attention to route past the traps and patrolling practitioners, there wouldn't be much danger. But they recently discovered that the number of disciples entering and leaving the palace was a little too much. Moreover, when these people left the palace, they would scatter around and launch an extensive carpet search. They seemed to be searching for something. This actually made Song Pajun and the others' investigation work became tougher. There were several times when their whereabouts almost got exposed. Helpless, they could only choose to hide in the cave and occasionally head out to take a look. But the fortunate thing was, Seiju Su was indeed heaven-ranked array master. His cave dwelling was so well hidden, then even if Sacred Phoenix Race sent out all their people and they had practically walked past this ice mountain, no one would be able to tell the abnormality here. Everyone knew that they weren't able to do anything else, so they quietened their heart and worked hard to raise their own cultivations. Huang Yueli's progress was the fastest. Since she successfully advanced into 8th realm, she even managed to congeal the Sacred Phoenix reflection. Her cultivation started soaring from that day onwards. She had just advanced into the 8th stage realm for a week or more. She advanced another level again to reach the 8th stage realm 2nd level. Moreover, she was speeding up towards the 3rd level. This day in the dark night, Lu Bian had just finished reading his medical book and was about to go to bed. Suddenly, there was a knock on his door. It's so late already, who's that outside? Senior brother, it's me. Huang Yueli's sweet voice was heard coming from the outside of the door. Lu Bian was startled and he leaped up from bed and grabbed an outer robe before he dashed over to open the door. Junior sister, why are you here? Did something happen? Huang Yueli's figure appeared outside his door and her face appeared rather pale. This made Lu Bian anxious. Junior sister? It was late in the night and she usually would never come to look for him at this kind of timing. They were alone in a room together and that usually made other people think of it as misappropriate behavior. Moreover, Huang Yueli had a super jealous husband, so in order to avoid unnecessary squabbles, she had always been very mindful of such matters. So, Lu Bian's first reaction was that something must have happened. However, Huang Yueli merely lifted her eyes to take a glance at him and she spoke out softly, Senior brother, there's something that I want to ask you. Lu Bian jolted, something to ask me? What's that? Huang Yueli lowered her voice and said, it's a long story. Let's go in and talk. Alright junior sister, come on in. Lu Bian subconsciously turned sideways to let Huang Yueli into his room. At the same time, his heart started to pound wildly. Many years ago, if Huang Yueli were to walk into his room, it would absolutely make him so excited that he would faint. But now, although his feelings for her had faded by quite a bit, he was still unable to reject any of Huang Yueli's requests. Huang Yueli didn't notice his mood and directly sat on a chair in the corner. She put her elbows on the armrest and propped her little chin up. Her face was filled with an indecisive expression. When Lu Bian saw her acting like this, he was filled with puzzlement as he guessed her intention while taking a pot of tea over. Junior sister, have some tea. He placed the cup into Huang Yueli's hands. She took the cup and murmured thanks. Her long lashes fluttered and her gaze stopped at the teacup in her hand. She didn't say a word, seemingly pondering over something. Lu Bian didn't interrupt her as he sat opposite her, quietly waiting for her to respond. Huang Yueli thought for a while, before she made a decision, and said, Senior brother, I came over to look for you because I really can't find anyone else who can help me. I think you are the only one who can help me think of an idea for this matter. Lu Bian looked at her in surprise, something that only I can help you with? How about Limoying? Why didn't you ask him for help? Huang Yueli replied, because this matter is related to him. Lu Bian was stunned, but he slammed the table immediately after that. What's up with him? Has he done something to let you down? Junior sister, don't worry. Senior brother will help you deal with him. Saying that he was about to stand up. Huang Yueli hurriedly stopped him, wait senior brother, don't be so agitated. Things are not like what you thought. It's. She frowned and took a deep breath as she burst out, it's like this. 10 days ago when I was advancing in the cave, back then I sensed the influence of sacred phoenix race's bloodline in my body. My dantian and sea of qi seemed to have formed into a huge vortex that was rapidly absorbing the outer world's profound qi. Moreover, after these profound qi entered my meridians, it began to swiftly flow around, charging to my crown. Huang Yueli slowly told her story, and the puzzled look on Lu Bian's face grew deeper. Back then when she was going into advancement, everyone saw the grand occasion when she was rapidly absorbing the heaven and earth profound qi. All of them were deeply shocked. However, many days had passed, so why did she mention this now? Huang Yueli continued on with her story, my brain had been impacted with such a huge amount of energy and for an instance, I seemed to have gone on to a void world of nothingness. At the beginning, I was slightly terrified because this feeling was simply too unfamiliar. Other than the continuous flow of the profound energy in my meridians, I lost all other senses. Everything in the surroundings seemed to have disappeared. I couldn't hear, couldn't see, couldn't smell, and couldn't feel anything. I don't know how long this condition went on for. Suddenly, a spark of light appeared in front of my eyes, and I faintly heard Moying's voice. I felt a sense of joy, assuming that I had already recovered my senses and returned to the actual world. I was just about to talk to Moying, when I heard something then. I heard senior brother's voice. Huang Yueli lifted her head suddenly and looked at Lu Bian with a befuddled and anxious look in her eyes. Lu Bian's heart jumped. He seemed to have sensed something, so he held his breath and asked softly, "Me? Why would you suddenly think of me? What did I say?" Huang Yueli continued, "I heard you say, Mu Qingqing, you've gone mad. You've really gone mad. Dead people can't come back to life, and no matter how terrible you feel, how much pain you are in, you must accept this. This is the laws of heaven and earth, so no one can escape from life and death." Lu Bian's expression changed abruptly as he quivered. The cup in his hand dropped on the floor and broke into smithereens. But he seemed as though he didn't detect anything as he gazed blankly at Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli's voice was empty and calm. Yet it seemed to carry tremendous pressure as it rang slowly beside his ear. Later on, Qingqing said, "You don't need to care about this. Since the ancient manual had recorded this, then someone must have succeeded previously. As long as there is a sliver of hope, I have to give it a try." "You were very angry then and tried to persuade him. Do you know what you were doing? That isn't some ordinary secret skill, but the art of split soul. Once it is executed, there is no path of return for you. You will be turned into ashes by the heavenly thunder, and if the execution method fails, you will experience the same thing as Yueli. Your soul and spirit will be scattered and dispersed, and you will never be able to reincarnate. Moreover, there isn't a single ancient record that states a successful example of the art of split soul. You will definitely end up in a more miserable state than death." Mu Qingqing said, "No matter. Even if I fail, my soul and spirit will just be scattered and dispersed. I also want to know what kind of pain Lear experienced when she died. To be able to accompany her having my soul dispersed in the same heavens and earth, it's considered as a good thing too. Although I couldn't move back then, just hearing your conversation already made me terrified. My brain practically stopped and I couldn't understand what you two meant by that. But instinct told me that what Moying was about to do was very dangerous. I wanted to jump up and stop him from doing such a silly thing, but I wasn't able to move at all." Huang Yueli stopped when she reached this point. Her lips were quivering and she tried to squeeze a smile, but she wasn't able to do so at all. Even her eyes were brimming with tears. Junior sister." Lu Bian hurriedly got up and walked to her side as he wanted to explain. But Huang Yueli lifted her palm and stopped him. "Senior brother, let me finish my story first." She secretly wiped away a few tears and pacified her emotions before continuing. "At this moment, my eyes suddenly appeared some light and I seemed to have turned into Mu Qingqing. Through his eyes, I saw Levitation Sword Palace in the dark night. Mu Qingqing slowly ascended the stairs of the tall tower used for offering sacrifices. You, Guardian June, and the others were chasing behind him, trying to stop him, but all of you were sent flying out of there." Later on, Mu Qingqing stood on the altar with a peaceful-looking face. His hand was holding on to the voracious warrior sword and pointed the tip to the sky as he chanted a mantra. I wanted to hear badly what he was chanting, but those mantras were too lengthy, and he was chanting way too fast. My consciousness was still blurred, so not to mention memorizing it, I found it hard to even hear him clearly. Until the end, a bolt of heavenly lightning came crashing down from the sky and landed on the huge array above Levitation Sword Palace's 1,000-sword array, then it struck directly onto Voracious Warrior Sword's tip. That heavenly thunder was menacing and the power was astounding. It was like a divine power that only heavens could possess, had landed into our mortal world. I was scared stiff and tried my best to open my mouth to speak. I wanted to ask Qingqing to escape quickly, but, later on, I couldn't do anything about it. The lightning flashed past my eyes, and I instantly lost consciousness. When I regained my consciousness again, I had already absorbed a great amount of profound energy, and my advancement had already entered the last stage. Huang Yueli showed a sad face and she stopped for a moment, seemingly trying to control her breathing. After a short moment later, she continued, anyway, back then my conscious still wasn't fully awake. Although I could still faintly recall the images in my mind after my advancement, somehow it didn't feel genuine. It was like I had a nightmare. Later on, whoever knows that from that day onwards, I started dreaming of the same thing every single night. There was one night when I woke Li Moying up, and he kept asking me what happened. Lu Bian was suddenly enlightened when he heard that. No wonder after your advancement, you didn't shift back to stay with Li Moying. Instead, you had been in closed-door cultivation in Marquis Bai's courtyard. I thought that you were really trying to lift your ability, and you couldn't even bother about your husband. So, you were afraid of him discovering your secret. Huang Yueli nodded, that's right. After I had the nightmare, I tried probing Moying several times. I was hoping to find out what he did after my self-explosion back then. But every single time, he would divert this topic away. But my dream kept repeating itself. Even the fine details like the clothes that you guys were wearing could be seen clearly. But every single time when I dreamt of the instance when the heavenly thunder struck, I would be awoken from shock. Saying that, she lifted her head and looked at Lu Bian with a determined and resolute tone. Senior brother, I know something must have happened since I've dreamt of this. Am I right? Moreover, the dream revealed your existence, so you must be present back then. What happened exactly? Please tell me. Lu Bian wasn't like Li Moying. His character had been relatively gentle, and when he faced Huang Yueli, he was always on the weaker end. Basically, as long as it was something that Huang Yueli wanted, he wouldn't be able to reject her at all. Huang Yueli was rather confident this time. She thought that she had already come over to ask in person, so Lu Bian definitely would tell her the truth. However, Lu Bian stayed silent for a moment. Then he resolutely shook his head, no way, I cannot tell you. Huang Yueli's brows creased as she asked in disbelief, why? It wasn't that he didn't know, but he couldn't tell. The difference between these two words seemed the same, but the content that was conveyed made a great deal of difference. Huang Yueli immediately understood what had happened. Her dream was indeed real. She instantly asked, relentlessly, why can't you tell? I'm your junior sister, why do you have to hide it from me? Lu Bian took a look at her and sighed while he spoke, because I have once promised Li Moying that I will absolutely not tell you about this matter. When she heard that, her eyes popped out from anger and she couldn't wish more than to run back now and whisk Li Moying up for a beating. She had not expected that not only was this man tight-lipped, but he was also able to make other people keep his secret for him. Song Pejun and the others refused to divulge this, because they were his subordinates after all. They didn't dare to defy Li Moying's orders, but Li Moying was actually able to handle Lu Bian as well. This was out of her expectations. Huang Yueli pouted and asked again, then you tell me, what is the art of split soul? Lu Bian muttered, you actually even know what is the art of split soul? The art of split soul is a secret art recorded in the ancient records. Huang Yueli stared at him as she waited for him to continue. Whoever knew, when Lu Bian spoke to this point, he suddenly shut his mouth as though he had finished explaining. Huang Yueli was exasperated, what else? What Kabbalah is this exactly? Why is it that after you guys heard about it, all of you feel so shocked? This, Lu Bian shook his head, I can't talk about this. Huang Yueli almost couldn't breathe. All of them, were they intentionally going against her? She wanted to pound the table, but after thinking through this, she controlled her temper and downplayed herself as she put on a pitiful look, Senior brother, whose side are you on? I am your closest junior sister, isn't it? Aren't you on bad terms with Moying? Why do you bother keeping the secret for him? Tell me. She blinked her watery big eyes and put on a pure and innocent expression as her long lashes fluttered. She appeared exceptionally weak and sweet. Lu Bian swallowed his saliva and his heart skipped a beat. He almost let slip of the truth. But when he thought of Li Moying's cold and composed face when he dropped by for an examination, he swallowed the words back into his stomach. Although their relationship wasn't the same as in the past, in the times that they spent together in this lifetime, their rapport seemed to have slowly returned. Li Moying had gone a great deal for Huang Yueli, and Lu Bian knew of his sacrifices. He was even a little regretful for his impulsiveness back then. Out of a kind of compensation mentality, he didn't want to expose Li Moying's white lies. Junior sister, Lu Bian sighed, it's not that I don't wish to tell you, but I have my principles as well. I don't want to be a person who can't keep my word. Trust me, Moying must have his reasons for not telling you the truth. It's impossible for him to harm you. Huang Yueli swept a glance at him. Of course I know he wouldn't possibly harm me, but he might possibly harm himself. When Lu Bian heard what she said, he was instantly shocked by the level of connectivity they shared. Huang Yueli's casual sentence had exposed the dark secret that Li Moying had been hiding. Anyway, this matter, Lu Bian coughed as he thought of ways to reject her. However, Huang Yueli interrupted him directly, Senior brother, if you're not willing to tell me, then I will not leave tonight. What did you say? Lu Bian's expression took an abrupt change. You, don't even think of scheming me. He could barely speak properly. Although the both of them could never have done anything over the line. But if she walked out of his room early next morning under everyone's burning gaze, that #1 vinegar pot would definitely fly into an instant rage. Moreover, even by Lu Feng, who loved his daughter dearly, might chop him up into pieces. He couldn't afford to offend any single one of them. Huang Yueli knew he was scared, and she had even lesser restraining fear. How can this be called scheming you? I came over to look for Senior brother, just to ask some questions. I had the intention to leave after I've got my questions answered. Whoever knows that Senior brother refuses to tell me, so I had to keep asking and asking. So in the end, I can only spend the night over at your place. Although it was indeed the truth, for those who didn't know the truth, it would reflect the effect of ambiguity. If Bai Lu Feng or Li Moying were to hear of this, Lu Bian wouldn't be able to wash his name clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He almost cried out when he heard her threat, Junior sister, please show me mercy. Don't fool me in this way. Huang Yueli leaned against the chair as she tapped her fingers on the table. This action was Li Moying's star move when he was pondering, and Huang Yueli managed to copy this perfectly. I don't wish to make things difficult for Senior brother. But Senior brother doesn't care about our senior and junior sibling relationship. You aren't willing to tell me about this small thing. Lu Bian wanted to plead with her to leave his room. But unfortunately, she was unmoved. Lu Bian's cultivation was much higher than hers, but every single time he wanted to use his power to drag her out, Huang Yueli would put up with a look as though she was going to shout out to awaken everyone. That made Lu Bian turn into a coward as he cowered in a corner, shakingly. 1 hour had passed and Huang Yueli was still seated inside his room. Lu Bian finally gave up struggling and he clenched his teeth hard. You really want to know what Mu Qingqing did after your death that year? You will not regret it? Huang Yueli's gaze deepened, but her tone remained resolute. I will not regret it. He nodded his head and said, all right then. I can't personally tell you what happened then, but if you recall this on your own, it has nothing to do with me. I recalled this on my own? What do you mean? I can't recall anything about it, that's why I came to look for you. She said puzzledly as her brows creased together. Lu Bian explained, no, from the way you described those fine details, you have actually recalled everything. But as the memory was just too terrifying, it made you forgot part of it subconsciously. These memories are very hard to recollect on your own, but if we use a little bit of medication to help you, you will still be able to recall everything. Hearing that, Huang Yueli's eyes lit up. So it's like this. Senior brother, you're indeed the continent's #1 divine doctor, and you're so knowledgeable. I bet you have this medication at your side, right? Quickly give it to me. Lu Bian hesitated for a moment but proceeded to take a medication bottle out from his realm ring. This is an 8th level, soul-scattering pill. It is essentially an extremely malicious poison, and taking this on a long-term basis would weaken a practitioner's primordial spirit. Not only would it lead to a decrease of one's cultivation, it is also capable of making one's senses disorientated. Poison? Huang Yueli's brows rose when she heard that. Although it's poison, it can help me recover my memories? Lu Bian nodded his head and said, that's right. You're unable to remember the happenings back then because your self-consciousness is too strong now. If you take this soul-scattering pill, your primordial spirit will be weakened and those memories that you have forcefully suppressed will slowly surface. But... He paused for a moment and continued, but, senior brother wants to remind you that although this soul-scattering pill is a kind of poison, but even if you're only eating one pill, it will still cause some damages to your primordial spirit. It's best not to take it. Actually, you and Li Moying are already married and his soul detachment illness have already been treated. There's really no point for you to go pursue after what happened back then. Lu Bian kept nagging as he attempted to dismiss Huang Yueli's thoughts. However, Huang Yueli didn't say a word but immediately grabbed the soul-scattering pill from his hand and stuffed it into her mouth. Then she swallowed it with some tea. Lu Bian silently sighed and shook his head when he saw what she did. Looked like some secret was destined to be uncovered. Actually, it might not necessarily be a bad thing for Huang Yueli to know of these. He had never approved of Li Moying's way of doing things. Huang Yueli wasn't an ordinary lady and she had her own ideas and awareness. Li Moying only wanted to protect her, but she might not appreciate it. She would probably prefer to fight alongside Li Moying, to resolve all the difficulties in front of him. Thinking of this, Lu Bian's last sliver of hesitation disappeared. He looked at Huang Yueli and said softly, Junior sister, do you want to go lie down on the chaise lounge? Later when the effect of the soul-scattering pill starts, you will feel dizzy, and there's no way to control your body and consciousness. Lastly, you might even lose all your senses. Soul-scattering pill was an 8th level top-quality pill. The effects were very strong, and just as Lu Bian was saying that, Huang Yueli already started to feel dizzy. Beads of perspiration started to form on her forehead and her chest felt tight. She almost threw up. Hearing that, she hurriedly walked towards the chaise lounge on her right-hand side, behind the screen. But she almost fell onto the floor. Luckily, Lu Bian held on to her, and that was how she managed to lie down in one piece. She practically shut her eyes immediately when she laid down as she felt her senses slowly becoming blurred. Her body seemed to become lighter and lastly, she felt as though she was floating as she went past the dark scenes and landed on Levitation Sword Palace's stairs. This subordinate pays my respect to Sovereign. Song Piyu's voice was heard from a short distance away. Huang Yueli's eyes laid on him and saw Song Piyu kneeling down. His head was lowered and that pair of good-looking eyes looked much younger than now. It seemed to be the same as 17 years ago. Huang Yueli knew that she had successfully entered that sealed memories of hers, and she couldn't help but feel a tinge of joy. Immediately following that, she heard another voice. The item that this sovereign asked you to find, have you found it yet? When she heard that, Huang Yueli was honestly shocked. This was Shui Qingqing's voice, but to her, it was extremely familiar and close to her heart. But this voice actually came from her throat. What was going on? How did she suddenly? Could it be that she was now attached to Shui Qingqing's body? Just as Huang Yueli was feeling tangled, Song Piyu spoke again. He first cowed out and said softly, this subordinate is terrified. The ancient record that sovereign wishes to find is indeed kept away in the scripture depository, and this subordinate has already found it, but what? Huang Yueli felt herself frowning and a frustrating feeling gushed into her heart as she berated him icily. Song Piyu trembled with fear as he continued, Sovereign, these ancient manuals records that is an intolerable demonic art. Those who use these demonic arts had all died horribly and there would be retribution in the future. Sovereign, please don't. Li Moying sneered coldly, stop telling me this useless stuff. This sovereign asked you to check on those ancient records, and not for you to tell me these useless things. What right do you have to dabble into this sovereign's decision? Pass those things to me. But Song Piyu was still hesitant. Mu Qingqing was originally very frustrated and by now, he had completely lost his patience. He flicked his right sleeve and a powerful profound energy swept towards Song Piyu. Song Piyu couldn't and didn't dare to evade, so he was flung down the steps. The scripture which he had hidden also dropped onto the floor. Mu Qingqing didn't even bother to take a look at him as he walked down the stairs and picked up the scripture. He flipped through it gently and swiftly started reading. The scripture was full of ancient secret arts, and through his eyes, Huang Yueli was dazzled. Finally, he stopped at a certain page and his hand suddenly shook. Later on, he stopped at that page as he stared deadly at it. Huang Yueli was startled when she saw it, because on the top right corner, the title was written Art of Split Soul. She hurriedly continued reading. The Art of Split Soul was created by the Life Soul Realm's Saint Iniquitous Shadow several thousands of years ago. This person's cultivation was at Life Soul Realm and he helmed Triloka as he massacred countless souls. All the top exponents from God Realm joined hands to kill him, but they weren't able to achieve anything. One day, Saint Iniquitous Shadow's death was suddenly reported and it shocked all three realms. Everyone was guessing his death and discovered that Saint Iniquitous Shadow's beloved wife was besieged by God Realm's practitioners, resulting in her soul and spirit being scattered and dispersed. In order for Saint to save his wife, he bore with the heavenly thunder strikes every single day, tearing his soul, spirit, and primordial spirit in order to split a portion of his primordial spirit to share with his wife. Several decades had passed and there was a rumor that Saint and his wife appeared in Demon Realm, but the authenticity was unverified. A number of practitioners had used Saint Iniquitous Shadow's Art of Split Soul later on, but unfortunately, there had been no reports of a second person succeeding at it. This is a warning to all those people who are lucky to be alive. The fate for one's life and death, and one must follow heaven and earth's laws. Souls and spirits of those which had been scattered and dispersed have no hope, so do not defy heaven's will, in case you mislead others and yourself. Huang Yueli read swiftly, and she only took a blink of an eye to read this. However, her heart was like surging waves hitting on the shores that made her unable to recover her breathing momentarily. So, Mu Qingqing had used the Art of Split Soul, in order to save her back then. Actually, ever since the last time when Lord Zhan exposed their identities, Huang Yueli had been deducing over what happened back then. But when the truth was displayed out so clearly in front of her, it still left her reeling in shock. Even the scripture also warned the later generations to not defy heaven's will. There wasn't even anyone who had succeeded in using this secret art previously. But Mu Qingqing obstinately clung on to his own decision, choosing to save her using this method. The last few pages of the scripture had an extensive record for the requirements of executing the Art of Split Soul. First of all, the execution of the art on the soul of the person who had been scattered must be as short as possible. Theoretically speaking, if the art was executed at the time of death, it would be the best option. Next, the primordial spirit of the person who was executing the art should be as powerful as it could be. Otherwise, he would not be able to endure the pain of heavenly thunder striking down on him. The heavenly thunder would be able to shatter one's primordial spirit instead of diving it in half. If the spirit and soul were scattered, then there was no need to talk about saving someone else. Lastly, both the executioner and subject needed to have a powerful spiritual link. That is to say, they were required to have deep feelings for each other. After the soul and spirit had been split, that portion of primordial spirit that had been given out would need to rely on this internal link, to seek out the primordial spirit of the person who he was trying to save. Moreover, both parties must be completed fused. If their spiritual link wasn't enough, then their soul traces would start to repel and attack each other, resulting in it being dissipated. Reading to this point, Huang Yueli started to get a brief understanding of this. The hardest condition to achieve was the third point. The first two conditions weren't difficult at all. For those people who failed, since they dared to execute the art, they should be confident of the intensity of their primordial spirit. They should also have mulled over the time to save the other party, and executed the art only after deeming the suitability of the two conditions. Only the third condition was something that one didn't have enough probability. Saint Iniquitous Shadow, who created the art of split, and his wife were the only pair who had possibly succeeded. If they had succeeded then, the most likely possibility was that their feelings towards each other were deep enough for them to conquer the third condition. Huang Yueli was getting a little absorbed into this, and she didn't pay any attention to Mu Qingqing and Song Piyu's conversation. By the time she regained her senses, Mu Qingqing had already kept away the scripture and turned around to leave. Song Piyu knelt on the steps and kept on kowtowing, hoping to make Mu Qingqing change his mind. However, the latter didn't even turn back to take a look at him. Mu Qingqing spent the entire night reading the contents of the scripture. Early morning the next day, he passed down his instructions to collect all those treasures which could attract the heavenly thunder. At the same time, he set the execution date to be 3 days later. He was in such a rush, because that day was the 9th day which Huang Yueli's soul had scattered. If one's death had exceeded by 9 days, then it was impossible to summon back the scattered soul. Blue Profound Sect's ordinary disciples didn't know about Mu Qingqing's intention, hence they were very enthusiastic in gathering those materials. Very quickly, he had already gathered all the treasures that he needed. Song Pijun and the others were not feeling the same. They took turns to head over to Levitation Sword Palace and tried to persuade Mu Qingqing. But all they were given was his cold shoulder. In the end, even Lu Bian, who had renounced his friendship with Mu Qingqing, also rushed over on the evening of the last day. Mu Qingqing, get out here right now. Lu Bian was not deferential towards Mu Qingqing at all, unlike Song Pijun and the others. He knocked on the door, and when there was no answer, he just broke the lock and barged in. Mu Qingqing, are you really going to seek your death? Don't think that I don't know. No one had ever succeeded at that art of split soul. Even if it was Saint Iniquitous Shadow, that was merely a legend which no one knows if it's true or fake. There's no meaning for you to do this at all. Mu Qingqing shot a glance at him and stood up immediately. It's time. Saying that, he seemed as though he wasn't paying any attention to Lu Bian and walked out of the door directly. Lu Bian followed behind him quickly as he tried to obstruct him. Wait right there. Stand still. Do you hear me? Mu Qingqing couldn't be bothered about him, and although he looked as though he was unhurried, but his speed was relatively fast. Lu Bian used all his might but still couldn't chase up to him. He flustered and just started howling behind his back. Mu Qingqing, do you know what you are doing? Do you know what the feeling of being struck by heavenly thunder and your soul and spirit being split feels like? Those practitioners who had failed when they executed the art of split soul had their souls crushed bit by the heavenly thunder while they were alive. That kind of pain is way much torturous than the death of 1,000 cuts. Moreover, the entire process will last for 3 entire days. Mu Qingqing didn't turn his head back. He didn't even make any expression. Lu Bian, Song Pijun, and the others followed him to the foot of the tower. They still tried to keep persuading him and even disregarded the danger of being struck by the heavenly thunder as they charged forward to pull him back. But Mu Qingqing directly hit out a palm strike, pushing all of them backward. No. Lu Bian and the others fell onto the floor and weren't able to stand up for a long time. They could only watch helplessly as Mu Qingqing pulled out the voracious warrior sword, pointing it towards the sky. At that moment, Huang Yueli had been watching the entire events unfolding through Mu Qingqing's eyes. She heard herself chanting a long chain of mantras. Following Mu Qingqing's peaceful and cold voice, a bolt of heavenly thunder gathered about Levitation Sword Palace, as it struck down onto the 1,000-sword array. Thousands of swords started screeching. However, this time, the swords were used to reflect the attack. On the contrary, Mu Qingqing controlled them as he gathered the heavenly thunder in the sky. When it was gathered to the strongest point, it came crashing down on his head. Huang Yueli's pupils abruptly contracted. It was this moment. In her dream, she would be awakened from shock every single time she dreamt of the heavenly thunder striking down. No matter how many times, the result was the same. Whereas now, she could see it and also what happened after that. Huang Yueli's excitement maintained for less than a breath because following that, she started to regret recalling these matters. The energy of the heavenly thunder was just too huge. Before it had even landed on her, Huang Yueli already sensed that her brain was going to explode. It kept buzzing, and the intense pain from her brain started seeping to other parts of her body. A loud boom was heard. It was as though her soul trace had exploded inside. Following that, she felt an unimaginable pain. It felt like thousands of knives that kept scuttering around in her soul trace. It also felt like numerous little insects nibbling at her brain. It was painful, itchy, numb. An indescribable feeling kept appearing in her mind. At this moment, she had no choice but to believe in Song Piyu and Lu Bian's words. The pain of a split soul wasn't something that an ordinary person could handle. Some high-level practitioners with resolute determination might just break down under this kind of torment. Huang Yueli was seeing stars, and there were several times when she wanted to regain her consciousness. However, this time, no matter how she cried out loudly in her heart, she wasn't able to regain consciousness. She could only continue to stay in this realistic dreamland, experiencing that kind of extreme pain. Not knowing how long had passed, Huang Yueli was harboring the thoughts of committing suicide. As long as she could end this suffering, she was willing to do anything. In her daze, Huang Yueli also noticed another point. Under this near-insane tormentous suffering, Mu Qingqing's reaction was so peaceful that it had gone beyond her expectation. He had been enduring the pain as he continued to chant the mantras. Following the execution of the art of split soul, the heavenly thunder in the sky started crashing down. Each bolt was much stronger than the previous, and the energy contained in it was even more terrifying. However, Mu Qingqing still managed to finish chanting the curse. There wasn't even any quivering in his voice at all. If it wasn't for the fact that Huang Yueli was now inside his soul trace, feeling what he was feeling through his body, she might never have been able to imagine just how kind of pain was Mu Qingqing in right now. Until the very end, when the pain had reached the maximum limit, Mu Qingqing finally made a few suppressed groans. Following the flow of time, Huang Yueli's consciousness also started to slacken. The images in front of her eyes started to turn black. No. No. Don't. Don't. Huang Yueli laid on the chaise lounge as she kept shaking her head in pain while moaning. The ferret fur cape cushion was thoroughly soaked by her sweat. Lu Bian sat near her as he kept observing her condition closely. Seeing that, he sat a little nearer and held Huang Yueli's wrist to check her pulse. Huang Yueli's pulse was rather normal, and that meant that her condition was very good. She appeared to be in so much pain because her consciousness had already entered her memories. In other words, the pain that she was experiencing now wasn't unreal. It was something that she had once experienced. Lu Bian understood this point, so when he saw her wiggling around in pain, he felt an extreme heartache. But there was nothing that he could do for her. During the period when the soul-scattering pill took effect, he was unable to lessen Huang Yueli's suffering and could only let her return to the point of her memories. Lu Bian was rather puzzled. When the art of split soul was being executed, Mu Qingqing's suffering was indeed horrifying, but Huang Yueli was the party being saved. So when the primordial spirit was being fused, it shouldn't be that painful. But why was her reaction that drastic? Just as Lu Bian was pondering over this. Bam bam bam. Bam bam bam. A burst of haphazard knocking was heard from his door. The person knocked extremely hard from the outside and an exasperated voice was heard immediately. Lu Bian, open the door. Is Lear at your side? What did you do to her? Lu Bian frowned and lifted his head. He then realized that it was already dawn. He and Huang Yueli had spent an entire night together in the same room. He knew things weren't wise, and suddenly, Li Moying who was outside had already lost his patience. Using his palm, blasted the door open with a loud bang. Where's Lear? I heard her voice. What are you doing? Why did Lear come over to your place, to spend the night? Li Moying shot in like an arrow, in front of Lu Bian, and grabbed his shirt. He looked as though he wanted to murder someone. Lu Bian hastily explained, things are not like what you have imagined. Calm down a little and listen to me. Lu Bian wanted to cry. It was exactly because he didn't want anyone to misunderstand, hence he gave Huang Yueli that soul-scattering pill. In the end, Huang Yueli still spent the entire night in his room. What was he aiming for then? Lu Bian was feeling extremely vexed. However, Li Moying was extremely upset now, and he totally didn't listen to what he was saying. His surrounding profound energy was rising, and he was about to strike out. Lu Bian stared anxiously at him and he was calculating how many chances of success did he had if they were to fight. Although Li Moying's cultivation couldn't be compared to his past life's peak due to his primordial spirit being split, it was still enough to give him a beating. Just as Lu Bian was burning with anxiety, a cry suddenly came from the chaise lounge. Li Moying was stunned and immediately turned to look at Huang Yueli. The young lady was perspiring with sweat and her brows were knitted tightly. She laid on the chaise lounge as she kept moaning softly. But her clothes were intact, totally not bearing any signs of being violated. Li Moying subconsciously loosened his grip onto Lu Bian. The latter immediately pushed him aside. Li Moying couldn't be bothered about him as he swiftly walked over to Huang Yueli's side and asked anxiously, Lear, what's wrong with you? Huang Yueli looked extremely painful and her eyes were shut tightly as she kept muttering to herself, No, don't. Don't what? Li Moying leaned in a little closer, trying to hear what she was saying. Unfortunately, she was speaking a little too vaguely, so he couldn't tell at all. Li Moying could only turn his head towards Lu Bian. What exactly happened? Why did Lear turn out like this? What did you do to her last night? Lu Bian was straightening his clothes, which were ruffled by Li Moying. He was almost beaten up by him. Although the latter didn't manage to do so in the end, Lu Bian had suppressed his anger for a long time. Hearing his question, he snorted and shrugged his shoulders. What can I possibly do to junior sister? You're thinking too much. I'll tell you the truth. Last night, junior sister came to look for me, saying that she's been having the same dream last night. She would dream of herself standing on the tall tower in Levitation Sword Palace and be struck by the heavenly thunder. She doesn't know what's going on, so she specially came and asked me. When Li Moying heard that he instantly got anxious as he continued to ask, What? How would she suddenly have this kind of dream? What about you? Did you tell her everything about the past? You made a vow that you would never reveal what happened that year. Lu Bian said, I didn't say anything. I, Lu Bian, dare to swear to heaven that I didn't say anything at all. Then why has Lier turned out in this state? Li Moying didn't believe in his rubbish as he yelled at Lu Bian. Lu Bian intentionally put on a dazed look and said, "How would I know? Junior sister Shi." He was in the middle of his sentence when Huang Yueli suddenly sat up from the chaise lounge. "No, don't do it, Qingqing. You can't do that." She opened her eyes, but as she was still highly strung up, her consciousness was still very blurry. She wasn't able to tell the difference between the dream and real world. Huang Yueli opened her eyes and saw Li Moying sitting by her side. She subconsciously linked everything in her dream to the chain of events that had happened till now. She leaned forward and hugged Li Moying's waist. Her little face buried right into his chest. "Qingqing, how can you? How can you possibly do that? I'm not good to you at all, and I don't deserve you to pay such a high price, just to save me." Lier, you, Li Moying felt shocked as he simply could not express his emotions in words. He had never thought that Huang Yueli would ever say such a thing to him. However, she stayed in his arms and her body was trembling slightly. Her intermittent voice broke out, why did you use the art of split soul, that kind of demonic arts? Heavenly thunder crashing down on your head, so it's so painful. I don't deserve this, I really don't deserve this. I didn't treat you well at all in my past life, sniff, sniff, sniff. She started to sob as she started speaking. Li Moying originally wanted to hug her, but he was already terrified. Now, he sensed his shirt being soaked by tears. He was even more flustered that he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. He wanted to question Huang Yueli, but he wasn't able to say a single word now. All he could do was pat her back and helped her to wipe off her tears while he tried to coax her. All right, Lier, stop crying. Please stop crying. You're worth me treating you so well. You're worthy of all the wonderful things in this world. It's my fault. I didn't protect you properly, causing you to self-explode because you had no other choice. Of course, I need to save you. Without you, what's the point in living on my own? Huang Yueli leaned against his chest and wiped her tears and mucus on his expensive shirt made from ebony silk. After a while later, she seemed to have noticed that as she started to regain her consciousness, returning to the real world. She raised her head to meet Li Moying's determined and good-looking face, which was fraught with a panicky look. Seeing him with this expression, tenderness filled her entire heart. This powerful, cool and unsurpassed peerless top exponent would only reveal such tender emotions in front of her. It was as though all his coldness had collapsed in front of her. Huang Yueli stretched her hand to touch his perfectly sculpted face and whispered, "The feeling of having your primordial spirit being torn apart is really very painful. You actually managed to persist on." I really. When she recalled the experience that she had just gone through, the rim of her eyes turned red and she was about to tear once again. This feeling was simply imaginable. No wonder after her rebirth, she subconsciously sealed up this portion of her memories. After she regained her consciousness, Huang Yueli finally understood the reason for her to keep dreaming of that scene. In her dream, she had experienced everything through Li Moying's eyes. That was because her current primordial spirit consisted of a portion of Mu Qingqing's, from the art of split soul. His primordial spirit was torn apart and given to her. So, she inherited Mu Qingqing's past life's memories. Only thing was, this memory was simply too painful and Huang Yueli only recalled this when she turned frail while trying to break through the realm. Moreover, following the increasing interaction between herself and Li Moying, the two portions of primordial spirits which had been torn apart were mutually attracting and tugging each other in their bodies. That made the sealed memories slowly surface up. Li Moying saw Huang Yueli's eyes turning red as she looked at him without moving. He thought that she was about to cry once again. He had a big fright and hurriedly pulled her into his arms, hugging her tightly. He even swayed her gently as though he was trying to coax a little child. All right, Lear is the best and the most obedient. Hush, don't cry. Don't be afraid, the art of split soul just sounds terrifying, but it's really not painful at all. Huang Yueli was originally very sad, but hearing his coaxing which he blurted out without careful thinking, she instantly grew furious. She struggled free from his arms and rose her head as she stared furiously at him. She said, You, it's already at this point, but you're still trying to lie to me. I am extremely clear of how painful the art of split soul is. Did you really thought that you can deceive me? This, Li Moying wanted to explain, but he realized that he couldn't. What Huang Yueli said was indeed the truth, but how on earth did she find out about these? Li Moying's first reaction was that Liu Bian had betrayed him. He instantly shot his gaze towards Liu Bian, staring hard at the suave-looking man seated in the corner. Liu Bian. You. He had just started to speak when his wife interrupted her. His little fox rested his sleeve and put her hands on his face, turning him around to face her. At the same time, she spoke with an angry tone, Li Moying, what do you mean by this? You've done something wrong, but you're still preparing to bully my senior brother? Shouldn't you be reflecting on your own mistake? Li Moying's sweat started to drip. In front of his violent wife, he didn't have any ability to resist her at all, so he could only obediently admit his mistake. Lear, I know I'm in the wrong. But, Liu Bian. Senior brother didn't say anything at all. Huang Yueli started at him and shouted, I had indeed come here to ask senior brother about what happened during that year. But senior brother insisted that he had already promised you, so he could not betray you. But, then how did you find out about these? You even know about the art of split soul so clearly? Li Moying couldn't understand the reason for this. Huang Yueli said, because after you have me a portion of your primordial spirit, there is your remnant memory in my brain. But previously I couldn't recall this at all. However, ever since I advanced into 8th stage realm, this memory started to become clearer and clearer. Every night I would dream about the scenario back then. Li Moying's expression took an abrupt change. Huang Yueli had just begun to talk about this, and he instantly understood what had happened. At the same time, he was deeply remorseful over his lack of consideration. It was something so evident, but he had failed to notice it. Huang Yueli bore a portion of his primordial spirit, so it was only natural for her to share his memory as well. So to speak, his secrets basically couldn't be hidden from her. It was only because Huang Yueli did not show any signs of recovering that memory, so Li Moying naturally neglected this possibility. He foolishly thought that he could not allow Huang Yueli to find out about these matters. Lear, I'm not. He opened his mouth once again and his voice sounded even hoarser. He stopped in the middle of his sentence as he shook his head frustratedly. All right, if I say I didn't hide this from you intentionally, that would be a lie. I indeed didn't want you to find out about what happened that year. Because whatever had happened is no longer affecting us now. Anyway, no matter what risks I took that year, at least we have a happy ending now, isn't that so? The two of us are finally able to become husband and wife in this lifetime. We will stay together happily and lovingly. As for the past matters, let's just forget about it. Huang Yueli stared at him and her expression sank. Is that so? Does it really not affect you? She understood Li Moying very well. The more he emphasized that he was not affected, it actually meant that it was affecting him. Moreover, it affected him greatly. Li Moying's expression stiffened up as he immediately realized that he had misspoken. But he put on a composed smile as he attempted to pacify her. Lear, what nonsense are you thinking about again? I've already told you that I'm not affected. Take a look, isn't my soul detachment illness already cured? Huang Yueli narrowed her eyes and stared at him for a while. Li Moying broke out into cold sweat, but he still put up a nonchalant look as he gazed deeply into her eyes. If it was any other person, that person would have been deceived by his outstanding acting skills. However, Huang Yueli didn't let him off the hook so easily. She somehow had a sort of instinct that things weren't as simple as this. Otherwise, this man would not spend so much effort in hiding it from her. Huang Yueli thought for a moment and turned his head towards Lu Bian. Senior brother, tell us. Moying's soul detachment illness, is it really cured? When Lu Bian saw them become reconciled, he was just about to leave secretly in case they tortured him with their sweet nothings. Whoever knew that he had just walked to the entrance when Huang Yueli cried out to call him. Moreover, Huang Yueli asked a question that was so difficult to answer. Lu Bian's footsteps took a pause, and when he turned his head back, he didn't know what to say momentarily. Li Moying saw his hesitation and he shot a dangerous look at him. The coercion and threat in his gaze landed on Lu Bian and it made him feel pressured. The latter could only give a helpless reply, "Junior sister, you're thinking too much. Moying's soul detachment illness is completely cured. You have also taken his pulse yourself, right?" Huang Yueli was slightly surprised when she heard that. Li Moying hastily walked up and encircling his hand around her slender waist, he pulled her into his arms and spoke softly, "Lier, I told you that you were thinking too much, right?" However, Huang Yueli still wasn't hoodwinked by him. She thought over it for a moment and suddenly frowned. "That's not right, something's not right about this." "What else is there not right?" Li Moying lowered his head and blew his breath gently on her ear. "Tell me about it, His pure male presence shrouded around Huang Yueli's cheek. His deep and sexy voice made one wallow into it uncontrollably. Huang Yueli was bewitched for a moment, and she would fall for Li Moying's handsome male trap practically every single time. But this time, she was just too concerned about the answer to this question, so she only went into a short daze and regained her consciousness. "Enough, I've already given you a chance, to be honest, but you still refuse to tell me. So that leaves me to make wild guesses on my own." She pushed Li Moying aside, and her expression grew solemn. "Senior brother, if I didn't guess wrongly, Moying's soul detachment might have recovered. But he used an ancient Kabbalah, borrowing the heavenly thunder's might to tear his primordial spirit apart. Even in God realm, it was impossible to recover from this kind of damage. Just based on soaring heaven's continents medicinal pills refined from few stalks of medicinal herbs, how is it possible for him to recover totally? So Moying's primordial spirit remains damaged. Your so-called recovery merely means that his primordial spirit would no longer break down when he uses his profound energy." Lu Bian had not expected Huang Yueli to make such an accurate guess, and he went blank for a moment before revealing an awkward expression. Huang Yueli noticed his expression and immediately said, "Senior brother, this is something that I'm guessing and not you leaking out the secret to me. So if I've guessed it wrongly, just rebuke my guess. But if my guess is correct, you can just stay silent." Lu Bian reciprocated, gave a soft sigh, and didn't said anything else. Li Moying kept daggering the former with his eyes, as though he was going to eliminate him. However, it was all too late. Huang Yueli had already found out about the truth and his expression turned dark. Li Moying hurriedly walked up and leaned near her again. "Lier, you. Listen to me. I didn't intentionally hide this from you, but you feel that I'm just a woman. So I should just obediently allow you to protect me. It's not necessary for me to know about all these, is that so?" Huang Yueli cut off his words and lifted her watery eyes as she looked calmly at him. Li Moying met her insipid eyes, and his heart jolted. He knew that since his lie had already been exposed, if he continued to tell lies, he would completely infuriate Huang Yueli. So he could only lower his head and say, "Lier, I admit that I indeed am hiding this from you. But I absolutely did not have the intention to look down on you. I just feel that, since my primordial spirit can no longer be cured, then why don't I just accept the truth? There wouldn't be any use to let you know about it. Instead, I will just make one more person worried about me. Really? Huang Yueli's brows rose and ignored him. She turned to face Lu Bian. Senior brother, is there really no possibility of curing Moying's damaged primordial spirit? Li Moying's heart was pounding wildly. Originally, his damaged primordial spirit wasn't a big secret. What he didn't want Huang Yueli to know was the way to completely cure his condition. Moreover, he tried to divert this topic astray several times, but he hadn't been successful in his attempts. Huang Yueli's line of thinking was very clear and she instantly got the main point in a second. Li Moying stared at Lu Bian as he wanted badly to stuff his mouth. But now that he was in front of Huang Yueli, there was nothing he could do. Lu Bian coughed slightly and said, about this. Primordial spirit's damage is indeed a serious problem. If it was a missing limb, there would be genuine rare treasures that could make a crippled limb regrow. But for damages on the primordial spirit, moreover, it had been split apart forcefully. I've read up on many medical books to find out on the medicinal herbs to treat this injury, but until now, I've not heard of anything that could be of help. Hearing that, Huang Yueli's expression grew paler. In this case, there's really no hope? Lu Bian hurriedly said, Junior sister, don't be so anxious. I haven't heard of it doesn't mean others haven't heard of it. Perhaps there might be this kind of medicinal pill in God Realm. We just have to find ways to get more information on this. Anyway, based on Li Moying's current condition, other than him being unable to raise his cultivation, he isn't affected in any other area, so you need not be too worried for now. Hearing that, Li Moying was rather surprised as his brows rose while looking at Lu Bian. He thought that Lu Bian would expose his secret once again. In the end, he was so tight-lipped. Lu Bian detected Li Moying's gaze, and the expression on his face didn't change at all. He gave Huang Yueli a composed look. If it were any other matters, he would definitely not wait to spill Li Moying's secrets. But for him to recover his primordial spirit, it was necessary to sacrifice Huang Yueli. For the sake of his junior sister, Lu Bian would absolutely not spill the beans on this matter. Regarding this point, he and Li Moying were on the same side. Is there really no other way? Huang Yueli's brows creased slightly as she felt both touched and upset. Li Moying approached her slowly and pulled her into his arms once again. He said softly, Lear, I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere now, so let it be if it can't be cured. But your cultivation. You haven't been able to break through. It surely is a kind of torment to you. Huang Yueli said with a tinge of sorrow. Li Moying looked at her and a smile appeared on his lips. I know you would say that. You don't need to worry about me. Even if my cultivation cannot be heightened, but I can master a few more profound skills, so I'd still be able to protect you. Or are you saying that after your cultivation surpasses me, you will slight your husband with disdain? Ah? How is that possible? I won't possibly look down on you. Huang Yueli's eyes popped out as she furiously shook her head. Li Moying chuckled softly, really? Of course. Huang Yueli nodded her head vigorously. No matter what your cultivation is, the person I like is you. Don't worry, if there comes a day when my ability is much stronger than you, I will definitely protect you. Then I'm assured. Lear, Li Moying's voice grew deeper as it was laced with a hint of charm. She looked at the sudden magnified, handsome face, and her cheeks flushed with a shade of red. You, don't lean over, we are talking about some proper matters. She hemmed and hawed. Li Moying's thin lips were almost sticking to her face. We're done with the discussion of these matters. Now, should we talk about why you have left your husband in the middle of the night, to come over to your senior brother's room? What punishment should you receive? Speaking of this, Huang Yueli started to feel a little guilty. Plus the fact that Li Moying intentionally turned on his male charm, all she could see was that man's face. For a second, she forgot all about the other questions in her mind. Li Moying's lips curled upwards as he lowered his head and placed his lips on the young lady's lips. Lu Bian was trembling in trepidation by the side, deeply worried that his lie would be exposed by Huang Yueli. Whoever knew that the incense had just burned out when the scene in front took a sudden change. The furious Huang Yueli suddenly turned into an appeased little fox. Whereas Li Moying, this extremely shameless man, actually used his handsome male trick. This scene was truly abusing the single dog, Lu Bian. It made him felt a sour feeling in his heart, not to mention how out of sorts he felt. Shit, I must have met with a living ghost. He gritted his teeth, cursed at them, and turned around to leave. After Huang Yueli and Li Moying sorted out this matter, their relationship took a major improvement. Originally, those misunderstandings that caused them to grow apart were all resolved, and both of them resumed back to the original state where one would always be next to each other. Facing this situation, the unhappiest person was Bai Lu Feng. He had finally found an excuse, through cultivation, to snatch his precious daughter back to him. It had just been a couple of days, and she was abducted by this stinky brat again? It was really strange. Just one night was all it took for Li Moying to have his lastly all smitten? Bai Lu Feng was feeling upset as he tried to find various excuses to teach Huang Yueli. Although she verbally agreed, whenever it was nighttime, she would always return to Li Moying's side excitedly, as they indulged in sweet nothings. This made Bai Lu Feng feeling sour and melancholic. But he didn't have much time to be frustrated over this. All his energy was mostly used on cultivation as well as preparation for battle. A month passed swiftly, and in the early morning, Song Pajun headed out to check on time. Then he returned with a piece of news. Snow Phoenix Palace had completely risen onto the surface. Hearing this piece of news, everyone bustled with excitement. This meant that it was almost time for their final action. Bai Lu Feng's emotions undulated as he couldn't control himself. He stood in a blank for a while and finally heaved a long sigh. This day has finally arrived. After the sacrificial ceremony, it's either we succeed in saving Siluo and have a family reunion, or the two of us will die in Snow Phoenix Palace. He waited for a long time for this day. To tell the truth, before the final act officially kicked off, he had already been making plans for the worst-case scenario. Huang Yueli frowned and walked up. "Father, what are you talking about? Mother will reunite with us, so don't keep talking about death, all right? This time, we have made a lot of preparation work, so we will definitely succeed." Indeed, the group had made ample preparations in the past month. Bai Lu Feng didn't conceal the truth or intentionally hide anything from them. Instead, he shared all the information he had consolidated on Sacred Phoenix Race, asking all of them to remember it by heart. This was the first time Huang Yueli realized what kind of object was the space barrier that Lord Zhan wanted to break through. In simple terms, it was something that happened during the Great God Realm War. When those Life-Soul Realm strong exponents fought, they accidentally leaked demonic chi to the mortal world. To prevent the demonic chi from harming God Realm's practitioners, those remaining Life-Soul Realm practitioners purged the demonic chi after the Great God Realm War. Demonic chi had started to spread in heaven and earth, and when it came into contact with the continent where humans resided, it formed a space barrier, enveloping the continent within. As demonic chi had been diluted, the influence on humans' existence wasn't huge. But it had an adverse effect on the concentration of heaven and earth's profound chi. At the same time, it also blocked off the link between the continent and God Realm, causing practitioners unable to leave the continent. In reality, other than soaring heaven's continent, many other continents were facing the same predicament. Besides this, all the fine details related to the sacrificial ceremony were also recorded in the scroll that Huang Siluo had passed to Bai Lu Feng. With this information, they had more certainty when they entered the Snow Phoenix Palace. On hearing what Huang Yueli said, he also recollected himself and said, "That's right, it's father's fault. I shouldn't be saying such depressing things." The sacrificial ceremony will be held on the third day after Snow Phoenix Palace had fully ascended to the surface. We have to grab hold of time tightly and verify the next step to execute. Hearing that, everyone hurriedly crowded around him. 3 days later, Bai Lufeng led the whole group of 6, including himself, close to Snow Phoenix Palace, carefully. They infiltrated into the place through the indications on the map. Even before 2 of Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners had realized, they were already knocked unconscious by Tsang Pajun. "Very good, we've successfully infiltrated this place. It's just like what Junior Sister said. The external defense deployment of troops is indeed much weaker." Lu Bian took a look at his surroundings and sighed with emotions. "I remember the last time we entered this place, there were at least 7 guards around this area." Bai Lufeng nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's right. The sacrificial ceremony is Sacred Phoenix Race's most important ceremony. The Holy Maiden will be sacrificing herself. Moreover, this is an event that happens every 100 years, so all the clansmen must be present. If we weren't in a rush, these 2 guards would also have gone to attend the sacrificial ceremony in the underground level. So that's why." Bai Lufeng took a deep breath and said, "All right, we don't have much time. Let's take action right now." The entire group followed right behind Bai Lufeng and infiltrated the palace along the route which they had predetermined earlier. Snow Phoenix Palace's guards had indeed lessened. There were only a few of them and they kept gazing around, not being attentive at all. As this was the first time Bai Lufeng and the group took this route, the guards had never met with anyone's infiltration previously, hence they were not worried at all. The group of them cleared a few guards and successfully arrived on the 2nd floor. They had just taken a few steps and all of them showed a grave expression. "This? What a strong stench of blood." Huang Yueli wrinkled her nose in disgust. Li Moying muttered, "Is this same floor where we were trapped previously? That floor where the Blood Moon Great Array is located at?" Lu Bian nodded his head, "That's right, it indeed is this area. But we could only smell the blood stench when we were trapped in the array. As long as we leave the boundary of the array, we won't be able to sense any abnormality. Today is indeed a little strange." Bai Lufeng spoke gloomily, "The last time you entered this place, the blood essence that the Blood Moon Great Array collected still wasn't enough. Now, the energy in the array is already overflowing. Moreover, in today's sacrificial ceremony, Lord Zhan will be using a huge amount of energy in the Blood Moon Great Array, so that's probably why he has already relaxed the restraint on the array's surrounding." He gave a simple explanation and said, "The sacrificial ceremony will be held in the Blood Moon Great Array. So the location where Siluo is being locked up should be somewhere nearby. Everyone, please pay attention to the neighboring situation. Other than that, everyone please be very careful. The sacrificial ceremony will be starting soon, so all of Sacred Phoenix Race's clansmen will be making their way here progressively." When they heard that, all of them perked up 120% of their concentration as they moved forward, cautiously. Not long later, everyone realized that there were more and more Sacred Phoenix Race practitioners gathering here. If Bai Lufeng and Huang Yueli weren't familiar with Snow Phoenix Palace's internal mechanisms, they would have exposed their whereabouts long ago. But these practitioners were all bearing somber expressions, so they moved along hurriedly without exchanging conversations between them. An austere and mysterious atmosphere slowly spread out in this quiet and spacious palace hall. Bai Lufeng and the others also slowed their pace as they tried to use their gazes or hand gestures to interact. Unless there was no choice but to talk, they would also suppress their voices. As they moved forward, the blood stench in the air also turned stronger and stronger. Even Li Moying, who had the most determination, also felt slightly disgusted. At this moment, Bai Lufeng showed a hand gesture indicating for everyone to stop. what's the matter? Lu Bian stuck his head out to take a look and instantly had a great shock. Wow, there's so many people. Many sacred Phoenix races practitioners crowded around the Blood Moon Great Array as they just sat on the floor. All of them were talented fire-attributed practitioners, and when the profound energies in their bodies seeped out, they mutually attracted and tangled together, forming a powerful energy field. Even though Lu Bian and the rest were a distance away, they could still distinctively feel the heat coming from them. Song Pujun frowned and muttered in a low voice, "Oh no, why are there so many people here?" Bai Lufeng replied softly, although Sacred Phoenix race has already started to decline, they were still one of the god clans that had the most number of people in Soaring Heaven's continent. Moreover, god clans practitioners have excellent innate talents. After they come of age, many of them can cultivate to 9th stage realm. In that way, they would already be able to live until a few thousand years old. What should we do now? Lu Bian asked. Bai Lufeng was about to say something when his gaze suddenly turned towards the front right corner. His pupils constricted rapidly, and he revealed an extremely astounded expression. The others were stunned, and they looked in the same direction too. The Sacred Phoenix race's practitioners slowly moved back, leaving a path in the middle. Lord John's figure slowly appeared from the Blood Moon Great Array. Today, he didn't put on that demonic ghost mask, so his phoenix patterns on the sides of his cheeks were even more striking, as though it was about to burn up. He took a few steps and suddenly stopped. Turning his head around, he looked in the direction where they had hidden. Huang Yueli and the others were shocked. Sweat started to profuse from their foreheads, and they subconsciously shrunk back, deeply worried that their whereabouts would be exposed. Although their hiding spots were rather obscure, Lord Jean's ability was outstanding. His appearance could make anyone feel alarmed. Luckily, Lord Jean merely looked around for a moment and turned around to leave. Lu Bian heaved a long sigh of relief. Phew. I was shocked. I thought we had been exposed so quickly. Song Piyu was rather composed. There's no need to worry. I've sewed an invisibility array on our clothes, and as long as he is 500 meters away from us, we will not be found so easily. Although the truth is indeed like this, who knows what secret skills do these ancient god clans have? Perhaps they are able to see through your array? Lu Bian was still worried. At this moment, Bai Lufeng suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted their conversation. Look, Huang Xianxia took a left turn. Let's hurry up and follow him. The group crept stealthily behind him. They saw Lord Jean walking through the crowd and walked along a corridor. Then he made a few more turns, before stopping in front of a large bronze door. There were several Sacred Phoenix race practitioners standing guard outside. When Lord Jean made his appearance, all of the practitioners bowed respectfully towards him. Lord Jean merely nodded his head coldly and walked right in. Immediately following that, the door closed behind him. Almost everyone has gone to attend the sacrificial ceremony, but there are so many guards here. There must be a problem. Looks like my mother is most likely locked up at this place. Huang Yueli looked around and said softly. Bai Lufeng nodded his head and expressed affirmation, but he immediately started to frown again. That's right, Siluo should be locked up here. But what is Huang Zhanxiao intending to do to Siluo at this kind of timing? Could he be preparing to bring Siluo to the Blood Moon Great Array? Bai Lufeng was originally a steady person, but when he thought of Huang Siluo possibly being exposed to impending death, he started to grow anxious. He almost dashed in to save her. But Li Moying was standing by the side and quickly held him back. Father-in-law, don't be hasty. The time for the sacrificial ceremony isn't up yet. Let's observe for a little while longer and decide later. If we forcibly break in right now, Lord Jean might just hold mother-in-law hostage. By then, we'd be caught in a fix. His words made absolute sense, and Bai Lufeng had nothing to refute it. So even if he was burning with anxiety, he could only force himself to calm down and wait for Lord Jean to appear once again. Time slowly passed by. Every breath to Bai Lufeng seemed as long as a century. Finally, just before he lost his patience, a click sound was heard and the bronze door reopened once again. In the spacious and luxurious secret room, all four corners were placed with divine dream sandalwood and were burning quietly. The surface was laid with a thick carpet, which absorbed the sounds of footsteps. The room was frighteningly quiet, with practically no presence of a living person. Lord Jean slowly walked to the back of the room and stopped. "Third sister, the sacrificial ceremony is about to start. About 2 hours later, it will be your glorious moment to sacrifice yourself for the sacred phoenix race. Are you prepared?" Hearing that, Huang Siluo, who was sitting on the couch and cultivating with her eyes shut, suddenly opened them. She shot a gaze at Lord Jean and her eyes were cold and distant. There were no emotional fluctuations from her at all. Huang Siluo didn't reply to him and Lord Jean didn't think too much of it. He just took a seat opposite her and said, "Third sister, don't blame this seat. Our branch was originally the most aristocratic branch of the sacred phoenix race. Several thousands of years ago, we had many clan leaders and genius practitioners within the clan. If we hadn't run into bad luck, to be trapped in this ghastly place by the demonic qi, we wouldn't end up in this state. Our manpower had greatly decreased and the top experts have practically dropped to zero. In the past 10,000 years, there are too many talented and powerful clansmen who weren't able to ascend to God realm. They could only be trapped in this soaring heavens continent and die of regrets. Breaking through the space barrier and opening the pathway to ascend to God realm isn't just this seat's wish, but every single clansman's wish." Huang Siluo was still showing him an extremely cold look. Hearing such a shameless piece of speech, she wasn't angered at all. Instead, she gave a dim reply, "I know eldest brother's intentions, there's no need to say too much." Lord Jean saw her indifferent look and his brows twitched. He walked a little closer and stood right in front of Huang Siluo. "Third sister, you're still blaming me. Think back to the past, when you were still young, you liked Big Brother the most. In the past 10,000 years, Sacred Phoenix race had found it hard to have children. After Mother gave birth to me and your second brother, she took another 20 years before giving birth to you. Back then, you don't even want to be with Father, just tagging along behind me. Wherever I go, you will always be there. Sometimes, I can't even cultivate at all. If it's possible, eldest brother is really unwilling to sacrifice you. But as Sacred Phoenix race's holy maiden, this responsibility is something that you need to take up, for the sake of all our clansmen. Eldest brother is unwilling to part with you." As Lord Jean talked, he seemed as though he was touched by his speech. His eyes were slightly damp. However, Huang Siluo remained silent with a cold look in her eyes. Lord Jean had not expected her to be so aloof and a sinister look flashed past his face. "Siluo, what's the matter with you? When you were young, didn't you admire eldest brother the most? Haven't you sworn that you do your best for the revival of Sacred Phoenix race? Since when did you start to change? Have you been brainwashed by that fellow from the human race? If I knew you would turn out like this, I shouldn't have listened to you that year. I shouldn't have allowed you to head to South Sky region to go on experience learning after you were officially conferred as our holy maiden. You are a part of the ancient god clan, but you were taken advantage of by a lowly." "Shut up. You're not fit to talk bad about Lufeng." Hearing Lord Jean humiliating by Lufeng, Huang Siluo's gaze finally reflected a change. She stared at Lord Jean furiously and said in a cold voice, "There's no need for you to put up a pretense, so reminisce on the past. The eldest brother that I liked when I was young was that talented, handsome young man who was not arrogant at all. Instead, you were concerned about every clansman, unlike now, a psycho who would resort to any methods just to attain your motive. You want me to sacrifice my life for Sacred Phoenix race. That, I can agree to you. But what right do you have to make so many innocent practitioners give up their lives, just for your ambition? The more Huang Xiluo said, the more agitated she became, and she could no longer maintain the earlier calm. Because what Lord Zhan said was right. She had once admired this eldest brother, Huang Zhanxiao, very much. But as they grew up, the valiant and brave eldest brother in her memories slowly turned into an ambitious man. However much she admired him back then, it was the same amount of despise that she had for him now. Lord Zhan listened to her lamenting with a cold face, and he burst out in laughter. Amusing. They are just a bunch of lowly humans, but they dare to compare with ancient god clan like us? It's their glory for us to offer their blood to open the path to God realm. Huang Xiluo looked at him, and the fury in her eyes slowly extinguished and turned into sympathy. Huang Zhanxiao, you're hopeless. Your heart is so twisted. Even if you manage to reach God realm, you might not be able to stabilize your footing in the clan, to ascend to a life realm. Is that so? I wouldn't trouble third sister to worry for me. Lord Zhan was indifferent when he heard that. This seat would naturally become a first-rated top exponent in God realm, and add brilliance to our sacred phoenix race. Third sister will just have to see this from the underground. Eldest brother will not embarrass you. He smirked and continued talking. The sacrificial ceremony's about to start and our clansmen are almost reaching soon. Eldest brother will be heading to preside the ceremony. In about 2 hours, it will be third sister's turn to debut. Now, just quieten your heart and treasure your last moments. If you have any wish, you can tell your female attendants. After I ascend to God realm, I will help you realize your wishes. Lord Zhan originally wanted to use this last moment to show a kind gesture, exhibiting his rare sibling love. Whoever knew that Huang Xiluo hated him to the core, and she wasn't willing to coordinate with him at all. She had thoroughly infuriated Lord Zhan, and his deep sibling love show could no longer continue. Huang Xiluo remained calm and said, I have no other wishes. Eldest brother, please go. Lord Zhan gave a cold snort and flicked his sleeves as he left. After Lord Zhan left, Huang Xiluo's fake peacefulness disappeared without a trace. To her, death was nothing to be afraid of. Like what Lord Zhan said previously, her sacrifice this round was not only for Lord Zhan alone. As long as the space barrier could be opened up, all the clansmen would benefit from it. As their holy maiden, she had no intention to back down from this. But she did worry about something. Her heart was still thinking about Bai Lufeng and her daughter. That year, after she had been captured back to Snow Phoenix Palace by Lord Zhan, Bai Ruoli had barely turned 1 year old. Her little face was a combination of both parents' merits, and one could tell that she would be a peerless beauty in the future. Now, her little girl should have grown up. So she wondered if her little girl was exactly the beauty that she had imagined. Alas, she would never get the chance to see how her lastly looked like. Thinking of this, Huang Xiluo's eyes gradually dampened, and a tear also fell. She wasn't feeling disappointed that Bai Lufeng had not taken the risk to infiltrate and to save her. Instead, she was feeling rather fortunate over this. She knew that her death was confirmed, but there was no need for Bai Lufeng to sacrifice his life for her. She hoped that he would live on properly, and protect their daughter well. That he would be able to see her grow up, cultivate and advance. She would be satisfied with this outcome, although she did not have the chance to see this. Lufeng, lastly, I hope that the both of you can lead a good life. Of course we are leading a good life. A sweet and melodious voice suddenly rang from a distance away. Huang Xiluo went into a short blank, totally not expecting anyone to appear in this room. Moreover, that person even spoke. In order not to interrupt Holy Maiden to pray for sacred phoenix race, Lord Zhan had sent a strict order, prohibiting anyone else to step into this room. Who's that? Huang Xiluo raised her head and was just about to ask. However, when her eyes met that young lady in front of her, she was completely stunned. Huang Yueli smiled brightly at Huang Siluo, but the rims of her eyes revealed faint dampness. Mother, I'm Betrayal. Weren't you just missing me a moment ago? Why is it that once we've met, you don't recognize me any longer? You, Huang Siluo's eyes widened as she stared at the young lady who looked exceptionally similar to her. Her tongue was still tied and she could not say a single word at all. Just from this young girl's looks, she indeed looked too similar to her. But that pair of eyes was exactly the same as Bai Liufeng's. Who was she? Could she really be Lastly? How was this possible? Just as Huang Siluo was in a daze, the room door opened once again. A tall man hurriedly barged in, and as he ran, he kept firing his questions. Lastly, how is it? Have you found your mother yet? How is she? Huang Yueli blinked her large eyes. Mother's right here. But she seems a little too agitated when she saw me. What? Bai Lufeng turned his head joyfully and saw Huang Siluo, who was seated on the sofa. An immense joy instantly filled his heart. He totally could not control the agitation in him as he shot right towards Huang Siluo. Stretching his arms, he pulled her into his embrace. Siluo. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? He loosened his grip on Huang Siluo and lowered his head to check on her. Huang Siluo hastily held onto his hand and looked at him in shock. Lufeng, it's really you. You, how could you how did you manage to come in? Of course, we infiltrated through the mechanism. Haven't you given me the mechanism distribution map previously? Bai Lufeng gave a simple explanation. Huang Siluo was having mixed emotions. She originally thought that Bai Lufeng had given up on saving her, but she did not expect him to appear at the very last minute. But this was too dangerous. Lord Zhan had made preparations for the sacrificial ceremony for a few decades, so he wouldn't allow the ceremony to fail. Bai Lufeng was simply looking for his own death, to come and save her at this moment. Thinking of this, she hurriedly pushed Bai Lufeng and said, "No way, you have to quickly leave this place." Bai Lufeng grabbed her wrist. "I will leave this place, together with you." "Right, also together with our Lastly." Huang Siluo was stunned and a trace of revelation unfolded. Lastly? You mean to say? Although it was a question, Huang Siluo's heart started to pound wildly. She thought of what the young lady said to her earlier. But because of Bai Liufeng's sudden appearance, she cast this thought behind momentarily. But now that Bai Lufeng mentioned this again, Huang Siluo raised her head in shock and looked at Huang Yueli once again. Bai Lufeng said proudly in her ears, "Siluo, this is our daughter, Lastly. She looks very like you, right? Not only is she a great beauty, but she is also a genius practitioner with excellent innate talent, exactly like you. Lastly, she really is our daughter." Huang Siluo trembled as she spoke, and she could no longer control the agitation in her heart. She ran up to Huang Yueli and held her tightly in her arms. Huang Yueli also responded to her hug and greeted her sweetly. Although this was the first time she met Huang Siluo, the feeling of kinship in their blood subconsciously made her develop an intimacy towards her mother. Huang Siluo was extremely agitated when she saw her daughter. She was unwilling to let go of her, even after they have hugged for a long time. Huang Yueli's large eyes also slowly filled with tears. These days, Bai Lufeng was worried that she would blame Huang Siluo for not accompanying her, hence he had been saying a lot of nice things about her. The truth was, Huang Yueli had never once blamed Huang Siluo. Even though her mother left her when she was just 1 year old, but that was because she was trying to keep her safe. Hence, she chose to leave alone. Lastly, my Lastly, you've already grown so tall now. Your eyes are so alike your father. Huang Siluo's voice choked and her tears kept falling, rolling down her cheeks. Huang Yueli felt a mixture of feelings right now. Once, she thought that she did not have any relatives in both lifetimes, and was destined to be a loner. Whoever knows that in this lifetime, heaven was so kind to her. She first found her father by Lu Feng, and later she found out that she had a mother who loved her so much. Bai Lu Feng watched the two teary-eyed mother and daughter pair and felt rather touched, and he too rubbed his red rims. The two of them indulged in such a touching atmosphere, but at this moment in time, another shuffle of footsteps was heard. Li Moying's slightly cold tone rang in the room. "Lear, father-in-law, how's the situation? Why aren't you coming out after such a long time?" Huang Yueli abruptly regained her senses as she lifted her head from Huang Siluo's embrace. "Ah. I'm sorry, I was too agitated and wasted too much time." Li Moying walked over and seeing her little fox's red eyes, he felt a little heartache. But before he could say anything else, he swiftly explained the situation on the outside. Lord Zhan had already started to Blood Moon Great Array again, and the sacrificial ceremony is going to kick off officially. The security outside is now at its weakest, so we have to grab hold of time quickly. Huang Siluo was stunned by his words. You are. Li Moying cupped his hands in greeting at Huang Siluo. "Mother-in-law, I am Li Moying, a disciple of Blue Profound Sect. I am also from South Yu Kingdom and have been engaged to Lear since we were young. Some time ago, under father-in-law's witness, Lear and I have officially got married." "Huh? You and Lear are already married? But, Lear is only just 16? Huang Siluo had a huge shock. For so many years, she naturally had thought of this. If she ever had a chance to meet with her daughter, Lastly was a little beauty. But never in her wildest dream did she ever thought that Huang Yueli was married. A practitioner with outstanding innate talent practically did not get married so early. Even for her and Bai Lu Feng, they only got married when they were around 20 years old. And back then, it was also a huge gossip that overwhelmed the entire South Sky region. Whereas now, her Lear actually got married at 16 years old? Could it be that Bai Lu Feng did not take good care of his daughter, and did not let her cultivate properly? Instead, he behaved like those men who preferred sons over daughters, thus he coerced his daughter to get married at such a young age. Thinking of this, Huang Siluo couldn't help but stare hard at Bai Lu Feng. How would Bai Lu Feng not understand her intention? So he hurriedly explained, "Siluo, things are not like what you imagined. Lastly indeed got married a little too early, but she insisted on marrying that brat herself. This lass is as stubborn as you were in the past, so her father, I could not outtalk her. Moreover, Li Moying's innate talent is excellent and he's only slightly over 20, but he's already a top exponent in the continent. Adding on to the fact that he looks good, he's rather compatible with our daughter and he takes really good care of Lastly. I won't choose a son-in-law so randomly." Hearing that, Huang Yueli and Li Moying were slightly surprised. Li Moying couldn't help but lift his brows as he revealed a smile. He really couldn't tell that usually, Bai Lu Feng would find all sorts of reasons to crack him down, and also hurl all sorts of disdainful words at him. But in truth, his father-in-law seemed to admire him. But this was only reasonable. There wasn't a second person in the entire Soaring Heavens continent who was more compatible with Huang Yueli than him. However, Huang Siluo did not agree with his actions so easily, just because of these comments by Bai Lu Feng. "Even if this young man isn't too bad, I also believe that your foresight wouldn't go wrong. But Lear is only 16 this year. Can't you just let them get engaged first? She got married at such a young age. What if it delays her cultivation?" Bai Lu Feng's thinking was the same as Huang Siluo's. As for the reason why he agreed for them to get married, was something that he didn't dare to say. However, Li Moying didn't have the same kind of misgiving as Bai Lu Feng, while he was tangled in his own emotions. He immediately said to Huang Siluo, "Mother-in-law, please don't blame father-in-law. He originally intended to head over to Snow Phoenix Palace to save you alone, and he was worried that if he died here, no one would take care of Lear. Hence, he kept pressing us to get married. But Lear was worried about you and insisted on coming along. Huang Siluo was stunned and instantly understood what happened, so it's like this. Li Moying nodded his head, and before Bai Lufeng had a chance of expression, he swiftly said, "All right, the time's not early anymore, and if there's anything else to say, let's wait until we leave this place safely. Now, we'd better start to take action." Hearing that, Bai Lufeng's fury was swallowed back forcefully. He kept it in so much that he almost threw up blood. "Right, what Moying said is correct, we have to leave this place quickly." He stared at Li Moying and hissed through his clenched teeth. He didn't want Huang Siluo to worry, but he wasn't willing to tell her the truth. But in the end, Li Moying exposed him in 1 second. This stinky brat, he was really going against him. But when he looked at Huang Siluo, his gaze instantly turned gentle. "Siluo, come with me." Huang Yueli blinked and took a meaningful glance at how gentle her father looked. She thought to herself, everything had its vanquisher indeed. Her father would bark at Li Moying every single day, and he was extremely fierce. But towards her mother, he was this gentle. Bai Lufeng held out his hand to Huang Siluo and wanted to pull her. But whoever knew that when he just touched her, Huang Siluo suddenly withdrew her hand and even shuffled back several steps. "Siluo?" Bai Lufeng was astonished. She appeared to be very flustered and kept shaking her head as she urged, "No, no way, I can't leave with all of you." Bai Lufeng frowned and said, "It's already at this crucial moment, so stop being so cautious and indecisive. Surely you are aware that Lord Zhan will take your life at this sacrificial ceremony. You'd better hurry and leave with us. If you don't, it'd be too late." Saying that, he tried to pull her hand again. However, Huang Siluo's cultivation wasn't weak as well, and she quickly evaded him again. "No way, I really can't leave with you." Her face was fraught with anxiety. Today is Sacred Phoenix Race's sacrificial ceremony, and it's the most important ceremony in the entire clan. As their holy maiden, it's normal for me to sacrifice for the clansmen, so I cannot leave. I'm already very satisfied to be able to meet you one more time, and to see our lastly before I die. You'd better hurry and leave. There's still time now. The guards in Snow Phoenix Palace are slightly less than usual, so I will think of a way to protect you all. Bai Lufeng's expression sank in a second. He felt both anxious and helpless. "What are you talking about? Our purpose in coming here today is to save you, so how can we leave without you? Stop saying so much, we must leave immediately." He walked up once again and tried to grab her hand. This time, he used some profound energy and finally managed to lock onto her wrist. "No, I can't." Huang Siluo could not move, but she was still furiously shaking her head. Bai Lufeng pretended as though he didn't hear her objections, carried her up, and wanted to leave immediately. Huang Siluo hurriedly said, "Lufeng, let me go. Lord Zhan had left a 9-piece insight lock and I can't be away from him for more than 1,000 meters. As long as I step out of that zone, he will find out immediately. By then, you won't be able to leave even if you wanted to. Moreover, the sacrificial ceremony is a big event for the entire Sacred Phoenix race, so I can't just leave like this." Bai Lufeng frowned when he heard what she said. He automatically ignored her last sentence and looked at Huang Yueli. "Lastly, can you remove the 9-piece insight lock?" Huang Yueli swiftly walked over. Huang Siluo was still trying hard to persuade them. "Lufeng, lastly, quickly leave and stop wasting time. This 9-piece insight lock is a half-god relic that had been passed down since ancient times within our Sacred Phoenix race. As long as both parties who wear it are related by blood, there is no way to remove it." However, Huang Yueli didn't say a word and merely squatted down. She took a careful look at the gold bracelet on her mother's ankle. Her brows creased and she pondered for a moment, and said, "The materials of this insight lock is extremely tough and the mechanism inside required bloodline to activate it. So it is indeed very difficult to decode it for the time being." When Huang Siluo heard that, she hurriedly quipped, "That's right. A half-god relic has already exceeded Soaring Heaven's Continent's armament master's standard, so it's impossible to decode it. Moreover, this 9-piece insight lock is Sacred Phoenix race's rare treasure. Even if it was in God realm, not many people could decode it. Don't bother wasting time on me. Leave me here and quickly go." Huang Siluo kept urging them to leave. But Huang Yueli smiled slightly and said, "Mother, you're worrying too much. Although we are pressed for time and I have never decoded the 9-piece insight lock before, but I can still try to modify it slightly. I only need to do the necessary adjustments to screen out Mother's presence for a short period, so that you can escape from Snow Phoenix Palace. After that, I will use some rare treasures, and there should be a chance to decode the insight lock." Her hands were fiddling non-stop while she was speaking. Huang Siluo was originally burning with anxiety, as she had already deemed that Huang Yueli would not be able to decode the 9-piece insight lock. The highest-ranking armament master in Soaring Heaven's Continent was merely at 9th rank. Moreover, it had been many years since a 9th-ranked armament master had appeared. Her lastly was only 16 years old. She's still so young, so even if she had outstanding innate talent in armament refining, it's not possible for her to attain 9th ranked at such a young age, right? No, not to mention 9th rank. If she could reach 6th rank, she was already comparable to God Realm's first-rated genius. Lastly was spending so much time researching the insight lock on her, and it would just end up wasting her effort. It would also delay the amount of time they had to escape. However, no matter how she persuaded, Huang Yueli was still fully concentrated on researching the insight lock. She observed it for some time and raising both hands, she swiftly struck out several hand gestures. Huang Yueli's speed was extremely fast and her slender fingers kept moving around in the air. Her pose was elegant and beautiful, and there was a unique rhythm to it, as though she was dancing. The profound energy in her body also started to dispel along with her actions, a faint glow formed on her fingertips and her hands were enveloped within. Seeing this, Huang Siluo's persuasion came to an abrupt stop. She was an ancient god clan's holy maiden, so her horizons and knowledge were broad. By this time, she could already tell that Huang Yueli had an extremely high mastery in armament refining, and she was a genuine genius. When she refined armaments, her profound energy was temperate and refined. That was equivalent to the standard of an 8th-ranked armament master. But Huang Siluo was merely shocked for a few moments, and she started persuading them in an even anxious tone, "Lastly, that's enough. There's no need to try any longer. Quickly leave with your father now." Her lastly was not only pretty. She had such high armament refining innate talent as well. Such an outstanding daughter like her should have a boundless future. If she were to die at this place, just to save her, then Siluo would not be able to forgive herself. She had never fulfilled her duty as her mother, so now, how could she cause her daughter's death? But no matter what she said, Huang Yueli just remained silent as she was fully concentrated on completing the task on her hand. Bai Lufeng too kept an eye on Huang Yueli and did not respond to Huang Siluo. He could understand his wife's feelings right now. But they were already at this stage, so the only chance they had to save Huang Siluo was right now. How would he possibly give up at this juncture? Moreover, Bai Lufeng understood Huang Yueli very well. This lass wasn't very old, but as long as she said that she could do something, then she would do it. She would definitely be able to do something to the insight lock. Seeing Bai Lufeng not answering her, Huang Siluo felt extremely anxious. If she were able to move, she would probably not be able to control herself from punching him. But now, her meridians were being restrained and she was immovable. Hence, she could only shift her gaze onto the last person there. "This, you. You're called Li Moing, right? I order you to bring Lastly away from this place right now. Don't allow her to continue staying in this place. Huang Siluo stared at Li Moing and said in a commanding tone. She thought that Li Moing was a junior, and since she had already told him what to do, he would obediently reciprocate. In the end, Li Moing merely took a fleeting glance at her and said softly, "Mother-in-law, I'm sorry, but I cannot obey your command." Huang Siluo was exasperated. All of them, no one actually listened to her at all? She was doing this for them. It had been so many years already, and she had already mentally prepared herself to die. But she really didn't want anyone else to die for her. Do these people know her intentions at all? Li Moing, how can you do this? You've married my daughter, so you ought to protect her and treat her well. How can you allow her to stay in such a dangerous place? If anything were to happen to her, what will you do to compensate? Lu Feng said that you treated our daughter very well, but I think it's just so. Huang Siluo glowered at him as she expressed her displeasure. This was a heart-wrenching moment, to say these. To Li Moing, anyone could doubt all they like in any aspect. But he totally could not stand anyone doubting his true love for Huang Yueli. But on account that this was Huang Yueli's mother whom she had not met for years, he merely frowned and just swallowed his anger. Mother-in-law, my love towards Li'er is something that even heaven had witnessed and not something that is decided by a few words that you say. I only know that to treat her well would be to respect her choices. No matter which dangerous place she goes to, I will not stop her, but just accompany her at all times. Anyway, when a practitioner cultivates, it is always a heaven-defying decision. If we can die together, it would be a fortunate thing. Mother-in-law, if you feel that Snow Phoenix Palace is too dangerous, then just coordinate with us so that we can draw the risk to the lowest. Huang Siluo's eyes opened wide as she took a clear look at this young man in front of her for the first time. Li Moing's face was simply too good-looking. Even though Sacred Phoenix Race's clansmen had all outstanding looks, but none of them were comparable to Li Moing. Moreover, there was a superiority presence coming from him. It was sharp and unyielding, which one could not resist against. This was totally not something that should happen to this young man. Even if it was meeting his mother-in-law who had God clan parentage, Li Moing didn't show any reverence at all. He was neither overbearing nor servile and appeared steady and firm. He even dared to lecture her. Of course, the most important thing was Li Moing's intentions that he expressed earlier made Huang Siluo see him in a new light. A true couple who were in love with each other understood the ideology of mutual respect. Especially at the moments when the practitioners were facing a life-and-death crisis, one was a weakling if they stood and refused to move forward just because of fear. Li Moing himself wasn't a weakling and moreover, he was willing to accompany Huang Yueli in braving all the dangers together. In the long journey of a practitioner's cultivation, only this kind of partner would truly allow them to take the step forward, together towards the peak. Thinking of this point, Huang Siluo's gaze towards Li Moing started to soften. Just at this moment, Huang Yueli also stopped. It's done. Mother, try moving around. Huang Yueli retracted her hand and smiled broadly. Huang Siluo was slightly stunned. What? Huang Yueli smiled and said, I've already modified the 9-piece insight lock. We shouldn't attract Lord Zhan's attention if we leave now. When Huang Siluo heard that, she was rather dubious about it. But she accepted Huang Yueli's request and injected profound energy into the insight lock. Profound energy slowly seeped into the insight lock's core area, and Huang Siluo immediately noticed the difference. In the past, as long as there were slight profound energy fluctuations, the insight lock would immediately rebound with twice the power, causing bouts of pain in her meridians. But now, she had already released 50% of her profound energy, and everything was as per normal. There was no discomfort at all. This, could it be real? Huang Silua was unable to describe her shock and could only stare blankly at her daughter. How could such a thing possibly be real? That was a half-god relic. Was she dreaming? How would Huang Yueli not understand what her mother's expression meant? She instantly laughed and said, "Looks like there's no problem. All right, we must immediately leave this place." Li Moying had been accompanying Huang Yueli silently all this while. Upon hearing her words, he instantly held her hand and led her towards the door. Wait. Father and mother. Huang Yueli turned her head and took a look, only to realize that Bai Lufeng was following right behind them with Huang Silua in his arms. It was then that she was at ease. Huang Silua still had not recovered her senses, because of Huang Yueli's outstanding armament refining skills, hence she did not put up any resistance. In this way, she was brought out by them. Song Pijun, Song Piyu, and Lu Bian had been keeping guard at the door. On one hand, they were observing the situation around them, ensuring that no one came near the room. On the other hand, they did not want to interrupt their precious family reunion time. Now, on seeing the four of them appearing, Lu Bian's immediately lit up. "You're finally out." His glance landed on Huang Silua instantly, and an appreciative expression was seen in his eyes. "This lady here must be Auntie. You're indeed the same as what junior sister and Marquis Bai described. A dignified, magnanimous beauty." Lu Bian had always been termed as a Casanova, and praises of a lady's beauty naturally came easily to him. When Bai Lufeng heard his praises, he smiled complacently. "Isn't that so? You have good eyesight." Huang Silua blushed from his words. "You've overpraised me. May I know who you are?" Lu Bian replied, "I'm Bai Ruoli's senior brother, Lu Bian. Both of us are disciples of Dai Boki, and we are learning medical skills from him. Hence, you are Lu Bian." Huang Silua was stunned, as she almost jumped up. Lu Bian's title as #1 divine doctor had long spread throughout the entire Soaring Heavens continent. Before Huang Silua was imprisoned, she had already heard of his name multiple times. It could be said that his name was a legend. Never in her wildest dream had she thought that among the group of people who came forward to save her today, #1 divine doctor was also among them. Moreover. Wait, you say you are Lastly's senior brother? Lastly is learning medical skills as well? Huang Silua thought that she had heard him wrongly due to her overexcitement. This matter was simply inconceivable. Huang Yueli had successfully modified the 9-piece insight lock, and that meant that she had an unparalleled talent in armament refining. Even if she went to God Realm, she would become a first-rated armament refining genius. Her daughter was so awesome. Huang Silua was emotional and deeply moved by this. She had finally calmed down slightly. Whoever knew that another bomb suddenly landed on her again? Lastly knew medical skills as well? Moreover, she was Lu Bian's junior sister. Lu Bian was Soaring Heavens continent's #1 divine doctor. So would the innate talent of his junior sister be any worse off? Even if she could not be compared to him, she should not be too weak. But Lastly already had such high innate talent in armament refining, how could she possibly still refine pills? This was simply an impossible thing. Huang Silua looked at her daughter and felt a little disoriented. Bai Lufeng could tell what she was thinking from her expression. He recalled back to the first time when he heard about Huang Yueli's innate talent. He nearly died of fright as well. Too shocking, too ridiculous. But now, there was no time for him to explain to her in detail. Bai Lufeng hurriedly said, "Lastly is indeed learning medical skills from Divine Dr. Dai. I'll explain this in detail to you when we get out of here. This young Master Lu is Lastly's senior brother. And these two gentlemen here are Song Pijun and Song Piyu. Both of them are Blue Profound Sex Guardians. They are also here to save you." Huang Silua was stunned once again. So Song Pijun and Song Piyu were the top 10 ranking exponents on the Sky chart. Huang Siluo had once undergone experience learning in South Sky region, so how was it possible for her to not have heard of their names? She had not expected that just to save her, Bai Lufeng gathered so many top-rated exponents. Huang Siluo hurriedly cupped her hands in greeting to them and expressed her utmost gratitude. Guardians, I'm extremely grateful to you for lending a hand. Whoever knew that when the both of them heard that, they seemed as though they were in shock. They quickly returned the greeting, please don't mention it. This subordinate is merely acting on sovereign's orders. Huang Siluo was stunned, sovereign? You mean, surely not. Her eyes turned towards the young couple who were walking at the front of the line. Although they had been indulging in small talk and were mutually introduced, all of them did not stop walking. They were all exhibiting their profound skills and moving forward swiftly. Li Moying held on to Huang Yueli's hand and had been at the front of the pack. Huang Yueli was holding a Snow Phoenix Palace's internal distribution map and she led the group to the pre-designated route. Huang Siluo had already noticed Li Moying's various protection towards Huang Yueli. Their actions were intimate and they had a great tacit understanding. No matter which angle anyone looked at, they were a couple who everyone admired. She originally felt that this son-in-law was pretty good. But she did not expect to find out that Li Moying seemed to be the sovereign of the #1 sacred lands. No wonder Bai Lufeng relented in the end, for them to get married at such a young age. Huang Siluo was bombed by the continuous bombs and had long become dazed from it. So, she had been trying to digest this various news in the short span of a quarter of an hour. Bai Lufeng was satisfied and he was in high spirits. This rescue mission was extremely smooth. They just needed to pass through another 3 to 4 mechanisms, and they would be able to leave Snow Phoenix Palace smoothly. Now, his wife was in his arms, and he had such an outstanding daughter and son-in-law by his side. Bai Lufeng felt that there was nothing for him to feel dissatisfied about any longer. Seeing that they were about to get away, everyone started to loosen up a little. But at the same time, they hastened their pace. Huang Yueli looked at the map in her hand and a smile appeared on her face. All right, we're now at the highest floor. As long as we walk straight out from this corridor and pass through 3 huge doors, there will be a teleportation array and we can teleport out from there. Lu Bian smiled and said, that's great. Our luck today isn't bad at all. That Lord Zhan didn't notice that his sacrificial item is immediately going to run away. Isn't it so? Song Piyu also smiled. Huang Siluo was originally feeling flustered. But on seeing that they were about to leave this place, her suspended heart could finally be at ease. She had been worrying that they would be discovered by Lord Zhan. After all, the 9-piece insight lock was still on her. Although it was an extremely incredible half-god relic and Huang Yueli had expressed so much self-confidence, Huang Siluo was still worried that something would happen. But now, they were already more than 1,000 meters away from Lord Zhan and nothing had happened. That proved that Huang Yueli's armament refining skill was indeed miraculous. Huang Siluo patted Bai Lufeng's arm, all right, let me down. I can walk on my own. The speed is still not fast enough. Although there's still a little bit of journey left, we cannot let our guards down. We must move at full speed. You're right. Bai Lufeng nodded his head and after confirming that she was all right, he released her restraint and let her down. The others also hastened their pace, following behind Huang Yueli and Li Moying, as they swiftly passed through the corridor. They had already entered and left this floor's exit twice. So they were rather familiar with it by now. Huang Yueli walked to the tightly shut bronze door and operated the mechanism on the door in a proficient manner. Not long later, the bronze door creaked and slowly opened up. Joy filled everyone's hearts and they took a step to pass through the door from the middle. Suddenly at this moment, Huang Siluo gave a full groan. Ugh! The color on her face instantly turned pale and at the same time, blood slowly trickled down the corners of her lips. Siluo. What's the matter with you? Bai Lufeng had been checking on her situation and on seeing this, he instantly went up and held on to her. Huang Siluo seemed unable to stand firmly and she leaned on to Bai Lufeng entirely. Her eyes were filled with horror. How would this? Cough cough. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly crowded around. They started buzzing with questions. What's the matter? How is Madame Bai? Wasn't she all right earlier? Why is she suddenly injured? Lu Baiyan pushed the crowd aside and walked up. Madame Bai, how do you feel? Let me take a look. He stretched out his hand and wanted to hold Huang Siluo's wrist to check on her pulse. But she kept shaking her head. Speaking in a frail but anxious voice, she urged, No, don't bother. Leave me here, all of you leave quickly. No one expected Huang Siluo to say such things and was extremely surprised. Moreover, from her confounded expression, it seemed that something terrifying had happened. But they were already at this point. What other accident could happen? Li Moying frowned slightly and immediately made a decision. No, there's no time. We have to quickly leave Snow Phoenix Palace. Mother-in-law, please hold on a little longer. Once we return to the cave dwelling, Lu Baiyan will be there to administer treatment for you, and you'll be all right. He waved his hand and indicated for everyone to leave quickly. However, Huang Siluo continued to shake her head. No, you guys listen to me. I cannot leave. You. Leave me here now and quickly go. Otherwise, no one will be able to leave. No way. Bai Lufeng was the first person to reject this suggestion. I will absolutely not leave you behind. You must leave with us. The others also echoed in agreement. That's right. Madame Bai, just hang on a little longer and we will be able to leave soon. At most, it will take the amount of time to brew a pot of tea. That's right, let go quickly and stop wasting time. They were originally here to save her. They couldn't understand what made Huang Siluo change her mind at the last minute. But if they were to leave her here, wouldn't they have wasted their efforts by taking such a huge risk today? Everyone moved forward. Bai Lufeng ignored Huang Siluo's objection and carried her up again, as they moved towards the bronze door. But he had barely taken 2 steps when Huang Siluo gave another dull groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. Moreover, the blood that she spat out turned into a blood mist, swirling in midair but it only took a few seconds and it disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Madame Bai, what's happening to you? What's going on? Has Lord Zhan discovered us already? Everyone was shocked by Huang Siluo's frail reaction. It was only at this point when everyone realized that the situation seemed a little unusual. Huang Siluo's face was as white as paper. She clenched her teeth tightly and was about to speak. Just at this moment, Huang Yueli also cried out in shock, Strange, my head is so dizzy, and my blood essence seems like it's going to overflow. Lear. Hearing that, Li Moying had a huge shock. He hurriedly turned around and returned to Huang Yueli's side, pulling her into his arms. Lear, what's the matter? You also feel unwell? Huang Yueli's complexion wasn't very good, but her situation wasn't as bad as Huang Siluo's. She pushed Li Moying's chest and shook her head. I'm still all right and I can move freely, but I indeed don't feel very well. Could it be that we've taken the wrong path and this bronze door has something strange inside? Her brows creased as she pondered. Everyone originally wanted to rush out from the door and upon hearing that, they stopped in their tracks. Their whereabouts had not been exposed yet. Otherwise, Lord Zhan would have shut off all the mechanisms and came to kill them directly. But now that this kind of accident happened, and Huang Siluo was even gravely injured till she threw up blood. It was highly possible that she might have been struck by some kind of mechanism or poison. How about this subordinate move ahead to check out this place first? Song Piyu stood up and asked for permission. Li Moying hadn't said a word and Huang Siluo already started shaking her head. No, it's not because of the mechanism. It's, Sai, you'd all better leave quickly. As long as you don't bring me along, you will still be able to have a smooth exit. But, how can we do this? Everyone looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what was going on. Bai Lufeng spoke exasperatedly, no way. I already said that I will never leave. Since you are afraid of implicating these juniors, then we'll just get them to leave first and I'll stay behind to accompany you. No, no way, you have to leave too. Huang Siluo was frightened out of her wits and used her last bit of energy to shout, hurry up and leave, bring our daughter and leave this place. If anything were to happen to Lear, even if I died, I will never forgive you. You, Bai Lufeng was flabbergasted, as he wished that he could just wake this woman up. She actually said this kind of thing to force him to leave. But what she did not realize was, even if it was so, he would not possibly leave her behind. He had already been separated from Huang Siluo for the past 15 years, so he would absolutely not allow her to leave on her own. On the other hand, Li Moying looked extremely anxious as he carried Huang Yueli as well. Lear, what's the matter with you? Your face is getting paler by the minute. Why not, we leave this place first? Huang Yueli shook her head. Although her voice wasn't very loud, she spoke in an unwavering tone, no, we cannot leave mother behind. Moreover, I'm still all right. Just feel a little anemic? Lu Bian took a look at her and he frowned. The symptoms you are displaying indeed look like you are suffering from loss of blood essence. Quick, take this pill. He placed a porcelain bottle to Huang Yueli and turned around to check on Huang Siluo. Huang Yueli poured out 3 pills that would replenish blood essence and swallowed it. After that, her complexion became much better. She instantly pushed Li Moying aside and walked next to Huang Siluo. Mother, don't keep trying to push us away. Why don't you tell us what's exactly happening to you? All of us can come up with an idea to deal with it. Lord Jean might be powerful, but we aren't weaklings as well. Mother shouldn't be worrying too much. Huang Yueli thought of bringing Huang Siluo away by force. But the current situation did not allow her to do so. It seemed that with every step they took, Huang Siluo's condition would worsen a little. If they were unable to figure out the reason for this, Huang Siluo would be in grave danger even before they reached the teleportation array. Huang Siluo looked at their determined looks and she knew that if she did not tell them the truth, these people would not leave. She sighed, coughed, and opened her mouth to speak. Haven't you noticed that the blood stench in Snow Phoenix Palace is slowly becoming stronger? Everyone was stunned as they only just realized that the surrounding atmosphere had indeed become extremely strange. It made one feel queasy. Without waiting for their reply, Huang Siluo continued talking. This proved that Huang Xianxia had officially started the sacrificial ceremony, and it is continuously drawing the energy from the Blood Moon Great Array. If there is sufficient energy in the Great Array, the few of us will naturally be safe. But now, I am suddenly throwing up blood, and that proves that the blood essence which Huang Xianxia had been collecting from the human race isn't enough to support the sacrificial ceremony. So he has no choice but to resort to more vicious methods. What methods? Bai Liufeng's body was icy cold and his voice started quivering. He will take one more step, to absorb Sacred Phoenix Race's clansman's God clan bloodline. Huang Siluo's eyes were icy cold, as she spoke these words one at a time. What? When she said that, everyone present couldn't help but cried out in shock. Even Huang Yueli couldn't remain calm. She frowned and said, absorb Sacred Phoenix Race clansman's blood essence? This is simply too much. Lord John himself is from Sacred Phoenix clan, how can he do this? Hasn't he said that human race practitioners are all lowly people, so he used the Blood Moon Great Array to absorb their blood essence, and he doesn't feel any guilt about doing so. Then what about Sacred Phoenix race? They have the same bloodline as him. Huang Siluo smiled coldly and said, do I need to say anything more about what kind of person is he? On the surface, he looks like he's righteous, but deep down in his bones, he's just a selfish and cold-blooded person. He probably thinks that the most important thing is for himself to ascend to God realm. As for the other people, they should just sacrifice for him. Simple, a beast in human clothings. How could there be such a shameless person under this heavens? Lu Bian was extremely furious as he couldn't help but started to curse. Li Moying was much calmer. He muttered to himself for a short moment and asked, in this way, mother-in-law suddenly getting such a serious injury is because Lord Jean is trying to suck your clansman's blood essence? Then, why doesn't Lear have the same symptoms as you? Huang Siluo said, the Blood Moon Great Array has a different exclusive method to absorb Sacred Phoenix race's blood essence. It's totally different from absorbing the human race's blood essence. Huang Zhanxiao doesn't know that all of you have infiltrated this place. So in order to increase the speed of absorbing blood essence and energy, he fully executed the secret technique focused on Sacred Phoenix race only. Lear has the bloodline of a human race from her father, so she's considered as mixed blood. Hence the effect on her is much lower. I see, Li Moying nodded after listening to this explanation. The others delved into deep thoughts. According to what Huang Siluo said, it would pose a huge difficulty if they wanted to bring her out. Moreover, the situation is much worse than you can imagine. Absorbing clansman's blood essence means that Huang Zhanxiao is on the verge of insanity. He had already staked everything, disregarding the consequences, just to achieve his aim. Hence, if the energy in the Blood Moon Great Array still isn't enough after absorbing the clansman's blood essence, he will shift the sacrificial ceremony earlier and immediately kill me. Huang Siluo's face turned grave, you must all leave right now. Don't stay for too long, he will be here soon. Originally, their plan was to bring Huang Siluo away during the 2 hours of free time before the start of the sacrificial ceremony. That should have been more than sufficient. However, this sudden change occurred at this moment. They had only brought her away from the secret room for less than 1 hour, and Lord Jean might possibly arrive earlier. Blood Moon Great Array. Lord Jean wore a black long robe. He was covered in the thick and dignified dark ice silk robe from head to toe. Behind him was a piece of cape, which flew when driven under the profound energy. When the cape opened up, everyone saw the elaborate Sacred Phoenix totem which was embroidered on it. Under the wind, the phoenix on the cape looked lively, as though it was about to fly in the bloody red mist. Lord Jean stood above the skies on top of the Blood Moon Great Array with a solemn expression, as he presided over the sacrificial ceremony. All the Sacred Phoenix race's practitioners were seated around the surroundings of the Great Array. Following Lord Jean's orders, everyone silently chanted the sacrificial ceremony's prayers and the strong energy kept gathering in midair substantially. Finally, the long prayers were coming close to the end. Lord Jean's face flushed red with excitement and his deep voice was sonorous within Snow Phoenix Palace. After thousands of years of living in seclusion, we Sacred Phoenix race's survivors have finally waited for this day. Henceforth, we will no longer be trapped in this continent with scarce resources, and we will return to God Realm, to regain our ancient God Realm's glory. Blood Moon ascends. Lord Jean slowly raised his hands, and the blood chi that was pervading in the air intensified again. Under his feet, the ground started to split open and the entire Blood Moon Great Array slowly revealed itself from below. The current Blood Moon Great Array was no longer the same as what Huang Yueli and the others had seen months ago. Those human practitioners who had been tied up on the poles had been completely sucked dry, not even leaving their corpses. Even those red scorpions, which were used to absorb the practitioner's spiritual roots, had all completely been refined, with no traces remaining. So the blood essence and spiritual roots had all gathered into blood chi within the array. It dissipated powerful, evil, and cold energy. Following Lord Zhan's actions, the blood chi beneath his feet slowly ascended, and it went higher and higher, as the density grew thicker and thicker. The pungent blood stench was so strong that one was on the verge of throwing up. Those sacred Phoenix race's practitioners who were seated by the side of the blood moon great array were showing terrible and painful expressions, but none of them dared to move recklessly as they tried their best to endure it. The bloody mist's color became stronger and stronger, thicker and thicker. Moreover, when it was gradually gathering inwards to form into a huge round shape, it resembled a blood moon that appeared in the center of Snow Phoenix Palace. Lord Zhan's initial expression was cold, as he controlled this blood moon unhurriedly. However, as time went by, the blood moon's ascension grew slower and slower. After a quarter of an hour had passed, the blood moon seemed to have stopped ascending as it stopped in midair, not moving at all. All of the sacred Phoenix race's practitioners found it strange, but they didn't dare to say a word or lift their heads. They only remained seated silently as they started praying again. Woo! Suddenly, Lord Zhan's expression changed. He clenched his teeth and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Following this mouthful of blood, the color in his face drained off totally. The blood turned into a blood mist and instantly integrated into that ball of blood moon. But, the blood moon merely moved another 2 inches, and stopped once again. Seeing this, all of Sacred Phoenix race's practitioners suddenly stopped their prayers. Everyone was astonished and horrid to see this, and a bad premonition arose in their hearts. According to the plan that Lord Zhan had described to everyone, to break through the space barrier that was covering soaring heaven's continents, the most basic step was to make use of blood moon spell's energy. It had to first ascend the blood moon into the sky to pierce through the space barrier. While the space barrier was damaged and with the appearance of the cracks, using the Sky Phoenix Ring's shattered pieces and sacrificing their holy maiden's blood, the ceremony would be completed, and they would be able to break through the space barrier in one go. From the looks of it, the blood moon had just risen and merely touched the roof in Snow Phoenix Palace. But it seemed as though it had stopped moving. They wondered if the energy within the blood moon great array wasn't enough, or was it due to the wrong sacrificial method? No matter what was the reason that caused it, it could only prove one point. If they could not even complete the first step today, to gather the powerful blood essence to make the blood moon ascend into the sky, then there would be no need to talk about the later stages of the ceremony. If things continued to develop in this manner, then the past few decades of time and amount of effort spent would have gone down the drain. Moreover, this was not the worst thing. The worst was Blood Moon Great Array was an evil skill that had been handed down since ancient times. In the past, only the demon tribe would execute such spells, because these acts were simply too atrocious. So, they had no choice but to offer the purest bloodline, Holy Maiden's blood, as a sacrifice. It was fine if this demonic art was successful. But if it failed, that meant the entire Sacred Phoenix race would suffer the Blood Moon Great Array's backlash. Those practitioners who had been killed in the Blood Moon Great Array, the sufferings and pain that they had experienced, would all be returned in several folds onto Sacred Phoenix race's clansmen. Among all of them, the person who would suffer the most would be Lord Zhan, who was presiding over the sacrificial ceremony. If he were to suffer the backlash, he would definitely end up with his soul dispersed and spirit scattered. Moreover, before that happened, he would need to endure the endless pain. It was exactly because of this reason, which made Sacred Phoenix race's practitioners restless when they saw the blood moon slowing down and Lord Zhan's pale expression. Although they did not dare to say a word, many of them were secretly exchanging glances. Their expressions revealed their uneasiness. Lord Zhan was standing in the middle of the array, but he could see those practitioners' expressions from the corner of his eye. He suddenly gave off a cold snort. This sound was like a bolt of lightning that cracked in midair. Lord John's ability was outstanding, and his voice also carried his profound energy suppression. It immediately shook the practitioners who had stiffened their bodies, not daring to say a single word more. Clansmen, the blood moon will be ascending to the sky soon, and we are at the last step. Everyone, inject your profound energy into the array and continue with your prayers. Before the blood moon ascends totally into the sky, no one is allowed to stop. Lord John's commanding voice rang in midair again. Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners were shocked by his ability, and no one dared to slack off as they hurriedly started praying once again. No one noticed the cold glint in Lord John's eyes when he talked. He had already decided in his heart. The clansmen's praying voices started to echo in unison and became louder and louder. Their profound energies slowly gathered into the blood moon great array. Everyone understood that this was the crucial moment related to the entire clan's life and death. So no one dared to secretly conceal their power and contributed their strength. After all, as long as the space barrier was opened, heaven and earth profound chi would instantly be doubled. So they would be able to replenish this bit of profound energy easily through cultivation. Whereas if the spell failed, then everyone would end up with a horrible death. Lord John heard the singing voice and his expression was cold, as he stood high up while looking down on everyone. It seemed as though he had already reached another world, whereas those clansmen beneath him were no longer in the same space as him. Finally, when the profound energy gathered to its limit, Lord John started to make his move again. Blood moon ascends. The piercing bitter cold voice rang once again. Lord John's finger pointed at the blood moon, which had stopped in midair, and it started ascending once again. This time, with Sacred Phoenix Race practitioners' injection of profound energy, the blood moon great array gained a great increase of energy. The speed of the blood moon ascending was optimistic, and very soon, it rose out of the open crack from the top of Snow Phoenix Palace's ceiling. Daytime in northern ice fields was short while the night was long. It was especially so for the freezing zone. At this moment, the outside of Snow Phoenix Palace was already nighttime. The blood moon that congealed from blood essence had just revealed itself, and an evil and sinister blood stench filled the air. If anyone passed by Snow Phoenix Palace's surroundings at this particular moment, they would be shocked by this strange energy. Those with slightly weaker cultivations would not react in time and would be implicated by the blood moon's suction. Their blood essence would break out from their bodies and integrate with this bloody-colored moon. Seeing this made the Sacred Phoenix Race practitioners elated. Looked like the blood moon great array had sufficient energy. As long as everyone worked together, they would be able to complete the sacrificial ceremony. The crowd was indulging in their joy, and they had completely relaxed their last sliver of doubts. None of the clansmen doubted Lord John's judgment as they started to shut their eyes one after another. All of them began to pray piously. Persist a little longer. The bright future was right in front of them. The practitioners devoted themselves totally to this sacrificial ceremony, and no one noticed Lord John's expression. Although he showed his usual look as though nothing was nothing, he had used up all his strength. He was pretending that he wasn't affected at all. In reality, the reason why he was able to stand firm right now was all due to his determination. His body started to show signs of trembling. But there was a cold smirk on Lord John's lips, because he would be relieved of this very soon. Sacred Phoenix Race practitioners' profound energies were slowly being absorbed into the blood moon great array. The overexhaustion of profound energy made a practitioner's consciousness become hazy. Adding on to the blood mist in the surroundings, it had a bewitching and numb effect on one's senses. When Lord John saw that the time was ripe, his right hand waved and he suddenly changed his hand gestures. Under the profound energy's influence, the bottom portion of the blood moon great array started rippling once again, to form the patterns of a whirlpool. Oof. Pft. Following the formation of the whirlpool, those surrounding practitioners who were seated around instantly felt their bodies tremble. Those with slightly weaker cultivations immediately spat out their blood essence. Lord John, this is goof. Pfft. Some practitioners with slightly stronger abilities were still clear-minded and sensed that something was wrong. They abruptly opened their eyes, wanting to interrogate Lord John. However, Lord John's expression was cold and aloof as he calmly struck out a few more hand gestures to increase the suction power of the Blood Moon Great Array. Those who had just regained their consciousness started to spit out blood. Their faces instantly turned yellowish, and their throats seemed as though someone was strangling them. They were suffocating, and they could not say a single word at all. Sacred Phoenix race practitioners all started to spit out their blood essence as one after another laid limp on the ground. At the same time, the Blood Moon Great Array kept accumulating their energy within, as it flowed into Lord John's body steadily. Under his control, the Blood Moon also started to rise steadily. Lord John was aware that it was a success, and his taut facial muscles started to relax. He had just heaved a sigh of relief after the Blood Moon had risen several thousand meters. As it got closer to the space barrier, Lord John suddenly sensed the Blood Moon's ascension speed starting to slow down again. Very quickly, he realized that this wasn't just an illusion. After the Blood Moon speedily rose for a while, it seemed as though there wasn't enough energy to support it, so the speed started to decrease once again. Lord John looked coldly at his suffering clansmen below the stage. They were after all from the same clan, and Lord John had shown them mercy. Although he sucked their blood essence, he allowed them to continue living. Now, those clansmen whose cultivations were slightly lower had all lost consciousness as they fell all over the ground. Although these people were not dead, after their blood essence was sucked dry without any consideration, all of them were seriously injured. So even if they did not die in this place today, they would probably end up crippled. Those who could barely sit on the ground were Sacred Phoenix race practitioners who had outstanding innate talents. Although they were seriously injured, there was still a possibility to recover. However, if Lord John continued to suck their blood essence as a form of energy, their results would be the same as those ordinary practitioners. Lord John struck a hand gesture and stopped sucking their energies. At the same time, he started to frown. If sucking these people dry would result in insufficient energy to send the Blood Moon to the end of the sky, he would not hesitate to do so. But the problem now was based on his calculation. Even if he were to suck their energies dry, he would still be unable to complete the sacrificial ceremony. But he was just a little short, just a little bit more. Lord John's expression slowly turned sinister as the raging emotions in his heart kept accumulating. Soon, he was on the verge of a rampage. No, it's impossible. I can't possibly fail. How can I possibly fail? A genius like this seat should stand in God Realm's lands, to become the whole Sacred Phoenix race's pride, the target of adoration among all the God clans. This is this seat's predestined fate. How can I possibly be trapped in this goddamn place, like soaring heaven's continent? This seat must go to God Realm. This seat will be able to do it. I will absolutely not fail. The predictions that happened several decades ago proved this point. Everything is Sacred Phoenix race's destiny. What on earth had gone wrong? He gnashed his teeth angrily, suddenly frowning and suddenly guffawing. He seemed to be deranged and was on the verge of losing his rationality. Suddenly, Lord John seemed to have thought of something as his eyes lit up. Right, there's still this seat's beloved sister, Sacred Phoenix Palace's holy maiden with the purest bloodline. Although she had been tainted by a lowly human race, her blood essence is still the strongest. This seat originally intended to use her blood in the last moments, but it seems that we cannot afford to wait until then. Lord John had no choice, and his only way was to bring forward the time to kill Huang Siluo. The most important issue was to resolve this crisis first. Xianxia was hard-hearted, so there was nothing that he could not bear to do. Right now, he injected his profound energy into the other 9-piece insight lock that he was wearing. He hoped to use this half-god relic's energy to pull Xianxia on the other end of the lock, to him. However, just at this instant, Lord Zhan's expression changed abruptly. What's going on? Lord Zhan suddenly realized that he could not sense Xiao's location. In the beginning, he thought that it was due to his highly anxious state which caused this hallucination. After all, the 9-piece insight lock was Sacred Phoenix Race's hereditary half-god relic. So, such an error couldn't happen. So, he quickly tried to inject more profound energy. However, the other insight lock still did not give any reaction. The third time, fourth time. Lord Zhan finally realized that it wasn't his method that was wrong. But, something really happened on Xiao's end. How is this possible? Could she really had run away? Lord Zhan's expression instantly became twisted and he looked extremely sinister and terrifying. Right now, he was already pushed to the brink of the cliff. He only needed to take one step backward and he would fall into the deep abyss. If he couldn't find Xiaoxi, it wouldn't take long before him, Xianxia's doomsday. Lord Zhan's heart was burning with anxiety. But right now, he could no longer bother about other people. He would do any wicked crimes, just to save his own skin. Xiaoxi, you forced me to do this. So many of our clansmen died today, it's all because of you, this holy maiden's sin. Lord Zhan laughed coldly as his hands made a grabbing stance. A dozen over unconscious junior clansmen lying beside the blood moon great array was led by his profound energy, as their bodies flew into midair. Following that, Lord Zhan immediately swung his hand, and the dozen over men were thrown into the blood moon great array's pool. In an instant, miserable cries kept ringing. In the instant, when those dozen over men who had fallen into the blood pool, their bodies immediately turned into blood beads. Not long later, their bodies were entirely bathed in blood and their eyeballs popped out. It seemed as though they had become dull-witted. Any clear-minded person could tell that these people had completely become the walking dead. It wouldn't take more than a quarter of an hour before they completely turned into a puddle of blood water. Lord Zhan's hands kept catching people in midair, and every single time, he would capture a few dozens of practitioners. Shortly after, 100 over practitioners had been thrown into the blood pool. The surface area of the pool, which didn't look very big, was almost filled up. 100 over people kept churning in the bloody pool as they all tried to struggle, but none of them could escape. This scene, accompanied by the miserable cries, made one feel horrified. Those practitioners that Lord Zhan picked had slightly weaker cultivations. For some practitioners with higher abilities, although they could not move, they could still barely maintain their rationality. They all stared at Lord Zhan with a deadly look, simply unable to believe their eyes. Lord Zhan, whom all of them had imagined to be extremely powerful, authoritative, and upright, looked like a ghost that had come from hell. It made one feel terrified just to look at him. After Lord Zhan finished sucking the blood essence from those practitioners in the blood pool, the red bloody mist slowly ascended and propped up the blood moon. Although this round of blood moon did not continue to ascend, at least it stayed in the same position. These trashy blood essence could only stabilize it for a short period. This seat must use this amount of time to capture Xiaoxi, that little slut who dares to escape. She dares to do this trickery under my eyes. This seat will make you regret whatever you have done. Lord Zhan cursed coldly, and following a sway, his body disappeared from the mid-sky above the blood moon great array. Snow Phoenix Palace's top floor. After Xianxia and the others heard Xiaoxi's explanation, they realized the seriousness of the problem. But if they had to abandon Xiaoxi and escape for their lives, no one could do it at all. Everyone exchanged glances as they pondered over how they could resolve the current situation. Huang Silua was extremely anxious as she kept urging the others. Everyone, quickly leave. I can already sense the blood moon great array's energy getting unstable. Huang Zhanxiao must have realized that something isn't right. She had just finished her sentence when the entire Snow Phoenix Palace suddenly shook violently. Everyone was caught off guard, and they spent some effort before they stabilized themselves. But before they could regain their senses, they saw a blood-red-colored mist seeping out from every wall in the surroundings, slowly rising to the skies. Huang Silua spat out another mouth of blood. The color of her face had finally regained slightly, but it instantly paled once again. Even Huang Yueli also had a terrible look on her face. She hurriedly swallowed a few more pills before she could barely stand firm. This is terrible. Bai Lufeng held on to Huang Silua tightly and refused to let go. At the same time, he lifted his head and looked at everyone, speaking in a grave voice. Everyone should have heard what Silua said just now. From the looks of it, Silua probably is unable to escape from this place. But I had already expected this ending long ago, so it isn't unacceptable for me. I will stay here and accompany her. Li Moying, bring Lear and your friends and leave this place quickly. This time, I really owe you a big favor. I hope that in the future, you will take good care of Lastly. He had made a decision in this short period. To be able to accompany Huang Silua to die in Snow Phoenix Palace wasn't a difficult thing for him. But he didn't wish to implicate anyone else. Father! Huang Yue cried out sharply as she shook her head furiously. Father, I will not leave. How can you ask me to abandon you and mother and leave this place on my own? Moreover, we still have a chance of survival, isn't it? It's still too early to give up now. Stop this nonsense, I'm your father. Just listen to me and follow my instructions. Bai Lufeng didn't believe that there were still any other chances to reverse this situation. Lord Zhan's sinister, malicious, and cold-blooded ways were something that he knew even more than Huang Yueli and the others. Seeing that Huang Yueli refused to leave, he turned towards Li Moying. Stinky brat, why aren't you bringing Lastly away? Respecting your woman is not wrong, but it does not represent that you need to see her die, right? I'm staying here with Silua is something that we are willing to do, so don't feel any guilt over this. Bai Lufeng assumed that based on Li Moying's love for Huang Yueli, he would take her life into consideration at this juncture. As long as he said that, Li Moying would not say no. But whoever knew that Li Moying did not move at all. He only looked at Huang Yueli and spoke softly. I've already said that I will accompany Lear to wherever she wants to go. But... Speaking of this, he suddenly paused for a moment, but the others can take this chance to leave right now. You don't have any obligations to stay with me and Lear to take on this risk. His words were meant for Lu Bian, Song Pijun, and Song Piyu. Song Pijun and Song Piyu were his subordinates. But Li Moying had known them for many decades, so there was a sort of brotherhood relationship between them. If they were to face death today, there was simply no point to drag anyone down. After all, Huang Silua was Huang Yueli's mother and she was his mother-in-law. She was not related to other people. However, when Song Pijun and Song Piyu heard that, their faces instantly changed. The both of them immediately knelt. Sovereign, what are you saying? This subordinate had already sworn our allegiance towards you, and it would not change even if we had to die. That's right. Sovereign, how would this subordinate do not dare to take our leave while you remain here? This subordinate is willing to fight alongside you and Grandmaster Huang till the end. Lu Bian's reaction wasn't that huge. When the both of them finished their speech, he waved his hand impatiently and said, We're already so pressed for time, so can you guys stop talking about this rubbish? Since we've all come together, of course, we should leave together. Now, can you focus on thinking about another way? Just thinking of waiting here like a sitting duck doesn't match our sovereign Li's demeanor. Hearing that, Huang Yueli finally understood everyone's thinking. All of them were so resolute in standing by her side. This kind of friendship left her so touched that she almost wanted to tear up. But she knew there wasn't enough time, so she didn't say much. She merely blinked her eyes, blinking away the tears. "All right, since you've all decided, then let's distribute the tasks that we shall undertake. The biggest problem now is, the further Mother is away from the Blood Moon Great Array, the greater it affects her, so there's no way to leave the boundary of Snow Phoenix Palace. Seeing this from another point of view, if we were to damage the Blood Moon Great Array or disrupt Lord Jean from casting the spell, it might affect the progress and weaken the effect. In this way, wouldn't Mother be able to lead this place successfully?" Everyone was stunned. "When you put it in this manner, it seems like it. But how are we supposed to damage the Blood Moon Great Array? It's a demonic art which has been left behind since ancient times, so do we have the ability to damage it?" Lu Baiyan's brows creased as he raised a doubt. Song Piyu muttered, "It might be slightly more difficult to damage the array, but if we attempt to interrupt the spell, it might not be that difficult. Blood Moon Great Array's energy is limited, and it is now showing signs of deterioration. By then, we can just create some disturbances, and it would make the sacrificial ceremony difficult to progress on." Huang Yueli nodded her head and said, "So to speak, we must send out a team of people to disrupt the sacrificial ceremony." Song Piyu hurriedly volunteered, "Allow this subordinate to handle this. Damaging the array is this subordinate's specialty." However, Huang Yueli firmly denied his suggestion. "This is best suited for me and Moing to handle personally." The Blood Moon Great Array had many sacred phoenix clansmen around, and all of their cultivations are very high. If you are surrounded by them, you can't get away from them. "But," Song Piyu frowned, "but if Grandmaster Huang went personally, wouldn't you face the same kind of risk?" Huang Yueli's lips tugged slightly. "That might not necessarily be so. I am, after all, Holy Maiden's daughter. Although Lord Jean is deranged, those ordinary clansmen adore my mother very much. They might not necessarily do anything to me. Besides this, I have something very important that I need you to handle." Song Piyu went into a blank. "What's that?" "No matter if it's Mother's whereabouts being exposed, or if I successfully disrupt the sacrificial ceremony, Lord Jean will realize that someone had already infiltrated into Snow Phoenix Palace. He grasps the method to control all Snow Phoenix Palace's mechanisms. In case the route is blocked, my mother and the others will not be able to escape. By then, I will need to depend on you to damage all the arrays and mechanisms in the surroundings, to ensure Mother and the rest can escape." Huang Yueli instructed a few simple sentences, and Song Piyu immediately understood her meaning. He hurriedly cupped his fists. "This subordinate understands and will handle this well." N. Huang Yueli nodded his head. "Will Guardian June and Senior Brother please go along with Guardian June? After you have completed the mission, please come over to the surroundings near Blood Moon Great Array to reinforce Moing and me." The crowd nodded their heads respectively as they acknowledged their understanding. "And?" Huang Yueli wanted to say something when suddenly, a piercing cold bitterness arose from her back. She instantly sensed something and shuddered. A sinister cold voice was heard in midair. "Huang, si, Luo. You have indeed escaped. It's you bunch of insolent fools again. You managed to smuggle into Snow Phoenix Palace, beneath my eyes. You're indeed very good. Very good." A familiar silhouette appeared and Lord Jean's figure came closer as he appeared right before everyone's eyes. He managed to come out from the Blood Moon Great Array. After experiencing multiple times integration of blood essence, his entire body was filled with a thick bloody stench. His eyes were blood red and his expression was malevolent, bearing no difference from the demon tribe. Upon seeing his look, everyone had a shock. Huang Siluo had a complicated look in her eyes. It was mixed with shock, fury, hatred, and terror. Huang Zhanxiao, you really sucked away the clansman's blood essence. How could you be so deranged to such a state? Lord Zhan started laughing wildly while he glowered at her. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Why can't this seat do this? This seat is doing this for Sacred Phoenix Race's future. It's their honor to sacrifice for Sacred Phoenix Race. You, this holy maiden, actually dare to escape from the sacrificial ceremony. You are disregarding the entire Sacred Phoenix Race, and your sins cannot be forgiven. His gaze swept across those people beside Huang Siluo, and his gaze became even gloomier. And for the rest of you lowly human race, how dare you disrupt an ancient god clan's ceremony? This is an act of insubordination. But you came just in time. This seat was just worrying that the Blood Moon Great Array did not have enough blood essence. All of you are outstanding practitioners with great talents, so you can act as replenishment for the Great Array. It's to atone for your sins. Lord Zhan's voice had just ended and his body suddenly flashed as he dashed towards Huang Siluo. Although he spoke conceitedly, he had some plans in his mind. He knew that going up against so many ninth stage realm peak practitioners alone, and taking them all down, posed a certain difficulty. So he had to take the initiative to start the attack. Although Lord Zhan was swift, the others were already prepared for him. On seeing him dash over, Bai Lufeng immediately blocked himself in front of Huang Siluo. He waved a palm strike and struck out towards Lord Zhan. Li Moying and Lu Bian also flew up and supported Bai Lufeng from the side. Under the attack of three people, Lord Zhan was forced back, and his face revealed a crimson-red color. Even though they managed to force Lord Zhan to retreat, Bai Lufeng and the others exchanged a look and saw a hint of graveness in one another's eyes. Lord Zhan's ability seemed to have improved from the last time they met. Under normal circumstances for their level, it would take at least 1 to 2 years before they were able to raise their abilities. However, the truth was right in front of everyone's eyes. In these few short months, Lord Zhan's ability was so clearly raised. Huang Siluo gritted his teeth and said, "You. Not only did you use the Blood Moon Great Array to gather energy. Moreover, you even ate those pills refined from those practitioners' spiritual roots. Am I right? Otherwise, there's no way that your ability could increase so drastically." Lord Zhan smirked and said, "Indeed, this seat's biological sister. Nothing can escape your eyes. You're crazy, you're really crazy." Huang Siluo's eyes widened as she kept shaking her head in disbelief. "Do you know that taking that kind of medicinal pill will incur retribution? If you suffer a backlash from the medicinal pills, you will fall into the demonic path. So what about that?" Lord Zhan retracted his smile as he spoke out icily, "If the sacrificial ceremony fails, my ending will be much worse. This seat can only succeed." Saying that, he glanced at Huang Siluo and said, "All right, enough of the small talk. Third sister, still not coming over to this seat's side?" Huang Siluo bit her lips and didn't say a word. If sacrificing her alone would ensure everyone's safety, she would definitely agree without any hesitation. But she understood Lord Zhan well. He would absolutely not leave anyone alive. So fighting to the very end was the only way out for them. Seeing her keeping silent, Lord Zhan could guess what she had in mind. His expression turned gloomier and terrifying by the minute. "Looks like you choose to do it the hard way. Then don't blame this seat for being vicious. Take this." Lord Zhan lifted his hand slightly and 2 fire dragons came sweeping behind him. Behind the raging balls of flame, it carried a dark and cold death chi which unleashed an explosive powerful energy as it charged towards the crowd. This time, he did not underestimate his enemy and unleashed 100% of his might. He was asking for a swift fight. Under these circumstances, even if everyone were to fight under full strength, they would only be able to break even with him. Huang Siluo and Huang Yueli, who bore Sacred Phoenix race's bloodlines, were greatly affected by Lord Zhan's Blood Moon Great Array. They instantly felt their blood and qi surging, and they felt extremely unwell. But it only took a few seconds, and Lord Zhan had already exchanged several rounds with the others. Bai Lufeng and the others had more people on their side, so even under Lord Zhan's astounding might, they did not show signs of defeat temporarily. But Huang Yueli, who was on the verge of the war, frowned worriedly. Lord Zhan's energy in this battle was totally reliant from the support of the Blood Moon Great Array. Now that the exchange of blows increased as time went by, Huang Siluo's face turned paler and paler by the second. She totally could not stand, lying limp on the ground. But Bai Lufeng could not afford to take care of her. He spent most of his energy on the battle against Lord Zhan. If this continued, Huang Siluo's condition would become worse and worse. Huang Yueli knew this situation was terrible and she must think of another way to resolve this. Otherwise, the longer the time dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Suddenly her eyes lit up and following a flash, she ran behind Li Moying. "Lear, don't come here. It's too dangerous. Stay a little further away." Li Moying caught sight of her from his peripheral view, and he couldn't help but reminded her with a frown. Huang Yueli could no longer reply to him in time as she swiftly worked out hand gestures. She swiftly struck out dozens of hand gestures onto the back of the wall. They were now located at the end of a corridor. They almost stepped through the huge mechanism door behind them, but as Huang Siluo suddenly threw up blood, they stopped walking. Huang Yueli thought of this point and immediately made her move. She wanted to open up the mechanism door again to give the others a way of retreating. Lord Zhan naturally understood this point and couldn't help but sneered with disdain. Based on what he thought, the entire Snow Phoenix Palace was within his grasp. Even if Huang Yueli wanted to activate the mechanism, he would be able to strike them all down. It would be a dream if they wanted to escape. Li Moying and the others realized what Huang Yueli's intention was, and they intensified their attacks, hoping to gain a little more time for her. Not long later, a loud boom was heard. The mechanism behind everyone's back suddenly opened up. Huang Yueli shouted out softly, "Everyone, quickly retreat." Following her shout, Lord Zhan laughed coldly. "Want to escape? You're seeking your deaths." Under such an intensive exchange of blows, if Bai Lufeng and the others wanted to escape, they would be equivalent to selling their flaws to the enemy. Not only would they not be able to escape, but they would also instantly fall into a disadvantage. Anyone with enough battle experience would understand that this was not the best option to make. Huang Yueli, the past 9th stage realm peak practitioner, must have leisure time after her reincarnation. She actually committed such an error, which was extremely ludicrous. Lord Zhan silently shook his head, totally not bothering about Huang Yueli at all. When Bai Lufeng and the others heard her command, they were stunned. Their first reaction was exactly the same as Lord Zhan's. But Li Moying trusted his leader very much, and he knew that for her to ask them to retreat, she must have made the necessary arrangements, so he immediately followed her instructions at the first moment. "Retreat!" He simply shouted out and immediately retreated hastily. Song Pijun and Song Piyu naturally abided by Li Moying's commands. They could well ignore Huang Yueli's words, but now that Li Moying had given such an order, they did not even need to think and follow accordingly. On seeing the others already retreating, Bai Lufeng and Lu Bian also did not think so much, as they subconsciously kept to the same actions. Bai Lufeng used all his strength to continuously strike out a dozen overhits. Taking the chance while there was a short pause, he carried the seriously unconscious Huang Siluo and retreated out from the door. All of them are indeed seeking their deaths? Lord Zhan's heart rose with a hint of joy. He had not expected Bai Lufeng and the other top exponents to be so irrational. Could they have been shocked witless by his prowess? Lord Zhan was elated and was just about to chase up to them, Suddenly, a loud buzz was heard, and a shower of flying swords came raining down on him. What's that? Lord Jean's expression changed abruptly. While Huang Yueli was asking them to retreat, she did not hesitate as she activated her specially manufactured sword array. She had been manufacturing an outstanding piece of profound armament which was almost similar to a half-god relic. This was something that inspired her ever since she got to know about the Sky Phoenix ring and one of her peak works. It had been stored in Blue Profound Sect in the past few years. This lifetime, after she dug out this piece of profound armament, she polished it up and had hidden it with her, as her ultimate life-saving ace. Now that she was facing a life-and-death predicament, she decisively invoked the sword array. Under this powerful profound energy attack, even a peerless top exponent like Lord Jean was struck by several flying swords, causing him to bleed. But his ability was strong after all. After the initial shock, he swiftly regained his senses and started to seriously counter the flying swords' attacks. The densely packed flying swords kept swirling around, gathering different sword arrays as it relentlessly pursued after Lord Jean. He wanted to escape, but these flying swords were simply too hard to deal with. It took him quite an amount of effort, and after paying the price with a few deep gashes, he was finally able to get rid of these sword arrays. Damn stinky lass, she's so hard to deal with. She's merely a 9th-ranked armament master, but the sword array that she built could be compared to God Realm's armament masters. Lord Jean was both shocked and furious. Especially after he was injured by the flying swords, the rage in his body was completely spiked, which made him look even more malevolent than before. Just a sword array, and you're thinking of delaying this seat? Quit daydreaming. Let's see how this seat deals with all of you. Lord Jean calmed himself down and gnashed his teeth as he continued to pursue after them. Whoever knew that, just as he was dashing into the mechanism's closing door, a ball of intense flame swirled towards him. This ball of flame carried a terrifyingly high temperature. Just feeling it from a distance away already made him felt hot. It seemed as though his entire body was going to melt in the fiery flames and turned into ashes. Lord Jean shivered. What's going on? Could there be a deviant flame that is stronger than my flame? Impossible. We Sacred Phoenix race had been cultivating our flame sparks and had inherited true phoenix fire since thousands of years ago. It's impossible to have something stronger than this. This must be an illusion. Lord Jean was confident about his flame, so he did not bother to delve into this deeply. Instead, he congealed his profound energy, intending to break down the firewall and charge right through. But just as his profound energy and that ball of flame collided, Lord Jean's body suddenly shook. Oof. He gave off a dull moan, and a stream of blood trickled down from the corner of his lips. Under the earlier impact, it caused him to suffer from an internal injury. How is this possible? Lord Jean retreated a few steps as he endured with the dull bouts of pain from his chest and lifted his eyes to gaze in front. Although the scorching and pure flame was powerful enough, it could not sustain. Hence after the impact with Lord Jean, it slowly dissipated. After the raging flame, a huge and beautiful phoenix spread its wings as it raised its head and cried out to the sky. That dazzling golden-red wings resembled the sun that had just rose into the sky. The brilliance was enough to scorch one's eyes. Ph. Phoenix? Could this be a real phoenix? Lord Jean almost forgot to breathe when he saw the scene in front of him. No wonder the flame was so powerful earlier, which crushed him so much that his flame could not be displayed. So, the fire came from a phoenix? The Sacred Phoenix race inherited the true phoenix fire thousands of years ago. Its energy was slowly becoming scarce as it became weaker and weaker. Facing the genuine true phoenix fire, it naturally could not fight against it. He was considered as one of the outstanding talents in Sacred Phoenix race, but they were detached from the main family in God Realm for too long. Hence, he had never seen a living phoenix since young. Now before his eyes, this fire phoenix was so real as though it was about to spread its wings and fly away. So how could he not feel shocked to see it? However, this shock only sustained for a brief moment. The beautiful huge phoenix cried for a short duration, and as though it had used up all its energy, it started to shrink in an instant. It only took a blink of an eye, and the huge phoenix shrank into the size of a hen. Lord Jean rubbed his eyes. What's going on? What happened earlier? What on earth is this thing? The huge phoenix that had shrunk no longer looked like a phoenix. Instead, it looked like a mother hen with shiny feathers. Moreover, it was especially plump. No matter how one looked, it simply did not resemble a phoenix. Where did this fat chicken come from? Chirp chirp, chirp chirp. Hearing Huang Yueli's command, little Wang Kai, which had huffed out a mouthful of fire, used up all its energy. It intended to rush back to her side when it heard Lord Jean's surprised voice. He furiously patted his wings. You're the fat chicken, all your family members are fat chickens. But how would Lord Jean possibly understand what this fat bird was talking about? He instinctively dashed over and attempted to catch it with his hands. Little Phoenix was so shocked that it chirped loudly, and without a care for its official term, it hurriedly flapped its wings and scuttered away with all its might. Lord Jean followed it for a short distance. He had not expected that this little thing was so fat, but yet its flying speed was astonishingly fast. He tried to catch it but caught nothing instead. It was then when he recalled his real purpose in this trip. Damn it, I almost forgot. I'm here to capture Huang Siluo. It must be some illusion that the wretched lass came up with, hoping to divert the seat's attention. He abruptly grew alert as he turned around and checked on the surroundings. He discovered that the original group of 7 who should appear behind the mechanism door had indeed gone missing. Earlier, Huang Yueli threw out a sword array, then scorching flames, and had successfully delayed Lord Jean for a while. Using this time, the few of them had already followed their original plans to split up into 3 routes. They left in 3 different paths from this secret room. By the time Lord Jean broke through the various mechanisms, he could no longer find any of them. But Lord Jean was not disappointed at all. He squinted his eyes and gave a cold smile. Did you guys think that you can escape? As long as you are still within Snow Phoenix Palace, you can forget about escaping from this seat's clutches. This is merely your last struggle, before your death. Saying that, he lifted his right hand abruptly, and with his palm facing upwards, he pointed to the sky. A ray of blood light shot out from his palm. Blood, moon. At the same time, Huang Siluo, who was being carried by Bai Lufeng, suddenly straightened her body and gave out a soft moan. Blood started seeping out from her lips and the corners of her eyes. When Bai Lufeng saw this, his entire body turned cold, but there was nothing that he could do. He could only hug her tightly. Siluo, hang on tight. As long as we can evade Lord Jean's pursuit, it won't take long before Lastly destroys the Blood Moon Great Array. By then, you will be able to recover. You must hang on. However, Huang Siluo had already lost consciousness and was unable to say a single word at all. If it wasn't for the fact that her heart was still beating and her body temperature was still warm, Bai Lufeng might have assumed that she was already dead. Bai Lufeng hurriedly dug out a bottle of medicinal pills that Lu Bian refined. He stuffed some pills into her mouth and put his lips onto hers, forcing her to swallow it. Even though he knew that these medicinal pills had little effect on Huang Siluo, he could only choose to do this. Huang Siluo swallowed the medicinal pill and her lashes fluttered as her eyes opened slightly. Bai Lufeng felt elated and he hurriedly leaned close and asked, Siluo, are you feeling better? Huang Siluo parted her purplish-green lips and said in a low voice. But he could not hear her wrongly. Bai Lufeng went nearer to her and said, Siluo, what are you saying? Quickly go, my elder brother is here. Huang Siluo said this with much difficulty, as though it had used up all the strength in her. Bai Lufeng did not dare to treat her warning with neglect. He looked closely at the mechanism distribution map and did not stop. He kept running in circles around the boundary of Snow Phoenix Palace. Before Huang Yueli was able to destroy the Blood Moon Great Array, there was no way he could forcibly bring Huang Xiluo away from this place. Otherwise, she might suffer the backlash from the Blood Moon Great Array. From the moment she stepped out of Snow Phoenix Palace, her entire body's blood essence would be sucked dry. So the two of them could only loiter around the surroundings. Bai Lufeng knew that if this went on, they would definitely be found. But there was no other way, and the only thing he could do was to stay alert. However, this hard work was proven to be useless. Shortly after, Lord Zhan was already right behind them. Escape? Why don't you continue to do so? Where are you intending to escape to? Lord Zhan gave a cold smirk. He looked at both of them as though they were a pair of ants. Bai Liufeng's heart jolted. He knew that it was a matter of time for him to chase up to them. But he had not expected Lord Zhan to come so soon. Just this bit of time, Huang Yueli and Li Moying probably had not even reached the Blood Moon Great Array, let alone damaging the array. The only thing he could do now was to risk his life and stall Lord Zhan. He hoped that he would be able to give Huang Yueli and Song Pejun's group sufficient time, otherwise all of them would have to die here. Bai Lufeng made a decision instantly, and his expression turned solemn. He placed Huang Xiluo gently on the ground and blocked himself in front of her. Facing Lord Zhan, he actually felt extremely peaceful. Huang Zhanxiao, Xiluo, and I are not afraid of dying. But even if we die, we will not let your conspiracy succeed. Really? Just based on the both of you? You're hoping to stop this seat? Lord Zhan laughed loudly. This seat was intending to let you off, but unfortunately, you had to spoil this seat's important event today. Since that's so, this seat shall show you the genuine ability that an ancient god clan has. As he said that, he raised his hands. The blood mist in the air congealed in his hands swiftly and laid on top of his palm. It made his slender beautiful hand seem as though he had just walked out of a bloodbath. The thick blood swirled around his hand and the blood essence contained seeped into Lord Zhan's meridians. Following that, his ability abruptly spiked. Bai Lufeng was originally planning on a fight to the death, but seeing this made him horrified. Lord Zhan's ability was rapidly increasing, and it rose steadily towards the 10th stage realm. The profound energy suppression released in his body was extremely powerful. The suppression left a top exponent like Bai Lufeng unable to breathe. Powerful. Too powerful. It was hard to imagine just how strong one's ability could get. Could this be the difference between an ancient god clan and an ordinary human race? Bai Lufeng was horrified. However, before he could come out with a conclusion, Lord Zhan was already done accumulating his power and could not wait to strike out. Gathering the blood essence in his palms, the surging power seemed as though it was a terrifying wave that had no boundaries which swept towards Bai Lufeng. Bai Lufeng faced such a powerful profound energy clash head-on, and he was like a small rowboat, which could possibly capsize any moment. The pressure he took on was immensely huge, but he had nowhere to retreat, and nor could he do so. Bai Lufeng congealed all the profound energy in his body and tried his best to resist Lord Zhan's powerful impact. He was after all an outstanding peerless exponent and for a moment, he was actually able to ward off Lord Zhan's attacks. Their profound energies came to a stalemate in midair. However, Bai Lufeng clenched his teeth and his face flushed red. He did not dare to relax at all. On the other end, Lord Zhan seemed as though he was having an easy time. There was a faint smile on his lips. You're considered as an outstanding talent among the lowly humans. Too bad, your background is too cheap, so no matter how hard you try, you are merely just like this. Lord Zhan spoke calmly, and he abruptly struck. The red-colored profound energy suddenly expanded by 1 fold. Bai Liufeng's body was thrown out by this impact and crashed heavily on the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Lord Zhan did not even bother to take a look at him as he turned around to catch Huang Siluo. No. Bai Lufeng held weakly and struggled to get up and stop him. However, he totally could not move at all. Just as Lord Zhan was walking towards Huang Siluo, suddenly. Rumble. Rumble. Snow Phoenix Palace's ground started to shake violently, and one after another tremor was felt. Bai Lufeng was already seriously injured. Now that the tremors kept shaking, it tugged at his wounds, and he was in so much pain that he almost fainted. But, just as he was trying hard to endure the pain, he found that Lord Zhan was showing an expression that was in even more pain than his. For that one instant, Bai Lufeng thought that he had seen wrongly. But following that, Lord Zhan clenched his fists tighter as he roared, "Who? Who is the one creating this ruckus? Who dares to interrupt the sacred sacrificial ceremony? Simply looking for death. This seat will catch all of you and tear you to pieces." Bai Lufeng was stunned. It was only now that he realized the blood qi pervading in Snow Phoenix Palace seemed to have lightened up. That uncomfortable sticky cold feeling seemed to have disappeared. Could it be that Lastly and the others succeeded? This thought flashed past his mind. Just at this moment, Lord Zhan's figure suddenly disappeared in a flash. Blood Moon Great Array. Even though Lord Zhan had already left, but the surrounding sacred phoenix race's practitioners remained trapped in the array, rendering them immobile. All of their faces flushed with a strange red light and their expressions were horrifying. Blood was seeping out from the corners of their eyes and lips. A blood-colored moon hung in the sky, as it sprinkled layers of blood mist, radiating evilness everywhere. Huang Yueli and Li Moying successfully infiltrated the side of the Blood Moon Great Array. The both of them exchanged a glance when they saw the current scenario. This array looks really evil. Where should we try to infiltrate from? Li Moying asked. Huang Yueli muttered irresolutely, "It's too late. Let's just charge into the array directly." The Blood Moon Great Array's eye is below the blood pool. As long as the array eye is damaged, the Blood Moon Great Array's energy would be interrupted, and by then, the sacrificial ceremony will not be able to proceed. Moreover, Lord Zhan will suffer a backlash from the failure of the execution of this demonic art. By then, we don't even need to do anything, and he would have to bear the consequences. Huang Yueli remembered the information that Bai Lufeng showed them and briefly analyzed it. Saying that she moved and dashed into the Blood Moon Great Array. Li Moying grabbed her wrist, "Be careful. This array is really powerful. We have already experienced it previously. You must act with caution." If time allowed, he would definitely not let Huang Yueli barge into the Blood Moon Great Array in such a manner. But now, they were pressed for time, so they must try their best to destroy the array. If they were to drag this out, Bai Lufeng and Huang Siluo might have died in Lord Zhan's hands. Huang Yueli nodded her head prudently, "Don't worry, I will be careful." Li Moying looked at the competent young lady in front of him, so he should be assured. After all, he had total trust in Lear's ability. But strangely, he felt a strong sense of uneasiness this time and was unable to suppress this feeling no matter how he tried. When Huang Yueli saw him standing still and not letting go of her hand, she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. She kept shaking her hand and urged softly, "Moying, why are you in a daze? Hurry, my father and mother are waiting for us." Li Moying held her wrist and suddenly pulled her tightly into his arms, as his handsome face suddenly pressed down on her. MMPH. Huang Yueli was caught off guard and was kissed on the lips by him. At such an anxious timing, why was this man suddenly doing such a thing? Huang Yueli was shocked and anxious. She was just about to struggle free, but when Li Moying suddenly let her go. "Let's go, follow behind me." After Li Moying gave her a hard kiss, he forced himself to stop his thoughts from running wild. He pulled her behind his back and led the way into the Blood Moon Great Array. In the array surroundings were a huge number of Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners. All of them were like sculptors who were immovable. Most of them had their blood essence drawn away and were already unconscious. But a small portion of the top exports maintained a sliver of consciousness. All of them widened their eyes in shock at the young couple who suddenly appeared before them. No one had expected that someone would infiltrate such a heavily guarded place like Snow Phoenix Palace and during such a sacred sacrificial ceremony. Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners were extremely horrified, but none of them could move. So naturally, they weren't able to stop these two people at all. Li Moying brought Huang Yueli across the group of people without any obstructions. Very soon, they reached the bottom of the Blood Moon. Under their feet, just one step away, was a huge round opening. Below it was where the blood pool of the Blood Moon Great Array was. At this moment, the blood pool was continuously sucking in Sacred Phoenix Race practitioners' blood essence. At the same time, these blood essence turned into a blood mist and it floated to where the blood moon was and gathered around it. It made that eerie ball-shaped moon grow larger. Woo! Huang Yueli suddenly gave a dull moan. Li Moying jumped up in shock and hurriedly turned around. He saw Huang Yueli clutching her mouth and her face was extremely pale. But in between her fingers was a trickle of blood. Leer! He hurriedly clasped Huang Yueli's slender waist and let her lean against herself. At the same time, he anxiously checked on her. Huang Yueli coughed a couple of times, feeling that her body became rather heavy. She also felt lethargic. Leer, what's the matter? Li Moying frowned and his gaze swept across the surroundings. He suddenly understood what happened. The Blood Moon Great Array also affects you greatly, right? Huang Yueli took out a medicinal bottle from her realm ring. When Li Moying saw that, he immediately took a pill out and put it into her mouth. Luckily, Huang Yueli's symptoms weren't as serious as Huang Siluo's. She managed to regain a little bit of energy after taking the pill. Moying, don't worry, she touched Li Moying's tightly creased brows and attempted to pacify him. I am after all a mixed blood, so there is a limited effect on me. Earlier when we were outside the array, I was still feeling okay. Perhaps it's because we are going to enter the center of the blood pool soon. That's why I suddenly feel so unwell. Looks like we are too hasty in executing this plan. It's my fault for not being comprehensive enough. If I had thought of this earlier, I wouldn't have brought you along. Li Moying held Huang Yueli's hand and was extremely sullen. He stood upright and said, no way, we have to think of other ideas and not barge in like this. Let's leave this place first. Saying that, he wrapped his hands around Huang Yueli's waist and tried to carry her. However, Huang Yueli pushed him and tried to escape from his embrace. No way, we don't have any time to waste. Don't worry, I'm really fine. I will be alright momentarily, but we just need to be quick. They were already here, so Huang Yueli wasn't willing to leave like this. Moreover, time had passed by quite a fair bit. She wasn't sure if Lord Zhan had done anything to Bai Lufeng and the others. Perhaps he had already captured them and might be on his way back. If they missed the chance for a sneak attack, there might not be a second chance later. She immediately made a decision and said swiftly, all right. Moying, I have so many pills from my senior brother with me, and if I eat all of these, it will be able to replenish 6 hours of the blood essence that I had wasted. I'll just go for a short while, so it would be all right. Huang Yueli was so persistent. Adding on to the fact that she did look better after taking the pills, Li Moying did not dissuade her again. All right, then follow me tightly. Tell me immediately if you don't feel well. Do you understand me? Li Moying kept repeating himself as he turned around and was prepared to jump down. Ah, Moying, wait a minute. Huang Yueli cried out to stop him. Li Moying was stunned. What's the matter? Huang Yueli said, I will go down alone and you stay up here to keep guard. Later if I were to break the array the entire blood moon grade array will crumble in an instant. By then, a large amount of blood essence will fall back into the blood pool. If we're not careful, we might drown in the pool. So if you stay outside, you can keep track of the timing and pull me out. Hearing that, Li Moying's expression was even more ghastly. What? You knew about these long ago, but didn't tell me that damaging the blood moon grade array is such a risky thing to do. If he had known, he would never have agreed to let Huang Yueli do this. Alas, it was all too late to say anything now. Huang Yueli blinked and gave an innocent reply, there's indeed a bit of danger. But I've done my calculations. The blood moon has already ascended to such a height and it will take a long time for it to drop. As long as your reaction is fast enough, there will be sufficient time for you to pull me out. I believe that you have this ability, right? Huang Yueli naturally knew Li Moying's thinking, hence she intentionally hid this fact from him. This plan was riskier, but the success rate was rather high. Rather than making this man worried for nothing, it was better to take the initiative and make her move first. Although Huang Yueli seemed as pure and innocent as a little rabbit, Li Moying knew what this little fox was thinking about. Now that things have come to such a pass, he could only choose to coordinate with her. Then you have to be extra careful. He could only stifle this sentence out. Huang Yueli looked at his handsome-looking face and nodded. Then she jumped down into the blood pool below. This quiet and gloomy blood pool had accumulated many practitioners' blood essence. The blood stench was extremely thick and when one went near, the smell could make one faint. But as this was not Huang Yueli's first time entering the blood pool, she had more or less prepared herself mentally. She used her secret arts to hold her breathing and tried hard to screen out her sense of smell before she jumped in. Li Moying had been paying attention to her actions, and just when Huang Yueli's body was about to drop into the blood pool, he also took action. The strong profound energy struck down into the blood pool and split the bloody water into half. That action revealed the mechanism and array at the bottom of the pool. Huang Yueli hurriedly squatted down and firmly landed onto the ground. She did not have any time to waste, and hurriedly started the process to decode the array. Toward this blood moon grade array, she had spent a huge amount of effort along with Bai Lu Feng and Song Piyu to devise a perfect proposal to destroy it. However, this was after all an array that had been left behind since ancient times. Moreover, it was a demon tribe's array. It was on a different route as the array system which was imparted within Soaring Heaven's continent. The few of them racked their brains, but were still not able to guarantee that they were able to decode it totally. That was why they chose to route past the Blood Moon Great Array when they first infiltrated the Snow Phoenix Palace. Due to unforeseen circumstances, they had to disrupt the sacrificial ceremony. Hence, Huang Yueli could only bite the bullet and give it a try. She recalled the conclusions that the three of them discussed. On one hand, she used the array board and started calculating swiftly. The other hand kept striking out hand gestures, in an attempt to interrupt the Blood Moon Great Array's operation. Her hard work seemed to work slightly, and the speed of the absorption rate of the Blood Moon Great Array seemed to decrease slightly. However, the speed of the decrease was extremely weak. It was not possible to effect the process of the sacrificial ceremony. Huang Yueli struck out dozens of hand gestures, but the result did not yield many changes. It wasn't only that. Her blood essence was also triggered by the array, and it almost caused her to fall again. Damn it! This array is too evil. What other ways should I use to decode it? Huang Yueli cursed softly and hurriedly took out her medicinal bottle. She stuffed 2 pills into her mouth and barely regained a little strength. Immediately following that, she started to put in tireless efforts again. As her hand gestures changed, the surrounding blood mist started to turn fainter. But the process of the change was still very slow. Time passed bit by bit and the pressure that Huang Yueli increased. The sweat on her forehead started to drip. Li Moying was by the side of the blood pool. He was controlling the bloody water in the blood pool and also carefully checking on the changes in the surroundings. When he saw Huang Yueli racking her brains, he was more anxious and worried than anyone else. But there was nothing that he could offer to help. Especially when he saw her face turning pale, and had no choice but to take the pills. It pained him so much that he wished he could take her place. Luckily, Huang Yueli's perseverance finally paid off. In the end, the blood moon grade array's speed of absorbing blood essence was lowered by a level. Rumble, rumble. A vigorous movement could be felt from the deep underground. The entire Snow Phoenix Palace started to shake violently. Based on Huang Yueli's cultivation, she might not be able to damage the blood moon grade array. But at least, it had already disrupted the normal procession of the sacrificial ceremony. Even the blood moon above them looked as though it was about to fall. Li Moying instantly made a decision and jumped into the blood pool. Huang Yueli had spent too much energy when she was trying to decode the array. Plus the fact that he had been wasting her blood essence, her face was totally pale and she was on the verge of fainting. Li Moying wrapped his arms around her waist and carried her up. "Let's go, we must quickly leave this place." Huang Yueli obediently hugged Li Moying's neck so that he could hold her firmly. At the same time, she said softly, "Let's go by the tunnel on the right." Li Moying leaped upwards and jumped out of the blood pool's boundary, reaching the upper level where the sacrificial ceremony was held. He was just about to run toward the direction where Huang Yueli pointed to. Suddenly, he just appeared and a figure blocked his path. "You, who are you people? You actually dare to barge into Snow Phoenix Palace, and even interrupt the sacrificial ceremony." The person's face was full of blood and he looked extremely malevolent. Li Moying's brows creased. He suddenly realized that following the weakening of the blood moon grade array by Huang Yueli, those sacred phoenix race practitioners whose blood essence had been drawn out and was on the verge of death had picked up an advantage and were saved. Actually, the stronger ones had regained their consciousness. They were not too clear on what was happening. But when they saw two strangers intruding into their place, the first reaction they had was to stop them. A cold glint flashed past Li Moying's eyes. He hugged Huang Yueli in one hand while the other drew out his amethyst light sword. The sword body turned into lightning and struck those sacred phoenix race practitioners who blocked their way. Li Moying was a top-rated cultivation genius. No matter if it was in terms of his cultivation or eyesight, few people could match up to him. These sacred phoenix race practitioners had noble bloodlines and had been cultivating god-grade cultivation methods since young. But in terms of actual combat experience, they couldn't be compared to Li Moying at all. Moreover, Li Moying's bloodline was also from an ancient god clan, totally not weaker than them in any way. Whereas for sacred phoenix race practitioners, they were seriously injured because of the loss of blood essence, so their abilities took a severe discount. In comparison, Li Moying had much stronger power. His sword waved and multiple electric currents joined together. The swift lightning surged and in a second, many sacred phoenix race practitioners were flung away. These few people fell on the ground and weren't able to climb back on their feet. The gazes they cast on Li Moying were full of shock and surprise. Who was this person? Li Moying's sword was extremely sharp, and it bore an indomitable aura. The sword chi practically sliced up wherever it was pointing to. Sacred Phoenix race practitioners tried to stop him, but none of them were his opponents. They all started to fall back under his amethyst light sword. However, their obstructions indeed delayed Li Moying's movement. After he managed to force those practitioners back, he was just about to jump up and leave when a cold voice suddenly rang from an unknown corner. By Ruoli. Li Moying. It's indeed the both of you who are spoiling this seat's matters. You're simply too bold. Do you have a death wish? Lord Jean sensed the weakening of the Blood Moon Great Array, and he was so furious that his voice also carried profound energy suppression. Many of the sacred Phoenix race practitioners were originally very weak. Under such immense pressure, quite a number of them started to throw up blood. Li Moying also felt his chest suffocating, but he forcibly suppressed his discomfort. His right hand held on to the amethyst light sword and he stood upright. His eyes were cold and calm, like an unbending long sword. Lord Jean simply came too quickly. He originally wanted to escape with Huang Yueli from this place. At least make use of Snow Phoenix Palace's complicated topography and conceal themselves before they sneaked out. Whoever knew that these sacred Phoenix race practitioners suddenly regained consciousness and blocked their way. Hence they weren't able to leave the sacrificial ceremony boundary in time and were stuck at this place. With Lord Jean blocking their way in front, it seemed impossible for the two of them to escape. Huang Yueli had already recovered some energy. She lifted her head and said coldly, "Lord Jean, as Sacred Phoenix Race's leader, you sucked away Sacred Phoenix Race's clansman's blood essence for your use. You are so deranged, but you still have the cheek to say that you are doing this for Sacred Phoenix Race?" "What? Lord Jean actually?" "That's right. Earlier I felt my blood essence being drawn out by some unknown energy. Yes, I suddenly lose consciousness. Could it be that?" Hearing that, all the Sacred Phoenix Race practitioners all revealed a shocked expression. Now that they have regained their consciousness, they recalled the scenario when Lord Jean drove the array. They also realized that Lord Jean was plotting to take their lives. For a moment, everyone's heart tumbled. Many of them looked at Lord Jean with a guarded and terrified look. Lord Jean knew that things were going awry and he simply couldn't wait to tear Huang Yueli into pieces on the spot. "Shut up. This seed absorbed the blood essence because I'm hoping the sacrificial ceremony to be successful. If it wasn't for the fact that sneaky thieves like you had infiltrated into Snow Phoenix Palace and disrupted the sacrificial ceremony, would this seat even have to resort to this? Enough, stop wasting time. This seat will not let you off today." Saying that he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, he congealed his profound energy and attacked both of them. Huang Yueli knew that things were bad. She had said so much earlier that it was indeed like what Lord Jean had mentioned. She wanted to stall for time. It would be great if she could sow discord between the Sacred Phoenix Race practitioners. But if it didn't work, at least they might be able to wait till Tsang Pajun and the others came to assist them. In that way, they would have more chances of winning. Unfortunately, Lord Jean did not fall for it and was insistent on catching them. Luckily, Li Moying had been fully alert right from the start. Facing Lord Jean's attack, he was calm. He pushed Huang Yueli aside and drew his sword to face Lord Jean. He suddenly shoved Huang Yueli to the side and she fell onto the ground. She hurriedly got up and turned her head towards Li Moying's direction. The amethyst light sword was showing rays of glaring purple electric currents and sword chi. Apparently, it had been unsealed and was displaying the greatest might it had. In a blink of an eye, Li Moying and Lord Jean had already exchanged more than 10 blows. Li Moying had gained knowledge and experience from both lifetimes, and Bai Lu Feng had given him a lot of collections. So in terms of cultivation method or profound skill, he could match up to Lord Jean, or perhaps slightly better than him. But the damage to his primordial spirit was the reason for his cultivation to come to a standstill, remaining at 9th stage realm 8th level. This became his fatal weakness when he faced a peerless expert like Lord Jean. Lord Jean also knew about this point and had no intention to drag the battle out. Hence, he used all his power right from the start, hoping to use his cultivation to suppress and kill Li Moying. Under the suppression of absolute pressure, even though Li Moying used all the methods he had on hand, he still inevitably fell into a disadvantage. He took a step back and his gaze dimmed. His left hand lightly brushed past the middle of his eyebrows, and a fingernail-sized blood print was drawn there. Huang Yueli was stunned, Moing. You. Following the blood that was left in the middle of his brows, Li Moying's cultivation abruptly raised. This was one of the ancient secret techniques that Blue Profound Sect had collected. One could raise their cultivation temporarily through burning one's blood essence. This cabana was extremely dangerous. After one used this, one would sap one's vitality, or even experience a drop in cultivation level. To Li Moying, the risk he had to undertake was much bigger. Because the damage caused by the secret technique towards primordial spirits was even greater. The last time in Snow Phoenix Palace, Li Moying also used this secret technique. It ended up with him falling into a critical condition. If it wasn't Lu Bian who managed to refine the pill on time, he would have been dead for several months by now. As for now, he used the same secret technique in the same situation as previous times. They were in the same Snow Phoenix Palace and facing the same enemy, Lord Zhan. Even if his soul detachment illness was already basically cured, but Lu Bian had repeatedly warned him not to overdraft his cultivation like this. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. Huang Yueli screamed in shock. But she quickly shut her mouth again. They were in a life-and-death crisis now, so Li Moying had no choice but to do this. In order not to let Li Moying's efforts go to waste, they must succeed in this one move. Huang Yueli's thoughts swiftly raced past her mind. A half-god relic night rainbow zither appeared in her hands, and she moved behind Lord Zhan's back. Li Moying was successful in executing his secret technique and his blood essence kept burning. His ability rose rapidly, and after he broke through the 9th stage realm peak, it continued rising. Very soon, he was in the same realm as Bai Lu Feng. But this kind of condition could not last long. So Li Moying did not dare to take a break and immediately gathered electric currents as he attacked Lord Zhan once again. Lord Zhan's eyes were filled with ridicule. What? A lowly human race actually assumed that burning your blood essence will enable you to win this seat? Simply daydreaming. Dealing with you is merely just lifting a finger for me. He laughed coldly and congealed all his profound energy, preparing to give Li Moying a heavy blow. It would be best if he could kill this young practitioner who had been repeatedly provoking him. Profound energy gushed out wildly from his surroundings. But just at this moment. Zing 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 zing. A melodious zither sound pierced through the profound energy's aggressive bumps and vibrations into his ears. For a moment, Lord Zhan was caught in a trance. Because this melody was simply too amazing. Simply like a sound of nature which made one unable to forget once they heard it. But at the next moment, he suddenly realized that his body could not move, as though it had been frozen. There was a problem with this zither music. Lord Zhan abruptly regained consciousness, but alas, it was too late. Although Huang Yueli's zither music could only trap him for 3 breaths, when genuine top exponents crossed hands, it was a fatal flaw. Li Moying and Huang Yueli's coordination was flawless. From his peripheral view, when he saw Lier moved, he had already made plans to strike. Right now, he had already used up all his profound energy. Numerous electrical currents came crashing down through the crack on Snow Phoenix Palace's ceiling and landed into Li Moying Amethyst Light Sword. All the thunder-attributed energy was congealed in the long sword. It started to give off a blaring glint, which was so bright that it could blind everyone's eyes. He made his move. At the same time, Huang Yueli also combined different deviant flames and threw an attack from Lord Zhan's back. This was also Huang Yueli's best shot. She congealed all the profound energy within her and in an instant, it caused the energy to explode. On her back, a sacred phoenix's virtual image slowly ascended. Its huge pair of wings seemed to have enveloped her. The two of them attacked from and back, and their timing was perfect. By the time Lord Zhan came back to his senses, There was no way for him to evade them, so he could only forcefully use his body to take on both parties' attacks. Rumble. Under the intense explosions that rang beside Lord Jean, a ray of light dashed into the sky. Sacred Phoenix race practitioners were all dazed, as no one had ever expected their invincible and unsurpassable Lord Jean to be pushed to such an end by these two young practitioners. The instantaneous explosive power that came from their combined attacks was simply too powerful. Lord Jean could not evade in time and took on this blow directly. He would probably be seriously injured or dead. Huang Yueli and Li Moying's hearts beat as one. After they succeeded, they did not interact using words, and scurried towards the same direction at the same time. Lord Jean was after all a top-rated peerless top exponent. In terms of ability, no one in Soaring Heaven's continent could match up to him. Even if they managed to hit him, the possibility of him dying immediately was very low. They had to grab this opportunity to escape. Otherwise, when Lord Jean recovered, both of them would be goners, for sure. After the blaring light diminished, Lord Jean's figure appeared from behind the pillar. His entire body was filled with wounds and blood kept spurting out. There was even a scorched sign of injury on his face. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Lord Jean coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. The coldness in his eyes could turn anyone into ice immediately. He turned his head around and suddenly widened his eyes. This is the sacred phoenix reflection? When Huang Yueli struck out with all her might, the virtual image of the sacred phoenix formed behind her back and had not diminished. Hence Lord Jean had a chance to see this. After Lord Jean's momentarily shock, he quickly came around it. So the sacred phoenix reflection that appeared in the freezing zone that day was summoned by this wretched lass. That's right, why haven't I thought of this? Although a part of her blood comes from the lowly human race, she is Holy Maiden's daughter, after all. She has our sacred phoenix race's blood. As Lord Jean started thinking, a strange, sinister smile appeared on his face. No wonder, the prediction back then said today is the glorious day for sacred phoenix race. The wretched lass created such a big problem, and I thought the prediction was wrong. What a surprise. This wretched lass is the crux for the sacrificial ceremony. Heaven is indeed helping me. Lord Jean raised his head and laughed crazily. When sacred phoenix race practitioners saw Lord Jean seriously injured, they trembled as they walked nearer to him. Whoever knew, Lord Jean suddenly burst out into such a terrifying laughter, and that made everyone had a shock. All of them hesitated to continue walking. Lord Jean saw their movements and stopped laughing. He tugged the corners of his lips and showed them a smile. He tried to lower his voice and said, "Come over here. This seat has something to convey to all of you." He assumed that his tone was already very amiable. But in the eyes of the clansmen, his smile was exceptionally strange and his voice made one feel an intense sense of uneasiness. Everyone exchanged a hesitant look, not daring to walk up. A cold glint flashed past Lord Jean's eyes, but his tone became softer. "Come over. Today's ceremony's failure isn't your fault, so this seat will not blame you for it." Hearing that, the clansman heaved a sigh of relief. Lord Jean was a temperamental person. But he had always kept his words and would not go back on it easily. Since he promised that he wouldn't blame anyone for it, then, there shouldn't be a problem? Asking them to go over was probably because he wanted to brief them on the next course of action. Sacred Phoenix race practitioners did not doubt him and started to crowd around Lord Jean, just now. When the majority of people were less than 10 meters away from him, Lord Jean's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened wide. 2 rays of cold light shot out from his eyes. At the same time, he put his hands together and swiftly chanted a long chain of mantras. The entire Snow Phoenix Palace's grounds started to shake along with his benediction. As for those practitioners around him, they seemed to have been struck by lightning. All of them turned stiff as they could not even move their fingers. At the bottom of the blood moon great array, the blood pool set off rough waves, once again. Sacred Phoenix race practitioners' blood essence started to flow out from their 7 orifices. Their blood gathered into the blood moon great array and turned into blood mist. However, the blood mist did not integrate into the blood moon this time, but it shrouded around Lord Jean instead. The speed of the absorption of the blood moon great array was much faster than the previous time when it was activated. Moreover, the speed was becoming faster and faster. The current Lord Jean no longer had any misgivings, nor hesitate in drawing his clansman's blood. Very soon, one after another clansman fell beside his feet. They went soft like a lump of mud and stopped breathing. But Lord Jean's speed of absorbing blood essence did not show signs of slowing down at all. All these happened too quickly. It took just a finger snap and a large group of practitioners had their blood essence completely drawn out. Lord Jean's blood and qi lingered around his body, and his ability was raised to another level once again. After he completed the upgrade, he did not hesitate and immediately pursued Huang Yueli and Li Moying. Huang Yueli and Li Moying ran all the way and they had already left the blood moon great array's boundary. The both of them kept running and turning back to check on the situation. They were prepared for a large number of Sacred Phoenix race practitioners to chase after them. However, they had already run for a distance, and unexpectedly, no one followed behind them at all. The two of them ran through a long corridor and finally stopped in front of a mechanism door. Strange, no one chased after us at all. Could it be that Lord Jean has given up? He doesn't seem like this kind of person. Huang Yueli said as she frowned. Li Moying stood behind her and looked alertly at the surroundings. He must be up to some schemes. We must hurry and make our escape first. You're right. Huang Yueli nodded her head in agreement. At the same time, her fingers were swiftly operating the mechanism, trying to open the door in front of them. The mechanism door bounced open, revealing a side seam. The two of them couldn't wait for the mechanism door to open completely and they scurried out of the door at the same time. They started to run towards the pre-agreed gathering point to meet up with Song Pujun and the others. However, just as they were running swiftly, a gloomy cold aura suddenly hung above their heads. The both of them shivered and turned around. Lord Jean had silently come from behind them, with a body full of blood-stench aura. His face was covered by a layer of red mist, and they were unable to see his expression. Li Moying instantly sensed a strong wave of crisis. This terrifying premonition before one's death was much clearer and more distinct than any moment in his entire life. Lord Jean started to emit a powerful suppression. As compared with the previous times that they had exchanged blows, there was an evident increase in power. Although Li Moying and Huang Yueli did not witness the terrifying sight whereby Lord Jean drew out his clansman's blood essence, they somehow had already understood what had happened earlier. Li Moying also knew clearly that he had already used his secret technique earlier, and joined forces with Huang Yueli to escape from Lord Jean earlier. But now, facing an even powerful Lord Jean who was now raging with madness, the success rate for him and Huang Yueli was practically zero. Li Moying made a decision immediately. At the end of the corridor, he saw the second door mechanism from the corner of his eye which was not too far away from them. He decisively gave Huang Yueli a hard shove on her back, pushing her towards that door. Lear, quickly leave. Don't turn back. Huang Yueli was caught off guard and immediately got pushed out by him. Moying. You. She cried out in shock as her body had already flown upwards. Lord Jean smiled coldly when he saw her leave, and was just about to go up and chase after her. But Li Moying suddenly ran out with the amethyst light sword in his hand. He stood firmly in front of him. Li Moying, did you think that based on your current cultivation, you can stop this seat? Lord Jean looked at him disdainfully. Li Moying did not answer him. Instead, he raised his sword and the dazzling amethyst light sword split apart the blood mist, stabbing towards Lord Jean. He knew that he was absolutely not Lord Jean's match. Moreover, he had already used the secret technique to raise his cultivation earlier. It would only last for a maximum of 2 hours. So he had to make use of the time while he was still able to maintain his strength, to obstruct Lord Jean's movements as much as possible. As long as Huang Yueli was able to escape in time and reunite with her parents, then his death would absolutely be worth the price. Lord Jean could naturally tell what Li Moying had in mind. But he totally could not be bothered about Li Moying at all. Lord Jean had already absorbed the sacred Phoenix race clansman's blood essence twice. Under the support of this powerful strength, even if Bai Lufeng was around, he would not be able to take one strike at all. Not to mention Li Moying, who had not even reached 9th stage realm peak cultivation yet. Lord Jean's right hand waved and a gust of thick blood mist wrapped around Li Moying's body. The blood essence energy refined using evil arts was not only powerful, but it also carried a kind of corrosive nature. It could swallow all the profound energy nearby and corrode the practitioner's body. The amethyst light sword in Li Moying's hands was shrouded in the blood mist and it instantly gave off a miserable sword cry. Li Moying's thunder attributed profound energy was being pushed back by the coercion of the blood mist. After the amethyst light sword gave off a buzzing sound, it started to vibrate violently and broke into half from the middle. Following the disintegration of the amethyst light sword, Li Moying's body was thrown out by the impact and he landed on the ground with a loud crash. Lowly human race, how dare you challenge the seat's authority? Lord Jean's eyes had already turned into a horrifying red color, and he cast a look at Li Moying from the corner of his eyes. Your innate talent isn't too bad, much better than those human race's trash. Since you've sent yourself to my door, it's just nice. You can offer your blood essence and spiritual root, along with my niece, for the Blood Moon Great Array. Anyway, no matter how fast Huang Yueli ran, she wouldn't be able to leave Snow Phoenix Palace's boundary within such a short amount of time. Li Moying's blood essence and innate talent should not be wasted. After capturing Li Moying, there should be more than enough time for him to chase after Huang Yueli. Lord Jean walked forward complacently, as he wanted to drag Li Moying away. At this point, Li Moying could feel that most of the meridians in his internal organs had shattered. The intense pain shot through every inch of his body. His head also started to feel dizzy and painful once again. He was just too familiar with this feeling. It was the exact feeling that he had in the past. Every single time he fought with someone, his soul detachment illness would act up. It seemed that his actions of forcefully using the secret technique to raise his ability had still caused damage to his primordial spirit. He had severe injuries, and his primordial spirit was so weak. So if he wanted to obstruct Lord Jean's movements, then he could only. Li Moying endured the pain and squinted his eyes. He kept a close watch on Lord Jean's movements as the latter walked near him. At the same time, his hands started to clench tightly. 10 steps, 9 steps, 8 steps. Just when Lord Jean was just 3 steps away from him, Li Moying suddenly jumped up from the ground. His hands raised and he was about to strike out at Lord Jean. Moying. No. I won't allow you to self-explode. I will rather die than let your soul and spirit disperse. Huang Yueli's terrified and desperate cries were heard coming from his back. Immediately following that, Li Moying felt Huang Yueli pouncing onto his back. She hugged his back tightly and stopped his actions. Li Moying's body stiffened. Never had he expected Huang Yueli to not follow according to his wishes. She did not grab the chance to escape, and she even saw through his motive of self-exploding his primordial spirit just to stop Lord Jean. She even ran out to stop him. He shouted exasperatedly, "Lear, what are you doing back here for? Quickly leave." Huang Yueli hugged his waist tightly and said, "I'm not leaving. I will not leave you at this juncture. If we are destined to die here, I will stay with you. Ugh. Get off me quickly. You had never been so disobedient in your past life. Get off now. Li Moying tried to pry open her tightly bound fingers, hoping to throw this young lady off him. He only had this chance to forcibly self-explode. Huang Yueli hugged him tightly. It was not because she could stop his actions. But being tightly bonded together like this, if he were to self-explode, Huang Yueli would be affected by his primordial spirit's power and she would die as well. So he did not dare to take any action. A determined glint shone in Huang Yueli's eyes. Go ahead if you want to self-explode. I will keep you company. You. How was Li Moying going to do it? While the two of them were entangled in this, Lord Zhan had already reached the place where they were at. Right now, Lord Zhan was covered in sweat. He had no choice but to feel fortunate that he had escaped death. He almost let his impending success rush to his head. If Huang Yueli had not scuttered out, he totally would not have imagined that Li Moying could choose to self-explode, bringing their ends in mutual destruction. Even if Lord Zhan assumed that he was extremely powerful, and Li Moying had really self-exploded, it might not necessarily hurt him. But no one could guarantee the results from this sort of ending. To be able to escape this fatal blow was considered a fortunate thing to him. Lord Zhan looked down at both of them and immediately restrained their meridians. In this way, Li Moying and Huang Yueli would no longer be able to self-explode their primordial spirit. Moreover, they would completely have fallen into his clutches. Li Moying was so angry that he couldn't help but stare angrily at Huang Yueli. Why was his leer so stubborn? Why couldn't she listen to him once, to abandon him and escape by herself? Didn't she know that the most important thing to him was that she could stay alive? Huang Yueli sensed Li Moying's gaze, but she merely pursed her lips, as an indifferent look could be seen from her eyes. Similar to how Li Moying tried his hardest to protect her, she also wanted to risk everything to protect him. If she wasn't able to protect him, at the very least, she could die along with him. She would not abandon him just to live her life without a purpose. The two of you have caused this seat to be in so much misery. Too bad, the both of you still fell into this seat's hands. Lord Zhan looked at Huang Yueli, who laid on the ground and couldn't help but burst out into a peal of ear-piercing laughter. That day, the person who made the sacred phoenix reflection appear while advancing in the northern ice fields is you, isn't it? I did not expect your blood to be purer than your mother, even though you have a lowly human race bloodline. This seat had been searching for you for the longest time. I didn't expect you to send yourself to me. He lifted Huang Yueli and said, with your blood essence, the sacrificial ceremony will be completed successfully this time. This seat will be able to break through the space barrier and ascend to God realm. You're simply deranged. Don't assume that using those malicious and sinister methods to ascend to God realm would enable you to be valued by the clan. You've done so many outrageous acts. The heavenly laws will catch up to you and you will get your retribution. Huang Yueli retorted him furiously. These words were not things that Huang Yueli said to comfort herself, but words of wisdom from the art of cultivation. One had to pay a terrible price if one resorted to non-abiding cultivation methods. The reason why she and Li Moying had landed in their current predicament was possibly because of the secret technique that Li Moying forcibly executed. It was his retribution for summoning back her shattered primordial spirit. Li Moying had executed the secret technique that year because he wanted to save her primordial spirit. And now if he self-exploded his primordial spirit, it would be the end of a complete cycle. Only when the cycle ended would the heavenly law be completed. In this way, Huang Yueli would be able to continue living. Li Moying understood this reasoning, and knew that it was destined. Hence he decisively chose to self-explode. But what he had not expected was for Huang Yueli to run back and stop him from self-exploding. In this way, the cycle was broken once again. The results of his prayer when he executed the secret technique could no longer be attained. Huang Yueli might really die in this place. But after a short moment of conflict, he resumed back to his normal calm. If this was the result of their destiny, then, to be able to be interconnected with Lier before their deaths and also get married under the witness of their elders and friends. And now, even before their deaths, they were still together. To him, this was the fortune which he had not enjoyed in his past life. Lord Jean said coldly, "Retribution? This seat does not believe in retribution. I only know that as long as I am strong enough, I will be able to get whatever I want. You can rest assured to become two pieces of stepping stones for this seat's journey to the peak." As he was talking, he lifted the both of them together. "On account that you are this seat's niece, I will allow you to die with this lowly man. Don't say that your uncle didn't take care of you. You and your mother are slatterns. Don't you just love to be together with this man of the lowly human race?" Lord Jean laughed complacently as he dragged the both of them back to the Blood Moon Great Array. On the boundary of the array, it was full of sacred Phoenix race practitioners' dead bodies in a disorderly mess. Huang Yueli felt like throwing up upon seeing the miserable scene in front of her. There was an indescribable sadness, and she couldn't help but to close her eyes. Speaking of this, the sacred Phoenix race practitioners on the ground were all her clansmen. Although these people were a little foolish, they were mostly incited by Lord Jean and were not extremely vile people. Their guilt should not be punishable by death. Now they had all paid the price for Lord Jean's ambition with their lives. Lord Jean threw Huang Yueli and Li Moying at his feet, raised his hands in the sky and started to pray. He closed his eyes and he looked dazed, as he seemed to enter into a state of insanity. Li Moying laid on the ground and turned his head to look at the young lady beside him. He signed softly, "Lier, you're too silly. You shouldn't have come back." Huang Yueli looked at the handsome face, which was stained with blood. Those seductive and loving peach-blossomed eyes were forever that attentive and emotional. It seemed like just one look and he would be able to jump into her heart. At this moment, if Huang Yueli still had any words of regret, it would be that in this lifetime, she had wasted too much time and wasn't able to stay together with Li Moying earlier. She really wished that the both of them were childhood sweethearts from the start. Then they would have stayed together and not wasted any time at all. "I wish to accompany you." Huang Yueli's lips curled and she spoke very softly. It seemed as alluring as a kitten's scratch. "Usually you're the one who insists on getting tangled with me. Now, it's my turn to haunt you. Otherwise, I won't have the chance anymore." There was no sadness beneath her eyes when she spoke. Instead, she smiled. Li Moying couldn't express the feeling he had. On one end, he was so angry that he wanted to strangle this disobedient young lass. But on the other end, he was so moved that he wished he could dig out his heart for her. He tried hard to blink his eyes, holding back the tears his eyes. They were already in this state, so he did not want to let Huang Yueli see him losing his self-control. She should only retain his good-looking, refined looks in her memories. In this way, when they reunite in the future, they would not mistake each other's identity. We've already come to such a pass. Only you can still smile in such situations. He tried hard to soften his tone. Huang Yueli smiled as though it was a load off her mind. "Of course I want to laugh. Didn't you hear what Lord Jean said? My bloodline is much purer than my mother's, so that means he shouldn't be going after my mother since he has already caught me. At least, my father and mother can escape from this place. As for me, I can accompany you here. To be frank, I have no more regrets." Li Moying's heart jolted for a moment. Seconds later, he started to loosen up. "That's right. At least we've saved mother-in-law. It's sad that there's no way for us to live a happy life together. But father-in-law and mother-in-law have suffered for so long, at least there's a good ending for them." That's considered a fortunate thing. After today, father-in-law will probably not say that I'm not worthy of you any longer, right? Huang Yueli shook her head and burst out laughing. Father's just saying that on the surface. In actual fact, he appreciates you very much. He just feels that we just reunited after so many years, and he can't bear for me to get married at such a young age. Luckily, I insisted on marrying you. But you still married me too late. I've already proposed to you ever since the first time we met. But you refused to even look at me. Li Moying recalled the first time when they met, and a glint of tenderness flashed past his eyes. Huang Yueli pouted. You have the cheek to say that? You can't even remember your past life. I was the one who tried ways and means to make you recall. If it wasn't for this, we would have gotten together long ago. All right, what you say is right. It's all my fault. Li Moying naturally gave in to his little wife. Coaxing her was his specialty. The both of them exchanged glances, and they could see the gratefulness in each other's eyes. If they were not married back then and things came to this now, it would probably be the biggest regret of their lives. Even though they were about to die in this place now, they would still be buried in the same tomb and remembered as husband and wife. No matter if they were alive or dead, their names would never be separated. Lord John's benedictory voice started to culminate, and suddenly he stopped. His gaze turned towards the young man and woman who laid straight on the ground. In order for heaven and earth's glory to return to sacred Phoenix race, I offer our clan's purest bloodline. May the sacred Phoenix's blood protect our clansmen forever. Following Lord John's prayers, Huang Yueli and Li Moying were lifted by a gust of profound energy. However, their bodies dropped down into the underground. Huang Yueli pursed her lips, trying her best to maintain her balance, and turned her head to have a look. Right beneath them was the blood moon Great Array's blood pool. It resembled a disgustingly greedy, malicious bloody mouth that had opened wide and was preparing to swallow them completely. The speed of their descent became faster and faster. No one could save them now. Huang Yueli felt her blood essence boiling in her blood vessels. Her meridians and internal organs seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Plop! Their bodies fell heavily on the water surface. Following that, they dropped down into the blood pool. Huang Yueli was feeling dizzy, and it took some time before she regained a little bit of consciousness. Immediately following that, she realized that something was amiss. She originally assumed that her blood essence would be sucked dry when she fell into the blood pool. Even if she did not turn into a dry corpse, she would suffer intolerable torment. But now, she wasn't suffering from any obvious pain. In fact, her meridians, which were restrained, seemed to be released. She had regained her control over her limbs. Huang Yueli quickly opened her eyes and looked around. Moying? Where are you? The blood pool's water was extremely murky. They were powerful practitioners and could use their soul trace to check out the situation in the pool, but there was no way to see clearly. Lear. Hearing Li Moying's low-pitched moaning, Huang Yueli discovered that Li Moying was right above her. His hands propped against the ground. He was blocking the surging blood water for her, and he was taking on a majority part of the array suppression. Li Moying's brows furrowed tightly, and his face had a pained expression. His endurance had always been extremely strong. So even if he met with a serious injury, he rarely showed this kind of look. However, his body was uncontrollably shaking. The immense pressure that he took on was imaginable. Moreover, blood was spilling out from the corners of Li Moying's eyes and lips. The speed was growing faster and faster, and the blood was absorbed into the blood pool instantaneously. His blood essence was swiftly depleting. Huang Yueli immediately realized that Li Moying must have used some kind of Kabbalah to forcefully break through the restraints so that he could help her ward off the majority of the energy in the blood pool. So that was why she felt that it was still bearable. She stretched out her trembling hand and touched Li Moying's face. Why are you doing this? Since I've fallen into the blood moon great array, I will definitely die. Why must you suffer so much because of me? Li Moying was in so much pain that he was writhing from head to toe. His eyes were tightly shut, and when he heard Huang Yueli's transmitted voice, he forcibly opened his eyes. That usual dazzling peach-blossomed eyes radiated a tired look. But it maintained its usual determination. Consider that I'm timid. Lear, I'm really afraid to see you die in front of me. So, let me go first, oofed. Li Moying could not finish his sentence. The bloody water in the pool suddenly swirled faster than before, forming a huge whirlpool as it enveloped the both of them inside. Li Moying used his body to block Huang Yueli. Under such powerful impact, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood again. Moying! Huang Yueli cried out in fluster and tried to push him away. However, Li Moying refused to budge and remained where he was. Moreover, this time, he didn't shut his eyes. He just stared at the young lass's delicate face that was stained with the bloody water. He knew that this could be his last chance to see this face. If he did not engrave it into his memories, where was he going to find her in his next life? No. Moying. Don't die, please don't die. Huang Yueli put her hands on Li Moying's chest and injected the remaining bit of profound energy left in her into his meridians. But Li Moying's blood essence was almost dried up. This little bit of profound energy was akin to a clay ox entering the sea. It vanished in an instant. Li Moying had already lost consciousness. His body fell on top of Huang Yueli. She hurriedly hugged his waist and could no longer bother about her predicament. She furiously injected all her profound energy into Li Moying. But alas, it was a waste of her effort. Li Moying's breathing grew weaker by the minute, and his body was also turning cold. After Li Moying lost consciousness, no one helped her to block the pressure from the blood moon great array. So Huang Yueli's blood essence was also drawn out in large quantities. However, Huang Yueli did not feel any pain. She only had one thought in her mind. Moying, you can't die, please don't die. Even if I have to die 1,000 times, it doesn't matter. As long as you stay alive. Following the growing strength of the blood moon great array, Huang Yueli's consciousness was getting blurry. In the end, she seemed to see a blinding gold light. The exterior of Snow Phoenix Palace. Song Pijun, Song Piyu, and Lu Bian had already completed their missions and were waiting at the gathering point for a long time. The three of them were responsible for destroying various important mechanisms outside Snow Phoenix Palace. They did not meet with any obstructions, and neither did they meet with Lord Jean or other sacred Phoenix race practitioners. So the three of them were unharmed. But they waited for more than an hour and did not see anyone else appearing. So the three of them started to grow anxious. What's going on? Haven't we made arrangements to gather here? We didn't see Junior Sister or Marquis Bai. Could it be that both of them have gotten into trouble? Lu Bian had the least patience, and he already walked in circles many times. Song Piyu's brows creased and analyzed, this is hard to tell. Logically speaking, Lord Jean would go after Marquis Bai, so Sovereign and Grandmaster Huang should be relatively safe. How can you ascertain their safety? Lu Bian interrupted him irritably. Junior Sister has gone deep into the blood moon great array to destroy it. If Marquis Bai and Madame Bai did not run fast enough, he might be caught by Lord Jean. If Lord Jean managed to rush back to the blood moon great array, then Junior Sister and Li Moying would be in deep trouble. Song Pijun and Song Piyu had the same worries on their mind, especially after they had been waiting for such a long time and no one appeared. Everyone was starting to think negatively. But Song Pijun wasn't willing to admit to this. No. Sovereign is powerful, and no one can match up to his battle experience. No matter what kind of difficult situation they are in, they will have a way to escape. This time, will be the same. If we think along this line, Marquis Bai might be in trouble. Lord Jean will first deal with Madame Bai. Should we think of a way to head over and help? You trust Lemoyne so much? From what I see, he's no longer the same as yesteryear, and he might not be able to protect junior sister. Lu Bian retorted irritably and fussed. He was the only one who knew the truth about Lemoyne's incomplete primordial spirit. The current Lemoyne, as compared to Mu Qingqing from 20 years ago, was totally on a different level. Lu Bian was extremely worried about him. Just as the three of them were talking, they suddenly heard a shuffle of messy and disoriented footsteps coming from the corridor in front. Everyone's spirits lifted as they ran towards the corridor joyously. A figure staggered in the darkness. It was Bai Lufeng. He carried Huang Siluo in his arms and trudged forward as he was covered in injuries. He slowly walked along the wall towards them. Marquis Bai. You're finally here. Oh dear, you've sustained a lot of injuries. Quick, come over here and sit down. Song Pejun hurriedly headed forward to support them while Lu Bian took out several life-preserving high-leveled pills for the both of them. Bai Lufeng sat on the ground. He lost the energy to pant, and quickly grabbed Lu Bian's hand as he said intermittently, "Div, Divine Dr. Lu, Lastly might be in danger. We have to think of a way to save them." The three of them were shocked and they hurriedly went closer. They asked relentlessly, "Marquis Bai, what happened? How is Sovereign and Grandmaster Huang now?" Bai Liufeng's face was filled with worries. He did a simple narration of their escape. "After we split up, Lord Jean indeed pursued after me and Siluo and quickly chased up to us. He consumed the evil pill that was refined using practitioner's spiritual roots and his ability increased greatly. Even I couldn't fight against him. We merely exchanged a few blows and I suffered a serious injury. Just as we were about to be captured by him, Snow Phoenix Palace started to shake." "That's right, we also felt it then." Song Piu nodded. "It should be Grandmaster Huang and Sovereign who had succeeded." "That's right. Junior sister's array skills are also extraordinary. The blood stench in the air has lightened a lot, so she must have succeeded," Lu Bian said. However, Bai Liufeng's brows were still tightly creased and he didn't look as though he was at ease. He gave a long sigh and said, "What you guessed is right." After that tremor, Lord Jean's expression changed. He couldn't even be bothered to care about me and Siluo and instantly turned back and ran towards the Blood Moon Great Array. Siluo and I were worried that he might turn back and chase us, but along the way, we didn't meet him at all. Song Pejun delved into deep thoughts. From the looks of this, the Blood Moon Great Array must be damaged. Lord Jean rushed back anxiously, probably he wanted to deal with the Sovereign and the others. Song Piu showed a worried expression and asked, "Big brother, what should we do?" Lord Jean would not let Sovereign and Grandmaster Huang off, knowing that they damaged the array. "We don't know if both of them can handle him. If something happens, don't spout nonsense." Song Pejun hurriedly interrupted him. "Sovereign has immense luck, so he will be able to turn the misfortune around." Although he said that, there was an uneasy feeling in his heart that could not be suppressed. He stayed silent for a long while and turned back to look at Bai Lufeng. "Marquis Bai, Grandmaster Huang kept reminding us about this before we split up. If we were to meet up with you and Madame Bai, we should send the both of you out first, then try to find a way to support them. Now that the Blood Moon Great Array's power has weakened, Madame Bai should be able to leave on her own. Then we—" Song Pejun had not finished talking when Huang Siluo, whose eyes were shut, suddenly spoke loudly and widened her eyes. "No way. We can't leave. Siluo, you're awake?" Bai Lufeng hurriedly lowered his head and looked at her. Huang Xiluo had lost a lot of blood essence and her consciousness had been murky. Along the way, when Bai Lufeng carried her, she was half sober and half unconscious. But Huang Xiluo did not feel any joy at all. She said anxiously, "We can't leave. We must save them immediately. I know my brother's character. Lastly had spoiled his highly valued ceremony. So he will absolutely not let her and Moying off." Hearing that, everyone grew anxious. "I also feel that we can't leave this place. Junior sister and Li Moying have not come out after such a long time. They must be in trouble. But Sovereign's command is for us to escort Marquis Bai and Madame Bai to leave this place first. Are we going to defy his command? If Marquis Bai and Madame Bai stayed in Snow Phoenix Palace and met with danger later on, how will we explain to Sovereign?" This makes sense as well. The group had a discussion and came into a stalemate. At this moment, Bai Lufeng had taken the pills that Lu Bian gave. He had already absorbed a large half of the medicinal effect. Although his internal injury was not totally healed, but based on his strong determination, he immediately stood up. "Everyone stop. Lastly is my daughter, how can I escape on my own? We must go and save them now. You don't need to worry if that stinky brat dares to punish you, just come and look for me. Let's see if he dares to go against me." Song Pijun and Song Piyu exchanged glances and cupped their fists at him. Yes, Marquis Bai. They weren't willing to leave Snow Phoenix Palace anyway. But they just didn't dare to defy Li Moying's command. Now with Bai Lufeng standing up for them, it was easy to make a decision. Li Moying wouldn't dare to go against his father-in-law. Even Huang Xiluo also pushed Bai Lufeng aside. She stood up and said, "I want to save them too. I know the situation in Snow Phoenix Palace better than any of you. But your condition," Aba Lufeng frowned. "I'm fine now. The Blood Moon Great Array's power had weakened and I feel much more comfortable now." Saying that, Huang Xiluo glowered at Bai Lufeng and said, "Don't even think of stopping me from saving my Lastly." She had already made her decision and refused to listen to Bai Lufeng. Who else could dissuade her? No one was able to stop a mother from saving her long-lost daughter. Huang Xiluo didn't wait for the others to reply and immediately led the way. "Everyone follow me. Let's take this route. It should bring us to Snow Phoenix Palace's center directly." The group set off and was just about to follow her. Just at this moment, the entire Snow Phoenix Palace started to shake again. Moreover, the tremor this time was much stronger than the previous. It lasted much longer. Those 9th stage realm peak practitioners present couldn't stand still. All of them started to stumble and expended a great deal of effort before they could steady their footsteps. What's going on again? Why did it suddenly start shaking again? Everyone looked at one another in dismay. Huang Yueli's originally pale face drained further into a horrifying white color. Blood Moon Great Array. The Blood Moon Great Array has been activated again. What? Why is this happening? Everyone gasped, not believing their ears. Huang Xiluo said gravely, "Can you smell it? The blood stench in the air has grown thicker." Everyone subconsciously sniffed and immediately, a shocked expression appeared on their faces. It really seems so. The blood stench has grown stronger, and the Blood Moon Great Array has been reactivated? Lord Zhan is a lunatic. Whose blood did he draw this time? Could it be? Lu Bian was just about to say something when he gave a shocked expression. The others also thought of the same thing, but none of them said it out loud. However, they already had a terrifying guess in their hearts. "Quickly leave. We don't have time to waste," Bai Lufeng urged loudly. The group did not dare to stop and everyone followed tightly behind Bai Lufeng and Huang Xiluo into the secret tunnel. The route from the secret tunnel to Blood Moon Great Array wasn't very far. Under normal circumstances, they would be able to arrive within a stipulated time to burn a stick of incense. But just as the group passed through the secret tunnel, there were a few consecutive tremors, and each time, the duration lasted much longer than the previous. In the end, even the tough lapis gold stone wall formed a crack. Their speed was affected badly, and they took almost a quarter of an hour before they managed to reach the side of the Blood Moon Great Array. When they arrived, the first thing they saw was the heaps of sacred Phoenix race practitioners' corpses on the ground. Immediately following that, they saw Lord Jean, who seemed to be in a frenzied state of insanity, right above the Blood Moon Great Array. He had already completed the last part of his benison, and his hands were raised high. Under everyone's watchful gazes, they saw Huang Yueli and Li Moying being thrown into the blood pool. No. Lastly, Bai Lufeng and Huang Siluo screamed in terror. Without a thought, they rushed toward the Blood Moon Great Array. Sovereign! Junior sister! Song Pijun, Song Piyu, and Lu Bian were shocked to see this. They were horrified and instantly dashed out with Bai Lufeng and his wife. At this moment, everyone had forgotten about their safety, and they had also forgotten Lord Jean's terrifying existence. All they had in mind was to save Huang Yueli and Li Moying. However, they had just gone close to the exterior of the Blood Moon Great Array when they felt a huge recoil. The 5 of them were sent flying. Once the Blood Moon Great Array was activated, it would form a strong boundary. Other than the practitioners who were enveloped in the array initially, the rest were unable to get close to the inside of the array. Anyone who attempted to attack the boundary would be rebounded. Bai Lufeng and Huang Siluo were burning with anxiety when they saw their daughter falling into the blood pool. They immediately got up from the ground and charged at the Blood Moon Great Array once again. Song Pijun and the others also got up without any hesitation. They followed behind both of them and coordinated with their efforts to attack the boundary. The group unleashed their most powerful profound skills without any reservation. However, this ancient top-rated evil skill was not something that they could break easily. The 5 of them were not able to inflict any damage on the boundary, and they were sent flying once again. Moreover, this time, they suffered the backlash of their own profound energy. In an instant, all of them were seriously injured. Bai Lufeng's attack power was the strongest, so his backlash was also the strongest. He fell heavily on the ground as his own profound energy broke several of his bones. However, Bai Lufeng clenched his teeth and stood up again. He swallowed a pill and continued to charge again. Everyone set off another launch of attacks at the boundary. But the result was extremely devastating. The Great Moon Great Array's boundary was extremely secure. Even under the impact of 5 9th stage realm practitioners' attacks, it remained unmoved. Even Lord Jean, who was standing in the middle of the array, was not affected. His benedictory voice was stable and continuous. The blood essence energy gathered in the array grew stronger and stronger. Rumble. Following a loud explosion, a bloody fog spurted out from the blood pool and charged into the sky. Bai Lufeng and the others were sent flying by this impact, and they flew a huge distance away. All of them landed on the ground, one after another. This time, a few of them were injured all over. They mustered all their strength, but were unable to climb back up. Damn it. What is this Blood Moon Great Array? Cough cough, it's too powerful. Lu Bian said intermittently. As he coughed, blood flowed from the hand that was covering his mouth. What should we do? Sovereign and Grandmaster Huang have already fallen into the blood pool. Could it be? No, they won't, cough cough. Divine Dr. Liu, do you still have any more pills? Everyone struggled and wanted to get up to continue fighting. They knew that their little bit of power could not contribute much and might even end up fruitless. But as long as they did not see Huang Yueli and Li Moying's corpses, no one was willing to give up. Just at this moment, Bai Lufeng cried out in shock. Quickly look. The blood moon seems to be ascending. How is that possible? How could this be? Could it be that last Lian Moing has already? He was terrified by the guess in his heart, and he totally could not bring himself to continue speaking. But even if he didn't say a word, everyone knew what he had in his mind. The blood moon great array's energy was originally depleting. But now with the newfound energy, it continued to ascend into the sky. That could only mean that Huang Yueli and Li Moing's blood essence had been drawn. Both of them had outstanding innate talents, and their bloodlines were extremely pure. So that gave the blood moon great array a huge boost of energy. The group was shocked. Only Huang Siluo stared at the ascending blood-colored moon. Her eyes were full of shock and bewilderment. The blood moon had indeed ascended. 30 years ago, Sacred Phoenix Race's prediction really came true. So it was like this. Even if I managed to escape, the prediction would still come true. It's me. I caused Lastly's death. Huang Siluo's face turned pale, and she slowly shut her eyes, as though she had given up hope. Everyone could not understand what she said. They turned to her and asked, Madam Bai, what do you mean by those things that you said earlier? Prediction? What prediction? What happened 30 years ago? Huang Siluo's eyes were tightly shut, as her expression seemed to be full of hesitation and struggles. After some time, she opened her eyes. Giving a long sigh, she started to talk about the past. In Sacred Phoenix Race, we will hold a sacrificial ceremony once every 10 years. We will kill high-leveled magical beasts as sacrificial objects and at the same time, try to obtain a hint from heavens. Ever since Soaring Heaven's continent and God Realm's connecting path had been blocked out by the space barrier, this was the only way for the Sacred Phoenix Race to communicate with God Realm. On one of the sacrificial ceremonies 30 years ago, the previous Holy Maiden made a prediction and obtained an oracle. Oracle? What oracle? Everyone asked hastily when they saw Huang Siluo stopping. She lowered her voice and said, the oracle mentioned that 30 years from that day, which is today, will be the oracle day for Sacred Phoenix Race. On this day, Sacred Phoenix Race's long-lost clansmen will gain sufficient strength to break through the space barrier and return to God Realm. A person who is the strongest and most outstanding talent would appear among our clan, and lead the entire Sacred Phoenix Race to regain their former glory. 30 years from that day, is today? Bai Lufeng frowned and continued to ask, so that means today is the day that the oracle proclaimed? Huang Siluo nodded her head. That's right. My eldest brother was originally the #1 genius in the past 10,000 years. His cultivation speed is extremely fast, and when he was just over 20, he had already become a 9th stage realm peak practitioner. But due to the existence of the space barrier, he could not ascend to God Realm. Upon hearing the oracle, he was stirred up the most. Henceforth, he seemed to have turned into another person. He kept going about to find ways to break through the space barrier. One day, he finally read about the long-lost demon tribe's secret technique, the Blood Moon Great Array. For the past 30 years, he had been refining human race's blood essence and spiritual root through the Great Moon Blood Array to gather large amounts of energy. But in actual fact, he knew that just relying on the Blood Moon Great Array's energy alone to break through the space barrier was far from enough. However, because of the oracle, he insisted on holding the sacrificial ceremony today. Taking a slight pause, Huang Siluo stopped and looked at the blood moon in the sky. The blood-colored moon kept on ascending, higher and higher. Even though the speed wasn't very fast, but it was stable and unwavering without any hints of stopping as it went straight towards the space barrier in the sky. Siluo, what's the matter? Quickly snap out of it. She heard Bai Lufeng and the others' flustered voices ringing by her ear. She then recollected her senses from the dazed state and continued to say, anyway, I thought that my brother's plan would fail. The space barrier had been in soaring heaven's continent sky for more than 10,000 years. Our sacred phoenix race's ancestors thought of many ways to break through the space barrier, but all those methods failed. How would my eldest brother, who used this kind of evil method, which is devoid of conscience, possibly succeed? The oracle must be wrong. But... She paused and revealed a lost expression. But from the looks of this, I'm the wrong one. All these are fated. What the oracle said is true. Lastly, and Li Moying's appearance had replenished the missing energy with their blood essence. This had all been fated 30 years ago. No, perhaps it was already fated since 10,000 years ago. Everything is fated. No. Impossible. It's impossible. How can this be? Lastly, I shouldn't have agreed for you to come. Father caused your death. Bai Lufeng couldn't stand the blow and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body convulsed and his face turned greenish-black. Marquis Bai, Song Pejun and the others became anxious, but they were unable to move. Bai Lufeng was originally seriously injured, and now that he suffered a mental blow, he seemed to have lost his desire to live. His body functions instantly broke down. Marquis Bai, please be strong. You have to take care of yourself for junior sister. And Madame Bai needs you. Lu Baiyan was extremely anxious. As a doctor, he knew very clearly that Bai Lufeng was in a perilous situation. When one had no will to die, even if there wasn't any problem with the body, one would also die within a short time. Moreover, Bai Lufeng's condition was such right now. Madame Bai, please try to persuade him. Lu Baiyan turned around and shouted. However, Huang Siluo didn't seem as though she had any intention to do so. She merely shook her head quietly. It's not Lufeng who caused Lastly's death, it's me. When I was imprisoned by my eldest brother, I should have committed suicide rather than think of sacrificing my own life for sacred phoenix race. If it wasn't for my indecisiveness, Lufeng and Lastly would not have insisted on coming to save me, and she wouldn't have died. I'm the sinner who should suffer 1,000 deaths. Her miserable self-reproaching left the other three with bitter coldness. Madame Bai, please don't think in that way. All these are done by Lord Zhan, that despicable person who is worse than a beast. That's right. It's not you and Marquis Bai's fault. Don't talk about this anymore. Divine Dr. Liu, is there any pill that can increase our potential? Let's eat those and attack again. Sovereign and Grandmaster Huang are not ordinary people, I don't believe that they will just die in this way. That's right. What oracle or prediction? I don't believe in that rubbish. Those ancient god clans only know how to act mysterious. Song Pejun and the others managed to recover a little bit of energy, so they stood up in a wobble. They wanted to try saving them again. But at this moment, Lord Zhan, who was in the middle of the array, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at them. In the middle of the blood pool, Huang Yueli felt her blood essence being drawn out bit by bit, and her consciousness was getting blurrier by the minute. Just as she almost lost consciousness, she suddenly saw a blinding gold light flash past. When the golden light disappeared, she abruptly opened her eyes. Moying! Don't die! Huang Yueli subconsciously sprang up and widened her eyes. She looked around and suddenly felt that something was amiss. She discovered that the pain that swept over her body had suddenly disappeared. Moreover, the surrounding scenery seemed a little familiar. Woo woo woo. Female devil, wake up. Don't die, woo woo woo, I don't want to be stuck in that broken piece of jade again. She heard a faint, tender crying sound. Huang Yueli lowered her head to discover that little Wang Kai had turned into the fleshy little kid, and he was sobbing as he hugged her feet. She was now inside the Sky Phoenix ring? She picked up little Wang Kai and asked, Wang Kai, what's going on? Why am I inside the Sky Phoenix ring? Am I already dead? Little Wang Kai was so absorbed in his sobbing that he didn't even realize that his master had already awoken. When she carried him up, his eyes widened with joy. Female devil, you're really awake. Huang Yueli frowned when she heard that. What do you mean by awake? I feel that this is the hallucination that I have before I die. What on earth is going on? Am I really in a dream? Little Wang Kai kept shaking his head when he heard that. No, you're not dreaming. You've really come into the Sky Phoenix ring. Huang Yueli was stunned. What? I'm inside the Sky Phoenix ring? But hasn't my blood essence been sucked dry by the Blood Moon Great Array? Can my primordial spirit be attached to the Sky Phoenix ring after my death? Then what have I become? A spirit artifact like you? Little Wang Kai went into a short blank and said, Female devil, are you confused? You can't even tell if you're still a living being or a spirit artifact? You're in the Sky Phoenix ring, but with your physical body. Huang Yuel's eyes grew wide in disbelief. She spread out her hands and put them in front of her. After taking a good look, she pinched her thigh. What the? I can feel the pain. She was pleasantly shocked. How did this happen? Isn't it common knowledge that only spirit artifacts can enter the Sky Phoenix ring? If it wasn't like this, when she was being pursued by Lord Zhan, she would have thought of different ways to enter the Sky Phoenix ring. Although it was a god relic, it could not accommodate her body. Hence, she could only try her best to escape. Little Wang Kai frowned and a solemn expression appeared on his little round face. It looked strangely adorable. But Huang Yueli was not in the mood to notice that. She was listening to him seriously. This? I don't know either. In the past, only spirit artifacts could enter the Sky Phoenix ring. But that was because it was in first grade. Later on, as you advanced with 9 Phoenix transformation, the Sky Phoenix ring was also upgraded. Perhaps it had unknowingly gained this function. Earlier when I saw you and Big Demon Lord were about to die, I had no other choice but to use this method to see if I can bring you in. In the end, it succeeded. Huang Yueli's eyes lit up. The Sky Phoenix ring's various functions were something that she did not have time to research yet. After all, she did not hold any information about God Realm's top-rated god relic. Moreover, the Sky Phoenix ring was still short of 3 other parts. So Huang Yueli wasn't sure if these could be materialized. She only knew that the outer courtyard's medicine farm and spring water could be used to cultivate crops. Every time it upgraded, the cupboard in the room would appear high-leveled medicinal pills and manuscripts. She had not expected the Sky Phoenix ring to take effect and saved her and Li Moying. Thinking of this, she turned around and looked everywhere. But she could not find Li Moying anywhere. Didn't you say you've saved Moying? Where is he? Little Wang Kai pouted and gestured at the door with his head. I threw Big Demon Lord in the courtyard. He's too stinky, I can't let him come in. As the little phoenix's bloodline was suppressed by Li Moying, he would act like a mouse whenever he saw him. The Big Demon Lord had been bullying him every single time. So this time, he was afraid of his master getting hurt, so he forcibly saved them. However, he left Li Moying on the medicinal farm. Huang Yueli understood what he was thinking about. Shaking her head helplessly, she got up and walked out. Li Moying was indeed lying beside the Spirit Saint Spring. His tall figure laid limp on the ground, crushing several stalks of valuable medicinal herbs. As his injury was much more serious than Huang Yueli's, it could be said that he was pulled back from the brink of death. So even if he was inside the Sky Phoenix ring, he would not regain consciousness so quickly. His brows were still furrowed and he was still not moving at all. Huang Yueli walked over and tried to check his pulse. She discovered that although Li Moying's pulse was relatively weak, there was still a slim chance of survival. At least he was still alive. Huang Yueli's eyes reflected a glint of joy. She hurriedly ran into her room and took out several bottles of medicinal herbs from the cupboard. These medicinal pills were top-leveled pills that were great for nourishing blood essence. Although it was not as good as those that Lu Bian had, luckily she had a huge amount of it. Huang Yueli poured out a big handful of it and stuffed it into Li Moying's mouth. However, Li Moying was already in deep comatose and was unable to swallow the pills on his own. Huang Yueli took a large mouthful of Saint Spring water, popped the pills into her mouth, and climbed onto Li Moying's body. Without any hesitation, she slowly fed him the medicine. After Li Moying took the pills, his face slowly regained some color and his pulse also stabilized. Huang Yueli stayed by his side. She wiped his sweat and sometimes fed him medicine. It took a long time before Li Moying finally opened his eyes. Moying. You're finally awake. She pounced towards him and cried tears of joy. Moying. You scared me to death. Woo woo woo. She hugged Li Moying's waist, then burying her face into his chest, she started to sob. She had never been so scared in her entire 2 lifetimes. Even when Li Moying almost died because of his soul detachment illness, she firmly believed that she would find a way to save him. But this time, she had nearly given up hope, thinking that Li Moying would not be able to come back to life. After Li Moying regained consciousness, there was a moment when he totally could not recognize where he was. But when he saw his little fox sobbing on top of him, he subconsciously wanted to hug her. Lear, don't cry. He had just opened his mouth, and he discovered that his voice was extremely hoarse. Moreover, just a slight action of lifting his hand made his entire body ache. This feeling. The memories before he slipped into unconsciousness began to return back to his mind. Li Moying shivered and grabbed Huang Yueli's hand. Lear, where are we? We're not dead? Who saved us? He wasn't like Huang Yueli, suspecting that he had become a spirit artifact. That was because he did not know that he was inside the Sky Phoenix ring. This time, we're really lucky. It's Wang Kai who saved us. We're now inside the Sky Phoenix ring. Huang Yueli swiftly explained everything in brief on the current situation. When Li Moying heard that, he heaved a sigh of relief. So it's like this. Looks like our luck is not bad. Under this kind of dire situation, we managed to escape the calamity. Lear, you're my lucky star. He blinked the rippling peach blossom eyes and gazed tenderly at Huang Yueli. Although his face was deadly pale with dark eye rings, which made his face haggard from the loss of blood essence, there was no change to his handsome countenance. Moreover, he had a kind of exclusive look that reflected that he had been through many vicissitudes. Huang Yueli felt her face turning red. You can't say that. If it wasn't for the fact that you were helping me to save my mother, you wouldn't have met with such a fatal crisis. Li Moying grabbed her little hand and was just about to say something. Suddenly, the skies gave off a rumble sound. It seemed as though a stroke of lightning was striking down on their heads. The Sky Phoenix ring also started to shake. However, the shaking stopped quickly, and Sky Phoenix ring resumed back to its original peace. But Huang Yueli and Li Moying's expression turned grave. This Sky Phoenix ring doesn't seem very safe. Huang Yueli raised her voice and called, Wang Kai, Wang Kai. Come out here for a while. Little Wang Kai hurriedly ran out with his short legs and looked worriedly at Huang Yueli. Female devil, are you all right? Ah, Big Demon Lord is awake. When Li Moying heard this salutation, he frowned slightly. But as he had just come back to life, he did not have any energy to argue with a little brat. Huang Yueli beckoned to little Wang Kai, telling him to come closer. Then she asked, what's going on earlier? Could it be that although the Sky Phoenix ring is a valuable ancient god relic, it still isn't enough to resist the Blood Moon Great Array's might? Little Wang Kai played with his fingers and said with a stammer, actually I'm not very sure. That year when the Sky Phoenix ring was still in the previous master, this was just a mere demon tribe's array that was incapable of causing any damage to it. But after the Sky Phoenix ring fell into Soaring Heaven's continents, it was inflicted with serious damage and was destroyed. Other than the main piece that you have with you, 3 other shattered parts are currently missing. Although your bloodline is compatible with the Sky Phoenix ring, there's no way for it to display the original power that it had in ancient times. Huang Yueli immediately understood what was going on after his explanation. But immediately following that, she thought of a crucial point and her heart jolted. So to speak, the Sky Phoenix ring really cannot fight against the Blood Moon Great Array? We can't stay here for too long, is that right? Little Phoenix nodded his head and said, right. As the Sky Phoenix ring's power is insufficient, there's no way to totally isolate you and Big Demon Lord's presence, so the Blood Moon Great Array could sense your blood essence / hence it kept attacking the Sky Phoenix ring. Once a crack appears in here, both of you will be thrown out. By then, I will not be able to save you for a second time. Huang Yueli frowned and exchanged a glance with Li Moying. Although they were mentally prepared that hiding in Sky Phoenix ring space wasn't a long-term plan, they would need to think of other ways if they wanted to escape unscathed. But according to what little Wang Kai was saying, their situation was far worse than what they had imagined. It could simply be said that the layer was thin like ice. No one could tell when the Sky Phoenix ring would collapse. Little Wang Kai saw them keeping silent and he carefully shot a look at Huang Yueli. Then he said, moreover, there's something, Huang Yueli questioned relentlessly, what else is there? Don't hem and haw, just say it outright if you have something to say. Little Wang Kai took a look at Li Moying and said, logically speaking, the Sky Phoenix ring could only allow the master's body to enter the space, and Big Demon Lord isn't supposed to come in. I don't know why he could smuggle in, so I'm assuming that it might be due to the special spiritual connection that both of you have. After all, he is not the Sky Phoenix ring's master. So even if he manages to come in, he can only stay for 2 hours. When the time is up, if he doesn't leave, he will suffocate to death. Huang Yueli yelled at him, what? There's something like this. To her, this news was just too devastating. She had finally saved Li Moying, and she assumed that they had turned their misfortune around. But whoever knew that Li Moying could only stay in the Sky Phoenix ring for 2 hours max? What could they solve in just a mere 2 hours? Li Moying's injuries were not light. With this bit of timing, it wasn't even though to administer basic treatment, not to mention others. Even if Li Moying could recover his health, Sky Phoenix ring was still at the bottom of the blood pool right now. The minute Li Moying was thrown out, he would fall into the Blood Moon Great Array again. The result would be for him to experience the entire process of blood essence and spiritual root being drawn away again, suffering pain that was worse than death. Damn it, why did things turn out like this? Huang Yueli punched the ground hard. In comparison, Li Moying was much more composed. When he found out that he was going to die once again, there weren't too many changes in his expression. Li Moying held Huang Yueli's wrist gently. The strength he used wasn't very big, but it stopped her action of punching the ground. Her little fist stopped in midair. Lear, don't be anxious. Things might not be as bad as what little Wang Kai said. After all, our spirits are linked and it's different from what he thinks. Our connection is much stronger than ordinary people. Huang Yueli went into a daze and suddenly recalled that a portion of her primordial spirit came from Li Moying. Their primordial spirits had fused and combined with each other. This kind of spiritual connection was naturally closer than anything else. Based on this relationship, perhaps Li Moying would be able to stay in the Sky Phoenix ring for a slightly longer time. She heaved a slight sigh of relief and became calmer. But her brows were still tightly knitted and she said softly, even if you can stay here for a little while longer, we will still have to leave this place eventually. We can't keep staying inside the Sky Phoenix ring. I think, since things have come to such a pass, Lord Jean will not give up so easily, so we'd still have to go out. Li Moying nodded his head and said, that's right. Moreover, I'm a little worried about father-in-law and mother-in-law. If Lord Jean is unable to gather sufficient blood essence from us, he might set his designs on them. Hearing that, Huang Yueli jumped up and said, right, what you said is correct. That Lord Jean is deranged, and he will do anything. We must leave this place and save Mother and the others. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. She thought about it and turned to walk into the room. The Sky Phoenix ring has many treasures which were left behind by the previous owner. I'll go in and take a look to see if there's anything that we can use. Li Moying could not think of any other ideas, so he could only get up and try to follow her in. However, he had just started to move when he felt a wave of dizziness. He could not control his body and fell onto the ground once again. Huang Yueli heard a sound, and when she turned back to take a look, she quickly ran back again. She held on to him and stopped him from trying to get up. Moying, you're not allowed to move. I'll go in and check on my own. Do you know what condition are you in right now? Twice, you used your inherent fated blood essence to forcibly raise your cultivation. Then you were absorbed by so many blood essence. If I didn't use so many pills of 9th-level top-graded medicinal pills to save your life, you'd long be. Anyway, just stay here and concentrate on recuperation. Do not move about recklessly. But there are only 2 hours more and I will. Li Moying used his determination to suppress the horrid feeling, attempting to reason with Huang Yueli. She stared fiercely at him. You also know that there's just 1 hour. If you don't grab hold of time to recuperate, later when you really get thrown out, you won't even be able to last for a breath. She got up after she gave Li Moying a good lecture. Huang Yueli had just got up when she felt something under her feet. It caused her to lose her balance as she fell sideways on the ground. Ah! Lear! Li Moying saw her falling and wanted to catch her, but he was unable to defend himself right now. So he could only watch her fall on the ground. Luckily, the Sky Phoenix ring's garden was full of soft mud, so she didn't feel too badly. But her face was stained with mud and she looked rather disheveled. Huang Yueli stood up and patted off the mud off her clothes, then she looked down at the ground. Seeing this, she discovered that there was a pile of medicinal pills, profound weapons, medicinal herbs, and it scattered everywhere. These items look rather familiar. What's this? Huang Yueli furrowed her brows. Little Wang Kai gave a weak explanation by the side. This, all the profound weapons which had been thrown into the Sky Phoenix ring would become ineffective by the ancient god relic's might. Your space realm could not be used, so everything inside had dropped on the ground. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Who asked you not to look carefully when you walk, so serves you right for falling. Little Wang Kai was anxiously trying to absolve himself of the blame. However, Huang Yueli wasn't listening at all. She had been attracted by a faint golden scroll. This scroll was the exact culprit that caused her fall. Li Moying had passed everything he had to his wife, so Huang Yueli basically knew what he had in his realm ring. However, this scroll looked rather unfamiliar. Huang Yueli did not recall that she had seen it previously. Moreover, this scroll was giving off a faint golden glow. Just one look and one could tell that it wasn't something ordinary. It was most likely a treasure. Moreover, the external portion had a ceiling array pattern on it, which looked extremely secretive. She subconsciously bent down to pick it up and check on it. But Li Moying also started moving when she did. He turned towards Huang Yueli's direction and her arm happened to crush on the scroll. Huang Yueli used 3 fingers to pick it up, but before she wasn't able to. She couldn't help but was stunned momentarily. Moying? Li Moying pretended as though he didn't sense what she was trying to do, and he looked at the door in the main hall. Lear, aren't you going into the room to see if there's any treasure that can be used? Huang Yueli regained her senses, and her attention had indeed been diverted. Ah, yes. That's right. There's not much time left, you'd better get moving. Huang Yueli nodded her head. Yes, I'll go right now. You're not allowed to move. Stay here and work on your recovery, do you understand? Li Moying agreed readily. Huang Yueli then turned around and left in a hurry. When Li Moying saw her walking into the hall without turning back, he heaved a long sigh of relief. Lifting his aching right hand, he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Just a bit, it was just a bit more before his greatest secret was exposed by Huang Yueli. That golden-colored scroll was not any other thing. It was the remnant pages of the Drifting Cloud scroll that he got from Liu Bian. Back then, after he snatched the remnant pages, his first reaction was to destroy the pages. In this way, the contents in the remnant pages would only be known to him and Liu Bian. So this secret would never be revealed. Li Moying tried many ways to destroy it. He resorted to tearing the pages, using water to soak them, and burning them, but those few thin pieces of paper just couldn't be destroyed. Helpless, Li Moying could only let Song Piyu seal the scroll up with a sealing array pattern and put it away. In order to prevent Huang Yueli from accidentally flipping through this, he had been keeping it in his realm ring. He originally thought that this method would be foolproof. Huang Yueli wasn't those kinds of petty ladies who loved to flip through her husband's personal items, so she would definitely not find out about the secret that he kept from her. But no matter what, he had never expected that one day, his realm ring would lose its effectiveness and all the items he had would appear in front of Huang Yueli. Luckily, his reaction was swift enough. Li Moying was feeling grateful secretly, and he stretched out his hand to hold the scroll. Then he secretly pulled it towards his body and hid it in his sleeve. After completing these, he finally let down the heavy rock in his heart. Little Wang Kai had not left, and when he saw Li Moying's suspicious movements, he couldn't help but shout, "Big Demon Lord, you're doing this intentionally. Why have you hidden that scroll? Is it a love letter that other women have written for you? How dare you betray my female devil? I'm going to tell her." Female devil. Little Wang Kai was just about to shout. Li Moying's expression changed abruptly, and he shot a look at him. At the same time, the profound energy suppression in his body was unleashed. "Shut your mouth. You." Oof. Little Phoenix was so suppressed that he could not even breathe. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, Li Moying's bloodline was from the ancient Cloudy Qilin clan, so it originally had a suppression over Little Phoenix's bloodline. Moreover, Li Moying was innately powerful and overbearing. So, Little Phoenix could not resort to any trickery in front of him. No matter how unwilling he was, it could only shut its mouth and slink to a corner dejectedly. Li Moying then retraced his profound energy. With his eyes half closed, he worked up his cultivation method, and coordinating with the medicinal effect of the pills that he had swallowed, he started to self-recuperate. After a quarter of an hour later, Huang Yueli hastily ran out from the hall. Moying, are you feeling better?" She ran to Li Moying and touched his face gently. Li Moying slowly opened his eyes. Although he was feeling terrible, he did not let it show. A smile surfaced on his face, and he appeared extremely composed. "I'm much better, how about you? Have you found anything of use?" Huang Yueli gave a soft sigh and said, "There are things of use, but unfortunately, there's not much effect." She placed all the medicinal pills in her arms on the ground. These are medicinal pills, which are used for restoring blood essence. The quantities, quite a huge amount, but absorbing the medicinal effect requires some time. We can't eat everything at one go. Just based on such little medicinal effects, it simply cannot be compared with the speed of the blood moon great array absorbing our blood essence. saying that she took out several profound armaments. These few profound armors are 9th-tiered treasures. Although there's not much use against the Blood Moon Great Array, it's better than nothing. Put these all on. At least you will be able to sustain a little longer in the array. Saying that, she took a pair of wrist guards and wanted to put it on for Li Moying. Li Moying hurriedly took the wrist guards and said, "I'm feeling much better. Let me do it on my own. You'd better put on a few pieces of profound armor as well." Huang Yueli nodded and said, "I know." She picked a jadeite rhino skin, female-styled armor and put it in herself. Then she clasped the belt and adjusted it. Turning around, she saw that Li Moying had already put on the wrist guards. She smiled satisfactorily and looked at the ground again. Then she gave a puzzled look. That's strange. Where's the scroll that I saw earlier?" Hearing that, Li Moying's heart thumped wildly. He simply did not expect that he had already diverted Huang Yueli's attention. But after such a long time had passed, she actually remembered that scroll again. She pouted her lips and muttered to herself, "That's strange, it was just right here earlier." Could that scroll be left behind by the previous owner? Perhaps there might be some useful content inside? "Moying, did you see a golden-colored scroll? It's around, this long?" Huang Yueli came out with a length with her 2 index fingers. Although Li Moying felt extremely uneasy, he put on a calm look on his face. "What scroll? I didn't notice anything like that." When little Phoenix, who was hiding in the corner, heard that, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood, but he could only stay silent in the darkness. Shameless, too shameless. Only scums like him could tell lies without batting an eyelid. Huang Yueli frowned suspiciously at first. For a second, she assumed that she had remembered wrongly. However, after she surveyed the surroundings, she realized what had happened and she looked at Li Moying warily. "Moying, you really didn't see anything?" "I don't think I remembered wrongly. That golden-colored scroll is just too eye-catching. Earlier it was still here, so how could it suddenly disappear in front of my eyes?" Speaking of that, she recalled that when she wanted to pick the scroll earlier, it was Li Moying who suddenly called her. That was why she changed her mind and walked into the hall. Huang Yueli was such an intelligent and crafty person, so she instantly understood that Li Moying must have a problem. That scroll was something she had not seen before. So most likely, it must have dropped out from his realm ring. Furthermore, he intentionally resorted to trickery to not let her see it. Although Huang Yueli had absolute trust towards Li Moying, she knew that he would not possibly harm herself. But a woman's intuition had already told him that the scroll's content was extremely important. The most important thing was she must try to find a way to see it for herself. Huang Yueli lifted her head and met Li Moying's eyes. "You took the scroll away? Why?" Li Moying attempted to act dumb. "Scroll? What scroll?" "Lear, it's not time to be concerned about some scroll, isn't it? We don't have much time left, so we'd better discuss our next course of action." "I'm asking you, where's the scroll? Why must you hide it and not show me the contents?" His attempts at diverting the topic aroused Huang Yueli's suspicions. She grabbed Li Moying's collar and asked, "Where's the scroll? Are you going to hand it over yourself, or do I have to do a body search?" Lear, don't be like this. Thoughts swiftly raced past Li Moying's mind as he thought about ways to shift the scroll away. All profound armaments would lose their effectiveness in the Sky Phoenix ring. What ways could he come out with, to evade his little fox's intelligent eyes? Perhaps he should just seal her meridians and try to stall for time? Li Moying was still considering what to do when suddenly, he realized that his body was frozen and he could not move at all. "Lear, he looked at Huang Yueli in shock. Huang Yueli sneered and said, "I forgot to tell you that I'm the owner of the Sky Phoenix ring. Everything in the ring is controlled by my will. I just need to use my thoughts, and if I don't want you to move, you will not be able to move. So forget about coming with any tricks in front of me. Li Moying kept shivering. He assumed that although he was injured, his ability was much higher than Huang Yueli, so he would still make her listen to him. But no matter what plans he had, he totally forgot about this point. In front of Huang Yueli, the acknowledged master of the god relic, no matter how much ability he had, she was still able to make it listen to her commands. Lear, listen to my explanation. Will you listen to my explanation, please? You, don't come over first, Li Moying put up his last struggle. However, Huang Yueli refused to listen to his sweet nothing and just did a body search on him. Not too long later, she found a golden-colored scroll on him. On the scroll was a sealing array pattern that was personally drawn up by Xang Piyu. Ever since she reunited with Bai Lu Feng, Huang Yueli's array skills improved dramatically under his guidance. So decoding this array pattern was as easy as lifting a finger. She decoded it within 2 or 3 tries and unraveled the scroll. Huang Yueli could not wait as she took a clear look at the contents. Just then, her eyes opened with shock. This is the remnant pages of the ancient scroll, Drifting Cloud Scroll, and these few pages are related to the art of split soul. Where did you get these remnant pages from? Why didn't you show it to me? Huang Yueli questioned him, but did not get a response. Li Moying knew that he would be unable to stop her and was extremely dejected. He shut his eyes and took several deep breaths. Huang Yueli wasn't expecting him to answer, so she continued to read the contents in the pages on her own. The first few paragraphs on the remnant pages were related to the art of split soul's history and execution method. She had already seen these in her dreams when she took Lu Baiyan's soul-scattering pill previously. Hence she wasn't too surprised and read through it quickly. But when she came to the last 2 pages, her fingers trembled. This is related to the remedy for art of split soul. So there's no way to cure the missing primordial spirit. Huang Yueli swiftly read through the entire portion and cried out in surprise. It was clearly stated on the remnant pages. For primordial spirits which had been split up through the art of split soul, 2 parts of the primordial spirit would be distributed between 2 people and there was a way to use it completely. But it required both parties to be in complete harmony before their primordial spirits could merge as one. To a pair of lovers, this state wasn't too hard to achieve. As long as the both of them consummate, their primordial spirits would be connected. The minute they connected, the portion of the primordial spirit that was given out would be attracted by the original owner and do its best to return to where it should be. Then it would merge with the owner's primordial spirit. Li Moying grew anxious because he knew that his biggest secret had been exposed. He opened his eyes with a helpless expression. This isn't considered a remedy. Moreover, this is something that the later generation people assumed, based on Saint Iniquitous Shadow's notes. No one can guarantee that this method will be effective. Speaking of this, perhaps it was something that the later generation people fabricated. Fabricate? I don't think so. Huang Yueli gave a stern expression and said, if it's fabricated, you and my senior brother would not join hands to lie to me, telling me that you have a problem in that aspect, hence refusing to consummate with me. So all these things written here are absolutely true, am I right? Huang Yueli wasn't a fool, so after she read the contents on the Drifting Cloud Scroll and adding on to the fact that Li Moying and Lu Baiyan were acting suspiciously, she immediately understood what was going on. It was no wonder that they were already officially married, but Li Moying came out with various situations and refused to consummate with her. In the past, before they weren't engaged yet, this man always loved to be intimate with her. His body wouldn't reflect all these various problems. But why was it that after they got married, he suddenly became impotent? Moreover, Lu Baiyan also colluded with him to interfere with her judgment. Recalling back on this, it was evident that both of them already found out about the information on the Drifting Cloud Skull. Moreover, they believed in the contents very much. According to the remnant pages records, once the two portions of the primordial spirit were connected, they would automatically merge. This process was something that even the original owner of the primordial spirit could not control. The two portions of the primordial spirit that came from the same source would attract each other to resume back to a complete state. This was a heaven and earth law, so there was no way to defy it. Once the primordial spirit merged, the portion which had been split up would be on the losing end and it would be absorbed by the owner. That meant that once she and Li Moying consummate, the primordial spirit that she obtained from Li Moying would return to him. By then, his incomplete primordial spirit would be cured totally. But for her, she was able to reincarnate and live on this continent all because of his primordial spirit. Once it had been taken back, her primordial spirit would not be able to support the control of her body. The result would end up with her original weak consciousness dispersing once again. It would dissipate from her body and become a wisp of residual spirit. Moreover, it would not take long before it disintegrated. Of course, this result could not be termed as an injustice. After all, the result of her previous life of self-exploding should originally be like this. Her soul and spirit scattered and dispersed, returning to nothingness. As Li Moying forcibly used the art of split soul to retain a sliver of her primordial spirit, she could live until today and for so many years. So in that sense, she gained something out of it. Li Moying knew that he could not continue hiding the truth. He also knew that denying was no longer possible, so he could only nod his head. Since you already know, all right then. Even if I said anything else, you wouldn't believe it. The contents on the remnant pages are most likely true. But Lu Baiyan and I don't believe in the contents. But we just don't want to take the risk of causing harm to you. We have been studying other ancient manuals, hoping to verify some evidence on the remnant pages. Huang Yueli frowned slightly as though she was trying to verify the authenticity in his words. Li Moying saw her expression and got flustered. Lear, I didn't want to hide it from you. But. He wanted to explain, but discovered that it was very hard for him to do so. Because he and Lu Baiyan had already colluded together. If Huang Yueli had not discovered the truth on her own, he would never have told her about all these. However, Huang Yueli knew what he was worried about. She shook her head slowly. I know that you're afraid that I would feel guilty, and you're afraid that I will feel indebted to you, right? She blinked and her eyes turned red. Why are you always like that? Why do you always think of me and never for yourself? Li Moying went into a daze. When he saw Huang Yueli about to cry, he became flustered. Luckily, Huang Yueli was agitated and forgot to use the Sky Phoenix Ring's might to restrain his movements. So when Li Moying realized that he could move, he immediately held Huang Yueli into her arms and caressed her black and shiny hair. Then he comforted her softly. Lear, don't let your thoughts run wild. There's really nothing wrong with me. It's just that my potential could not match up to the past. What's important is that we can be together, and that matters more than anything else. She hugged his waist tightly, very tightly. It was so tight that it pained the injured Li Moying so much that he felt that he almost could not breathe. However, he didn't say a word or try to struggle free. Instead, he hugged her tightly and said, Lear, it's my fault. I shouldn't have kept this from you. But I really don't mind it at all. Anyway, don't I still have you? Then you can protect me. Huang Yueli buried her face into his chest, as she felt that she could not control her tears and it was about to flow. Don't mind his lack of ability? No genuine genius practitioner would not mind their lack of ability. To a peerless genius like Li Moying, that was even more so. Li Moying had placed a lot of emphasis on his cultivational ability in his past life. Other than spending time with her, he spent the rest of his time cultivating and was one of the strongest practitioners in Soaring Heaven's continent. This kind of man actually said that he did not mind the lack in his ability. how was that possible? He wasn't the kind of person who did not mind his ability, but he cared more about her. Huang Yueli's heart was moved, but she was also full of guilt. She rubbed against Li Moying's chest and suddenly made a decision. Using her hand to support herself against the ground, she sat up and looked at Li Moying. Then she smoothed her hair and said softly, "Moying, do you want me?" Li Moying was stunned as he looked at the young lady who straddled on his waist. That pair of alluring eyes kept twinkling. Her palm-sized face was fair and exquisite, and her skin seemed as shiny as porcelain. His Adam's apple slid up and down, and he felt his voice turning a little hoarse. Lear, what are you talking about?" Huang Yueli repeated herself once again, "Moying, do you want me or not?" This time, her tone was much firmer. What joke are you cracking?" Li Moying jumped up after he understood what she said. "Do you know what you are saying?" Huang Yueli pouted and said, "Of course I know. We've already been married for so long, but had not consummated our marriage. Moreover, you're not impotent. Then, don't you want me? Or could it be that I'm not attractive to you at all?" Li Moying heard his beloved little fox's sweet voice, and he felt a little ticklish as though a little kitten was scratching his heart. A flame scuttered inside his body, and he spent a great deal of effort to suppress it. Lear, don't joke around with me. It's already this kind of timing, can we don't talk about this? Huang Yueli's hand slowly moved up to his chest and asked, "Why can't we talk about this?" Li Moying gulped and attempted to talk logic to her. You also saw from the remnant pages that if we were to consummate, it would be too dangerous for you. I can't afford to take this risk. Moreover, we're still in such a dangerous place now. It's better for us to think about how to escape first. We can wait until we leave the place." Li Moying suppressed the little unregulated claws on his chest, not allowing her to move about randomly. Huang Yueli's action took a pause, but very quickly, she leaned close to him again. This time, she even stuck close to Li Moying's chest. "Moying, do you really believe that we have a chance to escape?" Huang Yueli's face rubbed against his neck and blew a puff of warm breath against his chest. It was extremely ambiguous. But the things she said made Li Moying's heart jolt. His fists clenched tightly and loosened. Then he spoke in an extremely peaceful tone, "Of course we can. We will definitely find a way. I don't believe that we will die in this place." Huang Yueli kept shaking her head and whispered, "No, you don't need to say these to comfort me. I know clearly that it's impossible for us to leave this place safely. Now there's still slightly over an hour before you will be thrown out of Sky Phoenix Ring, whereas I can stay here a little longer. But I can't go anywhere else. The result would be to return to the blood pool. Even though I have found a few pieces of profound armament in the Sky Phoenix Ring, but just relying on these things would merely allow us to die a little slower, and not truly escape." Li Moying's hand trembled and his complexion turned extremely pale. How would he not know all these? He only did not want to make Huang Yueli worried. But as long as there was a chance of life, he would do his best to allow her to live a little longer. He would use his entire life to protect the young lady. Don't let your thoughts run wild, there's, after all, a little bit of time left. Let's think of a way together. Li Moying attempted to persuade her, but Huang Yueli shook her head and interrupted him. "There is a way. Moreover, it's the only way. You know it too, don't you?" Li Moying felt his heart thumping wildly, as an ominous premonition arose. Please don't let Lear think of what he was thinking. Absolutely don't let it happen. Don't. But the next thing that Huang Yueli said totally shattered his imagination. "Moying, it's impossible for the both of us to escape unscathed. If it was like now, we can only choose to die in the blood pool together and even our corpses will be missing. But if one of us sacrifices, then there's a high chance that the other will be able to survive, isn't that so? Isn't this deal very simple? Just one person dying is better than both. Huang Yueli said that serenely. Her voice was very soft and her tone was very peaceful. But Li Moying was appalled to hear that. The blood in his body started to freeze. Lear, what are you talking about? Who said that one person dying was better? That would depend if the other person is willing to continue living. Without you, what's the point of me staying alive? Lear, don't do anything silly, I will not allow that. Li Moying struggled to get up so that he could stop Huang Yueli's following actions. But he realized in terror that Huang Yueli had once again used the control over Sky Phoenix Ring to restrain his meridians, rendering him immobile. Lear, let go of me. Listen to me, let me go. Li Moying shouted exasperatedly. However, she had already made up her mind, so she was unfazed. No matter how much Li Moying shouted, or how much assurance he gave, she did not release the restraint on him. Li Moying was both angry and anxious, and he shouted, Lear, what is the point for you to do this? Even if you return the primordial spirit to me, I might not necessarily escape. Perhaps I might still die. Your sacrifice has no meaning at all. Moying. Huang Yueli shook her head and was about to say something. Just at this moment, the ground suddenly emitted another tremor. Moreover, this time, the tremor was much more vigorous than the previous, and it lasted longer as well. The soft mud on the ground shook so much that it jumped up and dropped down. Huang Yueli didn't sit properly, and she lost balance. Then she fell right on top of Li Moying. After some time, the tremors started to subside and the space regained its usual peace. However, a deep and long crack appeared on the medicinal farm and it split into two. Many medicinal herbs on the farm were uprooted. Lear, are you all right? Li Moying looked worriedly at Huang Yueli. She propped herself up and patted the mud off her body. I'm fine, but from the looks of it, the blood moon great arrays might has already surpassed our imagination. Perhaps it wouldn't even take more than 2 hours before this place would completely collapse. We have to grab hold of time. Huang Yueli whooshed up from the ground. Li Moying lifted his head and looked at her. Huang Yueli stretched her hand into her collar and undid the disc buckles on her chest, one after another. Very soon, she removed the dirty outer clothing, and immediately, she started to take off the inner clothing. A moment later, she was only left with a faint yellow tight-fitting undergarment. Li Moying's eyes widened and the young lady's curvy figure appeared right in front of him in a half-concealed form. That alluring curves and her fair and tender skin were enough to make any man go insane in a second. But above all, Li Moying was feeling terrified and furious. Lear, you're not allowed to do that. Quickly dress up. A lady taking off her clothes in front of a man casually, whatever next? Huang Yueli looked at him and was not affected by his words. On the contrary, her lips curled into a mesmerizing smile. I'm not taking off my clothes casually in front of any man, but in front of my husband. Shouldn't you be happy to have such a passionate wife? Li Moying couldn't say any words of rebuttal. Happy? If he could be together with Huang Yueli, he would never sacrifice her life for it. If they weren't in such a dangerous situation that might cost their lives right now, he would be more than willing to do so now. But now, he really could not be happy at all. Huang Yueli used her hand and slashed some Saint Spring water on her face to wash away the mud. Then she turned and walked towards Li Moying. Her figure was very nice, and she walked in an extremely graceful and elegant manner, which was mixed with innocence and sexiness. Li Moying kept warning himself multiple times that he should not fall for Huang Yueli's honey trap. Although his mind was thinking of that, his eyes did not listen to his brain and he kept ogling at Huang Yueli's chest. It was until Huang Yueli bent down and pressed herself against him when Li Moying finally woke up from his daze. No, no way. Lear, get off me. Get off me right now. We really can't. Li Moying was still resisting. He could sense the young lady sticking close to his body, and the sweet fragrance had occupied his breathing. If it wasn't for the fact that his determination was strong enough, he would have lost his rationality long ago. Huang Yueli's slender fingers undid his disc buckles to reveal that perfectly sculpted muscular line. She couldn't help but touch him a few more times. Her eyes were wide open and she kept caressing his skin with a curious and amazing look. Li Moying couldn't help but shout. Lear, please, I beg you to stop. We really can't do that. Other than this, I will promise you whatever you want. He started to sweat profusely, and his handsome face flushed a deep shade of red. Huang Yueli's finger slid down and she couldn't help but pinch him. Can you stop screaming like a young lady who is being molested? Those who aren't sure of the situation would think that I'm bullying you. Li Moying did not feel pain from being pinched. Instead, he felt very warm, so warm that he was about to burn. Aren't you coercing me in this way? I already said, no. Even if you say no, we will still proceed. Huang Yueli barked and put on a straight face. Li Moying was shocked by her fierce words. This stance, it seemed that he and Huang Yueli's roles were reversed. He had only heard of those perverts coercing young ladies, and this was the first time he ever heard of a man being molested. Just that moment of hesitation left his shirt being torn off by Huang Yueli. His upper body was completely exposed. Li Moying looked horrendously at that pair of white, small, and beautiful beast claws. It kept pinching and poking around, which left his entire body in pain. Just as Huang Yueli's little hand was moving downwards, Li Moying's brain suddenly exploded and his entire body seemed to be burning. He used his last bit of consciousness to bite hard on his tongue. The intense pain and bloody taste in his mouth allowed him to gain back a little bit of rationality. Lear, stop fooling around. Take it that I'm begging you. Even if you return me that part of my primordial spirit, I will not live alone. If you die, there's nothing left for me to live for. I only want to accompany you in death. Huang Yueli stopped her actions and lifted her head to look at him in an extremely earnest expression. Why is there no meaning? Moying, have you forgotten? 14 years ago, when we first met, I asked you what was your greatest wish then? You said that you wanted to climb the art of cultivation's peak to become a genuine peerless strong exponent. You will devote your entire life to pursuing even higher cultivation and have no regrets to do so. Originally, I was the one who dragged you down. She lifted her hand and started to caress him, starting from his jaw, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. Moying, even without me, don't you have your cultivation? Although I will not be able to stay by your side in the future, my primordial spirit will be inside you. When you regain your ability to become Soaring Heaven's continent's strongest top exponent, you will break through the 10th stage realm and the space barrier to ascend to God realm. I will always be in your consciousness, staying by your side. So you can't die, and you won't die. You need to help me finish my unfinished path of cultivation. When Li Moying heard her words, it was akin to a sharp blade slashing on his heart. It seemed to be slicing it into pieces, and it kept bleeding. He clenched his teeth and furiously shook his head. No, impossible. Keep dreaming. Why should I listen to you? Why should I finish your unfinished dream? Do you think you know me very well? 40 years ago, I was lying to you. That time I wanted to woo you and wanted to cultivate together with you. That's why I came up with that lie, to deceive you. I thought that you wanted to hasten your cultivation and would choose me to be your dual cultivation partner. He spilled out his dark little secret, and Huang Yueli's eyes opened wide in surprise. But she instantly gave a bright smile. So it's like this. No wonder that day, you showed me the God-grade dual cultivation manual. I thought that you were wooing me because of cultivation, and asking for dual cultivation. I was wrong. That year, when Huang Yueli just got to know Li Moying, she had once been attracted by his peerlessly handsome outlook and incomparable innate talent. But not too long later, Mu Qingqing showed her a God-grade dual cultivation manual and also told her that he wanted to become Soaring Heaven's continent's #1 top expert. Huang Yueli was extremely furious then because she assumed that Mu Qingqing was trying to find a dual cultivation partner with great innate talent, and that was why he wooed her. This impression lasted for many years, and it was until her reincarnation when she completely changed her perspective. She had not imagined that the truth behind this was actually like this. The powerful, aloof and unsurpassed sovereign Mu was once shy when he was young. Hence, he did not dare to speak out his avid affection for her directly. Moreover, it was Huang Yueli who said she only had cultivation on her mind and did not have any interest in love. Hence, Mu Qingqing said that to gain her good books, but in the end, it made things worse. Thinking of this, the smile on Huang Yueli's lips grew deeper. She lowered her head, kissed the side of Li Moying's lips, and said, "I was wrong. We wasted so many years, and now we can finally double cultivate. Although the environment here isn't the best, at least we can finish up your wish from 40 years ago. Go away. Who wants to double cultivate with you? I will absolutely not listen to you, do you hear me? If you die, I will go to Sacred Phoenix Race to kill every single person, then commit suicide to accompany you. I will still die, and I will die immediately. Do you hear me?" Li Moying kept hooting with all his might, hoping to conceal the huge terror that was overcoming his heart. He knew that Huang Yueli was serious. Once she decided on something, no one could stop her. Whereas under Lier's charm, he practically had no resistance at all. In order to let Huang Yueli come back to life, he had spent so much hard work and had long disregarded his own life and death. His only wish is for his Lier to live happily. But now, Huang Yueli wanted to let him see her soul and spirit dispersed and scattered once again. Moreover, it was to save his life. Li Moying felt that he was about to go crazy. His heart was in so much pain that he could not breathe. He wished that he could die immediately. At least, he would die in front of Huang Yueli. She slowly walked in front of him, and before he had even reacted, she blew something on his nose and mouth. A strong fragrance instantly mixed into his breathing. Li Moying was stunned, but it was too late. A strange fiery sensation arose in his body. The impulse came exceptionally vigorously, and in an instant, it swept away the last of his rationality. "Lier, you actually did that to me." Li Moying looked at her in disbelief. Huang Yueli didn't say a word because she knew that it was impossible to convince Li Moying. Moreover, this man's determination was extremely astonishing. Just based on her trying to seduce him, she might not be able to waver his determination. But she had her determination and resolution. She wanted Li Moying to live on, regardless of the price. Huang Yueli had a bewitching smile on her lips and her fingers caressed his chest. This time with her adding oil to the fire, it made Li Moying's blood go rampant. He raised his head and panted heavily, hoping to control himself slightly. Even if it meant allowing him to find a slight hint of rationality, that would be good. However, no matter how hard he tried, all he could feel was his consciousness becoming dizzier and his brain was blurry. He could only see the young lady in front of him as she gave off a faint scent. "Lier. Lier. You're so beautiful." Huang Yueli blinked and discovered Li Moying's eyes were blurred. She tried to probe by loosening his restraint and at the next moment, Li Moying suddenly flipped around. Huang Yueli was hurt by his subconscious movement and gave off a dull moan. When Li Moying heard that, his body stiffened and his actions halted. Even under such strong medicinal effects, his subconscious did not allow him to hurt Huang Yueli. However, she misunderstood that his withdrawal was an attempt to escape. She instantly wrapped his hands around Li Moying's neck and leaned close to him as she whispered in the man's ear, Moing, don't go. Hug me. I won't cry in pain again. This sticky sweet voice paired with that soft posture and outstanding countenance. Li Moing could not resist this young lady in his arms any longer. There were several intense impacts on Sky Phoenix Ring in the past 1 hour and the ground kept shaking vigorously. But that pair of the young couple, who were in a tight embrace, was totally unaware of the changes in the outside world. They had waited for too long and experienced too many obstacles before they were truly together. Perhaps they were able to hug each other tightly for this short duration. Or perhaps it wouldn't take long before the two of them would die horribly in the blood pool. But at least, at this moment, they could clearly sense each other's deep love. Damn it, this big demon lord. Let go of my master. Her consciousness is getting weaker, let go of her. You super duper, ultra big pervert. You lecher. As Sky Phoenix Ring's spirit artifact, little Wang Kai could sense Huang Yueli's control over Sky Phoenix Ring was getting weaker as the both of them united. This meant to say that her primordial spirit was continuously weakening, and her consciousness was disappearing. Little Wang Kai was extremely anxious, and he kept scratching at the door. He wanted to dash in from the room to pull the two of them apart. However, Huang Yueli was determined to protect Li Moing's life, so she had already made preparations in advance. She locked little Phoenix in the hall and shut the room door tightly so that he could not come out and disturb them. Little Wang Kai's voice was hoarse, but with the door as a divider, his voice was just like a mosquito to the man who was consumed with desire. Li Moing held Huang Yueli's slender waist tightly, and he kissed her with dense and impatient kisses, sliding down from her neck to her chest. At this moment, he truly realized what was the ultimate pleasure. This pleasure was not only in the physical sense. It was more of a spiritual pleasure that came from deep within. This kind of intoxicated feeling was even more pleasurable than being drunk, and even more magical. Li Moing felt his profound energy swiftly flowing in his meridians. Every single time it went through a cycle, it would become stronger. Various complicated images flashed past his mind. Every scene seemed to replenish the gap in the deepest part of his consciousness. He felt his energy turning stronger, and all those obstructions and obscureness that he had once encountered during cultivation seemed to be evened out. The profound energy in his body seemed endless with a never-ending flow to it. It seemed like a dream. In comparison, Huang Yueli's complexion was getting paler and paler. She began to sweat profusely. Li Moing tightly clasped onto her, and she was still indulged in the man's hug. Other than looking paler, she was considered normal. But in the instance when Li Moing let go of her, she seemed like a puddle of water that had melted on the ground. Her eyes were tightly shut and she did not move at all. It was as though she was dead. Female devil, female devil. Little Phoenix screamed, and he pounded his little fists furiously on the door. With a bam, the door was broken in by him. Little Wang Kai went into a blank, as though he could not cope with the sudden changes. But it merely took him a short moment of silence when he started to scream horrendously. Female devil, you cannot die. Woo woo woo, although your temper isn't good and you always like to bully me, I can't find another master like you who is so good at roasting chicken drumsticks. Woo woo woo. He sobbed and pounded on Huang Yueli, as tears kept rolling down his cheeks. Although the two of them had only got along for over a year, and they would often bicker, but he could sense that Huang Yueli treated him like her own biological younger brother, unlike those God Realm's top exponents who treated him like a spirit artifact and only commanded him around like a slave. He managed to break through Huang Yueli's restraint and ran out from the room, not because he had become powerful. It was because Huang Yueli's control over the Sky Phoenix Ring was getting weaker. Her consciousness was disappearing and the link with the God Relic was also disappearing. Little Phoenix cried for a while when he suddenly recalled the reason for his master to fall into this state. It was because of this man beside her. Hence, little Wang Kai leaped up and pounced towards Li Moying. It's all because of you. It's all your fault. You scum, you gigolo. Female devil died because of you. Return my sister to me. Little Phoenix used its innate bloodline's god skills, and his body suddenly grew bigger. He charged towards Li Moying, hoping to punch him to vent his anger. However, Little Phoenix had just stepped within a radius of around 10 steps when Li Moying's body suddenly appeared a blinding gold light. A gust of powerful profound energy spiraled out from the surroundings. Little Wang Kai was already a matured body, but he had no way to resist such a powerful force. Hence, he was sent flying by it. Li Moying sat cross-legged, and his eyes were tightly shut. Sweat started to profuse on his forehead. His profound energy might keep increasing, and increasing, and increasing. Little Phoenix's full force strike did not seem to affect him at all. He was currently in a harmonized state. Heaven and earth, profound chi were gathered beside him continuously as it merged with him. Whereas for him, he sat in the same position and did not move. Every single time he breathed, his strength would increase evidently. Very soon, Li Moying had already broken through to the 9th stage realm peak. If he wasn't advancing in Sky Phoenix Ring, it would probably be an exceptionally shocking moment in the entire northern ice fields. Everyone would be awestruck by his heaven-gushing profound energy. Even for this little god relic space, a huge Qilance virtual image appeared in Li Moying's surroundings. This Qilance virtual image was layered with his body and enveloped him within. Following Li Moying's increase in strength, the Qilance virtual image also grew bigger and even more realistic. A vigorous tremor happened in the Sky Phoenix Ring once again. But this time, the tremor did not come from outside, but within the space. Li Moying's absorption of the heaven and earth profound QO was simply too much. Even if it was the profound chi that the Sky Phoenix Ring had stored for years, also couldn't withstand his exhaustion rate. After all the profound chi was drawn away, the originally firm god relic became extremely fragile. Under Li Moying's profound energy impact, it was on the verge of collapse. No, how can this happen? Little Phoenix was horrified when he saw this. If this man destroyed the Sky Phoenix Ring, then he would become a wisp of spirit and disappear from the face of this earth. However, at this moment, nothing could stop Li Moying from advancing. After he broke through the bottleneck of 9th stage realm peak, his profound energy continued to spar. Moreover, it rose at lightning speed. Finally, following a loud boom, the Sky Phoenix Ring could no longer sustain Li Moying's rampaging profound energy and shattered apart. Blood Moon Great Array. Lord Jean chanted the sacrificial ceremony's benediction while watching the blood moon rise steadily under his control. His eyes revealed a satisfied look. Those two brats' innate talents are indeed outstanding. After absorbing their blood essence, the Blood Moon Great Array gained so much energy. It's even more than the energy gained from killing those 40 over Sacred Phoenix Race's practitioners' energy. Indeed. Peerless geniuses. But no matter how talented you are, it's useless. Your innate talents are just a stepping stone for this seat. Sacred Phoenix Race's prediction is indeed true. Today will be the day when I, Huang Zhanxiao, ascend to God Realm. Today will be the day when I become Sacred Phoenix Race's most revered hero. Blood essence was steadily drawn out, and that alluring and mysterious blood moon slowly rose to the sky. Rumble. A vigorous impact was heard. The entire ground started to shake. In the freezing zone, the ice mountain, which had never melted, was all shattered into pieces of varying sizes. The howling wing enveloped these shattered ice and lashed into a violent storm. Even the exterior of Snow Phoenix Palace was shaking because of the impact of those shattered ice. The sound of the impact was deafening, which seemed as though this ancient clan's palace would collapse at any moment. Bai Lu Feng and the others outside the Blood Moon Great Array were alarmed when they heard the commotion. but Lord John, who was inside the great array, wasn't alarmed at all. He smiled faintly and raised his right hand. Following this will be the final step. A crystal stone around the size of a fist appeared in his palm. This piece of crystal stone had an uneven exterior and was grayish. It looked no different from the ordinary stones which were picked from the roadside. But when Huang Siluo saw this stone, she cried out in alarm, "Sky Phoenix Ring shattered fragment." "That's a fragment of the Sky Phoenix Ring." "What? A fragment of the Sky Phoenix Ring? Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? How can this possibly be a fragment of the Sky Phoenix Ring? It looks a little too ordinary." Everyone looked at Lord John and their hearts were astonished. To be frank, a dozen pieces of this piece of stone could be found on the streets. How could it be a shattered piece of the legendary god relic? Even though no one had seen the genuine god relic's shattered piece, but a powerful 8th or 9th tier profound armament had an outstanding exterior. But when the sacred phoenix race's blood was spilled on top, these shattered pieces will regain the former dazzling look from several thousands of years ago. Huang Siluo was still in the middle of explaining when Lord Jean took out a dagger and cut a slit on his palm. Blood started to pour out from his palm. Lord Jean clenched his fingers and held the fragment of the Sky Phoenix Ring in his hand, allowing the blood to soak the entire piece of stone. Immediately following that, a ray of light shot out from his fingers and he pointed at the blood moon in the sky. Lord John used one hand to refine the shattered piece while the other hand pointed downwards with an ever-changing hand gesture, controlling the blood moon great array. For sacred phoenix races to resume the former glory from thousands of years ago, using this clan's strongest god relic as a guide, using the purest bloodline as sacrifice. Blood moon ascends. Lord John's tattooed face was filled with blood and under the blood-colored rays of the blood moon, he looked like an evil spirit. It was now at the last moment. As long as the sacrificial ceremony could succeed, he would be able to ascend to God realm. He would get his return of investment for the past 40 years. Lord John did not dare to have any reservations and used up all his strength. He exhausted all his energy and controlled the operation of the blood moon great array. In the short span of a few minutes, he had completely drained Huang Yueli's blood essence and spiritual root. He used all of her blood essence and fused it into the fragment of the Sky Phoenix Ring. Power of blood essence. Retract. Lord John had a grasping gesture, assuming that he would be able to draw a large amount of blood essence energy. Whoever knew that he grasped a wisp of air instead. The blood moon great array's energy suddenly seemed as though it was frozen and it quietened down, not listening to his command. What's going on? Could it be that my hand gesture wasn't correct? Lord John frowned, but he did not notice what had just happened. The blood moon great array was operating as per usual, whereas Huang Yueli and Li Moying had already fallen in for more than 1 hour. They should probably be on their last breath by now. Everything proceeded smoothly, and success was practically right in front of his eyes. Lord John did not suspect anything and did his hand gesture again as he shouted, "Retract." However, he still did not receive any blood essence energy this time. The blood pool beneath his feet, which was still surging with waves earlier, suddenly quieted down like a pool of dead water. There were no movements, not even a ripple. Lord John suddenly had a bad premonition and became slightly flustered. What's going on? Why did the blood moon great array suddenly lose its effectiveness at this crucial moment? What on earth had gone wrong? He racked his brains swiftly but could not think of what had gone wrong. Lord John's hands joined together and kept doing various hand gestures at the blood pool. At the same time, he shouted loudly and anxiously, "Retract! Retract! 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 Quickly retract! Damn it! What's going on? Why can't I retract any blood essence energy?" Lord John was truly flustered. Everything seemed extremely strange and it was totally different from what he had expected. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why did this happen? The Blood Moon Great Array's energy is finished up again? How is this possible? These are two God-grade unsurpassed geniuses, and even in God realm, they are rare talents. That wretched lass has the God clan's bloodline. How could their blood essence and spiritual root draw out such little energy? Impossible. The power of a practitioner's blood essence mainly depended on his innate talent. That was why when Lord Zhan captured Huang Yueli and Li Moying, he was so excited. He originally thought that with the two of them, everything would be solved. In the end, this incident happened once again. Moreover, the blood essence energy suddenly decreased and even disappeared. The blood moon, which had already ascended to the top of the sky, seemed as though it could not sustain the current height. It started to shake, as though it was about to drop. Detecting this, Lord Zhan became even more anxious. He was now as taut as an arrow on the bow, and there was no way to hold back. If the blood moon dropped, it was not as simple as his dream of ascending to God realm turning into bubbles. The more serious problem would be the amount of blood essence which were contained in the blood moon. The minute it dropped, it would instantly cause an explosion. This energy was extremely powerful, and it could be compared with the self-exploding force of 10th stage realm practitioners in God realm. Under this might, the entire northern ice fields would instantly be wiped out. Although Snow Phoenix Palace was a palace built by an ancient god clan, it could not fight against this kind of energy and would be shattered into pieces immediately. Whereas for him, Huang Zhanxiao, he would be reduced into ashes. Lord Zhan's sweat kept sprouting and he was terrified and flustered. He kept repeating the words retract, retract, retract. But all this proved to be a futile attempt. The blood pool's water rippled slightly, but no energy was released. Instead, it formed into a faint vortex and started to absorb the energy from outside. Lord Zhan simply could not believe his own eyes. Impossible. Impossible. How could the Blood Moon Great Array still absorb energy? Something must have gone wrong. No, it's impossible, this must be a hallucination. Damn it. Where are those two brats' blood essence energy? Quickly draw it out, draw it out. Lord Zhan seemed like he had gone mad, as he furiously attacked the blood pool's center. His hair scattered and his eyes were bloodshot. Profound energy kept surging out from him as it rebounded uncontrollably everywhere. The water in the blood pool became murky from his meddling and splashed out everywhere. By the side of the Blood Moon Great Array, Bai Lufeng and the others who were heavily injured were so astounded by the scene that they could not say a single word. The shock surpassed the pain in their bodies. Lord Zhan, has he gone mad? What on earth is he doing? Lu Bian was tongue-tied. Huang Siluo's lips surfaced a faint smile, ha ha ha, heaven is indeed not blind. Even though he has done so much, he's still unable to break through the space barrier to ascend to God realm. Following this, when the blood moon drops down, it will be his final resting place. When everyone heard that, they immediately understood what was going on. Momentarily, everyone started to relax a little. Although the few of them could not move and it was destined that they were to die along with the sacred phoenix race, at least they could witness Lord Zhan's demise. If he really succeeded in ascending, that would make everyone turn in their graves. Bai Lufeng laughed, this is good as well. I'm the one who brought Lastly and her husband into Snow Phoenix Palace, causing their deaths without even retaining their bodies. Now that everyone is dying together, at least we'll not be lonely. Isn't that so? When we reach the underground, the few of us will still be able to follow Sovereign around. So we have nothing more to ask for. These people were rather accepting of their impending deaths, unlike Lord Zhan's obsession. But just as they were talking, Lord Zhan's gaze suddenly swept to them. When everyone saw his gaze, they were all shocked. Lord Zhan's eyes lit up and he laughed sinisterly, ha 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 ha, heavens had indeed not let me down. So there's still some blood essence left here, which can replenish that missing energy. So, everything is predestined. He stopped laughing and looked gloomily at them. Come on, let you lowly human races, and our honorable holy maiden, to become the last piece of stepping stone for this seat. Saying that he moved like a bolt of lightning and flew straight towards everyone. When they detected his intention, they were horrified. Everyone had forgotten about the fact that Lord Jean could still draw their blood essence. Although they no longer cared about death, no one wanted to supply Lord Jean with their blood essence. If he was able to succeed in ascending because of the energy he drew from them, then they would never be able to rest in peace. All of you quickly bring Siluo and escape. Escape from here, I'll stop him. Bai Lufeng bit his tongue and forced himself to maintain his consciousness. He had already decided to self-explode to obstruct Lord Jean. However, Huang Siluo gave a bitter smile. Escape? Where can we escape to? Looks like we can only self-explode together. Based on their serious injury, it was hard for them to even move. So how were they going to escape from Lord Jean's clutches? Bai Liufeng's tightly furrowed brows eased a little and he nodded, all right then, let's do it together. The group no longer had any other choices or misgivings. They held their breaths and clenched their teeth tightly as they prepared themselves while waiting for Lord Jean to come closer to them. Only then would they make their moves and self-explode together. Lord Jean had already suffered several consecutive rounds of defeat today. So under his frustrations, he had already lost his usual composure and the ability to think in detail. He did not expect them to choose to self-explode. Seeing that he rushed in with no preparations, everyone felt at ease. Even if we die, we must drag him along with us. Everyone prepare. Bai Lufeng said softly and was about to announce the start of their actions. But just at this moment, a loud boom was heard. In the center of the blood moon great array, the blood pool's water suddenly turned into a red water pillar. It started to spurt from below and gushed into the sky. This powerful energy seemed to have broken through all the obstructing forces, and threw Bai Lufeng and the others by the side of the great array out. Lord Jean was extremely near the blood pool and the impact he suffered was the strongest. He was struck on the back by a gush of blood flow. Losing his balance, he was thrown out. But Lord Jean had extraordinary power, so even if he fell on the ground, he wasn't badly hurt, hence he picked himself up once again. At this moment, he could not care about Bai Lufeng and the others. He was fearful and shakingly turned around to look at the blood pool behind him. The water in the blood pool had all spilled out, but that was only for a short moment. The water pillar that had gushed up into the sky quickly fell back onto the ground. The pungent blood splashed all over and turned Snow Phoenix Palace into a murky blood sea. The blood water in the pool revolved in a stable direction and the speed grew faster and faster. Not too long later, it formed into a vortex. This vortex had powerful suction and it started to absorb the blood essence energy that spilled out from the inside. Very soon, all the energy in the blood moon great array had been sucked dry, but the absorption in the blood pool did not decrease at all. Instead, it grew stronger and stronger. Not only so, the heaven and earth profound chi, which enveloped above the northern ice field sky, also started to gush towards the blood pool at an alarming speed. What on earth is going on? Why is the blood pool absorbing energy instead? No way, stop, quickly stop. If this continues, the blood moon will drop down immediately. No way, I must do something to stop it. Lord Jean was both alarmed and frightened. Right, it must be that the energy in the blood moon isn't enough. I must quickly throw those few lowly human race into the blood pool. He remembered Bai Lufeng and the others and was just about to turn around to capture them. But just as he took a step, suddenly a bolt of lightning came crashing down. This bolt of lightning carried a striking purple light and the might was alarming. It struck into the blood moon great array, directly into the center of the blood pool. What? What's going on? Why is there lightning? Sacred Phoenix race was known for its fire attributed innate talent. Snow Phoenix palaces surrounding arrays were gathered from fire attributed profound energy and would repel all the other attributes profound energy. If the electric current wasn't that strong to a certain degree, it was completely impossible to split apart Snow Phoenix Palace's defense, to flow into the palace. However, this was just the beginning. Before Lord Jean had time to think through this carefully, the lightning started to crash down one after another. Every single bolt accurately landed into the blood pool. When Bai Lufeng and the others were thrown out by the blood moon great array, all of them fainted from the pain. It was only now that they regained their consciousness. Looking at the strange phenomenon in front of them left them bewildered and shocked. What's the situation? Why did it turn out like this? What principle does this blood moon great array run on? It's just too strange. Lu Bian and Song Pejun were astonished. Even if they had vast knowledge and experience, they weren't able to tell what was going on with this. Huang Siluo's brows furrowed. No, this isn't the blood moon great array's reaction. I read the clan's array's manual as well. This situation is too abnormal. Suddenly, Song Pejun said tremblingly and butted in, if the profound energy vortex isn't coming from the blood pool, and if it was in mid-air, does it seem like the signs of an advancement? When he said that, everyone was stunned. Advancement, sign? How is that possible? Although deep in their hearts, they felt that it was impossible. But if they took a careful look at the situation, that rampaging thunder-attributed energy which was furiously surging into the Snow Phoenix Palace, no matter how they looked, it seemed exactly like a ninth-stage realm practitioner's advancement. Bai Liufeng's eyes opened wide as he muttered to himself, speaking of this, Li Moying, that stinky brat was of the thunder attribute. Could it be that? Before he could finish his words, the thunder-attributed profound energy that was gathered in the blood pool was already full. Moreover, heaven and earth profound qi, which were attracted by Li Moying's profound energy vortex, continued to surge towards the blood pool. The small pool totally could not contain so much energy. Thunder-attributed energy was being suppressed and compacted, and finally, it broke through the limit. Bang! An earth-shattering loud sound rang, and the ground started to split open into multiple pieces. Everyone screamed in shock as they kept falling. Lord Jean held on to the Sky Phoenix Ring's shattered piece in his hand, and before he could steady his feet, he looked around in confusion. What's going on? What exactly is going on? He felt that he was about to break down from being tormented. The sacrificial ceremony should have gone according to his plan, and the entire process should have been completed smoothly. But ever since Huang Siluo went missing, every single thing that happened was different from what he had planned. He tried ways and means to bring the ceremony back to the right track. However, accidents kept happening. Everything was deviated from his control. Bai Lufeng and the others all fell onto the ground one after another. When Lord Jean saw them, he finally found a way to vent his anger. With a sinister expression, he walked towards them and drew out his long sword by his waist. It's all because of you lowly human race who ruined this seat's matter. Since today's sacrificial ceremony is doomed to fail, then all of you will accompany me in death. I want to torture all of you to death, to let you know what is called utter misery. The first person he walked towards was Bai Lufeng. Towards this man who went against him several times, the human race who took away the holy maiden's virginity, all he had was a murderous intent towards him. A flash glinted in Bai Liufeng's eyes, and he was just about to self-explode when he realized that he suddenly could not move. It was not just him. The others also realized that they could not move as well, and all of them revealed a shocked expression. Lord Jean smiled sinisterly. Want to self-explode? Keep dreaming. Do you think this seat will fall for your tricks? Seeing Lord Jean walking nearer and their wish to self-explode becoming a mere desire, Bai Lufeng felt extremely devastated. Although his determination was powerful enough and he did not fear any torture, he did not wish to die a horrible death in front of Huang Xiluo. But now he had no way to be relieved of this. Lord Jean drew out his sword and thrust it at Bai Lufeng. But before his blade had even touched Bai Lufeng, he sensed an incomparable powerful force from his back. This gust of profound energy was not only powerful and pure, but the speed was also extremely fast. He did not even have any time to react when he was sent flying. He gave off a pft sound. Lord Jean spat out blood in midair and a few teeth also dropped out. Following that he crashed heavily on the boulder next to the blood pool. You. What? Lord Jean was seeing stars from the huge impact and he felt dizzy. It took him a while before he finally regained some consciousness. He wanted to check what happened, but the moment he opened his mouth, he spat out several teeth again and the bloody taste in his mouth was so fishy that he almost choked. Moreover, as he lost several teeth, he couldn't speak clearly at all and could only give off blurry mumbling noises. At the same time, all the meridians and bones in his body seemed to be shattered. Lord Jean felt his entire body feeling pained and itchy, as though numerous worms were biting at him from the inside. But unfortunately, he could not even lift a finger. His entire body seemed to have turned into a lump of mud. He looked towards the blood pool's direction in fear and astonishment. In the hazy blood mist, a tall figure slowly appeared above the pool. His body was levitating upright and he held an amethyst electrical current light sword. There was a pair of dazzling electric wings behind his back. SOV. Sovereign. Song Pijun and Song Piyu instantly recognized their master. For a moment, they almost cried happy tears. Sovereign, you're really not dead. That's great, that's really great. This subordinate knows that you will not possibly die in that despicable villain's hands. Bai Lufeng and Huang Xiluo were in a daze and they revealed an ecstatic expression. It's Moying. I didn't expect that Blood Moon Great Array to be unable to trap him. We are saved. Lu Bian rejoiced for a short moment. But when he recalled something, a dark expression appeared on his face. Lord Jean had already seen the countenance of the man who walked out. He was extremely shocked and his mind went blank. No, this cannot be true. How could Li Moying possibly be alive? I must be dreaming, this must be a dream. Li Moying's handsome face had no expression as he walked silently towards Lord Jean. Thunder-attributed profound energy kept leaking out from his body. Every single place where he walked past, the fluctuations in the air turned disorientated, as though it could not stand the powerful energy from him. Li Moying walked in front of Lord Jean and stopped. Then he looked down coldly at him. Even if Li Moying just stood there and did not move, Lord Jean could sense how powerful the strength in his body was. It had far exceeded the instant surge of strength that he had from eating the evil pill, which was refined from the human race's practitioners. The current Li Moying was simply too powerful. He was so powerful that Lord Jean only had desolation and fear left in him. He totally lost any desire to compete against him. This powerful ability would put a genuine God Realm strong practitioner to shame. What else do you have to say? Pausing for a long time, Li Moying finally asked, coldly. Lord Jean had just awoken from his shock, and he finally realized the desperate situation he was in right now. Until now, he had no choice but to put down his pride. Then he started to beg Li Moying panicky. Li. Young sect master Li, I beg you, don't kill me. We can discuss things over. As long as you spare my life, I can acknowledge you as my master and be your most obedient slave forever. Li Moying said with a cold and aloof expression, just these? Seeing Li Moying raising the long sword, Lord Jean almost bit his tongue. He anxiously shouted, "Young sect masterly, please, please stop. Will you please trust me and take me in as your servant? You will not regret it. We sacred phoenix race have many ancient inheritances. I can offer it all to master you. Moreover, your ability is so powerful, you must have advanced into 10th stage realm? As long as you spare my life, I will help you break through the space barrier so that you can ascend to God realm. Only I know what to do." Li Moying stared at him coldly and did not say a word. Lord John assumed that he had agreed, and he was feeling glad over this. It was exactly what he thought. Every practitioner had their weakness, and that was their desire for absolute power. A real strong practitioner would pay any price to raise their cultivation. They were able to cultivate to the limit because other than the art of cultivation, there was nothing else in their minds. So as long as he used the ascension to God realm as a lure, he did not worry that Li Moying would be merciless. Lord John hurriedly continued, "Young sect masterly, don't hesitate any longer. There's only one chance in front of you now, and if you miss it, it will be difficult to find another chance. Please take a look, the blood moon in the sky is about to fall. If we don't think of a way soon, all of us will die. But as long as you're willing to listen to me, then not only will we not die, we will also be able to ascend successfully." Hearing that, Li Moying frowned slightly. His cold expression loosened up slightly. "You have an idea?" He had already decided to accompany Huang Yueli in her death. But those present, like Bai Lufeng and his wife, Lu Bian, and the others did not need to die with them. If there was a way to save their lives, he was rather interested to listen to it. Lord John didn't know what Li Moying was thinking about, so he assumed that he had already pinpointed his weakness, hence he instantly got excited. He quickly said, "Young sect masterly, our sacrificial ceremony is already 90% completed and we're just short of a little bit before we succeed. As long as we complete the ceremony, based on our abilities, we will be able to break through the 10th stage realm and ascend to the God realm." "But didn't you fail?" Li Moying said, coldly. Lord John's gaze swept towards Bai Lufeng and the others. "I'm almost about to succeed. I'm just a little short. I just need to throw all of these fellows into the blood pool and reactivate the blood moon great array. They are all 9th stage realm peak practitioners, so their blood essence must be extremely powerful. This time, we will be able to succeed. FCK, there's actually someone this shameless under this heavens." Hearing that, Lu Bian couldn't help but spew profanities. No one could believe that Lord John was still harboring hopes to ascend to God realm at this juncture. Moreover, he was even instigating Li Moying to kill them all, so that he could ascend by himself. Huang Siluo was completely enraged by his shamelessness. Her complexion turned pale, and her entire body was shaking. "Huang Zhanxiao, you're simply crazy. In order to ascend to God realm, you've lost all your humanity. Did you think that Li Moying would be the same as you? My son-in-law is not a shameless villain like you. To ascend, you even resort to killing your clansmen. Moreover, those are people who respect and trust you so much. Yet you slaughtered them all. Just based on your sins, do you think you will be able to ascend? Quit daydreaming, you will definitely go to hell." Bai Lufeng also shouted angrily, "Son-in-law, don't let him off. He isn't sincere in acknowledging you as his master. Even if you manage to ascend to God realm, he will find ways to scheme against you and kill you. Don't fall for his trick." Hearing Bai Lufeng's words, Lord John's expression stiffened. Lord John was a treacherous villain and he would resort to different ways to attain his motive. So how would he possibly acknowledge him as master sincerely? He was just thinking of a way to save his own skin. The minute they ascend to God realm, he would find a chance to return to Sacred Phoenix Race's faction. In his opinion, Li Moying was just a lowly human race. A mere human race taking an ancient god clan as a slave. How would Sacred Phoenix Race possibly take this lying down? By then, he would tear Li Moying to shreds and he would regain his freedom. Now, he was merely taking this humiliation temporarily. Young sect master Li, things are not like what you imagined. I am really sincere in acknowledging you as master. Your ability is so powerful and even the Blood Moon Great Array cannot trap you. In the future, you will be even stronger, so how could I possibly escape from your clutches? Please give me another chance. Lord Zhan was deeply afraid that Li Moying would be persuaded by Lu Feng, so he simply shamelessly expressed his loyalty and said all these mushy words. When everyone heard that, they were successfully disgusted by him and all of them almost threw up. Lord Zhan was still attempting to persuade Li Moying. Young sect master Li, please consider carefully. Once the blood moon drops down, these humans will all die. If they were thrown into the blood pool, they will also die and they will give us a supply of blood essence. Since the result is the same, then their deaths should have a worth. This is for their own good as well. Shut up. Li Moying's expression turned even colder. He walked up, grabbed Lord Zhan by his neck, and lifted him upwards. Lord Zhan instantly felt suffocated. At the same time, intense pain was emitted from his limbs and bones. He looked down and discovered in shock that his body was drooping downwards in a strange, twisted posture. The bones in his body had broken into many parts. Li Moying couldn't be bothered to say much and just dragged him towards the blood pool. When Lord Zhan detected his intention, he instantly screamed loudly, What are you trying to do? Let me go. Let me go. Young sect master Li, please don't throw me into the blood pool. Song Piyu, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh. Lord Zhan, what are you afraid of? Earlier, weren't you the one who said since everyone is going to die, then we should die with a worth? Our sovereign is doing this for your own good. He's making good of your life, to let you sparkle. Song Piyu retorted the earlier shameless speech by Lord Zhan back to him. Well said. Lord Zhan is indeed from an ancient god clan noble bloodline with astounding innate talent. As compared to us, the lowly human race, your blood essence is definitely better than ours. You should show off the corresponding use that you have. Everyone shot their appreciative gazes and smiles towards him. Li Moying was the only one who didn't smile. The gloomy shadow beneath his eyes was profound, obscure, and cold. He couldn't be bothered to listen to Lord Zhan's yapping and just threw him into the blood pool. Lord Zhan sensed his body flying into the air, and he was shocked out of his wits. He continued to scream and shout. Young sect master Li, I'm really of use to you. Don't kill me. I'm the only one who knows how to use the shattered pieces of the Sky Phoenix ring. Without me, even if you have enough blood essence from the Blood Moon Great Array, you will not be able to break through the space barrier. You will regret this, you will definitely regret this. Without me, you can forget about ascending to the God realm for your entire life. Lord Zhan kept screaming and in the last moments of his time, he was still spewing various threats and benefits in an attempt to make Li Moying change his mind. However, Li Moying simply remained unmoved. He looked at the former coldly as he fell into the blood pool, watching the blood essence from his body slowly being drawn out and the blood flowing out from his orifices. With Lord Zhan's blood essence as replenishment, the blood moon in the sky stopped swaying. Moreover, the color turned into a maroon shade. Li Moying did not lift his head, so he did not notice this at all. After appreciating Lord Zhan's miserable screams, he turned around and walked towards Bai Lu Feng and the others. He took out a bottle of medicinal pill and stuffed a pill into everyone's mouth. This Marok Cinnabar was a genuine 9th-level top-graded pill. It had a miraculous effect on treating external injuries and was a treasure that had been stored in the Blue Profound sect for many years. Even Lu Bian was unable to refine this pill. Bai Lu Feng and the others looked as though they were seriously injured. But their injuries were caused by the impact of the reactive force of the Blood Moon Great Array. Basically, their symptoms were mostly fractured bones and superficial injuries. After taking these pills, their injuries immediately became better. Li Moying said in a low voice after he fed them the pills, "This place is extremely dangerous. So once you can move, just leave immediately and go as far as you can. Huang Zhanxiao's blood essence is only sufficient for it to remain a little longer in the sky. If you manage to run fast enough, you might be able to escape to a safe region." Everyone was stunned on hearing this. Originally, when Song Pujun and the others saw Li Moying's sudden expansion of power to resurface from the Blood Moon Great Array and defeat Lord Zhan so easily, they felt extremely happy. However, before they could say a word of congratulations, Li Moying said this to them. Moreover, when he spoke, his expression, gaze, and body movements that he made left everyone with an extremely uneasy feeling. After Li Moying finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the blood pool. He was so powerful and determined, but the back figure reflected to everyone appeared to be staggering and swaying, as though he would fall any moment. "Sovereign, if we escape, then, what about you?" Song Pujun asked carefully. Li Moying heard what he asked, but he didn't give a reply. Instead, he plopped onto the ground and knelt beside the blood pool. He buried his face into his palms and sobbed, "Leer." At this moment, the medicinal effect was already active and everyone helped one another to stand up. Bai Lufeng and Huang Siluo were worried about Huang Yueli's condition. They were feeling frightful, but they hadn't found the time to ask. Now, seeing Li Moying sobbing so terribly, the two of them had an ominous feeling in their hearts. They couldn't care about their injuries, and forcefully stood up, struggling to run towards Li Moying. "Li Moying, how is Lastly? Where is she right now? Why are you the only one who came out from the blood pool?" Bai Lufeng asked anxiously. Huang Siluo's face was pale and her voice kept quivering. "Son-in-law, tell me, what happened to my Lastly? Her innate talent is so good, surely she must have escaped this, right? Is she recuperating from her injuries somewhere?" Even though they knew Huang Yueli had most probably not survived because she did not show herself, but Bai Lufeng and Huang Siluo were unwilling to admit to this. They firmly believed that Huang Yueli was hiding somewhere, which was why she had not shown herself. Li Moying lifted his face from his palms, and his eyes were totally bloodshot. He said with a hoarse voice, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I've let you down. I didn't manage to protect Lear." Before he had even finished his sentence, Huang Siluo's tears were already flowing down her cheeks. "What? What did you say? Lastly she—" "No, it's impossible, I don't believe you." Bai Lufeng hurriedly hugged the devastated Huang Siluo. But his tall stature was also quivering. "How is this possible? Lastly is so intelligent, and she had such great innate talent, how could she possibly—" He couldn't continue speaking as he shot a berating gaze on Li Moying. "Stinky brat, didn't you promise that you will use your life to protect Lastly? I trust you, and that's why I let her marry you. But now? Where is Lastly? Give Lastly back to me." Their words were unreasonable, and they were purely trying to push the blame on him. The main culprit for Huang Yueli's death was Lord Zhan. Li Moying dropped into the blood pool because he wanted to protect Huang Yueli. No matter what, this responsibility shouldn't befall Li Moying. Song Pujun and the others were aggrieved for their sovereign. But Li Moying did not rebuke. On the contrary, the expression on his face turned graver and even depressed. That kind of gloominess seemed to have swallowed him, and that made the people standing next to him unable to take it. Li Moying knelt in front of Bai Lufeng and Huang Siluo, then he said softly, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, it's all my fault. Lear, she did it to protect me, it's because of me that's why she. He could not say anything else as his fists were tightly clenched. It was so tight that his fingernails dug deep into his palms. Recalling Huang Yueli jumping on him, sealing his meridians, then giving his medicine. All the scenes were reenacted one after another in his mind. His heart seemed as though it was being sliced by a knife. It was so painful that he almost fainted. Hearing his words, Bai Lufeng and Huang Xiluo totally could not react to it. Huang Yueli's innate talent was very strong. But her current ability was far from Li Moying's. How could she possibly protect him? Bai Lufeng and his wife blamed him merely because he did not try his best to protect Huang Yueli. While the two of them were still bewildered, suddenly, a figure swiftly scuttered past them. That man grabbed Li Moying's collar and lifted him from the ground. He shouted, "Li Moying, you deserve to die. You really did it." Li Moying was totally disheartened and gave up all means of resistance. So the other party easily dragged him from the ground. He slowly lifted his eyes and met with Lu Baiyan's burning gaze. Seeing Li Moying not answering him, Lu Baiyan placed his fingers on his wrist and checked his meridians. Immediately following that, he threw out a punch on his face. Li Moying didn't avoid his punch and fell on the ground. An evident bruise appeared on his handsome face, and there was a trace of blood on the corner of his lips. No one had expected Lu Baiyan to fly into a rage and hit him. In an instant, everyone was stunned. But when they realized what had happened, they started to get up and pull them apart. "Divine Dr. Lu, what are you doing? Divine Dr. Lu, how can you hit him? Did our sovereign offend or provoke you? He had just saved all of us. Isn't that so? Never mind if you don't feel grateful, how can you do this?" Even Bai Lufeng and Huang Xiluo were deeply astonished by his actions. Although they were angered by Li Moying, at least they knew that their thinking was unreasonable. They wouldn't punch Li Moying out of their anger, and would merely grumble or scold him verbally. Whoever knew that Lu Baiyan actually punched Li Moying instead. Moreover, from this injury, he obviously did not show any mercy. Otherwise, based on Li Moying's current cultivation, it would be difficult for Lu Baiyan to leave any injury on him. Song Pijun and Song Piyu went upwards and grabbed Lu Baiyan's waist from the back, hoping to pull him apart. But Lu Baiyan refused to let it go. His eyes were widened, and he looked angrily at Li Moying. He wanted to dash up and give him a good beating. "Li Moying, stop pretending to act innocent. You know clearly what you did. Your cultivation rose so quickly and you've already broken through to the 9th stage realm peak. Moreover, your primordial spirit is much stronger than before. Why is this so? Can you give me an explanation for this?" Li Moying raised his hand and wiped off the blood from his mouth. Then he spoke in a deep and stable voice, "That's right, everything is exactly as what you think. You scum. How dare you do that to my junior sister? By doing this, what difference is there between you and Huang Xianxia?" Lu Baiyan's face turned pale from anger, and not knowing where his newfound strength came from, he pushed Song Pijun and Song Piyu aside. Then he rushed towards Li Moying and started raining his punches again. Li Moying did not evade and was punched once again. This time, he even staggered backward several times. Bai Lufeng couldn't help but frown when he saw this. He also stood up to persuade Divine Dr. Lu, "Don't be rash. Although lastly has indeed got into misfortune and everyone is very upset, but I believe that Li Moying didn't do it intentionally." Bai Lufeng felt that he wasn't a bad judge of character. Li Moying's deep sentiments towards his lastly were something that everyone could see. If they had to say that he would intentionally hurt Huang Yueli, Bai Lufeng actually did not believe in that. Lu Baiyan was suppressed by everyone and did not manage to punch Li Moying. But his anger was not appeased, and he glowered at Li Moying while shouting, "Didn't do it intentionally? Marquis Bai, Madam Bai, you've all been deceived by him. He did this intentionally, and junior sister died because of him. Otherwise, how could he possibly have such cultivation and ability right now?" This was the second time Lu Baiyan mentioned Li Moying's cultivation. Everyone could tell that something was amiss, but they could not comprehend what was the problem. Bia Lufeng frowned and asked, "Divine Dr. Lu, what do you mean by that?" Li Moying's ability had indeed ascended, but how is it related to my Lastly? Why do you say that Lastly died because of him? Speaking of that, it was indeed strange for Li Moying to suddenly become so powerful. So many sacred Phoenix race 9th stage realm practitioners had been pushed into the blood pool and all of them turned into a puddle of blood water, without any exception. But when it was Li Moying's turn, not only was he not swallowed by the blood pool, his power even increased. It was raised by such a high level, and now he even directly killed Lord Zhan. Lu Bian had calmed down a little by now. He gave a cold snort when he saw everyone's bewildered look. This secret is something that I promised Li Moying to keep. But now, since he broke our agreement and even caused junior sister's death, then there is no need for me to keep hiding it from everyone. When Lu Bian said that, he glanced askew at Li Moying. He was worried that the latter would jump out to stop him. Based on Li Moying's current ability, if he wanted to seal his mouth, Lu Bian was powerless to do so. But Li Moying just kept silent, not giving off any sound at all. He was forced to a corner of a wall from the fight earlier. Now he merely stood under the shadow of the wall, quietly with his head dropping downward. His hair hung loosely, and no one could see the expression on his face. Lu Bian said coldly, "Marquis Bai, you should know about the tragic incident that happened 17 years ago in the northern ice fields, right? After Grandmaster Huang's soul and spirit were scattered, Mu Qingqing tried various ways to save her. In the end, he finally found an ancient manual, Drifting Cloud Scroll, and obtained the Art of Split Soul." Art of Split Soul? What's that? Bai Lufeng asked in confusion. Huang Siluo was shocked to hear the 4 words, Art of Split Soul, and she covered her mouth in surprise. Lu Bian was very patient and explained the history of the Art of Split Soul. Then later he swiftly explained and spent almost 1 hour explaining the situation between Huang Yueli and Li Moying. This was the first time Huang Siluo heard about these, and she interrupted several times. Lu Bian also answered all her questions one after another. After he was done, everyone present was extremely astonished. Especially for Bai Lufeng and Huang Siluo, they were completely stunned. So, Sovereign had been cultivating so hard recently, but he had not been able to advance to 9th stage realm peak because his primordial spirit was split up and given to Grandmaster Huang. That's why it was incomplete. That means to say, Sovereign's soul detachment illness had never been completely cured? Song Put Jun reminisced on the happenings in the past few months and discovered some clues. But no one had the guts to think in that direction. Lu Bian shot a gloomy expression at Li Moying. Now it's cured. Otherwise, how could he possibly be this strong? Song Piu suddenly said, Wait a minute. Earlier you said that only when Sovereign and Grandmaster Huang consummate, then Sovereign's primordial spirit would be merged as one. But they were in the blood pool earlier. How could they possibly do it in that kind of place? There must be a mistake somewhere. You can't possibly frame our Sovereign. Song Piu quickly discovered a doubtful point and contended on strong grounds on Li Moying's behalf. Li Moying was willing to do anything for Huang Yueli. In this time of life and death crisis, they would never doubt it if one said Li Moying would die to save Huang Yueli. But if they insisted on saying Li Moying coerced Huang Yueli to consummate, in order to save his own life and retract his primordial spirit, they would rather die than to believe in this. Bai Lufeng and Huang Siluo were bewildered, and they couldn't decide on which side to believe in. Hearing that, Lu Bian sneered, The blood pool isn't a good place, so I'm really curious about how he did it as well. But he can merge his primordial spirit into one, and let his cultivation rise so quickly. There can only be one way to do it. He paused for a moment and said, Since all of you are afraid that I have framed him, then ask him yourselves. Ask him if the truth I have said is this or not. Bai Lufeng and Huang Siluo instantly turned towards Li Moying. Moying, Divine Dr. Lu said, it shouldn't be true, right? You can't possibly do that to Lastly. There must be some other way to recover your primordial spirit, right? Huang Siluo asked anxiously. She was rather pleased with this son-in-law, so she naturally didn't wish for him to be this kind of scum. Li Moying had been keeping silent, waiting quietly by the side of the wall like a walking corpse. No matter what Lu Bian said, or how Tsang Pijun or Tsang Piyu tried to explain for him, he seemed as though he didn't hear anything. He just silently immersed himself into his own world. Recalling the incidents that happened in Sky Phoenix Ring, he did not feel that it was real. All the changes happened too quickly. Did he really get his Lear? For decades, he had been hoping and wishing to experience that moment, and it finally came true. But that originally beautiful moment of his life, the most fortunate moment, had now become his unforgettable darkest nightmare. At this moment, no one would be in more pain and suffering than him. If it wasn't for Huang Yueli, who entrusted one last task to him, he might have already entered the blood pool and followed her in death. Li Moying shut his eyes and abruptly lifted his head to look at Bai Lufeng and his wife. Then he said softly, what Lu Bian said was the truth, there isn't anything exaggerated. I can merge my primordial spirit and raise my cultivation to break through the blood moon great array. The reason is exactly like what he said. He didn't want to explain too much about the situation back then. Although there were many uncontrollable reasons which caused this result. But in the deepest abyss of his heart, he felt that he had harmed Huang Yueli. In that moment of ecstasy, Huang Yueli laid limp in his arms. Her body slowly turned icy cold and her breathing turned weak. Li Moying risked his life and hugged her tightly to retain her last breath, but after his primordial spirit merged, he instantly went into an advancement. His meridians wildly took in an enormous amount of profound energy, and he instantly lost consciousness. In a daze, he only recalled the last words that Huang Yueli said, Moying, you must live on well. Save my father and mother, please take care of them for me. Live on well. This point was something that he would never be able to do, so he was destined to disappoint Lear. At the very least, he can save Bai Lufeng and the others. In this way, after he and Huang Yueli died, his little fox might be a little less disappointed. Thinking of this, Li Moying clenched his teeth and distinctly tasted a heavy stench of blood in his mouth. Sorry, I caused Lear's death. In the future, I will definitely make the necessary compensation. But for now, we must get out of this place first. Leave this place? You have the cheek to say that? After Bai Lufeng knew that he caused Huang Yueli's death, the anger in his heart rose to the limit. He instantly dashed towards Li Moying and struck a punch out at his chest. Li Moying did not hide. Bai Lufeng's ability was much stronger than Lu Bian's, and his punch sent Li Moying flying. Li Moying suffered a heavy internal injury, and he slowly stood up while clutching his chest. His expression and tone remained extremely firm. Father-in-law, no matter if you want to beat or kill me, we can talk about this later. Now, we must leave this place. Immediately. As he spoke, his tone turned anxious. Bai Lufeng was fuming right now, and he couldn't tell that his tone sounded amiss. He only knew that the stinky brat in front of him had caused his daughter's death, just for the sake of raising his ability. Even though Li Moying's ability had surpassed himself by a great deal, but he would exact revenge for his daughter even if he had to risk his life. Li Moying, you despicable villain. I have really judged you wrongly. I thought you were true to my Lastly and would protect her, hence I let her marry you. I didn't expect that you got together with her just to replenish your primordial spirit. Bai Lufeng was so angry that his entire face turned red and he kept attacking Li Moying. He couldn't wait to kill him alive to take revenge for his beloved daughter. Li Moying's lips twitched as though he wanted to explain, but in the end, he didn't say a single word. Toward Bai Liufeng's attack, he did not retaliate. Based on his ability, no matter how heavy-handed Bai Liufeng was, it was merely superficial injuries. It would not possibly threaten his life. He was merely allowing his angered father-in-law to vent his anger. But not too long later, Li Moying already swathed unstable energy in the blood moon great array from his peripheral view. Evidently, the blood essence from Lord Zhan was about to be exhausted. Li Moying's gaze darkened and he evaded Bai Liufeng's attacks. Thinking of escaping? Where do you think you're running off to? I will never let you off. Bai Liufeng's eyes were bloodshot and he stared at Li Moying angrily. Song Pijun and Song Piyu went up to pull him away, but they could not hold on to him at all. Li Moying shook his head and his expression turned solemn. Stop wasting time, we must leave immediately. Saying that he raised his right hand and shot out 2 bursts of profound energy from his fingertips towards Bai Liufeng and Lu Baiyan's chests. The 2 of them gave a dull moan and fell onto the ground. The 2 of them were also in 9th stage realm peak, but in front of Li Moying, they could only watch their meridians being sealed, without any chance to evade at all. Pijun, Piyu, bring everyone. We must leave right now. Li Moying said coldly. Song Pijun and Song Piyu naturally listened to him. Although it was a little strange, they instantly responded and carried both of them on their backs. Lu Baiyan and Bai Liufeng were not reconciled. Unfortunately, the restraint that Li Moying set for them was extremely special. They could not use their profound energy to break through it, hence they could only stare at him angrily through gritted teeth. Li Moying, let go of me. Let go of me. What are you trying to do? Are you intending to kill us, just like what Huang Xianxia did? Li Moying swept a dim gaze at them and did not explain anything at all. Based on the current situation, no matter how he explained, they would not listen to him. Moreover, Li Moying did not want to explain at all. He should have died long ago. He should have accompanied his Leer earlier. He wondered if his Leer would be at a loss if she went to the underground by herself. He shut his eyes, and when he reopened it again, his expression grew firmer. Go. Piyu, to stay in front and lead the way, quick. Song Piyu turned around without any hesitation and was just about to scutter out. But just at this moment, the blood pool started to stir again and an energy vortex surfaced once again. The blood essence in the blood moon great array was sucked back into the blood pool again. The blood moon in the sky also started to sway as blood essence energy kept dissipating, seemingly as though it was about to split open. Snow Phoenix Palace also started to sway. Distinct cracks started appearing on the walls, and many shattered small rocks kept rolling down. Li Moying's expression changed. Go. Quickly go. If you don't go, Snow Phoenix Palace will collapse soon. Song Pijun and Song Piyu did not dare to slack and hurriedly dashed out with them on their backs. Huang Siluo was already in a daze. She wasn't as rash as those 2 men. Moreover, she wanted to listen to Li Moying's explanation before she made a decision. However, she could not stop the doting father, Bai Liufeng. As there was a sudden occurrence now, she seemed to be unable to react. Li Moying looked at her and suddenly cried out softly, Mother-in-law, above your head. Be careful. Ah? Huang Siluo was stunned. Li Moying had already grabbed her wrist and pulled her to his side. At the same time, a meter-thick huge pillar came crashing above her head. With a loud bam, a deep crevice appeared on the Azure Soul Trust 1 pavement ground. Huang Siluo's expression paled as she was extremely shocked. Li Moying carried Huang Siluo and dashed out like a bolt of lightning with Song Piyu and Song Pijun. They ran outside, and every single route they passed was congested with rampaging blood essence energy. These energies had already lost control and were crashing shooting about in Snow Phoenix Palace. Every single time it crashed onto someone, the feeling was similar to being cut by a knife. Practically every single person's body and face were slashed by this blood mist. They sustained quite several external injuries. Only Li Moying was not injured. Even for those energies which had completely lost control, it seemed as though it was afraid of the profound energy suppression that came from him. Hence, it did not dare to go too close to the former. Huang Siluo, who was being carried by him, saw this clearly, and she felt extremely horrified. So, Li Moying, who had his primordial spirit successfully merged, was actually so powerful. What kind of innate talent was this? Even in the sacred phoenix race's legends from thousands of years ago did not mention the appearance of such horrifying and shocking genius. Did this young man not have the bloodline of an ancient spiritual god clan? Ordinary human race totally did not have this kind of innate talent. Just as Huang Siluo was racking her brains, Li Moying had already brought all of them out of Snow Phoenix Palace. The ancient palace, which was filled with many mechanisms, had already become extremely brittle after so many impacts today. Basically, all the mechanisms and arrays had already lost their effectiveness. Previously, before they were about to leave, they had to remain vigilant and take every single step carefully. But now, the exit was extremely smooth. However, the situation outside the Snow Phoenix Palace was much worse than what they had expected. The entire northern ice fields were shrouded by the blood-colored thick mist, and everything was hazy, which made it difficult for one to differentiate the direction. The wind and the snowstorms howled, and there was a large amount of energy contained in the wind and snow. If one were to crash against it, one would definitely be injured. Beneath their feet, the ground kept shaking and deep cracks appeared on the snowy ground. It was so deep and dark that one could not see the bottom at all. In the haziness, the only thing that could be seen was the blood moon in the sky. That round-shaped moon shone a glaring blood-colored glow that overlooked the earth. At the same time, it kept shrinking. Every time it shrunk, it would release a huge amount of energy into the surroundings. As the blood moon great array had completely lost its effect, so the blood moon's energy could not gain any replenishment. Hence, as it shrank, the blood moon would start to shrink at a visible speed. At the same time, it started to drop downwards. Li Moying turned his head and took a look, then his expression turned gloomy. He raised his hand and released Lu Bian and Bai Liufeng's restraint, and at the same time, he shouted out before they could say a word. You've seen the current situation for yourself. If you want to exact revenge on me, you need to leave this place alive first. The blood moon is going to drop immediately, so we only have a quarter of an hour to leave the freezing zone. All of you follow me, and you must not lose me. At this moment, if Song Pajun and the others were still carrying them on their backs, their speed would be affected greatly. They did not have much time left. If they were slightly slower, they would probably lose their lives right here. Lu Bian and Bai Lufeng were understanding people. They knew the severity of the situation and the dangers of what they were facing right now. This was a truly life-threatening situation. They did not say anything and immediately followed behind Li Moying, increasing their speed to leave this place. Li Moying was still carrying the frail Huang Siluo. He single-handedly held his sword, and the incisive strong thunder attributed profound energy followed his actions and gushed through the skies, cutting apart the thick layers of mist in front of him. With him leading the way, the group who originally found it difficult to move finally saw a ray of hope. All of them sped towards the south. The tremors were getting more serious, and following the descent of the blood moon, the surrounding blood mist was getting more intense, and the pungent smell made one felt like throwing up. Even if all of them were following behind Li Moying, they sensed their bodies becoming exceptionally frail and very hard to breathe. Their hearts pounded harder than usual. However, Li Moying remained in front, without any wavering. His tall stature was as straight as a sword, breaking through the various obstructions. He was obviously the one who suffered the most pressure, but there was no sign of tiredness or wavering from him. With him leading them, everyone somehow felt more at ease. Although they were dragging their heavy feet to trudge forward, they persisted in moving forward as they clenched their teeth and refused to give up. They were fighting against time and exhausted all their energy to race swiftly for a long time. Finally, they reached the boundary of the freezing zone. Just when they were rushing forward, an ear-splitting explosion was heard from their backs. This sound was like 100 bolts of lightning crackling beside their ears. In an instant, it made everyone lose their consciousness. They totally could not control their bodies and were sent flying by the blast. Bai Lufeng and the others could not take the impact and faint on the spot. Li Moying was also sent flying, but he was only dizzy for a short moment when he regained his consciousness. The moment he regained his consciousness, he could not bother about his injuries and immediately jumped up. His eyes widened and he looked towards the Snow Phoenix Palace's direction. The blood moon slowly descended from the sky, and it crashed right onto Snow Phoenix Palace. The flames instantaneously swept across the entire ground. The entire Snow Phoenix Palace was engulfed by the raging flames, and razed everything to the ground in an instant. Li Moying looked blankly at the situation in front of him and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. After that, his knees went soft and he could no longer prop his own body up, kneeling onto the ground. Leer, his Leer. Li Moying's ears were buzzing, as he felt his spirit and soul leaving his body along with the sound of explosions. Snow Phoenix Palace was completely ruined. As for Huang Yueli, who was within that place, it had completely turned into ashes as well. Many images appeared in front of his eyes. From the first moment they met, where she showed him that resistant, disgusted look, to the astute and intelligent look after they turned closer. Her beautiful smile after their relationship took a step further, and that occasional tsunder a sweet look. And finally, the alluring and seductive look which she showed when she took off all her clothes and leaned into his arms. Everything was so beautiful, as though it was a dream. However, it also shattered easily like a dream. He thought that in this lifetime, he would finally be able to be together with Lear, living a full life, till their hair turned white. It didn't matter if he was unable to return to the peak or not able to ascend to God's realm. What he wanted was only Huang Yueli. But unfortunately, she was the only one whom he missed every single lifetime. No matter how much effort he put in, they would always brush past each other. Lear, you're so cruel. Without you, no matter how powerful I become, what meaning is there to it? My motive for cultivating is only to protect you. He had once assumed that as long as he was powerful enough, he would be able to protect the person whom he loves. But now, he finally understood that in front of fate, all his efforts were so pale and helpless. Li Moying clenched his teeth and struggled to stand up, as he trudged forward to Snow Phoenix Palace. After the explosion, the tremendous amount of energy in the Blood Moon Great Array had instantly used Snow Phoenix Palace as the center, and radiated around the entire northern ice field in an instant. However, Li Moying seemed as though he did not feel the pressure and continued to move forward. At this moment, Song Pijun and the others had gradually regained their consciousness. Seeing this, they were completely stunned. No one had expected that Li Moying would return after they had finally escaped from that place. SOV. Sovereign. Quickly come back, it's dangerous there. Song Pijun shouted. Pijun, Piyu, after I am gone, blue profound sex affairs will be entrusted to the both of you. My in-laws have just lost their daughter, so I believe they must be extremely sad. Will you please help me to take care of them? Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I'm grateful to you for letting me marry Lear. In my 2 lifetimes, my greatest wish is to marry Lear. I'm sorry that I cannot let you and Lear reunite. But please don't worry, I will not let Lear stay alone and helpless below. I will accompany her. And, Lu Bian. I'm very sorry for stealing away your love that year. But if time could turn back, I will still do the same thing. So, it's just your bad luck. Li Moying's voice was faint and it sounded a little amusing. But everyone who heard his words was extremely terrified. Everyone could tell that these were Li Moying's last words. Hearing that, Song Pijun and Song Piyu were panic-stricken. They started to shout immediately. Sovereign, please don't do this. Please reconsider your decision. Blue Profound Sect cannot do without you, please don't think of ending your life. Even Lu Bian, who hated him to the core earlier, was feeling fearful when he heard his resolute speech. Although he wanted to make Li Moying pay for his sins, to exact revenge for Huang Yueli, he had never thought that Li Moying would die. Li Moying, on what basis do you have to ask me to blame it on your bad luck? You arrogant fellow, we have not even settled our feud yet. Get back here right now. Li Moying ignored Lu Bian and continued to trudge steadily towards Snow Phoenix Palace. He knew that he owed Lu Bian a favor. They fell out twice, but in the end, his life was saved by the latter risking his life. On the other hand, he grabbed the opportunity to confess and snatch away the young lady whom he had secretly admired. The begrudged relationship was his fault in the first place. But there was no way that he could let Huang Yueli go. He would be willing to share anything with his best buddy, but for the girl he liked, no matter what the price was, he would never give up on this. This debt could not be settled now, and it never would be in the future. Because Li Moying had already decided to self-explode to accompany Huang Yueli. The two of them were destined to have their souls and spirits dispersed and scattered, so there would be no future to talk about. Huang Siluo and Bai Lufeng were stunned. Originally Bai Lufeng thought Li Moying let Huang Yueli down, but from the looks of it now, the real situation did not appear to be like what he thought. He hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth. Li Moying, don't be rash, you haven't explained to us what you did to Lastly. What on earth is going on? Huang Siluo also asked, what happened in the blood pool? Are you not intending to let us seniors find out about what happened forever? Li Moying shut his eyes, and his mind flashed past the events. But in the end, he remained silent. Everyone was extremely anxious when they saw him keeping silent. But none of them were at Li Moying's cultivation, and they had a very bad fall. So they weren't able to get up momentarily. Just as everyone was at their wits' ends, suddenly, the ground started to shake again. A ray of strong light appeared on the northern ice fields, making everyone lose their visions. After some time later, the crowd adjusted to the brightness and slowly opened their eyes. They bore with the glaring pain and looked in front. They saw a golden light shooting from Snow Phoenix Palace and rushed straight into the clouds. This ray of golden light seemed to link heaven and earth together, making the entire northern ice field so bright that it turned as bright as day. The original rampant snowstorm seemed to settle down in an instant. The surroundings were tranquil and soft, and powerful energy pervaded the air. Everyone stood on the fields in a blank, as though they were deeply stunned by what they saw. Even Li Moying, who was bent on dying, also stopped and looked afar bewilderedly. What's going on? Snow Phoenix Palace, what's going on? Could there be some danger? The group looked at each other in dismay, and the expressions on their faces were extremely puzzled. After mere moments of silence, Huang Siluo widened her eyes and said, could this be? She stopped in the middle of a sentence, and her eyes were filled with astonishment. Bai Lufeng felt extremely uneasy, and he couldn't help but ask, could this be, what? Huang Siluo did not reply to him. She was already completely dazed by what she saw, as she was immersed in her thoughts. She muttered to herself, Sacred Phoenix Race's prediction, could this be real? Today, could it really be, the day where Sacred Phoenix Race regains our former glory? What do you mean? Everyone was puzzled. Just at this moment, the blinking gold light slowly dissipated, and everyone started to become accustomed to the light. In the middle of the golden light, right above the Snow Phoenix Palace, was a huge phoenix, which suddenly flew. This phoenix was entirely covered in golden red wings. Its wings extended to 10 feet long, and the huge wings flapped gently. The wings refracted the golden light above its head, giving off an extremely dazzling ray. SS. The phoenix raised its head and gave off a deafening cry, shooting straight into the skies. The densely packed clouds seemed to drift apart from this cry. Other than Li Moying, the others were dizzy from this sharp cry. They couldn't help but cover their ears, their faces revealing a pained expression. After a while later, the crying slowly weakened. The huge phoenix flapped its wings and soared into the skies. Its two sharp powerful claws faced downwards and grabbed a crystal-clear jade piece. These two pieces of half-moon-shaped white jade formed a jade piece. On the end-to-end portion was a lifelike phoenix, which looked exactly like a reflection of this dazzling phoenix in the air. Huang Xiluo felt her heart pounding wildly as she felt extremely excited, so much that she was unable to complete her sentence. This really is the Sky Phoenix Ring. This is the Sky Phoenix Ring. She screamed loudly. Everyone looked at her in surprise. What? This is the Sky Phoenix Ring? Although they heard about this ancient god relic in the past and knew that Huang Yueli died in her past life because of this profound armament, but they had never seen its true countenance before. So momentarily, they weren't able to link to this at all. Huang Xiluo nodded and said affirmatively, "That's right, this must be the Sky Phoenix Ring. This piece of ancient god relic is a treasure that had been passed down from our sacred phoenix race ancestors. There are many drawings in the ancient manuals, which show the image so I can recognize it on one look. Moreover, only a peerless god relic like this appearing would result in such a magnificent vision." Bai Lufeng frowned and asked, puzzledly, "But, why did the Sky Phoenix Ring appear right here? That year after Lastly died, didn't the Sky Phoenix Ring already go missing?" For so many years, Huang Xianxia had been searching for the Sky Phoenix Ring's whereabouts. But no matter how he tried, he wasn't able to find it, isn't that so? But now, why did this legendary god relic suddenly appear at this place? Bai Lufeng asked, curiously. He naturally did not doubt his beloved wife. But he couldn't understand what was going on. Huang Xiluo was exceptionally surprised as well. I don't know too. By right, if Huang Zhanxiao were to find the Sky Phoenix Ring, he would definitely tell me about this. But I have not received any information at all. Moreover, in the sacrificial ceremony, everyone also saw him taking out a fragment of the Sky Phoenix Ring. If he had the Sky Phoenix Ring earlier, he would have broken through the path leading to God Realm, and all of us would be dead by now. Song Pejun frowned and muttered, "What Madame Bai says is right, but why did the Sky Phoenix Ring suddenly appear here right now?" Huang Yueli only told Li Moying about the Sky Phoenix Ring, acknowledging her as its master. No one knew, not even Song Pejun and the others. Just as everyone was racking their brains, Li Moying just stood in a daze on the spot. His eyes were wide open and he stared tightly at the magnificent and powerful phoenix in the sky. Various complicated emotions gushed into his heart. Shock, astonishment, pain, fear, and also a hint of anticipation. He had merged his primordial spirit into one after consummating with Huang Yueli in the Sky Phoenix Ring, and his cultivation sword. A large amount of heaven and earth profound energy gushed into his body, as though it was about to burst out from his meridians. Under the intense pain, he seemed to have lost all his senses, except for a loud explosion that split the Sky Phoenix Ring apart from the profound energy which was emitted from his body. And also the last words which Huang Yueli said to him. When he regained consciousness, he had already advanced successfully and jumped out of the blood pool. However, Huang Yueli and the Sky Phoenix Ring had already disappeared without a trace. He consciously assumed that the Sky Phoenix Ring had exploded and shattered into fragments, completely destroyed. Whereas Huang Yueli, whose primordial spirit had fused with the Sky Phoenix Ring, definitely ended up with her soul and spirit scattered. So he totally lost hope. He was just waiting to save by Lu Feng and the others, and after that, he could join Lear. However, just at this moment, the Sky Phoenix ring, which should have originally been shattered, had once again appeared right in front of his eyes. Moreover, it was in such a dazzling state. As though a phoenix, which was born from the ashes, soaring into the sky like a sun. This lit up a weak flame of hope in Li Moying's lifeless heart. Since the Sky Phoenix ring had resurfaced, then his Lear, surely she had not completely disappeared. With this thinking in mind, it made Li Moying start to shake. His feet turned soft, and he could no longer support himself, dropping and sitting onto the ground. When one was totally devastated, one could firmly make a choice and gamble everything that one had. But once there was a faint hope of anticipation, one would turn fearful and mindful. Lear, you. Is your consciousness still around? The Sky Phoenix ring is still here, then you should be around as well, right? As long as you have a little bit of consciousness, I will try my best to let you return to my side, no matter what price I have to pay. He remembered that Lord Jean had once said this. In his past life when he executed the art of split soul, it was able to succeed because a slice of Huang Yueli's primordial spirit had merged with the Sky Phoenix ring, and attached itself to the god relic. Since the Sky Phoenix ring was around now, that meant a possibility that Huang Yueli's consciousness might be retained. If that was the case, he did not mind to execute the art of split soul once again, or wait until the next 16 years, and accompany her in being reborn again. Li Moying silently made this decision and his fingers clenched into a fist. He looked at the Sky Phoenix ring with bloodshot eyes. No matter how the Sky Phoenix ring came about, he had to raise the success rate of the art of split soul so that he could get Huang Yueli. But to him, this wasn't a difficult task. Based on his current ability, there was already no one in Soaring Heaven's continent who could vie with him for the top. Just as he was about to make his move, the huge phoenix in the sky suddenly raised its head and screeched. At the same time, an abnormality happened. 3 light balls slowly rose from the Snow Phoenix Palace, and in each light ball, there was a different colored stone enveloped inside. The huge phoenix kept screeching and flapped its big wings. The surrounding heaven and earth, profound chi, followed its movements and kept shooting outwards. Bai Lu Feng and the others, who were already standing on the outside, couldn't stand the impact. Their faces turned pale as they started to retreat backwards. Every single time the huge phoenix flapped its wings, the red, yellow, and blue-colored stones rose a little higher into the sky. It slowly rose higher and higher, gradually getting closer to the Sky Phoenix ring. Huang Siluo retreated to a few hundred meters away before she managed to stand still. She lifted her head and was extremely surprised. These are the Sky Phoenix ring's shattered pieces? How is this possible? Huang Xiaoxiao had tried all his means, searching through the entire Soaring Heavens continent for the past few decades. But he only managed to find one Sky Phoenix ring's shattered piece. But now, why did 3 shattered pieces suddenly appear? Even the Sky Phoenix ring's main body also appeared in Snow Phoenix Palace. Why on earth, why is this happening? No one could answer this riddle, because the abnormality that was happening in front of them had gone beyond their imagination. Only Li Moying seemed to have thought of something. But when he wanted to grasp it in detail, he was unable to grab the crux of it. Under everyone's watchful gazes, the 3 shattered pieces slowly flew towards the Sky Phoenix ring in the air. The huge phoenix raised its head and screeched. Its cry spread throughout the entire continent. At this moment, even the high-level practitioners in the South Sky region heard the sound and felt the powerful energy in the air. Boom! 3 shattered pieces merged into one with the Sky Phoenix ring. Whereas for that huge phoenix's reflection, it also turned into a ball of raging fire, enveloping the Sky Phoenix ring's shattered pieces which were enveloped within. The fiery flames gushed into the sky. A rush of heat waves gushed towards the crowd. The energy contained in this flow of air was overly powerful, and in a second, it caused Bai Lufeng and the others to fall onto the ground. All of them fainted. Only Li Moying managed to stay conscious. Under the impact of the heat waves, his face flushed red and the sweat on his forehead kept dripping down. His clothes were entirely drenched in sweat. But he continued to clench his teeth, as he opened his eyes and bore with the piercing pain, keeping a tight watch at the ball of flame in the air. That was the true Phoenix fire. It was totally different from the flame which Little Phoenix usually breathed out. Little Wang Kai was still in an immature infant stage. Moreover, it was just a spiritual body. Although the flame it breathed was also the true Phoenix fire, which could crush all other deviant flames in soaring heaven's continent, but in front of the true Phoenix fire, it appeared so frail. It could not take on a single blow at all. The true Phoenix fire was the flame of destruction, but it was also the flame of rebirth. Huang Yueli's consciousness was sometimes sober and sometimes confused. The only thing she could feel was heat. That was a kind of indescribable kind of scorching heat which was emitted from every inch of her skin, internal organs, and bone marrow. It made her felt as though she was about to melt completely into a puddle of bloody water. Hot, so painful. Huang Yueli's eyes were shut as she groaned and rolled around in the fiery flames. Who am I? Where am I? Amid the pain, different images from her past life to the current life swiftly flashed past in her mind again and again. Among those images, the most frequent memory which appeared and left a deep impression on her was related to a man. That man had gorgeous ageless looks, a tall figure, invincible ability, and lastly, the most overbearing yet tender gaze. I am, he is. Huang Yueli sensed her soul drifting out of her body and was looking down at her mortal body from the air. At the same time, all the incidents which happened recently also returned to her mind. After a part of her primordial spirit which had been divided out from Li Moying using the art of split soul was returned to him, a strong indescribable feeling gushed to her mind. This feeling was excessively strong because their primordial spirits resonated and merged. It caused her soul to tremble as she was caught in an extreme shock. Immediately following that feeling was slowly numbing her consciousness. She could feel her primordial spirit slowly weakening and disappearing. But she could not feel the pain, everything seemed like it was happening to other people. She looked at Li Moying slowly turning from pleasure to pain, watching him absorb the heaven and earth's profound qi and rapidly advance. She also saw the sky phoenix ring shattering into pieces. It was until her body had once again fallen into the blood pool when she started to feel the pain. But to be able to see Li Moying returning to the peak, she felt extremely at ease. To her, this pain was nothing. Huang Yueli gazed at Li Moying's figure with deep emotions. She prepared to shut her eyes as she waited for death to call her. But right at this moment, she suddenly felt a wave of heat coming from her chest. Immediately following that, 2 balls of bright light flew out from her semi-buttoned clothes. Using her peripheral vision to take a look, she couldn't help but be shocked. These 2 stones looked a little familiar. One was from the Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild's auction, which little Wang Kai kept throwing a tantrum to coerce her to buy, while the other stone was conveniently picked up on her second trip to the Snow Phoenix Palace. These 2 stones were no different from those stones by the roadside, and they simply didn't look extraordinary. Ever since she got them, Huang Yueli did not even bother about them and simply cast them inside the Sky Phoenix ring. Little Wang Kai liked these 2 stones very much and would occasionally fiddle with them. But even it wasn't able to tell what uses these 2 stones had. However now, in this murky, cold blood pool, when the Sky Phoenix ring space was shattered, everything in the space had already been corroded by the blood water. But these 2 seemingly ordinary stones seemed to have shed their rough exterior and were shining their inner splendor. What on earth was this? Huang Yueli's mind just flashed past this thought and immediately felt something dropping from the blood pool. Lord Jean's crippled body was thrown into the blood pool by Li Moying, and he brushed past her shoulder, descending onto the bottom of the pool. The blood water was too murky, and Huang Yueli couldn't see Lord Jean's situation. But she saw a fragment dropping down from the sky. This fragment was similar to the previous two pieces. No matter if it was in size, shape, or the glow that was emitted, it was exactly the same. The three fragments kept revolving around her, jumping around like a trapped little beast. Huang Yueli stared at them for a while and sensed her lost blood essence slowly returning. After that, she slowly shut her eyes. Just as she was about to completely fall asleep, suddenly she sensed the water in the blood pool starting to turn warm. It became hot and started to heat up. In the end, it started boiling and kept bubbling. If it was anyone else, it wouldn't take a couple of breaths before their skin were to split open from the heat into a piece of boiled meat. However, under such intense heat, Huang Yueli did feel the pain, but she could clearly feel her body's blood essence slowly being replenished. What was going on? Why hadn't she died yet? Huang Yueli felt extremely puzzled. She regained some energy and barely opened her eyes. Then she saw the strange red glowing blood moon come crashing straight down into the blood pool. The blood moon contained an earth-shattering amount of powerful energy, and when it came crashing down, that enormous impact made Huang Yueli felt as though she was going to be torn apart. Boom! The water in the blood pool instantly dried up and everything turned into a hazy bloody mist. Lord Jean's body also turned into ashes. Huang Yueli completely lost consciousness at that moment. She assumed that she was already dead. But not knowing how much time had passed, she suddenly felt a faint hint of consciousness. She felt as though she was being roasted above a fire. That kind of scorched feeling radiated throughout every inch of her body. It was so painful, and felt so real. Her consciousness was still around, even her memories were as well. But was she a slice of remnant soul, or was she still alive? Huang Yueli tried her best to struggle and make a sound. If she was able to move a little, it would prove that she was still alive. But that simple move was as difficult as mounting to the sky. Slowly, the pain increased and her body turned extremely light. She slowly left the surface and flew out of the Snow Phoenix Palace. She seemed to see a huge phoenix appearing in front of her. That matured true ancient spiritual beast was totally different from that plump and small Wang Kai. It was the same phoenix that she saw when she first entered the Sky Phoenix Ring. Powerful, magnificent, noble. She suddenly found that she could move, and she stretched her hand towards the phoenix. Enveloped in the Sky Phoenix Ring's flame became more and more intense. It was like the morning sun which was suspended in the sky. Northern ice field snow melted at a visible speed. Li Moying was half-kneeled on the ground and his eyes did not move away at all. Not knowing how long had passed, the flame's temperature slowly dropped. The rampant energy from the surroundings became slightly settled. The piercing glow began to decrease and slowly revealed a fiery ball of light. Li Moying stared at the center of the flame, assuming that he would see the formed Sky Phoenix Ring. But when he took a closer look, he couldn't help but was drawn into a daze. If he didn't see it wrongly, it seemed like a human silhouette that was enveloped in the flames. Moreover, although the silhouette was dimmed out by the light which made it unclear, one could still tell that it seemed to be a female from the soft long hair and curvy figure. Li Moying's heart jumped swiftly, making one unable to breathe. He suddenly had a feeling that this figure looked more and more like his Lier. Or perhaps that person was Lier. Could it be that? But how is it possible? I'm not dreaming, right? He assumed that he had developed hallucinations from glaring at the light for too long. Hence he shut his eyes and rubbed them hard. When he reopened his eyes again, he immediately looked towards the silhouette. He was right. Everything he saw was exactly the same as in the past. Could it be that this was Lier? Why did Lier appear in the refined Sky Phoenix Ring, Could she still be alive? Li Moying was extremely agitated and nervous. He felt a faint terrified feeling, deeply afraid that if he bore too high hopes, he would not be able to take it if he was disappointed. Just as he was hesitating, the flames seemed to have reached the end of their life and slowly shrunk to a 3-meter-tall fireball, which descended onto the ground. Li Moying instantly ran towards the descending fireball without any hesitation. Leer. If his Leer was still alive, then falling from such a great height might cause her to be injured. Even though the flames were slowly subsiding, but the surrounding fire attribute energy was still extremely strong. Various energy in the air kept shuttling around, and if one were to get hit by it, it would cause a 9th stage realm peak practitioner to die instantly. Li Moying just ignored these dangers, and just ran straight without evading the energy flow, directly rushing towards the fireball. However, on the surface of the freezing zone, there were many shattered ice pieces. It dropped everywhere on the ground. Snow Phoenix Palace's broken walls and rubble were also blocking his vision. Even though Li Moying tried his best to charge forward, he was still unable to make it in time. The fireball's descent was becoming swifter, and before long, it directly descended onto the original Snow Phoenix Palace. No. Leer. Li Moying was shocked, and his heart was burning as he split open the path's broken ice and debris, rushing into Snow Phoenix Palace without caring. At this moment, the true Phoenix Fire's glow had already disappeared. There was a faint scorching feeling in the air, but one could already tolerate the heat. In the middle of the snowy land, laid a deep crevice which the fireball had created when it landed. Li Moying jumped into the hole without a thought. When he landed, he saw a naked young lady with tightly shut eyes near the ground. She did not move and looked as though she had fainted. Li Moying felt his heart about to stop. A tremendous joy filled his senses, and his tears just kept rolling down. Leer, my Leer. Li Moying flew towards Huang Yueli's side like an arrow as he knelt onto the ground. Stretching out his trembling fingers, he placed them on her wrist. Her pulse was extremely weak. Even to an amateur like Li Moying, he could tell how frail her body was. But she was, after all, still alive. Li Moying carried her up and locked her tightly into his arms, as he started to tremble. He assumed that he had already lost Huang Yueli. But he had not expected God to treat him so well. Leer came back to life for him. Nothing was more shockingly joyous than getting something back that one had lost. For that instance, Li Moying thought that he was still in dreamland. Happiness came too suddenly. Only by hugging Huang Yueli tightly in his arms would be able to sense a little bit of realism. Li Moying hugged her body tightly, and buried his face into her neck, feeling her weak pulse and temperature. Not knowing how long had passed, he suddenly felt the still, petite body suddenly shaking. Li Moying seemed as though he awoke from the dream and looked at Huang Yueli with his wide eyes. At the same time, he lifted her face gently. Leer, are you awake? Earlier you moved right, you really moved, am I right? Huang Yueli leaned against his robust arms, and her long lashes shook slightly. Li Moying saw that, and he felt extremely excited. But he did not dare to make a sound, deeply afraid that he might worry the little fox in his arms. He waited silently and patiently. Huang Yueli finally opened her eyes after a long time. Her eyes were still hazy. Cough. What happened to? Huang Yueli was shocked by her voice when she spoke. Was that her voice? Why did it sound like a male duck's voice? It was so hoarse that it sounded terrible. When Li Moying heard her voice, he went wild with ecstasy and hugged her tightly. Leer, you're really awake. You're really still alive. I'm really too happy. I've never been so afraid before. I prayed so many times to God. You're still alive, that's great, it's really great. His eyes were red and he almost couldn't help but tear up. Huang Yueli blinked and looked blankly at his excited look. She took a long time to recall before she remembered the events that happened before she lost consciousness. But the events that happened after they consummate were done when she was half conscious. So even she couldn't remember what happened exactly. She could only remember the scene between them in the Sky Phoenix ring. At that time, she felt that she was almost going to die. But now, why did she come back to life again? Could it be that the both of them were already dead, hence they were now in Hades? Thinking of this, she abruptly regained consciousness. Stretching out her hand, she pulled Li Moying's lapel and asked anxiously, "Moying, are you all right? We're now in, where is this place?" We're already dead, MMMPH. Before she could finish her sentence, her lips were blocked by Li Moying's thin lips. MMMPH. Huang Yueli did not expect this man to kiss her suddenly. Moreover, he even kissed so hard, as though he was about to swallow her. She could not breathe, so she could only stretch out her hand and push the man's muscular chest, hoping that he would let go of her. However, Li Moying hugged her even tighter. That powerful strength was simply unlike what a human had. Huang Yueli sensed the aura emitting from his body, and her mind flashed past a thought: Li Moying's primordial spirit should have merged totally, right? His current ability seemed even stronger than his past life by several times. What was this realm? Finally, when she was about to suffocate, Li Moying let go of her. Huang Yueli's face had already flushed red, and she lifted her head to take in gasps of air. At the same time, she looked begrudgingly at the man in front of her. Li Moying pinched her chin and used a warning look to stare at her. He said the following word by word: "You're not allowed to say dead this word. Never ever say dead in front of me. Do you hear me? Next time I hear that word, I won't care what the occasion is, I will immediately lie on top of you and do whatever I want to do." What? What are you saying? Do whatever you want to do? Huang Yueli was slightly confused, and she looked innocently at Li Moying. That pure and innocent look made Li Moying's lower abdomen's flame spiral up in an instant. Especially when he thought about the young lady in his arms. They were just inches from each other, and her curvaceous figure and the obvious curvy soft body was lying tightly in his arms. That fair, silky skin was under his palm, and he only needed to reach out a little to feel her. Li Moying's gaze turned extremely profound and dangerous. Huang Yueli instantly was alarmed and subconsciously followed his face and lowered her head. "Ah! Ruffian! Where are my clothes? You actually took off my clothes." Huang Yueli instantly cried out loudly. Li Moying looked at her flushed cheeks, and his mood suddenly turned wonderful. Under her bashful smile, all the pain and suffering and all the torments that he went through were insignificant. Li Moying's hand brushed past her smooth back and his lips curled upwards into an evil smile. "I stripped your clothes off? You must have remembered wrongly? Why do I recall that you were the one who coveted my beauty and took the initiative to take off your clothes and sat on me? I risked my life to resist, and you even drugged me. TSK, that was my first time. After you finished devouring me, you actually turned tables. You tell me, what action is this considered as?" Huang Yueli was flabbergasted, as she was totally stunned by his false account of the true facts. I'm not. When did I? You've never done that? You didn't strip my clothes off, and you didn't force yourself upon me? And you didn't drug me? Which sentence did I say is wrong? Li Moying continued to be calm and unruffled. Huang Yueli's head buzzed, and she couldn't say a single word at all. Because everything Li Moying said was true, and that was what's terrifying about it. Thinking back about the scenario earlier, she couldn't imagine what enticed her to do that, to be able to do such a thing. If it wasn't for the urgent situation, she definitely wouldn't have done it. However, no matter what she said, it was the truth that she had already done it, so she could not deny it at all. Li Moying saw her palm-sized face turning red and white, which looked so unfathomable. She couldn't help but find it funny. See, you have nothing to say to it too, right? Since you've already done it, then you must be responsible. He held Huang Yueli's chin and kept leaning nearer, wanting to kiss her. However, this time, Huang Yueli's reaction was much faster. She lifted her hand and put it against his mouth. You're really enough. What kind of timing is this now, and you're still talking about these? Her face flushed red and she stammered, What is going on? Didn't my primordial spirit merge with yours completely then? Why didn't I die? Also, we are currently this is still the northern ice fields? Then what about the blood moon in the sky? She tried hard to look solemn and tried to interrogate Li Moying. He licked his lips and his seductive blossom eyes sparkled slightly as he looked at her. Let me hug you first, then I'll tell you. In front of the charming man, Huang Yueli instantly lost her senses. But she quickly reacted and smacked the man's hand which was on her butt. Stop the nonsense and tell me clearly. Li Moying knew that she was angry and didn't dare to tease her any further. He frowned and said, Don't you have any impression of it at all? To tell the truth, I can't understand it more than you. The situation then was extremely anxious, and after my primordial spirit merged into one, as my cultivation rose swiftly, I lost consciousness from it. By the time I regained my consciousness, I had already advanced successfully. But I could no longer find you. Just at this moment, I saw Xianxia making his move on your parents, and they were at risk. I recalled your last words and couldn't care about anything else but to save them first. After I dealt with Xianxia, the Blood Moon Great Array was on the verge of breaking down, so the entire Snow Phoenix Palace was about to collapse. He swiftly did a brief recount of what they went through. Huang Yueli heard his words carefully and slowly frowned, which made her look even more bewitching. Strange, according to what you said, the Sky Phoenix ring appeared in the middle of the sky and also merged together as one. After that, the last that appeared wasn't an ancient god relic, but me? Li Moying nodded his head. That's exactly what I saw. Huang Yueli seemed to have thought of something as she muttered to herself, surely not right. Could it be that what I saw before I became unconscious was all true? Li Moying was stunned. What did you see? Huang Yueli was just about to say something when suddenly, a flustered shuffle of footsteps was heard from their backs. Sovereign? Where are you? Sovereign, please come out quickly. Blue Profound Sect can't do without you. Li Moying, you coward. Surely you're not intending to escape reality through death, right? Quickly come out now. Stinky brat Li, where's the said explanation that you promised me? Where are you hiding right now? Don't think that I will forget about it. If you don't explain Li's matter clearly, no matter where you hide, I will dig you out, even if you've gone underground. The crowd cried out anxiously, which made Li Moying awake from the shock. He loosened his grip on the petite body in his arms, lifted his head, and was just about to say something. Suddenly, they heard Li Moying shouting, Quickly look. There's someone there. Quickly, go take a look. The group of them ran over to their side. Everyone was 9th stage realm, peak high-level practitioners, and their movements were extremely fast. It only took a couple of breaths when they had already jumped into the deep pit, running towards Li Moying. Li Moying then realized that the young lady in his arms was completely naked, so it wasn't suitable for her to meet anyone. Under the urgent situation, he pulled Huang Yueli into his arms once again and used his loose sleeve to cover her body. The group of people ran to Li Moying and saw a bump in his clothes. A young lady's face was buried on his shoulder, revealing a little bit of her neck's fair skin. The pitch-black long hair hid half of her flushed face. SOV. Sovereign. This subordinate, Song Pijun called out when he ran near. After he took a clear look, he stood rooted to the ground in astonishment. Song Piyu's reaction was much faster than his. He quickly pulled him back and said, "Sovereign, this subordinate is done wrong, please have a good rest. We will move to the side to rest and recuperate first." Even though he took a glance, he could tell that the young lady in Li Moying's arms was Huang Yueli. Moreover, from their ambiguous posture, one could tell that they were doing some adult activity. Although they didn't know what was going on or how the dead could come back to life, at least he knew that they would run into bad luck if they spoiled Sovereign's matters. Song Pijun also realized that and instantly turned around to leave. But Lu Bian was extremely tactless. After he took a clear look at the young lady who was in Li Moying's arms, not only did he not back off, he even ran up to them. Junior sister. Is it really you? You're still alive?" He agitatedly gazed at Huang Yueli's side view and even stretched out his hand to her. Li Moying snorted coldly and released a powerful burst of suppression, instantly forcing Lu Bian to retreat. Lu Bian's complexion turned slightly pale, but he did not leave. His gaze was still on Huang Yueli's face. She laid tightly on Li Moying's chest, with a bashful and angered look. She had already scolded Li Moying several hundred times in her heart. Beast. Lecher. Shameless. He had such awry thoughts at a ruined place that was in shambles. Not only did he get touchy, but he also refused to let her wear her clothes. Now, wasn't it great? They had been seen by other people. That includes her father and mother, who had bumped into this scene. Embarrassing. It was really too embarrassing. Huang Yueli gritted her teeth and couldn't wait to take a bit on Li Moying's face. But Lu Bian and the others were by the side. She couldn't bite him because the current situation was already embarrassing enough. In this kind of situation, Huang Yueli would be easily embarrassed. But Li Moying's skin was very thick. He did not feel embarrassed at all. Being intimate with his wife was a natural thing. It shouldn't be embarrassing for him. Instead, it should be embarrassing for those people who had interrupted them. He hugged the young lady's waist tightly and lazily shot a glance at the group. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, Lear is fine. But when I discovered her, she wasn't wearing anything, so, can I trouble you to step away first? Bai Lufeng and Huang Siluo were still standing in a daze when they discovered that Huang Yueli was still alive. Until now, they were still shocked. Hearing Li Moying's words, Huang Siluo hastily said, yes, we'll wait by the side. Saying that, she pulled Bai Liufeng's sleeve to the side. Li Moying swept Lu Bian a glance and didn't say a word. But his intention was obvious. He indicated with his eyes to ask him to scram. Lu Bian felt extremely unhappy over this. This fellow, why was he so irritating? Li Moying was hugging his female goddess and showing a complacent look. Was he intentionally infuriating him? Earlier, when Li Moying was prepared to commit suicide, Lu Bian was touched by his words for a moment. But now, thinking back about it, he found himself extremely na-ve. As the saying went, disaster would last for a millennium, so how would Li Moying possibly die so easily? Lu Bian clenched his fists tightly and gauged their strengths. But in the end, he could only silently admit defeat as he followed behind Bai Lufeng and the others to leave. When Huang Yueli heard the crowd's footsteps getting further, she lifted her little head and turned around, looking to the left and the right. Li Moying saw her cautious little fox's look and couldn't help but laugh. Huang Yueli saw him laughing, and her eyes shot a death stare at him. Laugh. How dare you still laugh? It's all your fault. It's all your fault. She was so angry that she clenched her teeth, and her voice shook. But in Li Moying's ears, it seemed like a melodious sound of nature. He gave a conniving smile and touched her smooth long hair. Okay, it's all my fault. My dear wife, please don't be angry with me, alright? Huang Yueli met his starry eyes, and her heart quivered. She couldn't stand this gaze from Li Moying the most. In the romantic, charming eyes, it always reflected her alone. Li Moying stared at her for a moment, and his gaze slowly grew deep and he leaned closer and closer to her. Huang Yueli just realized it and pushed him. You, don't talk rubbish. Quickly find me a set of clothing. Li Moying felt extremely disappointed when he saw the pouty pink lips that he was about to kiss leaving him. He silently sighed and let go of Huang Yueli. Looking for your clothes? Where do I go to find clothes for you? Don't you have any clothes in your interspatial ring? Huang Yueli said, my interspatial ring had been ruined in the blood pool. Everything in the interspatial ring had gone missing. Not to mention clothes, many of my 9th-tier profound armaments are also gone. She pouted her lips gloomily for a moment, then suddenly lifted her hand and grabbed Li Moying's lapel. That's right, take off your clothes and give it to me. Li Moying was stunned. What? But I'm only wearing this piece. Back then, when they were in the Sky Phoenix ring getting intimate, Huang Yueli stripped off his outer gown. Even for his inner clothing, she also undid the buckles. Luckily, she did not totally remove everything. Otherwise, he would be naked just like her. She stared at him fiercely. You're a man. You won't freeze to death if you don't wear any clothes. Quick, do as I say, and strip. Li Moying's eyes widened as though he was seriously shocked. He trembled and stepped backward. You. What are you trying to do to me? Are you intending to use force on me again? Huang Yueli's willow brows rose. Are you going to strip or not? Li Moying said while lowering his eyes. Strip, I'll strip. I didn't say I won't strip, but you'll have to be gentler to me later. Saying that, he lifted his hand and started to undo the disc buckles. While he undid it, he looked at her with a pitiful gaze. That look was exactly like a young lady being coerced by a gangster. Huang Yueli saw his look and was exasperated. After Li Moying passed his shirt over, she immediately grabbed it and said, all right, you can scram now. He seemed as though he could not stand seeing her angry look. He shamelessly stuck himself to her. Lear, this is a man's clothing. You won't know how to wear it, let me help you. Thank you. But I'm not a 3-year-old, I know how to wear my own clothes. So there's no need to trouble you. Huang Yueli gritted her teeth as she stared at the handsome man who was right behind her. Li Moying's powerful hand clasped her and he felt her slender waist beneath his palm. His hands joined together and it seemed as though he could encircle her tiny waist. No trouble, this husband is glad to be of service to my wife, he chuckled. Huang Yueli finally could not stand it any further and lifted her feet to kick him. Go away. My father is still standing by the side watching. Go and comfort them first and tell them that I'm all right now. Ask them to be assured. Huang Yueli entrusted such an important task to him, so Li Moying naturally couldn't reject her. Helpless, he lowered his head and nibbled her neck gently. He only let her go when he heard the young lady's surprised scream. All right then, be quick. I'll go accompany father-in-law and mother-in-law for now. After Li Moying left, Huang Yueli swiftly put on his clothes. Li Moying's figure was tall and lofty, and Huang Yueli's height was only at his chest. Putting his shirt on herself appeared much larger, and it fell all the way to the ground. Huang Yueli used profound energy to cut off a portion of the lower hem and sleeves, before she could barely put it on. Although it looked a little strange, it was better than being naked. She checked herself and after verifying that she was fully clothed, she walked towards the group's resting area. They were resting at the back of a cliff. Song Pijun and Song Piyu were cross-legged as they shut their eyes and worked their cultivation methods, attempting to restore their internal injuries. Whereas for Bai Lufeng, Huang Siluo, and Lu Bian, they crowded around Li Moying and were shooting a load of questions at him. Li Moying sat against the wall with a languid expression and said calmly, "All these questions of yours, how do you expect me to reply? The situation back then was something that all of you had witnessed along with me. Everyone thought that Lear had already died, no? Earlier I also asked her, but she herself doesn't seem to remember what happened back then." He was in the middle of his sentence when he seemed to have telepathy with Huang Yueli. That man suddenly raised his head and looked at her. Following that, he gave a bright smile and said, "Lear, you're here." Huang Yueli nodded her head and swept him a glance. Following that, she blushed bashfully and looked elsewhere. Li Moying was only wearing a pair of long pants. His upper body was naked, revealing those perfectly sculpted muscles. His strong shoulders and chest seemed to reflect some tiny claw marks. Those were scratched by her in the Sky Phoenix ring. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli's face flushed red again. Li Moying seemed as though nothing had happened as he stood up and walked towards her with an unruffled look. "Lear, are you not feeling well? Quickly come over and have a seat here. There are walls all around and you won't catch a cold." He held Huang Yueli's hand and pulled her to the corner of the wall, making her sit next to Huang Siluo. Bai Lufeng and Huang Siluo were both happy and agitated to see her as their eyes were brimming with tears. "Lastly, you survived. It's really too great. I was so frightened when I heard that you died." Huang Siluo hugged her and cried. "You young lass, you're simply reckless. Do you know that we are willing to die rather than to let you meet with harm?" Huang Yueli heard her mother's emotional cries and her heart turned into a puddle as her eyes also felt damp. In her past life, she was an orphan and had never seen her biological parents when she was young. So she didn't know what it was like to have biological ties. Although her master was nice to her, she was smitten with cultivation and had a cold character. Even towards her disciple, there seemed to be a layer of isolation, unlike Huang Siluo and Bai Liufeng's true feelings. Huang Yueli was once like her master, striving to seek the peak in the art of cultivation. She kept seeking cultivation and breakthrough, until the very end of her life. No matter if it was love or kinship, it was merely an unnecessary burden and there was no need for it. But now, not only did she obtain Li Moying's true love, but she also experienced kinship from Bai Lufeng and Huang Siluo. It was only now when she understood how much she had once missed, so much. For her, who had everything now, it was such a wonderful thing. Huang Yueli hugged Huang Siluo back and cried, "Mother." Her voice quivered and she started to choke. Bai Lufeng saw the scene and couldn't help but feel a sour feeling in his heart. He walked up to them and held the mother and daughter in his arms. All right, Siluo, don't be too upset. Isn't our Lastly perfectly fine now? She's able to come back in one piece under this situation, so that means to say that she is a lucky peerless genius. We should feel happy for her instead." Huang Yueli nodded her head and said, "Yes, mother, don't worry, I won't die so easily. Moreover, I have a bodyguard right next to me." She lifted her head and took a look at Li Moying. His arms were crossed around his chest, and he stood nearby as his eyes were fixed on her. It was filled with nothing but tenderness. Huang Yueli's lips curled upwards, and her sad face turned into a smile. Bai Lufeng followed Huang Yueli's gaze, and when he looked at Li Moying, his expression stiffened, and he couldn't help but give a cold snort. "Although you are all right now, I didn't forget what that stinky brat did. Father's telling you, in these times of crisis, you shouldn't be with a man who could disregard your life in times of crisis. After we leave the northern ice fields, the two of you will divorce." Huang Yueli was stunned when she heard that. "Ah? What? Divorce? Why do we need to divorce? What exactly happened when I wasn't around?" Bai Lufeng didn't expect her to ask that, and she was stunned as well. But immediately following that, he frowned. You're asking me what happened? Li Moying suddenly advanced and had a huge advancement in his ability. He could even send Lord Zhan flying in one move. For him to gain such ability, surely it has something to do with you, right? Huang Yueli hemmed and hawed about this. The incident between her and Li Moying was something that she could not say in front of her father. But Bai Lufeng already knew what was going on. Divine Dr. Lu had already told us. A portion of Li Moying's primordial spirit is with you, and he gained such huge advancement in his ability because he took away the primordial spirit from you. It was because of this that your life was in danger, and you almost died, isn't that so? Huang Yueli then realized what had happened and blinked. So all of you already know about it. She pouted and stared daggers at Lu Bian, senior brother. So you also know the art of split souls incident, but you insisted on helping Moying to keep it from me. You even lied to me. Huang Yueli recalled the night of their wedding. Because Li Moying refused to consummate with her, she even went to consult Lu Bian. The divine doctor had intentionally misled her into thinking that Li Moying was impotent. Moreover, she even foolishly believed him and did so many dumb things. Huang Yueli couldn't help but buried her face in her arms, as she silently complained in her heart. Heavens, this was absolutely a stain in her life. Lu Bian assumed that Huang Yueli was being deceived by Li Moying, hence she returned her primordial spirit to him. Hence he was waiting by the side aggressively, intending to expose Li Moying's true face, then teach him a good lesson. Whoever knew that after Bai Lufeng said it clearly, Huang Yueli was indeed very angry. However, her target of fury wasn't at Li Moying, but directed at him. Lu Bian went into a short blank and felt a little guilty as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. This. Junior sister, I'm not, cough cough, I'm worried about you. Huang Yueli swept him a cold glance. Worried about me? I think all of you are treating me like a fool. I'm the main party involved in this matter, but none of you told me the truth. If I hadn't accidentally seen the Drifting Cloud Scroll's remnant page's contents, I might never find out that Moying is actually under such tremendous pressure. Hearing her words, the group exchanged a glance, appearing extremely surprised. Why was the matter different from what they had thought? Huang Yueli was totally not upset with Li Moying's primordial spirit merging, and she seemed like she was feeling heartache for him. Could it be that they had assumed wrongly? Huang Siluo instantly asked, lastly, what's going on? Quickly tell me? You don't know about this. Earlier when your father heard that you died because of Li Moying, he almost killed him. If he really is this kind of partner who would betray his partner to survive on his own, then father and mother will absolutely not agree for both of you to stay together. Huang Yueli's eyes widened in astonishment. Mother, father, why would you think in that way? Saying that, she took a glance at Li Moying, only to find that the man was leaning by the wall. There was an indifferent look in his eyes, which was the same as usual. He didn't seem affected by how other people had misunderstood him. Realizing that Huang Yueli was looking at him, Li Moying flashed her a smile. Huang Yueli knew that this man didn't like to explain, hence he was being misunderstood by others. Therefore, she hurriedly explained on his behalf. Things are not what you had imagined. Back then, Moying and my meridians had been restrained by Lord Zhan, and we had no way to fight back. So we were thrown into the blood pool. Originally we should be dead for sure. But just as we were prepared to give up, we were suddenly sucked into the Sky Phoenix Ring space. When Huang Siluo heard that, she interrupted her in astonishment. Sky Phoenix Ring? Where did that come from? Why were you sucked into the Sky Phoenix Ring? Huang Yueli stopped and briefly explained her link with the Sky Phoenix Ring. This matter is her biggest secret, and Li Moying was the only one who knew. Even Lu Bian, Song Pajun, and the others were hearing this for the first time. Listening to her explanation, everyone's eyes widened in shock, and they were all dumbstruck. So, Huang Xianxia had spent so much effort, but he could not find the Sky Phoenix Ring because the Sky Phoenix ring was inside your primordial spirit? Huang Silua was extremely astonished, so much that she could not even speak clearly. Huang Yueli nodded. The matter is like this, but Lord Zhan had already guessed that the Sky Phoenix ring was in my hands. When Moying and I first entered the Snow Phoenix Palace, it was Lord Zhan who intentionally lured us over so that we will hand over the Sky Phoenix ring. Lu Bian and the others then realized what had happened. Back then when Lord Zhan set up the foolproof trap to capture Huang Yueli and Li Moying, they couldn't understand the reason for it at all. With Huang Yueli's explanation now, it finally made sense. However, Huang Silua had a shocked and bewildered look on her face. As a member of the Sacred Phoenix race, the understanding she had towards the Sky Phoenix ring was much more than others. Hence she felt even more bewildered than other people. But, how did the Sky Phoenix ring, how is that possible, she kept muttering to herself. Bai Lufeng saw her dazed look and hurriedly hugged her as he asked, Siluo, what's the matter with you? Don't be agitated, let's talk things through slowly. Huang Siluo then took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. She held Huang Yueli's hands and said, lastly, I heard your father and senior brother talk about you and Sovereign Mu's affairs in your past life. I have something to ask you, in your past life, were you born in the Sacred Phoenix clan? Huang Yueli was stunned when she heard that, apparently not expecting her to ask about this. Past life? I was an orphan in my past life, and I heard that I was still in my swaddling clothes when my master found me. Huang Siluo's brows creased together and asked, then, where did your master find you? Huang Yueli recounted her thoughts and suddenly opened her eyes, I think it was in the northern ice fields? Huang Siluo nodded her head and said, that's right. Looks like you should be a part of the Sacred Phoenix race in your past life. In the past 10,000 years, Sacred Phoenix race had been trying to search for a way to break through the space barrier, hence we explored plenty of ancient mystic regions. Our clansmen were either seriously injured or dead, and some of them died outside. Back then, some children were just born and were missing. I'm afraid that you should be one of them. Seeing Huang Yueli's puzzled look, she added, Sky Phoenix ring is Sacred Phoenix race's crown treasure. If you don't have Sacred Phoenix race's bloodline, even if you self-explode your primordial spirit, it is impossible to make the Sky Phoenix ring acknowledge you as its master, neither will you be able to reincarnate and be reborn. Huang Yueli blinked and finally came around the situation. At the same time, she felt rather melancholic. So, it's like this. Lu Bian couldn't help but butt in, no wonder. In the past, junior sister's innate talent was shockingly strong. From the looks of it, she must have Sacred Phoenix race's bloodline. Sacred Phoenix race is indeed an ancient god clan, all the clansmen have such outstanding innate talents. Hearing that, Huang Siluo's gaze dimmed and sighed, but no matter how powerful one's innate talent was, it is unable to offset one's desires. Now, only Lastly and I are left in the Sacred Phoenix Palace. As she said that, she turned around to look at the surroundings. In the rubbles, a piercing cold wind grazed past, and pieces of snowflakes swirled in desolation. Because of Lord Zhan's one-sided motive, Sacred Phoenix race's clansmen who were left in Soaring Heaven's continents were dragged into this calamity. An arduous night passed and everything returned to silence. Although Lord Zhan had already paid the price for his actions, so many of Sacred Phoenix clansmen were implicated by him and lost their lives. Huang Siluo was different from Huang Yueli. She grew up in Sacred Phoenix race, and she had feelings towards the clansmen. Thinking of the clansmen who were still around yesterday, but had already turned into ashes today, she was feeling extremely upset. Bai Lufeng didn't know what he should say to comfort Huang Siluo, so he could only choose to hug her silently. Luckily, Huang Siluo knew that now wasn't the time to feel sentimental. She remained silent for a moment and then turned her gaze back onto Huang Yueli. Lastly, earlier it's my fault. I shouldn't have interrupted you. Continue to tell us, what happened between you and Moying? Ah? Oh, after that, I thought of many ways to escape from the blood pool, but I wasn't certain that I could do it. Seeing the Sky Phoenix ring about to be shattered and I still had no idea on what to do, I saw the remnant pages of the drifting cloud scroll. Huang Yueli regained her senses and briefly went through the situation back then. At the same time, she kept emphasizing, all of you shouldn't blame Moying, I'm the one who coerced him. I know that after his primordial spirit merges, he would definitely be able to break out from the array, so I hope that he could help me save my friends and relatives. He did it all because of me. After Huang Yueli was done, everyone went silent. Actually, all of them had roughly guessed the situation when Li Moying chose to die earlier. Now that the words came from Huang Yueli, even though the words she used were very calm and the description she said was very brief, but everyone could imagine how pressing the situation was then, and how shocking and frightening it was. Huang Siluo and Bai Lufeng heaved a long sigh of relief after hearing what she said. Li Moying did not do anything to betray Huang Yueli, so that left them rather assured. Now that Li Moying had successfully advanced, Huang Yueli was safe as well, so this was the best ending. But recounting the abnormality in the sky earlier, Huang Siluo was still feeling puzzled. According to what you say, after Li Moying's primordial spirit had merged, the Sky Phoenix ring could not stand his profound energy pressure and completely shattered. Then, how did you manage to survive? Is it related to the true Phoenix fire and Sky Phoenix ring that we saw? To this, Huang Yueli herself was extremely puzzled. Her brows creased together for a moment and she spoke. Moying told me earlier that when the blood moon dropped down, the Sky Phoenix ring appeared in mid-air. Under the refinement of the true Phoenix fire, it fused the 3 shattered pieces. In my recollection, I seem to really see 3 fragments. What? You really saw the Sky Phoenix ring's shattered pieces? Where did these come from? I know that the Sky Phoenix ring was with you, but when Huang Xianxia fell into the blood pool, he was holding on to 1 shattered piece. The remaining 2 had been missing for a long time. Could it be that it's also in your hands? Huang Siluo was extremely shocked. Huang Yueli thought for a moment and nodded, you can say that. But those 2 other pieces were accidentally obtained. We didn't know what use it had, and until today, I only discovered that they were the shattered pieces of the Sky Phoenix ring. Hearing her explanation, all of them were totally speechless. What kind of luck was that? The entire Sky Phoenix race had spent tens of thousands of years searching through the entire soaring heavens continent, but none of them could find the Sky Phoenix ring or the shattered pieces. But yet she managed to find it so easily. If Lord Zhan were to find out about it, he would probably be so angry that he would come back to life. Huang Siluo's eyes suddenly lit up and she grabbed Huang Yueli's hand tightly. Her voice started to shake as she spoke. Lastly, your luck is really very good. Everything is explanatory in this way. The Sky Phoenix ring shattered and your primordial spirit returned to Li Moying. Originally you should be dead for sure, but you just happened to have 3 shattered pieces of the Sky Phoenix ring. You might not know that it's extremely difficult to refine an ancient god relic. Although the Sky Phoenix ring isn't complete, it is an ancient god relic after all. Based on soaring heavens continent's armament refining standard, how would it be damaged so easily? Li Moying happened to advance in the Sky Phoenix ring space and the outside world was being suppressed by the Blood Moon Great Array. Under both internal and external exchange of pressure, it happened to shatter the Sky Phoenix ring. If it wasn't like this, even if you managed to collect 3 shattered pieces, it would be impossible to refine it again. Hearing Huang Siluo's words, Huang Yueli was stunned momentarily. But after thinking through it carefully, the matter was indeed like what Huang Siluo said. She was an extremely skilled armament master. So no one was clearer than her about the difficulty of refining a god relic. Especially for a top-rated god relic like the Sky Phoenix ring. The difficulty in re-refining it was no different from refining a new piece of God relic. Or it could be said that it was by sheer luck that she managed to complete this successfully. Otherwise, based on her idea, she might spend more than 1 or 2 decades and still not be able to settle it. Huang Siluo paused and said, after the Sky Phoenix ring cracked, if it doesn't get fused within a short amount of time, it would really become shattered dregs. Moreover, the energy required to fuse it was even more than shattering it. Whenever a piece of ancient god relic was being formed, one must borrow the energy from heaven and earth, and it isn't something that a pure human's energy could complete. Where do these energies come from? Back then when we saw the sacred phoenix reflection, it was simply more powerful than God Realm's real true phoenix fire. Huang Yueli had totally understood the entire situation now, and she squinted her eyes. It should be the blood moon. She said these few words softly, and everyone revealed an enlightened look. Right, that's right, it should be the blood moon. Lord Zhan makes use of the blood moon great array to suck away so many practitioners' blood essence, and all of these are contained in the blood moon. This energy that was used to re-refine the Sky Phoenix ring should be more than sufficient. That's right. When the blood moon dropped onto the Snow Phoenix Palace, I thought that we were going to be dead. But when it exploded, the energy which was emitted wasn't as powerful as I thought. Immediately following that, the Sky Phoenix ring appeared. Everyone started to add their views and roughly guessed the situation. The situation back then was extremely dangerous and extremely pressed for time. But it was also a rare opportunity that came once in a blue moon. The blood moon dropped from the sky and carried shockingly powerful energy, which blasted in the middle of the blood pool. Little Wang Kai's spiritual body was originally floating in the air. When it was about to disintegrate, it suddenly sensed powerful energy, and its body instantly expanded into an adult state. Moreover, it totally could not control the energy within its body and fly up into the sky. As for the main body of the Sky Phoenix ring and the 3 pieces of stones in Huang Yueli's hands, it was forcibly merged under such a powerful force of energy. The remaining blood moon's energy was spurted out from the large phoenix mouth, turning into the true phoenix fire, which burned the Sky Phoenix ring's bundle inside. Under this coincidental stroke of luck, the Sky Phoenix ring was able to gain sufficient energy and congeal its shape in the blazing flames. Lord Zhan used a few decades to accumulate all the blood essence energy, just to complete an impossible miracle for Huang Yueli. In such scarce profound energy in an ordinary plane like soaring heaven's continent, a genuine top-rated god relic was actually refined. This really could be described as a miracle. Even if it was in God realm, only life-profound realm armament masters were able to achieve it. Moreover, they require the entire clan's energy as support. Huang Siluo recounted the contents that she read in an ancient manual and felt extremely stunned by this. Amid the shock, everyone was extremely envious of Huang Yueli's good luck. Luck, or perhaps fate, was a part of the practitioner's ability. Any practitioner who attained extreme accomplishments was all because of their own fate, which could turn misfortunes into fortunes, and turn peril into safety. Huang Yueli and Li Moying were people who were destined to reach their peak. Their innate talents and fate were something that ordinary practitioners could never attain. Huang Yueli recounted her situation earlier and felt extremely fortunate. Even she made the mental preparation to die in the situation back then. In the end, she and Li Moying escaped unscathed. Moreover, they obtained so many benefits, so this was totally out of her imagination. But Huang Siluo racked her brains for a little while and shot a puzzled gaze at Huang Yueli again. Lastly, earlier the energy fluctuations were so powerful, so the Sky Phoenix ring should have been refined successfully, right? Then, where is the Sky Phoenix ring now? Could it have been left behind in Snow Phoenix Palace's ruins? Huang Yueli blinked. Sky Phoenix ring. A thought suddenly surfaced in her mind, and suddenly, she saw a ray of golden light flashed past her eyes. A phoenix-shaped imprint appeared between her brows. Following that, this imprint flew out from her brows and slowly materialized. Moreover, it started to grow and lastly, it turned into a phoenix-shaped jade. Huang Yueli stretched out her palm facing upward, and a sky phoenix ring gently landed on her hand. Sky Phoenix Ring. So, this is the legendary ancient god relic Sky Phoenix Ring. When they saw that, all of them cried out in shock and surrounded Huang Yueli. They stretched their necks and wanted to study it in detail. Although all of them were soaring heaven's continent's top-rated practitioners, none of them had ever seen an ancient god relic. From the earth-shattering scene when the Sky Phoenix Ring was refined, this god relic's might was imaginable. The Sky Phoenix Ring was originally a piece of sheep-fat white jade with red-colored patterns, but after the re-refining from the true phoenix fire, which merged all three pieces of shattered pieces from ancient times, its color changed entirely and turned transparent. Under the ray of the sunlight, it reflected a different luster from different angles, like a rainbow. The flowing lights were shining brilliantly. It's so incredible, indeed the sacred phoenix race's crown treasure. Just looking at the appearance and one can tell that it's a piece of incredible god relic. But we just don't know what's the use of this Sky Phoenix Ring. Huang Siluo explained softly, Sky Phoenix Ring requires the sacred phoenix race's bloodline to be activated. I heard that when it was in the hands of the former clan leader, but it could display immense magical powers. But Leslie's cultivation isn't sufficient, so she would probably not be able to display the Sky Phoenix Ring's power. But at least with the Sky Phoenix Ring, her speed of absorption of the fire-attributed profound energy is much faster than the same-level geniuses. The crowd was speechless. Everyone knew how high Huang Yueli's innate talent was. A mere genius word wasn't enough to describe her. And now, Huang Siluo even said that her cultivation speed was much faster than other same-level geniuses. Tioch. Wasn't that ridiculously powerful? What would happen to all the other practitioners? Just as everyone was feeling envious, Huang Yueli didn't seem to be very happy. On the contrary, she frowned and showed a worried look. Li Moying's gaze was fixed on her, and he immediately discovered that something wasn't right with her. He walked over and asked softly, "Leer, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" Huang Yueli was stunned and lifted her head to take a look at him. Then she shook her head, "No, I'm fine." But what? Huang Yueli sighed and said, "Earlier under the impact of the blood moon's energy, little Wang Kai had apparently grown into a matured phoenix, and he even exhausted a large amount of true phoenix fire. Although it helped to restore the Sky Phoenix Ring successfully, it had depleted its energy, and now it has gone into deep sleep." Huang Yueli used her consciousness to communicate with Little Phoenix for a pretty long time, but wasn't able to get any response from it. Hence, she used her soul trace to check on the Sky Phoenix Ring space. The current space seemed to have changed, and the area had grown larger by multiple times than its original size. But Huang Yueli didn't have the mood to check that. She immediately tried to sense Little Phoenix's weak presence. It had already turned back into an infant body, lying weakly by the Saint Spring in deep sleep. Hearing that, Li Moying stretched out his hand and held her little palm as he comforted, "A spirit artifact is a spiritual body. As long as the god relic itself isn't damaged, it would not disappear. Now that the Sky Phoenix Ring has been restored successfully, it's just like the midday sun. Little Wang Kai should be fine, but it might need to rest a little longer. So don't worry about it." Huang Yueli nodded her head, "I know, but I'm just a little worried. He's just a little phoenix. Yet it tried to save our lives so many times. Little Wang Kai usually only kept eating, but in times of crisis, it would always be of help." Although Huang Yueli usually argued with Little Phoenix, both of them actually valued each other very much. Moreover, Huang Yueli kept feeling a sense of guilt towards Little Wang Kai. Rearing an ancient spiritual beast required a lot of resources. Moreover, a large portion of the resources could not be found in Soaring Heaven's continent. That was what led to little Wang Kai's slow development. Huang Yueli was rather helpless over this. The only way was to work hard and cultivate, hoping to be able to ascend to God realm earlier. Then she could come out with more ideas then. Li Moying touched her face and comforted softly, "Don't worry, it will be fine." Lu Bian and the others heard their conversation and realized what was going on. What? Wait, you're saying Wang Kai? That's Junior sister's fat chicken pet. It's actually a phoenix? Lu Bian couldn't help exclaiming. He wasn't the only one who was surprised. Song Pijun and Song Piyu were as well. They were rather familiar with little Wang Kai. Huang Yueli would often roast chicken drumsticks for little Phoenix when she was in Levitation Sword Palace. Huang Yueli's culinary skills were top-notch. Every single time she cooked in the courtyard, the fragrance would whiff around and make everyone in Levitation Sword Palace salivate. In the end, it was all made for a fat chicken. Living people like them didn't have a chance to eat at all. When they thought of that, all of them felt like crying. What was called couldn't be compared to a chicken? That was a living example. It was now that they discovered that this fat little baby chicken was a high almighty ancient spiritual beast, a great phoenix, which would be extremely powerful after it grew up. No wonder Huang Yueli would roast chicken drumsticks for it. Thinking along that trail, everyone felt rather appeased. So this phoenix's infant stage is actually, cough cough, it's rather cute. Song Piyu commented in an extremely restrained manner. Song Pijun gave an awkward smile, plump children who eat more are healthy. Huang Yueli was originally rather hurt. Upon hearing these, her lips twitched, and almost burst up laughing. Little Phoenix was indeed courageous, but being too fat was unhealthy. However, Soaring Heaven's continent didn't have a phoenix's favorite jasper parasol leaf, so she could only just let it eat whatever it wanted. When it wakes up, it's time to go on a diet. Li Moying's lips curled upwards as he said with a profound look. Huang Silua was listening to them and simply felt that something was amiss. An ancient spiritual beast, phoenix eating chicken drumsticks every day? What was that? She couldn't help but interrupted, "Lastly, you shouldn't be rearing a phoenix in that way. Mother has a few rearing manuals for ancient spiritual beasts, which were left from ancient times. When we have reached a safe place, Mother will impart all of those to you." Her mother had already spoken, so Huang Yueli could only nod her head obediently. The poor little phoenix was going into a rough period under the watchful eyes of Li Moying and Huang Silua's supervision. Everyone started to joke and laugh for a bit more before they started to enter the main topic, which was to discuss the next course of action. Bai Lufeng muttered, the entire northern ice fields had been impacted by the energy from the Blood Moon Great Array's explosion. Practically everyone was destroyed. The cave dwelling that I had stayed in previously is probably in ruins. We don't have any place to stay. Moreover, Blue Profund sect has a lot of sect affairs waiting for you to handle. By right, we should leave the northern ice fields as soon as possible, but... He appeared rather hesitant when he was saying that. Huang Yueli urged, "Father, just speak your mind." Bai Lufeng nodded and said, "All right, then I shall be frank. I don't know if you have sensed this. After the blood moon exploded, a portion of the energy was used to restore the Sky Phoenix ring. But quite a lot of energy remains in the northern icefield sky. There is a high density of heaven and earth, profound chi around. This is a treasured place that is very suitable for cultivation. No spiritual artery could attain such an effect here." Hearing him say that, everyone started nodding their heads. That's right, it indeed is so. If we can cultivate here, our efforts will be reduced. Now that Lord Jean is dead, this should be a safe place, and is indeed a good place for cultivating. But the environment. Northern Ice Fields was originally a place with vile weather. Now after experiencing several explosions, the environment was terrible. The entire ground was filled with various shattered stones and icicles. There were various kinds of energy flow in the air. Combined with the rampaging snowstorm, it would occasionally give a charred smell. This environment simply made one feel uncomfortable. But to a practitioner, in order to raise one's cultivation, braving different kinds of situations was normal, so this small difficulty would naturally not put any one of them off. Everyone immediately expressed that they were willing to stay in the northern ice fields to cultivate for some time. Other than Huang Yueli and Li Moying, everyone else sustained a heavy injury. Even though Huang Yueli and Lu Bian had already shared their medicinal pills, but that was administering treatment for external injuries. Their real injuries could only be completely healed through one's cultivation. As for Huang Yueli and Li Moying, they weren't injured, but they had just taken a huge leap in advancement over a short duration. The promotion of cultivation was due to some special reason, hence their foundation was extremely unstable. Only through cultivation over a period would they be able to stabilize it. So everyone had a short discussion and decided to stay in the northern ice fields to cultivate for the next 3 months. After that, they would start on their journey back to Sky Emperor City. Although the environment was rather tough, Huang Yueli was an armament master and she had so many 9th stage realm peak practitioners help. It only took 2 days, and she had already built some simple rooms near the Snow Phoenix Palace's ruins. She also set up some arrays and mechanisms to prevent those disoriented airflows from invading their space. She and Li Moying entered adjoining rooms and started to cultivate on their own. Huang Yueli sat cross-legged and worked up the 9 Phoenix transformation mind skill and let it flow around her meridians for 1 cycle. She quickly settled down and focused on cultivation totally. A Sky Phoenix ring's mark appeared in between her brows. Moreover, as the profound energy flowed in her body, this mark appeared deeper and clearer. The Sky Phoenix ring, a large amount of blood essence energy, and fused it with Huang Yueli's meridians. These blood essence energies were those which were released when the blood moon dropped from the sky and had been absorbed by the Sky Phoenix ring. Moreover, Huang Yueli's soul trace had completely merged with the Sky Phoenix ring, hence this blood essence energy completely became Huang Yueli's energy. Unfortunately, her cultivation wasn't high enough, so if she were to abruptly take in so much energy, her body would not be able to take it and explode. So the Sky Phoenix ring would store these energies on its own. Whenever Huang Yueli cultivated, it would be slowly released. Huang Yueli had experienced the true phoenix fire burns, and the intensity of her flesh body was raised by several levels. Even if it was God Realm's 10th stage realm practitioners, they might not be able to be compared to her. Moreover now, under the double effect of fire attributed heaven and earth profound energy and blood essence energy, the energy in her meridian swiftly raised. She had barely sat down for less than half a quarter of an hour and her entire body emitted waves of profound energy fluctuations. 8th stage realm, 2nd level. She didn't even need to lift a finger and Huang Yueli had already advanced by a small realm. 8th stage realm and above are considered as top-rate practitioners in Soaring Heaven's continent. Every single time a small realm was raised, it would take up several years of effort, and also with a large number of medicinal pills to supplement. However, to Huang Yueli, it seemed as easy as lifting a finger. After advancing by a small realm, Huang Yueli's profound energy did not stop revolving. Instead, it grew faster and accumulated even more. 8th stage realm, 3rd level. 8th stage realm, 4th level. 8th stage realm, 5th level. Every time she broke through a small realm, everything fell into place easily and smoothly. Huang Yueli didn't feel any pressure and her body was in an extremely comfortable state, as she easily advanced by another realm. Moreover, to her, this was just the beginning. Huang Yueli's profound energy from her body kept flowing, and the sky phoenix ring's mark in between her eyebrows was becoming darker. Surging profound energy flowed rapidly in her meridians, like a vast ocean which had no limits. 8th stage realm, 6th level. 8th stage realm, 7 level. 8th stage realm, 8 level. Sky Phoenix Ring's mark turned blood red and was shown prominently in between her brows. That phoenix totem seemed to have a life of its own, as though it would spread its wings and fly at any moment. Huang Yueli's fair little face suddenly flushed red, and the blood essence energy mixed with fire attributed profound energy formed a ball of red glow that enveloped her entirely in the middle. Northern ice fields, upper skies, heaven and earth, profound chi also gushed towards where she was seated, gathering rampantly. Huang Yueli's eyes were shut tightly, and a harsh bitter glint flashed past her eyes. 8th stage realm, 9th level. The profound energy in Huang Yueli's body started to ease a little after it charged all the way to 8th stage realm peak cultivation. 9th stage realm, to any practitioner in Soaring Heaven's continent, was like a moat that was difficult to step across. Each side of the moat represented a different fate for the practitioner. If it was just to break through to the 9th stage realm, then in order to become the continent's real strong practitioner, one's physique and meridians would be strengthened to a large extent. From then on, a practitioner would be able to gain a few thousand years of lifespan. Moreover, the body would not age along with age. Only when one's lifespan was almost up would one instantly age and die. Moreover, if one had no way to break through this step, that practitioner would only gain 200 to 300 years of lifespan. The ability as compared to a 9th stage realm practitioner was totally different. Many practitioners spent a few hundred years of hard work, just so that they could reach the 9th stage realm. Now, Huang Yueli had already touched the door leading to the peak and she wasn't even 17 years old yet. The entire freezing zone's upper sky was enveloped by a fire attribute energy. Above Huang Yueli's head was a huge phoenix reflection that slowly ascended into the sky. The energy fluctuations which she attracted were overly strong. Bai Lufeng and the others were originally cultivating, but at this moment, all of them had awoken from the shock. Everyone started to run out of their rooms. When they came to the empty land in front of the Snow Phoenix Palace ruins, they lifted their heads and looked at the rose-tinted skies and light rays. When Huang Yueli broke through to the 8th stage realm, she had once transformed the phoenix's reflection. Back then, it attracted Lord Zhang's attention and he tried various methods to search and capture the person. Sacred Phoenix race clansmen were shocked by her Sacred Phoenix reflection. Whereas now, the Sacred Phoenix reflection that appeared in front of everyone's eyes was much more powerful and magnificent than the previous, which left them in awe. Sacred Phoenix reflection slowly congealed and became large and realistic. The surrounding energies formed a large vortex, pulling Huang Yueli into it. It extended to several feet large before the Sacred Phoenix reflection stopped increasing. The phoenix spread its wings and flapped it gently. In an instant, it covered the blazing sun and sky above their heads. Immediately following that, the phoenix raised its head and gave off a long and loud shrill. This shrill seemed to contain powerful energy in heaven and earth that instilled fear in the practitioners' hearts. All of them shuffled back at the same time and stopped after a distance. Lu Bian looked at this scene and was extremely astonished. This? Junior sister she's about to advance? Bai Lufeng looked confused as well. After some time, he nodded. That's right. From the looks of this, Lastly is about to advance. Lu Bian's lower jaw almost dropped onto the ground in surprise. WH. What do you mean? Junior sister is really going to advance? Is she about to break through to the 9th stage realm? He was so astonished that he couldn't even speak properly. He felt like he had been struck by lightning, in a dumbfounded state. Although the others weren't as exaggerated as he was, everyone was extremely astonished as well. Each of them was soaring heaven's continent's top experts, so they naturally knew how difficult it was to advance into the ninth stage realm. These people were all famous peerless geniuses then. But they only advanced into the ninth stage realm after 30 years old. Whereas now, Huang Yueli was only 17 and she was just about to step across this step. What kind of innate talent was this? Even if she had the ancient god clan's bloodline, wasn't this a little too ridiculous? Even Huang Siluo, who had the pure sacred phoenix race's bloodline, was also so shocked that she became incoherent. Lastly, this sacred phoenix reflection. This is the sacred phoenix reflection. The others had already seen the sacred phoenix reflection when Huang Yueli advanced previously, so they weren't as shocked as Huang Siluo was. But they went nearer to Huang Siluo and asked, curiously, Madam Bai, you said this was the sacred phoenix reflection? What's that? Huang Siluo still hadn't regained her senses from the shock, so she took several deep breaths and said, you don't understand. In God Realm, geniuses are segregated into several levels. From top to bottom, they are distributed into the following grades, respectively. God grade, Heaven grade, Earth grade, Human grade, and Ordinary grade. Among them, ordinary grade geniuses are equivalent to soaring heaven's continent's 8th grade talent. Hearing that, Song Pijun and Song Piyu's complexion turned pale. The reason was that Song Piyu was an 8th grade talent, whereas Song Pijun wasn't even 8th grade in God Realm. They were at the lowest rank of the ordinary grades. They had not expected that the peerless genius with 8th grade talent in soaring heaven's continent was the lowest leveled ordinary grade in God Realm. Huang Siluo didn't detect their abnormality and hurriedly explained, in Sacred Phoenix race, ordinary grade practitioners with impure bloodline in our branches would appear. As for the direct descendant clansmen, the lowest would be Human grade, and for slightly nobler bloodlines, they would reach Earth grade. But only geniuses of Heaven grade and above would reveal the sacred phoenix reflection during advancement. Hearing that, the group all sucked in the cold air as they weren't able to regain their senses after a long time. Much later, Lu Bian opened his mouth and asked softly, so, Junior Sister is considered as a Heaven grade genius in God Realm? The few of them weren't even fit to be ranked in God Realm and they were nobodies in ordinary grade. But Huang Yueli actually possessed such a high innate talent. As compared to this, it made them realize just how minute they were. But when Huang Siluo heard their words, she merely shook her head and spoke subtly, it's not like this. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, their gap wasn't as wide as they imagined. They indeed should not scare themselves. Although Heaven-grade geniuses can transform the sacred phoenix reflection during advancement, it would just be a faint visual image. None of them would be called out by such a large and lively sacred phoenix reflection spirit like Lastly, which is a few meters long. Before they could even finish exhaling, they sucked in another mouthful of cold air upon hearing this. 2 bursts of airflow crashed against each other and were stuck around their chest, suffocating them. Momentarily, they started to cough. Lu Bian and the others had a suffused deep red color and looked as though they were going to choke to death. It took great effort for Lu Bian to finish coughing. He found his voice and said, Madam Bai, next time when you're going to say something, can I trouble you to finish talking about it in one go? I wonder what innate talent does my junior sister have? Could it be that she's a god-grade genius? Huang Siluo swept him a glance and shrugged, I don't know as well. Lu Bian was dumbfounded, don't know? What do you mean? Huang Siluo's lips curled into a smile, what I said earlier were things which I read from the ancient manuals which Sacred Phoenix race collected. But how exactly they are being differentiated, I have never witnessed it personally, so I cannot confirm what innate talent grade does Lastly belong to. But at least there's one point. Lastly's innate talent is extremely outstanding. Even during ancient times, it was rare for Sacred Phoenix race to have a genius who could make the Sacred Phoenix reflection appear. As a mother who had such a talented daughter, she naturally felt extremely proud. Huang Siluo put her hand around the smiling Bai Liufeng's arm and both of them looked at the sky. Everyone also suppressed the shock in their hearts and lifted their heads to take a look. At this moment, Huang Yueli's advancement had already reached the last stage. The sacred phoenix reflection had congealed into shape and it looked no different from the genuine phoenix's spiritual body that appeared when the sky phoenix ring was restored. Sacred phoenix's wings flapped gently and a fire-attributed energy of 1,000 miles was invoked. It formed a scorching wave and radiated around the surroundings. The sweat on Huang Yueli's forehead kept dripping and the sky phoenix ring's mark in between her brows seemed to be engraved by a sharp knife, reflecting a horrifying blood-red color. Although it seemed like an urgent situation, Huang Yueli's profound energy flow did not meet with any obstructions and was very smooth right from the start. However, the heaven and earth profound qi that she attracted was just too much. It instantly gushed into her body and she almost couldn't contain it all, which could cause her to explode. Luckily she had the sky phoenix ring and her body was refined by the true phoenix fire and she wasn't any weaker than any ordinary low-leveled god relic. Hence, she could take on such a powerful profound qi impact. She breathed slowly and deeply. Her heart was as still as water, slowly directing these profound qi into her dantian accordingly, as she spiked towards the 9th stage realm checkpoint. It took a long time when the sacred phoenix spirit gave off another ear-piercing cry. At the same time, its body also started to shrink at a visible speed. Fire-attributed energy was being absorbed into Huang Yueli's body at an astonishing speed. When it reached a limit, it suddenly broke through that step. 9th stage realm. Sacred phoenix reflection slowly faded away and the surrounding scorching temperature started to decline. The great fluctuations also started to ease down. The group who had been anxiously waiting for Huang Yueli to advance finally heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like junior sister has successfully advanced. Lu Bian said joyously. Huang Siluo nodded her head, her eyes filled with joy. She appeared extremely excited. That's great, Lastly had advanced successfully. Her innate talent is actually so outstanding. Just based on this innate talent, even if she wasn't a god-grade genius, she would become a somebody in god realm. Huang Siluo muttered, and following that, she seemed to have thought of something and got excited. No wonder they came up with this prophecy during that year's Sacred Phoenix Races ceremony. So it's really true. With an exceptional peerless genius like Lastly, the Sky Phoenix ring had been restored successfully. Surely it wouldn't be long before our clan resumes back to the past glorious days? She was feeling excited, but not too long later, her emotions started to fluctuate and dropped. Because of the results from a prediction, their entire branch in Soaring Heaven's continents had mostly died. No matter what, the price of this was just too high. Everyone waited outside excitedly for a moment and saw Huang Yueli walking out slowly from her room. Although she was full of sweat and the clothes on her were stained with dust, it totally did not affect her temperament. After she broke through to the 9th stage realm, her ability soared and the aura around her changed. The current Huang Yueli was much more elegant and intangible than before. It seemed as though there was a faint hint of glow around her, which gave off a strong practitioner's presence. All of them walked up to her and started to give their congratulations for successfully advancing. Huang Yueli seemed rather tired, but her face was full of smiles. Although it wasn't the first time she had advanced to 9th stage realm, it still made her jubilant that she was able to reach such a standard in such a short period within this lifetime. According to this kind of cultivation speed, she would not need to take long before she could reach her former cultivation in her past life. Furthermore, she would build on the foundation and improve further, spiking towards the 10th stage realm which she had not been able to attain in the past. Huang Siluo looked at her bloodshot eyes and said worriedly, "Lastly, you must have exhausted a lot of energy after advancing so many realms. Do take a shower and have a good rest. I have some ingredients in my interspatial ring and I'll make some food for you to eat." Huang Siluo's culinary skills were extremely great and it was much better than Huang Yueli's. Even Lu Bian also claimed that Huang Yueli's culinary skills should be inherited by her mother. Huang Yueli smiled and nodded her head. She hugged her mother's arm, saying sweetly, "Thank you, mother. Then I'll first." Before she could finish her sentence, suddenly, a silver-blue glint flashed past her eyes. That ray of light flashed extremely swiftly, but it was very eye-piercing. In an instant, it made everyone lose their visions, leaving only a piercing white image in their eyes. Following that, a penetrative and overbearing power descended from the sky with a horrifying aura. Everyone felt a sense of crisis instantly. But there was already no chance to react. Boom! A deafening explosion rang. At the same time, a tremendous impact swept towards them, sending all of them flying. This burst of energy was simply too powerful. Even those top-rated practitioners in Soaring Heaven's continent who had powerful abilities had no way to resist this ability at all. Their bodies were like kites where the strings were cut loose and fell far, far away. Huang Yueli wasn't spared as well. She originally had just advanced and the profound energy in her body had yet to stabilize when she suffered such an intense impact of energy. At the same time, there was a dull feeling in her chest. Her blood and chi were totally disrupted, and she even spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. With a bang, Huang Yueli's body crashed heavily onto the ground. Luckily, the nearest layer of ice in the northern ice fields had already melted, and everywhere was full of soft snow and mud, so her injury wasn't very serious. But when she landed, it created a great snowflake and a human-sized pit appeared on the snowy land. Cough cough, cough cough. Huang Yueli climbed out from the snowy land and coughed several times, as she tried to cough out the snow which she had accidentally eaten while falling. Then she looked around anxiously to search for Huang Siluo and the others. Luckily, not too long later, she saw them standing up consecutively and hurriedly ran to them. What is the situation? Why did we suddenly, Bai Lufeng frowned. I don't know. We were standing there and not doing anything when this burst of energy suddenly came crashing on us. Speaking of them, was Grandmaster Huang advancing just now? Could it be that Grandmaster Huang's innate talent was too high, so it caused some abnormality in the heavens and earth? Song Piyu gasped. Everyone turned and looked at Huang Yueli. Indeed, she was the most suspicious person among them. Everyone was merely just looking by the side, and they didn't have the ability to cause any abnormality at all. Huang Yueli pointed to herself and asked astonishedly, "You're saying, me? But, I don't have, wait." Saying that she suddenly froze and a horrified look appeared on her face. Everyone was shocked by her reaction and they quickly asked, "Grandmaster Huang, have you thought of something?" She frowned and said hastily, "Moying." "Where is Moying? Did any of you see him?" When she said that, everyone was stunned. Huang Yueli suddenly advanced. Not only did she advance by a large realm, she even transformed that shocking sacred phoenix reflection. Everyone's attention was naturally placed on her, and no one noticed that someone was missing. It was until now that everyone then realized that Li Moying had not appeared once from the start of Huang Yueli's advancement. Song Pujun, who was stunned suddenly, regained his senses. Right, Sovereign had been in closed-door cultivation since some time ago. When Grandmaster Huang was advancing, he didn't come out at all. Could it be that he had met with some trouble? His expression was slightly grave. Whoever knew that in Li Moying's heart, the most important person was Huang Yueli. Under normal circumstances, when Huang Yueli was advancing, no matter which point of cultivation he was in, he would definitely come out to stand guard for her. But now, no one saw him or even his shadow at all. That was only one explanation. Li Moying had encountered an exceptionally dangerous situation which he was cultivating. Hearing Song Pujun's words, everyone immediately understood and appeared rather surprised. Huang Yueli instantly raced towards Li Moying's room. The room which Li Moying was cultivating was not too far from her room. But earlier, that mysterious electric current threw all of them a distance away, and they could not see the situation for the moment. The few of them moved quickly, following behind Huang Yueli, and only took a couple of breaths before they came near to Li Moying's room. From far away, Huang Yueli could see the ruins on the ground. The little hut that she built with great effort had been struck by lightning into shambles. Li Moying was missing, as though he was buried in the ruins. "Moying, Moying. How are you? Don't scare me." Huang Yueli couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air, as she speedily ran towards the little hut. The power of that lightning was something that everyone had experienced for themselves. Everyone was 9th stage realm peak exponents, but they didn't have any chance to escape at all, as they were all sent flying. Moreover, they were standing rather far from the center of the explosion, about 3 to 5 miles away. Even though they were standing so far away, they could feel the powerful might. What more for Li Moying, who was standing right in the middle of the explosive site? Even though she was rather confident of Li Moying's ability, meeting such a situation still made her feel a chill running through her body, as she was filled with worry and fear. Huang Yueli dashed up without a care for her own well-being. Whoever knew that just at this moment, Bai Lu Feng and Lu Baiyan shouted out at the same time. "Lastly, you can't go over. Junior sister, come back quickly, it's dangerous." The both of them shouted and stepped forward at the same time. Holding her on each side, they grabbed Huang Yueli's arm and pulled her back immediately. "Wait, let go of me first, Moying he." Huang Yueli looked anxious and wanted to struggle free from them. But they were after all experienced 9th stage realm peak practitioners. Under their full strength, she wasn't able to struggle free easily. Huang Yueli was dragged back helplessly. "Father, you." She had just opened her mouth when a bolt of blue lightning struck down, towards that shabby hut where Li Moying was. "Moying!" Huang Yueli gave a sharp cry, but before she could take any action, another strong flaring reflection took away her vision once again. Everything turned dark. At the same time, a gust of powerful heaven and earth, profound qi came gushing towards everyone. This time, the strength of the ray of electric current was much stronger than the previous bolt, by several folds. Even if Bai Lu Feng and the others were already prepared and hastily retreated backward, they were still unable to take on such a heavy impact. All of them started to fall onto the ground. Moreover, this time around, the bright light had a much greater impact on them. Huang Yueli could barely see the situation before her after a temporary loss of vision. Her eyes kept tearing, and it was no different from a little bunny with bloodshot eyes. Even so, she still tried her best to open her eyes. She got up at the first instance and ran towards Li Moying. She only took a few steps and was shocked as she stopped in a daze. She saw a ball of bluish-purple glow slowly rising from the little hut. In the center of the glow was a tall and powerful figure. That person was Li Moying. His perfect, handsome face was as cold as ice and his eyes were slightly shut. His thin lips pursed, and he was holding the amethyst light sword tightly in his hands while being enveloped by rays of bluish-purple electric currents. Behind him was a pair of thunder wings, which had been formed from pure thunder attributed profound energy. This pair of thunder wings slowly extended and it spread out to a few 100 feet long. It resembled two bolts of heavenly thunder which pierced through heaven and earth.